His name is Bai Xiaochuan, not the one who traversed to the Qin dynasty, Yi Xiaochuan. He has been reborn before the first resurgence of spiritual energy. In this life, he harbors no desire to become an A-class healing awakener. Does the title of A-class healing awakener sound illustrious? In truth, it is of little practical use. Rejuvenate oneself to full health? Apologies, the cooldown is far too lengthy and the mana insufficient. After witnessing the prowess of the Daoist practitioners, he vowed to join the Daoist sect and become a cultivator. In his previous life, he was merely a little Calamity at the base of the pyramid. In this life, he swears to ascend to the unreachable pinnacle. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The passage of rebirth has been opened. One can obtain the key through comments. Damn, the stone man has unleashed another empty ultimate. I, Brother Swazi, have yet to unleash even a single one. If only I could land just a single one. What the hell? Voldemort? Truly an old trickster. Bang. The final keystroke echoed in the four-person dormitory. No more gaming, let's go. Time to eat. Should we call Xiaochuan? No, truly don't. Once he wakes up, he will insist on calling me father. You know me. I can hardly refuse when someone addresses me as such. Today, he must buy his own meal. After all the dormitory members departed, on the bed near the window in the upper right corner, Bai Xiaochuan, who had just been admitted to a technical academy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Whether it was an instinctual reaction or a stress response, Bai Xiaochuan's hands began to twitch incessantly, and his legs kicked rhythmically. The bed above him started to tremble, producing a creaking sound. Is it class 3? Is the bed shaking? Who's up there and who's down here? After a moment, Bai Xiaochuan on the bed finally ceased his movements. An illusion. The operating table had vanished. That blinding shadowless lamp had also disappeared, leaving only the stark white ceiling. Seemingly in disbelief of the scene before him, Bai Xiaochuan suddenly gripped his neck tightly with his hands until his face turned a shade of purple, his eyes bulging, struggling to breathe. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air. Fortunately, the soundproofing between dormitories was somewhat satisfactory. Otherwise, this labored breathing alone would have drawn the curiosity of the neighboring dormitory. Strange. This discomfort should have subsided by now. Slowly sitting up, Bai Xiaochuan placed his right hand over his heart, only to find that he could no longer sense his powers. In his confusion, Bai Xiaochuan surveyed his surroundings, familiar memories flooding back into his mind. Is this the dormitory? He gazed towards the lower left corner. An open gaming laptop remained on the desk, the screen displaying the League of Legends page, with advertisements proclaiming SKD's victory over SSG, making them the first team to achieve back-to-back championships globally. Have I been reborn? Could it be? What I witnessed was real. I truly died. The memory of his death before rebirth surged back into Bai Xiaochuan's mind. Bai Xiaochuan winced in pain, clutching his head. In the frigid laboratory, he inexplicably found himself on the operating table, surrounded by a group of individuals clad in white coats, who proceeded to dissect him, ultimately extracting the energy crystal from his heart. After a considerable time, Bai Xiaochuan finally regained his composure. Filled with confusion, he carefully descended from the upper bunk. The silver-cased iPhone 6, if his memory served him correctly, had been in his possession for 2 years, and he had never been able to part with it. Unlocking the phone, the upper right corner indicated a full battery. The cover displayed a photograph of him as a child with his parents, while the screen revealed the date. New Century 5/16, 11, 5, 12/17. Damn it. Heaven, you allowed me to be reborn. Why couldn't it have been a year earlier? Holding the phone, slightly trembling, the once blurry image became clear once more due to the photograph. A year ago, during his senior year in high school, his parents had an accident while making a delivery. It was also that year that he became the failure and shame of the city's key school. Surely, no one else had transitioned from the best high school in the city to a technical academy. At the very least, the principal would never forget him in this lifetime. His homeroom teacher could use him as a case study every year. Bai Xiaochuan gradually calmed his emotions and began to piece together the fragments of memories from before his rebirth. On October 4th, New Century 519, the virus codenamed Guan unexpectedly erupted worldwide. This highly contagious pathogen infected nearly 90% of the global population within just a few months. The initial clinical manifestations resembled those of a common cold, and coupled with its relatively low mortality rate, it led health authorities in various countries to misjudge it as a seasonal epidemic. As the infection curve began to flatten, the international community gradually lowered its guard. However, in April of the year 523 of the new century, the virus underwent a shocking mutation, resulting in an exponential increase in viral load within the host. Approximately 20 of those infected experienced irreversible transformations, morphing into highly aggressive, zombie-like entities. Meanwhile, a select few among the infected exhibited the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Bai Xiaochuan also awakened a healing power, which, to put it bluntly, rendered him akin to a nurse. The mutated zombies not only moved with remarkable agility, but also exhibited a staggering capacity for transmission. Ordinary humans found themselves nearly defenseless. Once bitten, they would swiftly undergo the transformation process. Survivors were compelled to seek refuge at home. Through the remaining communication networks, they learned that the true name of the virus was Yuan. Further research indicated that individuals capable of mutation or awakening possessed a unique affinity for Yuan. Awakened beings formed distinctive energy crystals at their heart, continuously absorbing Yuan from the environment to enhance their abilities. Shortly after the mutations occurred, the state urgently initiated the ARC project, constructing 9 colossal shelters nationwide. In this new order, the awakened enjoyed a privileged status. Although Bai Xiaochuan's healing abilities were relatively weak in combat, they nevertheless afforded him survival conditions far superior to those of ordinary survivors. For at least those 2 years, Bai Xiaochuan's life was rather comfortable. 2 years later, a crisis termed the Calamity erupted. Just as one shelter teetered on the brink of destruction, a group of mysterious individuals suddenly appeared. They displayed extraordinary powers, effortlessly vanquishing the Calamity-level monstrous beasts. It was later that Bai Xiaochuan learned that these beings, reminiscent of legendary immortals, were in fact long-hidden practitioners. After a few more years, it became clear that these practitioners all hail from the Dao Sect. The Dao Sect was not a singular faction, but rather comprised 4 major sects and several smaller ones. The 4 major sects were Longhu, Wudong, Qingsheng, and Maoshan, all of which were active prior to his rebirth. As more information was unveiled, it became evident why these sects abruptly proclaimed their seclusion in the year 519 when the virus erupted. Clearly, those within the Dao Sect had already discerned the essence and secrets of Yuan that year. Bai Xiaochuan was equally perplexed about the cause of his own death. Despite being a beloved nurse and possessing a character not prone to making enemies, he only recalled celebrating a successful hunt of a high-tier beast with his teammates before returning home and falling asleep as usual. Yet, without any forewarning, he found himself suddenly in that eerie laboratory. It was only at the moment of his demise that he vaguely comprehended that the target of his assailants was the energy crystal within him. Chapter 2. Plans to Ascend. Tonight, let's duo Q and push for diamonds. No way, you pressure monster. Let Xiaochuan accompany you. He can handle the stress better. Their voices arrived before their presence did. The sound of the door unlocking soon followed. Oh, Bai Xiaobang, you're awake? We saw you sleeping so soundly that we didn't want to disturb you. Xiaochuan, did you do something inappropriate last night? I think I heard your bed creaking in the middle of the night. Looking at his roommates, who were both strange and familiar, Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. I'm fine. I'm not really that hungry. His 3 roommates froze simultaneously. This response was not what they had anticipated. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how, if Bai Xiaochuan woke up to find them already having eaten, he would undoubtedly react with an expletive and unleash a torrent of complaints. Yet he was surprisingly calm. Was he still half asleep? Xiaochuan, are you going out to eat or ordering takeout? Let's go out. Bai Xiaochuan grabbed his meal cart and phone, flashed a smile at the trio, and stepped outside. He needed to find a quiet place to thoughtfully consider his future plans. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan exit, the 3 were once again taken aback. It was well known that Bai Xiaochuan would never choose to eat out if he could order takeout or have someone bring him food. He was undoubtedly the most authentic homebody among them. Is that really Xiaochuan? I told him to eat less. Clearly, this is a problem now. Forget him. Let's continue eating. Someone get on the account. Stepping out of the dormitory and making his way to the cafeteria, the mere few hundred meters left Bai Xiaochuan breathless. It was no exaggeration to describe his current state as that of a chubby homebody. Standing at 6 feet tall, yet weighing nearly 200 pounds, compounded by the sedentary lifestyle fostered by his computer habits, he now embodied the essence of physical weakness. In the cafeteria, ding. Observing the numbers deducted from his VX account, Bai Xiaochuan once again appreciated the convenience of mobile payments. Ever since the Calamity, although phones remained functional, payment applications had ceased to work. Food and supplies could only be purchased with federal credits. He found a quiet corner to sit down. As he picked up fresh vegetables and placed them in his mouth, the texture was something only family would understand. No longer that withered, mushy, or bitter sensation. Nostalgia aside, Bai Xiaochuan quickly gathered his thoughts and began formulating his subsequent plans. There were still 3 years until the arrival of Yuan. In these 3 years, he must take action. Otherwise, his rebirth would have been in vain. According to the timeline, Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain had not yet sealed themselves. Perhaps he could take a chance. In his past life, he had heard whispers that the cultivation systems of those practitioners differed from that of awakened beings. They did not rely on naturally absorbing Yuan, but instead followed their own unique methods. Unfortunately, he never understood how these individuals practiced, not even until his death. However, just before his demise, he had heard that the Dao Sect was quietly recruiting disciples, specifically seeking children with good qualifications who had not awakened any abilities. Let's give it a try. After a brief period of contemplation, Bai Xiaochuan formulated his preliminary plan to seek a master within the Dao Sect. After all, this was the only pathway to ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid before the impending calamity. Otherwise, waiting for awakening would yield no difference from his previous life. As for which of the four major sects, Longhu, Wudong, Qingcheng, or Maoshan, to choose, it was indeed a perplexing dilemma. His understanding of the Daoist sect is exceedingly limited. Despite having been an A-level awakener in his previous life, the individuals from the Daoist sect stand atop the pyramid, rendering Bai Xiaochuan little more than a minor player in their presence. Even if he wished to acquire information of significance, he possesses no means to do so. If my memory serves me correctly, my uncle once spent some time as a Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain. Perhaps I should inquire with him. In this life, his little uncle survived the calamity that befell the world and, much like him, awakened extraordinary abilities. The two had met before in the refuge, during which his uncle had already ascended to be one of the top S-level awakeners within the sanctuary. Bai Xiaochuan swiftly opened his messaging app. He soon stumbled upon a rather juvenile picture of Crayon Shinchan with his rear end prominently displayed. Had it not been for the note stating little uncle, he would never have believed that a 40-year-old would employ such a childish image. Bankai Raging Dragon Warrior. Uncle, are you there? Bankai Raging Dragon Warrior retracted a message. Wei, uncle, are you there? Not long after sending the message, the recipient's typing status appeared. Kindergarten leader, Xiaochuan. What's wrong? Uncle is currently busy with a game. Please hold on. Wei. All right, uncle. Less than 10 minutes later. Kindergarten leader. Ugh. That mid-lane Daji is merely a spirit bound to the earth. I signaled him repeatedly to assist me in the wild area. And now I've been utterly penetrated by Han. I say, wait. Kindergarten leader, Xiaochuan. Is there something you wish to discuss? Speak quickly, for I am about to commence my second match. Wei. Uncle, I recall that you once served as a Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain, correct? Wei. I merely wish to inquire if there are any prerequisites for apprenticing at Wudong. Kindergarten leader, are you contemplating becoming a Taoist priest? Xiaochuan, are you all right? Uncle is aware that your past couple of years have been quite challenging, but one cannot simply become a Taoist priest. Wei. Uncle, I am not seeking to become a monk. And after spending some time as a Taoist priest, you were able to return to secular life, were you not? Kindergarten leader, I understand now. Xiaochuan, you merely wish to experience life as a Taoist priest. Within moments, Bai Xiaochuan noticed that his uncle had forwarded him a business card for Master Wang of Wudong. Upon clicking on Master Wang of Wudong, he found that the individual's social media was not restricted to friends only. The social feed was filled with images and videos of the master meditating and practicing martial arts. Indeed, there were numerous advertisements for Wudong's recruitment, including winter fitness qigong classes for adults, tai chi health classes, fasting classes. In a state of hesitant belief, Bai Xiaochuan requested to add the individual as a friend. The request was approved almost instantaneously. As Bai Xiaochuan gazed at the blank chat window, he was about to type a greeting when he received a notification. Ding, ding. Master Wang of Wudong. Smile JGP. Master Wang of Wudong. Fate and destiny are intertwined. Greetings, my friend, with a cheerful smile, JGP. Such rapid typing speed indicated that Master Wang must be employing a 26-key keyboard. Wei, greetings, Master. I would like to inquire, is Wudong currently accepting disciples? You know, those who are unwaveringly loyal, living as Wudong's people and dying as Wudong's spirits. Master Wang of Wudong, my friend, you flatter me. May I inquire about your age this year? Have you married, and are your parents still alive? Master Wang of Wudong. If you have any lingering attachments, I urge you to think carefully before proceeding to Wei. Master, I am 18 years old and an orphan, with no ties to hold me back. I sincerely wish to join Wudong and devote myself to cultivation. Master Wang of Wudong. Ah, well said, well said. Your humble beginnings are indeed difficult, yet your resolve is commendable. However, Wudong requires an examination of fate and aptitude. May I inquire as to your current residence? Would it be convenient for you to visit the mountain for a discussion? Before Bai Xiaochuan could fully comprehend the message, Master Wang sent a plethora of additional information, seemingly copied and pasted. Master Wang of Wudong. Attached is the route map to the mountain. Should you take a high-speed train to Shirini Station, you may contact the temple for a pickup. Phone 138XXXX Wudong. Master Wang of Wudong. A friendly reminder. The mountain gate is currently undergoing renovations, so if you decide to come, please wear non-slip shoes. Additionally, bring 2 sets of change of clothes, as the temple distributes new robes on the 1st and 15th of each month. Smile JPG. Master Wang of Wudong. Furthermore, during the assessment period, accommodation and meals will be at your own expense, charged at a rate of 168 per day. Do you see this? This is professionalism. Bai Xiaochuan mused. 168. That amounts to 5,040 for a month, if the assessment period is prolonged. He hastily checked his balance, the 6-digit figure eliciting a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Wu Wei. Master, may I ask how long the assessment period typically lasts? Master Wang of Wudong. Young friend, the assessment period generally ranges from 1 month to 3 years. During this time, the focus will be on daily labor, reciting scriptures, and practicing martial arts. Wu Wei. Understood, Master. Master Wang of Wudong. Young friend, the costs for meals and accommodation during the assessment period are fixed and cannot be waived. However, once officially accepted as a disciple, you will no longer need to pay these fees. Wu Wei. I understand. Thank you, Master. Rose JPG. Master Wang of Wudong. Well said, well said. A sincere heart brings forth spiritual connection. Should you decide to ascend the mountain, feel free to contact me to arrange for your transport. Master Wang of Wudong. Attached is the regulations for entering the temple. The PDF morning bells and evening drums must be timely during fasting periods. Meat and fish are prohibited during the assessment period. Mobile phone usage is limited to 2 hours per day. Special circumstances can be requested. Bai Xiaochuan opened the document and glanced through it, noticing a meme at the end emblazoned with red ink. When feeling anxious, recite quietly.jpg. The image depicted a stout Taoist priest fervently practicing Tai Chi, accompanied by the caption, "Do not panic. It is all part of the cultivation." Bai Xiaochuan silently closed the interface. In this day and age, even temples have implemented anti-addiction systems. Chapter 3. Ultimately, the decision to go to Wudong. After meandering around the playground, Bai Xiaochuan made his way back to the dormitory. He still needed to contemplate whether to go to Wudong, and there was no urgency in making a decision. After all, the assessment period was clearly delineated, ranging from a minimum of 1 month to a maximum of 3 years. Given that it had only been 3 years since the source appeared, this implied he would likely have just one opportunity to make a choice. What compounded the matter was that even after the assessment period, entry into the sect was not guaranteed. He needed to ascertain which sect was the most reliable. As he pushed open the dormitory door, the familiar sound of keyboard clattering erupted all around him. There are people in building 2. Be careful. Don't rush, I'll go up first. It was a game of chicken, and Bai Xiaochuan paused, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the screens of his 3 roommates. He recalled that he had once been quite fond of this game, often playing until dawn with his roommates, until the dormitory's power was cut off. Xiaochuan, are you joining us? We're 1 short. The bespectacled boy closest to the door turned to call out. Bai Xiaochuan remembered his name, but back then, he called him Xiao Si. No, not right now, Bai Xiaochuan replied with a faint smile as he walked to his spot. What is up, Xiaochuan? You were always the one urging us for another round. Did you suffer a heartbreak or something? No worries. I've got secret resources to cheer you up later. Come on, I'll find you your favorite 98K. I'll even get you a sniper rifle. You'll love it. Listening to their familiar yet distant banter, a smile involuntarily crept across Bai Xiaochuan's lips. Halfway through the first semester of his freshman year, the boys' dormitory was still in its honeymoon phase, and the 4 of them were practically inseparable. Those days were indeed the happiest phase of his college life. Unfortunately, such bliss was fleeting. Aside from him, his roommates were all quite good-looking. Within a year, these 3 fellows had their hearts stolen away by various girls. The once cohesive squad of 4 crumbled, leaving him as the solitary outcast. From that point onward, his relationship with his roommates grew increasingly distant, and after graduation, they all went their separate ways, never to reunite. Then let us play a few rounds, Bai Xiaochuan said, pulling out a chair and opening his laptop. That's the spirit. Let us log in. Time to eat some chicken. The day passed swiftly. It had been a while since Bai Xiaochuan had played, and though he was inexperienced, he derived joy from the experience. Moreover, with the groundwork laid, his roommates dared not pressure him. In the subsequent days, Bai Xiaochuan either investigated the entry thresholds of various sects or dealt with the formalities of withdrawing from school. Xiaochuan, you're dropping out? Yes. There has been some trouble at home, and they hope I can return to help, Bai Xiaochuan replied vaguely, as his roommates were unaware of his family situation. Don't do this, Xiaochuan. A college degree is still a degree. A technical school can also provide education. Discuss it thoroughly with your family. No need. The family has already made up its mind. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Seeing Bai Xiaochuan's resolute attitude, the trio could not argue further. During that gathering, Bai Xiaochuan shared a few drinks with his 3 roommates. Even under the influence of alcohol, he refrained from divulging information about the virus and the impending catastrophe. Some things, if spoken now, would undoubtedly lead others to perceive him as a fool. It would be akin to telling your close friend, I'm actually a prophet, and this time next year will mark the end of the world. The only escape is to drop out and join me as a Daoist. Such words would be received as if one were stuffing a pile of dung into their friend's ears. Not only would they be disbelieved, but one would also be regarded as foolish. Naturally, Bai Xiaochuan would not undertake such a thankless endeavor. However, the four of them did have a WeChat group. Perhaps before disaster struck, he could offer them some hints, regardless of whether they believed him. 2 days later, Bai Xiaochuan packed his belongings and returned to his home in Hangzhou. The home was not particularly messy, though Bai Xiaochuan had not been adept at cleaning. He often hired cleaning ladies to tidy up the place. During this time, he had perused an abundance of materials regarding various Daoist sections. Among them, Qingqing Mountain and Wudong had similar standards, with assessment periods lasting 1 to 2 months. Those who were physically and mentally healthy could remain as practitioners or apprentices, partaking in labor and studying the classics. However, to become a formal Daoist, one would still require a Master S recommendation, which would likely take another 2 to 3 years. The entry process for Longhu Mountain was a bit more complex, with a minimum assessment period of 3 years. As for Maoshan, it was a lineage that only accepted one disciple at a time. Unless Bai Xiaochuan were to be 10 years younger, entry would be highly improbable. After continuously comparing these materials, Bai Xiaochuan ultimately decided to go to Wudong. During his rebirth, he had no knowledge of the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 major sections. Since he could not make a judgment, Bai Xiaochuan would undoubtedly prioritize the place where he could become a formal Daoist in the shortest time possible. Having made his decision, Bai Xiaochuan promptly booked a high-speed train to Wudong Mountain. The next morning, he set out early, intending to purchase some daily necessities from the supermarket. After all, supplies on the mountain were limited, and certain items needed to be prepared in advance. Xiaochuan, just a few steps out of the community, a voice both unfamiliar and familiar called out from behind. Bai Xiaochuan turned to see a tall girl standing not far away. Her simple ponytail framed by a white jacket and light blue jeans. Li Zhijua. Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon confirming it was indeed Bai Xiaochuan, Li Jingyue quickly approached, her face lit with uncontainable excitement. "It's really you." She inspected him from head to toe and suddenly chuckled. "You've gotten quite chubby." "Huh. The food has been too good," Bai Xiaochuan replied, "but after such a long time, you still look as beautiful as ever." "Li Schoolflower, are you looking for a fight?" Li Jingyue pretended to be angry, raising her small fist as if to punch Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan took a symbolic step back. In his memories, Li Jingyue was akin to a childhood friend. They had been in the same class throughout middle and high school and had shared the same desk for several years. Li Jingyue had always been the undisputed school beauty, standing at 1.7 meters tall with finely sculpted features, particularly her almond-shaped eyes that curved in a charming crescent when she smiled. During those years, countless boys had slipped love letters and snacks in her desk, and those offerings often ended up in Bai Xiaochuan's stomach, her deskmate. In their second year of high school, Bai Xiaochuan had harbored a crush on this sunny and cheerful girl. However, after the sudden death of his parents, his world had collapsed, leaving him deflated like a punctured balloon, devoid of any youthful infatuations. "I'm genuinely glad to see you doing well now," Li Jingyue said softly. "Keep it up. With your abilities, you can completely wreck-heart your future. A diploma from a technical school can lead to a bachelor's degree, and a bachelor's can lead to a master's. Just like you used to say, paths are forged by those who walk them." "Haha, but no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to the talented students from Hongda," Bai Xiaochuan teased lightly, but he noticed a fleeting hint of disappointment in Li Jingyue's eyes. "You're still as witty as ever. Seriously, aren't you studying in Jincheng? Why are you in Hangzhou on a Tuesday? Did school let out this early?" "I'm back to handle some matters, and we'll leave tomorrow." Bai Xiaochuan glanced at his phone and shifted the topic. "I have some things to attend to. Let us catch up another day?" "Sure." Watching Bai Xiaochuan hurriedly depart, Li Jingyue stood still for a long time, lost in thought. She always felt that Bai Xiaochuan had changed, becoming somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, Bai Xiaochuan himself was not particularly anxious. He simply found himself at a loss for conversation with Li Jingyue. Perhaps in his high school days, he would have incessantly sought topics to amuse her, but now, he lacked the inclination. Time, like a relentless brush, incessantly erases the memories of each individual, no matter how close friends or lovers may be. Prolonged separation inevitably dulls their affections, returning them to their original state. Chapter 4. The Probation Period. On November 15th, in the crisp air of early winter, Bai Xiaochuan dragged a hefty suitcase onto the train bound for Wudong Mountain. The cold wind swept across the platform, prompting him to instinctively wrap his coat tighter. The November weather bore a hint of chill, with temperatures in many places plummeting to around 10 degrees Celsius. Nevertheless, within the train carriage, Bai Xiaochuan still spotted several young girls clad in JK skirts paired with black stockings. Ah, delightful indeed. Finding a window seat, Bai Xiaochuan gazed vacantly at the fleeting scenery outside. Where would his former teammates be now? If memory serves, his boss should be in Sioux City at present. He wondered what she looked like with her dark hair. He longed for her fair and straight locks. Ahem, his thoughts strayed. The journey from Hangzhou to the location of Wudong Mountain in Shurian required a 7-hour ride. This leg of the trip was astonishingly tranquil. There were no chance encounters typical of novels, nor did any accidents occur. Such serenity left the Reborn Bai Xiaochuan feeling somewhat out of place. In an era of cataclysm, outside the shelters lay an expanse filled with mutated beasts. The idea of embarking on a long-distance journey in such safety seemed like a fantasy. Even the transportation of supplies between various shelters had to risk traversing aerial routes, fraught with peril, as countless ferocious flying beasts circled above. Shurian Station has arrived. Please disembark. The announcement jolted him back to reality. As he stepped into the throng of travelers outside the station, the square was alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter. Bai Xiaochuan inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and stretched his weary limbs. It was truly wonderful to witness such a peaceful world once more. At the exit, a middle-aged woman, holding a sign, stood out conspicuously. The sign was boldly inscribed with Wudong Mountain Reception Center. Below it, a considerate note indicated, "All visitors heading to Wudong Mountain, please gather here." A dozen or so tourists, each sporting travel bags, had already congregated around her. "Excuse me, is this the place for Wudong Mountain?" Bai Xiaochuan inquired as he approached. "Indeed, you've arrived just in time. We have just enough people." The receptionist replied without lifting her head, then raised a small megaphone and called out, "Everyone, follow me." Bai Xiaochuan silently trailed behind the group, dragging his suitcase. The receptionist's demeanor was not particularly warm. Perhaps the fatigue from a day of receiving visitors affected her tone. However, this was inconsequential to him, for his purpose for this journey was not tourism, and he naturally did not concern himself with the quality of service. The bus slowly departed the city, stopping approximately 2 hours later in a small town nestled among mountains. Although remote, the town was bustling with activity, filled with tour guides waving small flags and groups of tourists. Observing the lively crowd outside, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but reflect that, prior to the closure of Wudong Mountain, the influx of visitors was indeed as notable as rumored. After the Daoist sect emerged in the previous life, many had harbored dreams of joining, yet tragically, many either perished on the journey or were turned away at the gates. "All right, we've arrived at the visitor center. Everyone disembark. If you wish to take a vehicle up the mountain, head to the station on the right, though there is a fee," the announcement concluded. Bai Xiaochuan alighted from the bus and first contacted Daoist Wang through WeChat. "Wu Wei, greetings, Daoist. I have arrived at the visitor center. How may I find you?" This time, Daoist Wang did not respond immediately, possibly occupied with other visitors. After about 10 minutes, a message finally popped up on Bai Xiaochuan's phone. "Wudong Daoist Wang, greetings, young friend. Please take the scenic bus to Taizipo. I will await you there." Wu Wei, understood, Daoist. JPG, Taizipo, also known as Fujin Temple, was said to be the place where the supreme Emperor Jinwu practiced at the age of 15. Bai Xiaochuan, with suitcase in tow, climbed what felt like an endless number of steps, drenched in sweat. Had he ventured to the golden summit, it would surely have been his demise. Finally, panting heavily, he reached the entrance of the Taizipo scenic area. From a distance, Bai Xiaochuan spotted a figure in a dark blue Daoist robe standing at the entrance. He looked just as he did in the photos shared among friends, though now he exuded an even more transcendent aura. One could tell he was a remarkable individual. Daoist Wang smiled, nodding in acknowledgement to the passing tourists. Many approached him, eager to take photographs together. Bai Xiaochuan steadied himself, dragging his suitcase forward, and respectfully said, "Greetings, Daoist Wang." Greetings, Daoist Wang responded, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone gentle. The atmosphere momentarily froze. The two locked eyes, staring at each other in silence. Bai Xiaochuan felt a touch of awkwardness and cleared his throat. "Daoist Wang, I am the young friend who contacted you previously." "What?" Daoist Wang replied. "If you wish to take a photo, come over here." He gestured for Bai Xiaochuan to approach. Bai Xiaochuan's expression stiffened, uncertain whether he should comply. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to show the chat history, a young Daoist hurriedly approached from within the scenic area, exclaiming loudly, "Ha ha ha! You must be Bai Xiaochuan. My apologies, my master seldom uses his phone. I handle all the communication for him." Reaching Bai Xiaochuan, the young Daoist smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wang Yi." Bai Xiaochuan nodded. "Hello, I am Bai Xiaochuan." In Bai Xiaochuan's eyes, this young Daoist, Wang Yi, appeared to lack the distinguished demeanor of Daoist Wang. Dark circles encircled his eyes. Although his complexion was fair, he emanated an air of lethargy. Unreliable. He seemed very much so. Wang Yi turned to Daoist Wang, explaining, "Master, this is the young man I mentioned who wishes to join Wudong." Daoist Wang nodded in understanding. I see. Take him to the back mountain and clarify the necessary details. Understood, Master, the young Daoist replied cheerfully, then gestured for Bai Xiaochuan to follow. Bai Daoyu, please come with me. Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't he be a young friend? This young Daoist appeared at most a year or two older than him. Yet here he was, addressing him as young friend in WeChat. How amusing that he was already being addressed as master. Well, never mind. He would endure it for now. The young Daoist chuckled. Bai Daoyu, please don't take offense. I was using my Master S title when chatting with you. If I seem presumptuous, I beg your forgiveness. As they proceeded onward, approximately half an hour later, an ancient courtyard came into view, accompanied by several quaint little buildings. Fortunately, the path was paved with concrete rather than rugged mountain trails. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochuan would have truly been exhausted dragging his suitcase. Arriving at the courtyard entrance, the young Daoist paused. Bai Daoyu, have you reviewed the entry guidelines? I have. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Do you have your identification and a certificate of no criminal record? Yes, I have. Good. The young Daoist pointed toward a room on the right. The payment office is over there. Bai Daoyu may first settle a month's accommodation and meal fees. Should you choose to withdraw midway, the temple will refund the remaining fees. Understood. Thank you, Daozhong. Bai Daoyu, you are too polite. Let us add each other on WeChat. If any matters arise, feel free to reach out to me directly there. Very well. The two exchanged WeChat details with simplicity. The WeChat ID of the young Daoist Wang Yi bore a cartoon avatar depicting a practitioner of Taoism, which was indeed fitting for this young Daoist. After completing the payment, a set of bedding was also provided. Upon returning, Daoist Wang led Bai Xiaochuan to a separate courtyard. Within this courtyard, 7 or 8 Daoists clad in deep blue robes were seated cross-legged on the flagstone, their ages ranging from teenagers to those in their 30s. At the forefront, a Daoist of approximately 40 years was delivering a lecture. The two stood at the entrance, awaiting the conclusion of the Daoist's mid-lecture break before Daoist Wang guided Bai Xiaochuan to the side of the lecturing Daoist. Shushu Zhou, this is our new disciple. Daoist Zhou possessed a square visage, with brows like swords and eyes that burned with intensity. He was donning a faded robe, cinched at the waist with a simple cloth belt. His expression bore a striking resemblance to Bai Xiaochuan's most dreaded chemistry teacher from high school. Daoist Zhou acknowledged with a faint nod, his gaze briefly sweeping over Bai Xiaochuan. Wang Yi, take him to the dormitory to settle his belongings, then lead him to change into Daoist robes before returning. Yes, Shushu, Daoist Wang replied respectfully with a bow. The dormitory was a 2-story building. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, the interior was sparsely furnished. 4 wooden beds lined the walls, and the bare cement floor was scattered with peeling paint. Sunlight filtered through the old wooden windows, illuminating the motes of dust suspended in the air. Bai Daoyu, feel free to choose any vacant bed. All right, Bai Daoyu. Shushu Zhou is actually quite amiable. However, he has been the one teaching new disciples for the past few years. Unfortunately, over the years, very few have persevered in their quest for Taoism at Wudong. Many give up after just a month. Is the standard for accepting disciples at Wudong particularly high? Bai Xiaochuan inquired, astonished. Not necessarily. Daoist Wang slightly shook his head. In this day and age, there are far too few who can endure the morning bells and evening drums, reciting scriptures, and practicing martial arts, while also abstaining from smoking and alcohol, and distancing themselves from their phones. Most arrive with enthusiasm, yet ultimately succumb to worldly temptations. In the past 2 years, only one person has officially become a disciple. Daoist Wang sighed. Such is the world. Haha, I assume that person must be you, Daoist Wang. Bai Xiaochuan replied with a light chuckle. How did you know, Bai Daoyu? It's all written on your face. You rogue. You just want to brag in a roundabout way. Daoist Wang, though still quite young, was remarkably composed and considerate in his dealings. Who else could it be? Bai Xiaochuan flattered. While feeling somewhat displeased, he understood the importance of social niceties. A well-placed compliment could elevate one's standing, while a truth spoken too bluntly could hinder progress. This adage held true even in times of crisis. Actually, Bai Daoyu, you are rather fortunate. Had you arrived a month later, it may not have been so easy to join as a disciple. Why is that? Bai Xiaochuan asked, puzzled. Currently, many sects are experiencing similar circumstances as Wudong. Each year, numerous individuals seek the path, but many abandon their pursuits midway, revealing their lack of character. Thus, the Daoist community has decided that those wishing to enter must not only undergo strict evaluations, but also study in a Daoist class for 2 years before obtaining a completion certificate. Isn't that just a money-making scheme? One cannot say it so lightly. Isn't the fee for the Daoist class rather exorbitant? Though it hasn't been finalized. I believe there was mention of 20,000 per semester in the group chat. 20,000? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed, rolling his eyes dramatically. Isn't that daylight robbery? It does indeed seem a bit steep, Daoist Wang contemplated. Bai Xiaochuan silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. Had he waited for that Daoist class to commence, he might have found the gates of Wudong closed before he ever officially began his journey. Without further ado, Bai Xiaochuan returned to the courtyard with Daoist Wang after changing into his Daoist robe. Daoist Zhou had resumed his lecture, and upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan enter, merely nodded slightly, indicating for him to take a seat and listen. Chapter 5. Half a year later. Time had flown by like a fleeting horse. The courtyard's green bricks were slightly dampened by the morning dew as Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, awakening from meditation. His breathing was long and steady, and his gaze clear, as if he had become one with the surrounding air, exuding an ineffable tranquility. Around Bai Xiaochuan, a dozen or so fellow disciples in matching deep blue robes remained seated in meditation. Most wore furrowed brows, their bodies swaying slightly, clearly still struggling to achieve true stillness. This state mirrored that of Bai Xiaochuan upon his initial arrival 6 months prior. Back then, he too had sat in discomfort, unable to grasp the essence of meditation. Whenever he closed his eyes, his thoughts would drift to joyful memories. It was not until the 7th day that he experienced a sudden epiphany, casting aside distractions to feel for the first time that profound state of existence. His consciousness was clear, yet devoid of clutter, breath barely perceptible, and even the existence of his body began to blur. The sensation of meditation was akin to a deep stupor, yet distinct from mere daydreaming, as he could sense the subtle energies surrounding him. With a gentle exhalation, Bai Xiaochuan released a breath of turbid air, and upon raising his head, he met the approving gaze of Daoist Zhou at the front. Over the past 6 months, Daoist Zhou's impression of Bai Xiaochuan had risen dramatically. When he first encountered this fair-skinned, somewhat scholarly young man, Daoist Zhou had already written him off. Such a delicate city dweller, he thought, would be fortunate to last even a month. Yet, who would have imagined that Bai Xiaochuan not only remained, but also emerged as the most outstanding among the current disciples. Whether in meditation, scripture recitation, martial practice, or daily chores, Bai Xiaochuan approached each task with meticulous diligence, never complaining of fatigue. What was even more remarkable was his consistent demeanor of calm humility. He neither became arrogant with progress nor impatient in the face of setbacks. Thus, once one develops a favorable impression of another, they appear increasingly agreeable. Daoist Zhou found himself feeling this way towards Bai Xiaochuan. Had Bai Xiaochuan been aware of Daoist Zhou's changed perception of him, he would have felt secretly elated, yet he would not have let it go to his head. He was acutely aware of his own strengths and weaknesses. He too was a person who enjoyed boasting and relished the sight of beautiful women. Partaking in late-night barbecues while discussing grand life aspirations, squatting by the roadside pretending to own passing luxury cars, and gaming with a record of 0 to 10 in a 1v5 scenario. In terms of character, he was rather average. Were he to reflect on his past life, he too had indulged in many unsavory activities. Compared to other disciples, his only advantage lay in his unwavering determination. While others hesitated over whether to stay, he had already etched the words "become a disciple of Wudong" into the very marrow of his being. This almost obsessive resolve made him stand out in the eyes of others, as if he were innately suited for the path of cultivation. All right, let's conclude the morning session here. Xiaochuan, come here for a moment. Yes, Daozhong. Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose, shaking out his sore feet. The half-year of disciplined living had transformed him from a nearly 200-pound figure into a more standard frame of just over 150 pounds. His once pale skin now bore a healthy sun-kissed hue from the mountain sun. This can indeed be regarded as a metamorphosis from a reclusive nerd to a refined gentleman. Presently, Bai Xiaochuan stands with an air that unmistakably marks him as a true practitioner of the path. Approaching Daozhong Zhou, he bows slightly, inquiring, "Daozhong, did you summon me?" "Xiaochuan, come with me," Zhou Daozhong replied, his demeanor softened from its usual sternness to one of warmth. "Yes," Bai Xiaochuan affirmed, and thus Zhou Daozhong led him onward, the path clear and directed towards the Zixiao Palace. As they walked, Zhou Daozhong turned to inquire, "Xiaochuan, you have been here for half a year as an apprentice. How do you find this way of life?" Taken aback by the question, Bai Xiaochuan hesitated. To speak candidly, having spent 6 months in this place, he had not discerned much in the way of cultivation. Were it not for the resilience in his heart, he might have already fled. The only tangible transformation he could claim was the evolution of a singular abdominal muscle into a formidable six-pack. The so-called martial practice consisted merely of stances and rudimentary punch techniques, with the bulk of his efforts devoted to weightlifting. Indeed, Wudong boasted a gym that rivaled any found outside its gates. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Xiaochuan replied, "To be honest, when I first arrived, I found this life excruciatingly harsh. Rising at dawn to meditate, reciting scriptures until my throat was parched, and enduring the aches of practice. Even my meals were reduced to counting grains of rice. Yet, upon reflection, I now perceive this existence as clearer than my previous life. Zhou Daozhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, in what manner is it clearer? In the past, my days revolve around classes, sleep, and gaming, repeating ad nauseum, akin to sinking deeper into a mire with each struggle. Even in society, it was merely a cycle of work, scrolling through my phone, sleepless nights, and being jolted awake by an alarm to resume the grind, a veritable existence akin to that of beasts of burden. Yet here, though life is simple, every task bears its own significance. Zhou Daozhong nodded in satisfaction, prompting Bai Xiaochuan to continue. Meditating at dawn cultivates the heart. Reciting scriptures and practicing martial arts refines the body. Even cleaning and labor serve to nurture one's character. Eating and sleeping transform into a form of cultivation. Zhou Daozhong appeared increasingly intrigued. Is it not peculiar, Daozhong? Bai Xiaochuan ventured. Previously, I equated joy with indulging in fine meals, engaging in exhilarating play, or waking naturally from slumber. Yet now, even a moment of clarity in meditation or a fleeting smoothness in practice brings me fulfillment. Wait. Zhou Daozhong interjected, halting him with a gesture. Are you composing an essay? He shot Bai Xiaochuan an exasperated glare. Goodness, a moment of clarity in meditation, a fleeting smoothness in practice. Such phrases would earn you full marks in an exam. Haha, Daozhong, I merely speak the truth. Bai Xiaochuan scratched his head sheepishly. I, Zhou Li, have been a Daoist for nearly 20 years, with credentials to prove it. Yet over all these years, my insights pale in comparison to your mere half-year's experience. All right, let us turn to serious matters. Do you know what this probationary period at Wudong entails? Zhou Daozhong's tone shifted to one of gravity. Character, temperament, comprehension? Bai Xiaochuan speculated. Zhou Daozhong cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaochuan, noting his diligent preparation. All of those are correct. Yet what we value most in accepting disciples at Wudong is one essential quality: authenticity. Authenticity? Indeed, sincerity without deceit, words and actions in harmony, no concealment of flaws, no opportunism. Most importantly, a genuine heart directed towards the path. Zhou Daozhong asserted with quiet determination. And fortuitously, I see these qualities within you. Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not reveal that what Zhou Daozhong perceived was merely a facade, as he sought the cultivation methods of their system. Now, do you know where we are headed? The Xiao Palace? Bai Xiaochuan replied, for over the past 6 months. He had explored Wudong thoroughly and knew well which paths led where. Precisely. My master, the current leader of Wudong, wishes to meet you. Bai Xiaochuan gasped softly in surprise. The current leader of Wudong wishes to see me? Could it be? A surge of joy welled within him. This half-year of hardship had not been in vain. Daozhong, could it be that the leader wishes to accept me as a disciple? Think again, Zhou Daozhong replied, a hint of wildness in his demeanor as he stepped out of his mentor role. However, perhaps it is indeed possible. You shall find out when you arrive. Chapter 6. Becoming a disciple of the leader. In a tranquil courtyard near the Xiao Palace, ancient trees towered overhead, and floral fragrances wafted through the air. This was the residence of Zhao Yunyu, the leader of Wudong. Since the Xiao Palace opened to the public as a tourist site, the septuagenarian had relocated to this serene haven. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating Zhao Daozhong as he tended to the flowers with a watering can. Master, he has arrived. Zhou Li's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Come in, the elder replied, setting down the watering can and brushing his sleeves before gazing kindly towards the entrance. Bai Xiaochuan followed Zhou Li into the courtyard, his gaze swiftly locking onto Zhao Yunyu. Clad in a simple Daoist robe, his white hair and beard belied his vigorous spirit. This was not Bai Xiaochuan's first encounter with a contemporary leader of Wudong. He had seen photos and videos online, and even had a recent chance encounter. Greetings, esteemed leader. Bai Xiaochuan bowed deeply, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. You must be Bai Xiaochuan. I have heard Zhou Li mention you daily. His evaluations of your performance have been nearly perfect. Zhao Yunyu smiled warmly. Daozhong Zhou is too kind, Bai Xiaochuan replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he has never awarded such a high score in his years as an entrance evaluator. This indicates that he has recognized your authenticity. From this day forth, I officially declare you a member of Wudong Mountain. Bai Xiaochuan's heart raced at these words. Though it felt somewhat hasty, such a declaration from the leader could not be false. The disciple ceremony will be held at the Xiao Palace tomorrow, attended by elders from all sects, Zhao Yunyu continued. You may choose to apprentice under any elder you wish. Bai Xiaochuan was astonished. Shouldn't the elders select their disciples? The leader's words seemed to suggest he could choose his master at will. Haha, Xiaochuan, you may not be aware, but Wudong disciples are indeed scarce. There are more first and second generation disciples than those of the third generation. Many elders have been coming to me, beseeching me to relax the entrance criteria. Zhou chuckled. Then, upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan hastily knelt before the leader, his gaze flickering to the ground. Esteemed leader, I wish to be your disciple. Please accept me. If one is to apprentice, it must be to the most formidable. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, that fellow Wang you referred to Zhou Li as Shu. Should he directly apprentice under the leader, that would compel Wang Yi to address him as Shu as well. The prestige of rank would instantaneously elevate. Both Zhao Yunyu and Zhou Li were taken aback by Xiaochuan's fervor. Zhao Yunyu shot Zhou Li an incredulous glare. Is this what you call slightly dull-witted? This lad is sharper than a rabbit. Stand up, Xiaochuan. Zhao Yunyu gently pulled Bai Xiaochuan to his feet. Although I intend to take on a closed-door disciple, my requirements are not simple. Master, please speak, for I shall never yield. Indeed, my request may not be overly difficult, provided you can activate your Dantian within 2 months. I shall take you as my disciple. Dantian? Bai Xiaochuan inquired, confusion etched on his face. He had heard of this term before, yet he regarded it merely as an ethereal concept. It was mentioned in those martial arts novels, alluding to the cultivation of internal energy. Precisely. I have heard from Zhou Li that you can now maintain a meditative state for an hour, correct? Upon entering this state, are you able to perceive a flow of energy coursing through your body? Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly. He had already discovered this, and could even adeptly control the currents of energy. However, after extensive contemplation, he remained unaware of their true utility. Excellent. Zhao Yun approached, gently tapping Bai Xiaochuan's forehead, heart center, and finally pausing just below his navel. During meditation, guide the energy to circulate through these 3 points. One complete cycle constitutes a small microcosmic orbit, repeating until you can sense your Dantian. Master, do you truly possess some martial art cultivation technique? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in astonishment. If I have a Dantian, could it be that this energy is the legendary internal force? I am eager to learn any supreme techniques, as long as they are not the Sunflower Manual. Haha, there are indeed martial arts, yet they are merely methods for physical enhancement. Techniques like the lightness skill or the ability to leap across roofs. These are mere illusions. We must trust in science. Bai Xiaochuan scratched his head in uncertainty. He wished to believe in science as well, but the memories from his previous life were undeniably real. Zhou Li instructed Bai Xiaochuan to descend the mountain while he remained in the courtyard. Watching Bai Xiaochuan's figure vanish around the bend in the mountain path, he turned and approached Zhao Yun. Master, is 2 months truly enough time to activate the Dantian? I took nearly 6 months to achieve it myself. Besides, you were already inclined to accept him, weren't you? Zhao Yun chuckled softly, gazing still toward the mountain path. Yes and no. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ever since you presented me with Xiaochuan's assessment report, I have paid special attention to him, even taking time to observe him in secret for several days. This child is exceedingly diligent, almost to a fault. Even when sweeping, he ensures every crack between the bricks is spotless. Isn't that commendable? Zolikaria, perplexa. After all his years as an assessor, he had never encountered anyone so meticulous for such an extended period. Even that rascal Wang, he had only pretended for a month or 2 before slacking off. Were it not for he would never have allowed that scoundrel to enter. Indeed, it is commendable. Zhao Yun nodded slightly. From him, I can perceive a steadfast determination to join Wudong. This persistence is what enabled him to become a formal Daoist in just 6 months. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Yun's eyes. However, it's peculiar. The assessment period is not akin to college entrance exams. His resolve seems excessively fervent, as if he is undertaking some trial, his diligence bordering on the deliberate. In these times, few can endure the rigors of ascetic practice, let alone harbor such an obsession. If there truly existed unparalleled martial arts, one might understand. But history has shown that such legends are but illusions. Zhao Yun shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Even I, the head of Wudong, must now concede to the tenets of science. Let this test serve as a trial for him. If he can indeed activate his Dantian within 2 months, regardless of his motivations, at least his willingness to invest effort is commendable enough for me to accept him. At this moment, Zhou Li scratched his head. Master, I have another question. Did you not say I was already a closed-door disciple? Zhao Yun replied, if Xiaochuan succeeds, then he shall be the closed-window disciple. Chapter 7. The Formal Apprenticeship, Becoming Wang Ye's Senior Uncle. 50 days later, The Taoist Academy has officially commenced its classes. This signifies that newcomers wishing to join the Taoist sect must first obtain a diploma from the Academy. Consequently, the standards for those who graduate from the Academy will be considerably relaxed. However, graduation from the Academy requires at least 2 years of study, and with only a little over 2 years remaining before the major sects close their doors. The establishment of the Academy effectively severed the direct entry for those wishing to join the Taoist sect. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaochuan is now a recognized disciple of Wudong, a Taoist. He is now merely one certificate away from formal acknowledgement by the sect. Bai Xiaochuan is resolute in obtaining this certificate within a year, for he does not wish to be ridiculed as an unlicensed Taoist in the future. In the dormitory, Bai Xiaochuan gradually emerged from his meditative state. This room, originally intended for 4, now housed only him. Of the 20 or so disciples initially present, only 7 or 8 remained. However, according to Zhou Li, these few had barely met the criteria for entry. If they do not recruit more disciples soon, the new entrants would have to wait until 2 years later, and the elders would surely be driven to despair. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brows. Following the master's teachings, he had diligently practiced for over a month, meditating whenever he had the chance. Yet, the results were far from satisfactory. To this day, he still could not accurately perceive the location of his dantian. The master had stated that the dantian is the innate energy center of a person, requiring postnatal cultivation to manifest. An energy center, Bai Xiaochuan mused, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, he had not understood how practitioners within the Taoist sect cultivated or how they operated their source energy. If the dantian is indeed the energy center of a human body, then the controllable energy would serve as a medium to guide the source into the dantian. Awakened individuals, due to their inability to harness the energy and failing to develop their dantian, ended up having the absorbed source coalesce in their hearts, forming crystalline abilities. According to researchers from his previous life, those fortunate enough to channel the source into their hearts became awakened. The vast majority, however, directed it into their lungs, where an accumulation of source energy would ultimately lead to mutation, resulting in mindless zombies. If this is indeed the case, activating the dantian is imperative. A resolute determination ignited within Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. Another week passed. It has activated. It truly has appeared. Bai Xiaochuan leaped from his bed in exhilaration. At that moment, he could distinctly sense a spherical energy mass forming in his abdomen, akin to an ocean of energy. After nearly 2 months of unwavering meditation, Bai Xiaochuan had finally succeeded in activating his dantian before the deadline. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Bai Xiaochuan hurried to find Zhou Li to share this momentous news. Is this true? Zhou Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Has someone truly managed to activate their dantian in just 2 months? Zhou Li placed his right hand over Bai Xiaochuan's lower abdomen, a stream of energy extending from his palm and gradually seeping into Bai Xiaochuan's body. While these energy currents bore no substantial effect at present, should they not return, it would indicate that the dantian had absorbed and guided the energy within Bai Xiaochuan. After a brief moment, sensing that the energy did not return, the astonishment on Zhou Li's face intensified. Incredible. It is indeed true. Let's go meet the master. All right, brother. You young lad are quite eager. It would not be too late to change your address after formally becoming a disciple. In the abode of the sect leader, Zhao Yunyu similarly placed his hand upon Bai Xiaochuan's abdomen for confirmation. To his surprise, Xiaochuan, you have performed admirably. Zhou Li, inform all the elders that a ceremony for Xiaochuan's apprenticeship will be held tomorrow. As you command. Zhou Li excitedly dashed out of the courtyard, leaving only Bai Xiaochuan and Zhao Yunyu in the yard. Master, Bai Xiaochuan immediately knelt down and respectfully bowed his head to Zhao Yunyu. Do not be in haste, Xiaochuan. After the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow, remember to prepare the apprenticeship letter, Zhao Yunyu said with a gentle smile. Yes, master. Master, I have a question. What precisely is the function of the dantian and its qi? Bai Xiaochuan could no longer suppress his curiosity. Sighing softly, Zhao Yunyu shook his head. Although the ancient texts on internal cultivation document the functions of the dantian and its qi, no one has truly realized its potential in hundreds of years. Those legends have gradually been mythologized, and martial arts have slowly devolved into mere tools for physical enhancement. Just like now, if we were to truly engage in combat, I might very well be brought down by you in just a few moves. Master, you jest. Then, may I peruse those ancient texts on internal cultivation? Certainly. Those texts are housed on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. You may go whenever you wish to read them. Thank you, master. Bai Xiaochuan could hardly contain his excitement. At this moment, the visions in his heart were gradually taking shape. As long as he could access those cultivation systems in advance, he would be able to surpass the majority. In the early morning, fragrant smoke wafted in front of Zixia Palace, and the morning bell chimed melodiously. Bai Xiaochuan donned a brand new Dao robe, his hair neatly tied, and stood solemnly in the center of the grand hall. On either side stood the elders and fellow disciples of Wudong, numbering around 40. Zhou Li stood at the front row, casting him an encouraging glance. Sect leader Zhao Yunyu, clad in a dark robe and holding a whisk, slowly ascended to the main seat. Disciple Bai Xiaochuan, today I sincerely wish to be initiated into the Wudong sect, to follow my master in the pursuit of the Dao, uphold the precepts, and promote the teachings of the Dao. Bai Xiaochuan held the apprenticeship letter with both hands, kneeling respectfully as he bowed deeply. Zhao Yunyu accepted the apprenticeship letter and nodded slightly. Now that you have entered my sect, you must adhere to the rules, cultivate your heart and nature, and benefit the world. Do you consent? I consent, Bai Xiaochuan replied with unwavering conviction. Good. Zhao Yunyu lightly tapped the top of Bai Xiaochuan's head, signifying the conferral of the Dao. From this day forth, you are an official disciple of Wudong, and your Dao name shall be Xianchuan. Thank you, master, for granting me a name. Bai Xiaochuan bowed again, his heart stirred. Once the formalities were completed, the elders and fellow disciples came forth to offer their congratulations. After receiving the well wishes, Bai Xiaochuan keenly noticed Wang Yi lurking in a corner. Once everyone had dispersed, he immediately pursued this nephew who seemed ready to flee. Ahem, nephew, why do you not come to congratulate your uncle? Bai Xiaochuan intentionally elongated his tone. Wang Yi stiffened, turning to force a smile. Uncle Bai, I have already offered my congratulations, but there were too many people around you. Oh, is that so? Bai Xiaochuan squinted, revealing a kind elder smile. Wang Yi felt uneasy under that gaze and grabbed Bai Xiaochuan's wrist, pulling him to a secluded spot. What is it, nephew? Do you have something to discuss with your uncle? Wang Yi leaned closer to Bai Xiaochuan and whispered, Xiaochuan, I'm a few years your senior. Perhaps we could simply address each other by our names? Oh, could it be that you no longer acknowledge me as your uncle? Alas, that is not my intent. Bai Xiaochuan observed Wang Yi's aggrieved expression, feeling quite satisfied. Those past calls of little friend could be considered an act of revenge. Very well. I consent. Huh? Really? Wang Yi's face instantly brightened. He had spent the entire day imagining the devilish scenario of calling Bai Xiaochuan uncle from now on. Naturally. Then, I shall call you Xiaochuan. And you may call me Lao Wang. How does that sound? Why not Xiao Yi? Bai Xiaochuan squinted playfully. That scoundrel, a little kindness. And he starts climbing up the ladder. Lao Wang. Are you referring to the neighbor Lao Wang? Then I shall call you Lao Bai instead. Wang Ye Grinut. Then threw an arm around Bai Xiaochuan's shoulders. Lao Bai, you truly are remarkable. In just over half a year, you have become a member of Wudong. I, on the other hand, took a full 6 months. You, 6 months. Bai Xiaochuan looked incredulous. With Wang Ye's carefree demeanor, could he truly have passed Zhou Li's test in just half a year? It would be a miracle for any senior to allow him into Wudong. Ha! I am not deceiving you. Of course, there were some external factors involved. Oh, were they? My father is the wealthiest man in Xiangyang City and donates a substantial amount to Wudong each year for renovations and such. The sect leader, considering my father's standing, allowed me to bypass the assessment period and join Wudong. The wealthiest? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in shock. Goodness, so you utilize financial prowess? But your father is the wealthiest man. Why would you choose to become a Daoist? Would he approve? Upon hearing this, Wang Yi helplessly shook his head. My father has 7 or 8 sons alone, not to mention those illegitimate children outside. Moreover, I detest that lifestyle, which is why I sought refuge in the mountains to become a Daoist. Speaking of which, Lao Bai, I noticed your balance in Yui Bao must be in the 6 or 7 figures, right? With that much money, you could certainly live quite comfortably. Why endure hardship in the mountains? Goodness, your eyes are quite sharp. Bai Xiaochuan's eyelid twitched. The last time he inadvertently revealed his balance before Wang Yi. He had indeed seen it. Ah, this is a long story, best left untold. Bai Xiaochuan waved his hand, wishing to avoid further delays, and headed directly toward the scripture pavilion. Hey, Lao Bai, you're leaving me in suspense. You must clarify today. In the ensuing days, Bai Xiaochuan devoted nearly all his time to martial arts cultivation. By day, he either practiced traditional martial arts, such as Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword in the courtyard, or immersed himself in the ancient texts on internal cultivation in the scripture pavilion. Sitting cross-legged and focusing, with his tongue pressing against the palate, he gazed downward while observing the tip of his nose. Inhaling as if clouds were entering the sea, sinking into the dantian, exhaling as if fire were refining gold, dispersing into every bone. Following the principle of 9, with chi circulating fully, neither assisting nor forgetting, one can attain pure yang. Bai Xiaochuan savored the profound meanings within the ancient texts word by word. Upon reading, to guard the unity, embrace the origin, and remain in tranquility, he frowned slightly. When he encountered the passage stating, the dantian is like a cauldron. True breath is the fuel. Refining for 100 days can yield grains of pearl. He nodded in contemplation. Did he truly comprehend it? In truth, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand had been holding his phone to translate. He could understand even the most challenging phrases. Indeed, all the cultivation methods in these ancient texts revolve around the core of circulating qi in the dantian. Bai Xiaochuan gently closed the ancient text in his hand and switched off his nearly depleted phone. The source should be akin to the spiritual energy depicted in novels. Storing the source in the dantian for the purpose of circulating it through the meridians is the fundamental concept. However, how does one guide its circulation once it is stored in the dantian? Bai Xiaochuan fell into contemplation once more. Or rather, how does one strengthen oneself to cultivate? It is worth noting that the practitioners he had previously observed could pierce the skull of top-tier demonic beasts with a single punch. As he raised his head to survey his surroundings, a deep blue-covered, slightly worn ancient text suddenly caught his eye on the top shelf. Upon acquiring the ancient text, Bai Xiaochuan was immediately captivated by its contents. The body as a vessel, qi as the oars, the dantian as the furnace, refining the cosmos. Qi, like a river, surges endlessly, cleansing the sinews and purifying the marrow and blood. He took out his phone, draining the last vestige of its battery. Bai Xiaochuan's pupils dilated suddenly. Could it be that qi is the source? Thus, utilizing the source to cleanse the sinews and purify the marrow would indeed fortify the physical form. This thought sent shivers down his spine, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. Although he had sketched out a rough framework of the cultivation system in his mind, he dared not jump to conclusions. The memories from his previous life informed him that the Daoist sect had evidently mastered a complete system of cultivation, and his conjectures might not necessarily represent the correct path. At present, all the ancient texts on internal energy emphasized two crucial points: the significance of the dantian's capacity and the necessity of being able to enter a meditative state for prolonged periods while skillfully circulating qi. Until the source manifested, all he could do was strive to expand the capacity of his dantian and adeptly master the circulation of qi. Bai Xiaochuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely regaining its determination. Regardless of the uncertainties surrounding the cultivation system, he had at least discovered a general direction and felt no urgency for further details. After all, even if he remained oblivious to the intricacies of the cultivation framework, others within the Daoist community could surely uncover and convey the knowledge. Worst case, he could simply replicate what was already established. Time flew by, and 2 years later, in the year 519 of the new century, only 1 month remained until the recorded outbreak of the virus. In the dead of night, dark clouds loomed heavily overhead, and thunder rumbled, as if heaven and earth were expressing some profound emotion, or perhaps an ancient force was awakening. Within the Taihe Palace atop Wudong Mountain, all orthodox Daoists resided there, Bai Xiaochuan being no exception. In his room, while seated in meditation, Bai Xiaochuan abruptly opened his eyes. What is this? Suppressing his astonishment, he immediately focused his thoughts anew. With each breath, he distinctly sensed the emergence of star-like energy within his body. This energy surged in with his inhalation, mostly accumulating in his lungs, while some flowed toward his heart. Bai Xiaochuan felt an urgent need to act. He promptly circulated the qi within, capturing all this energy and guiding it to his dantian. After 2 years of diligent practice, Bai Xiaochuan had become exceedingly proficient in manipulating qi, rivaling those Daoists who had cultivated for many years. The energy entering his body was swiftly drawn into the dantian through the operation of his qi. Once inside, the energy quickly settled and gathered. 2 hours later, the dantian was filled to capacity, and in that instant, it was as if a computer had been powered on, whirring into frenetic activity. Within the dantian, the settled source began to rotate autonomously, forming a small vortex. As the rotation intensified, an unprecedented wave of heat erupted from the dantian, coursing up the spine and surging toward the crown of his head. Boom! It felt as though thunder had exploded in his mind, and Bai Xiaochuan beheld every meridian within his body glowing with a faint blue light. Particularly at the Ren and Du meridians, 2 warm currents approached each other at a visibly rapid pace, merging. So this is what the ancient texts refer to as qi full and self-rotating. Bai Xiaochuan trembled as he opened his eyes, noticing a black, viscous fluid seeping from his skin, yet emitting a subtle fragrance. This is the foundation establishment. He casually threw a punch, and the air resonated with a faint, explosive sound. What tremendous strength! A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. Although he had not conducted a formal test, he could distinctly feel that his power had undergone a monumental transformation. Bang! The wooden door of the room was suddenly flung open, and Zhou Li, drenched in sweat, burst in with a lantern. Xiaochuan, quickly enter meditation. Qi, to the dantian. Crash! The lantern fell to the ground. Zhou Li's eyes widened in astonishment. You've already opened the small circulation and completed your foundation establishment. It seems so, senior brother. Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose, savoring an unprecedented sense of lightness. Damn, I hurried here to remind you. You must notify the disciples of the other sects. My master just told me that this is a rare opportunity for the revival of heaven and earth. Miss this chance, and future cultivation will become exceedingly arduous. Yes, senior brother. Bai Xiaochuan grasped the lantern and dashed out. Zhou Li then sat down on Bai Xiaochuan's bed, entering a state of quiet meditation. That night, the entire Wudong mountain was enveloped in extraordinary phenomena. All disciples were immersed in the profound realm of cultivation, while the night sky flickered with lightning. Serpentine flashes dancing until dawn broke, at which point the first wave of source qi gradually subsided. When Bai Xiaochuan attempted to meditate again, he keenly sensed that the concentration of source qi in the atmosphere had significantly diminished, as thin as morning mist. Compared to the explosive surge of source qi from the previous night, the contrast was stark. The following morning, due to the weather conditions from the previous day, Zhao Yunyu decided to close the entire Wudong scenic area. Notifications regarding its reopening would come later. Within the Zixiao Palace, all Wudong Daoists had gathered. According to the morning's assessment, of the 47 Daoists in Wudong, only 20 had successfully established their foundations. The remaining 27 either had yet to develop their dantian or were insufficiently adept in the cultivation of qi, resulting in their dantian remaining unfilled with the source. Oh Bai, I truly appreciate you. Without you, I doubt I would have completed my foundation establishment. Wang Yi, seated behind Bai Xiaochuan, poked him gently on the back, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome. Besides, by that time, I had already completed my foundation establishment, Bai Xiaochuan replied softly, casting a glance at Wang Yi. During the source explosion yesterday, this fellow had been sound asleep. Had he not awakened Wang Yi, it was likely that the number of those in Wudong without foundation establishment would have increased by one. My master just mentioned that the quicker one establishes their foundation, the better their talent. Oh Bai, how long did it take you? About 2 hours, I suppose. What? Is that for real? The source explosion occurred around 11 p.m. and lasted until about 6 a.m. Why would I lie to you? I completed my foundation establishment before coming to wake you. You can do the math yourself. Impressive, old Bai. I'm convinced. From today onward, you're my boss. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that Bai Xiaochuan was not boasting. He had initially thought that completing his foundation in 3 hours was a mark of genius. What boss? Call me uncle. Show some respect. Old Bai, there's really no need for that. After a few more minutes, Zhao Yunyu surveyed the hall and spoke solemnly. Is everyone present? Master, everyone is here. Zhou Li responded with a slight bow. Zhao Yunyu nodded seriously. Last night's surge of source qi, I trust you all felt its significance firsthand. What it implies, I need not elaborate. The gazes of those within the hall flickered, their hearts stirred. After decades of cultivation, they had finally brushed against the legendary door to the Great Path. Secmaster, a middle-aged Daoist on the right side, spoke up. He was none other than Wang Ye's master, Hong Liang. Though the ancient texts document the method for foundation establishment, the subsequent cultivation system has now been severed in its transmission, and most surviving texts are vague. How shall we proceed? Zhao Yunyu pondered for a moment before his gaze suddenly shifted to Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, you have perused the internal energy texts in the scripture repository for years. Do you have any insights? Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward respectfully, stating, Master, I believe that the next direction for cultivation may need to focus on body refinement. Body refinement? Zhao Yunyu mused thoughtfully. Indeed, numerous ancient texts allude to the refinement of the physical body through the cultivation of primal energy, transcending the limitations of mortal existence. What Xiaochuan articulates is not without merit. The Grand Elder of Wudong suddenly interjected. Last night, I endeavored to harness the residual tides to channel the primordial essence into my physical form. Though it was but a fleeting moment, I distinctly perceived an enhancement of my corporeal strength. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. In the pursuit of cultivation, there is no need for undue haste. This morning, I received communications from various sects. The tidal fluctuations last night reverberated throughout the entire Daoist community. Now, under the leadership of Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain, a fellowship for practitioners has been established. Any disciple who has attained foundational cultivation may scan the code to join. With that, Zhao Yunyu produced a QR code from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Li. The Daoist community will form a dedicated research team, amalgamating the ancient texts and teachings left by the various sects to collaboratively devise a subsequent cultivation framework. Once the proposal is finalized, we shall impart the teachings. With that said, Zhao Yunyu swiftly operated his Mate 20. Bai Xiaochuan heard a notification from his phone, and upon opening WeChat, he discovered that his master had added him to a group. The group was named Daoist Research Group, and there were already 20 members. Among the Wudong sect members, apart from himself, were Zhao Yunyu and the Grand Elder Zhou Shun. Chapter 9, Daoist Research Group. Bai Xiaochuan lowered his gaze to examine his phone, where a new message popped up next to Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain's profile. For the new Daoists joining the group, please rename your group tag in the format of sect, Daoist name, or personal name. Without hesitation, he promptly changed his group nickname to Wudong Xianchuan. At this moment, notifications of other sect practitioners joining the group began to appear. Qingcheng, Li Xuanji joined the chat. Mao Shan, Lin Jiu joined the chat. Lao Zhan, Chunming Yang joined the chat. As more individuals joined the chat, the group remained eerily silent. There were no greetings, no images. He wondered how the group would react if he sent a red envelope. Would anyone express gratitude? Eventually, when the group reached 30 members, there were no new arrivals. Just as Bai Xiaochuan thought the roster was complete, Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain chimed in, who has the WeChat of Daoist Guo from Baiyun Temple. Please add him in. Smiled JPG. Lin Jiu from Maoshan replied, I just called him. His disciple is currently assisting him. He should be here shortly. Li Xuanji from Qingcheng remarked, what era is it? How can we not have WeChat? Better find a place to bury him. Zhao Yunyu from Wudong responded with a silly smile JPG. Upon seeing Li Xuanji's message, Bai Xiaochuan felt a slight twitch in his right eye. Such palpable hostility. Even his master could only respond with an emoticon to ease the tension. Best not to provoke them. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang joined the chat. Guodi Gang? Could it be the head of the Diyun comedy troupe? No, it must be a case of sharing the same name. After all, that individual is known for his online presence. How could he possibly lack WeChat? Li Xuanji from Qingchang quipped, Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang, Old Gua, you're the slowest one here. But with your poor eyesight, can you even read your phone? Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang replied, apologies everyone for my tardiness. Rose JPG. Within the Baiyun Temple in the capital, an elderly Daoist was berating a young acolyte. You mischievous brat, and now you exhibit such manners. The acolyte scratched his head. Master, this is for your image, after all. The elderly Daoist retorted, what image? Can't you see that this old dog has already climbed over your master's head? Hurry and delete it. Quickly teach me how to use this. I will send a message. Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang, quickly retracted the previous message. 5 minutes later, Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang, 3-second voice message. Bai Xiaochuan opened it, and a robust voice erupted from his phone. What the hell? Last month, at the exchange meeting, I saw you stealing peaches from my temple from 3 miles away. Li Xuanji from Qingxing replied with a voice message of 5 seconds. Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang responded with a voice message of 4 seconds. Bai Xiaochuan's lips quirked slightly. Even without opening the voice messages, he could surmise their content. It was undoubtedly a riveting exchange, a classic confrontation worthy of a master. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain interjected. Qingcheng, Li Xuanji, Baiyun Temple, Guodi Gang, if either of you sends another voice message, I shall have to invite you to the small black room for a philosophical discussion. Smile. Instantly, the barrage of voice bubbles vanished. Bai Xiaochuan stared at the screen, his pupils narrowing. To have silenced 2 hot-tempered Daoists in an instant, Master Zhang standing within the Daoist community must be far more formidable than he had imagined. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain announced, tonight at 8 o'clock, we shall commence a group meeting. As a message popped up, Bai Xiaochuan felt a heavy pat on his shoulder. Wang Yi thrust his phone in front of him, displaying a chat window titled Daoist Foundation Cultivation Exchange Group, 287-500. Old Bai, have you joined the exchange group yet? Wang Yi asked with a playful grin. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head slightly. Not yet. Wang Yi continued, come, let me add you to the group. It's quite lively now. All those who can join have completed their foundational cultivation, you know. Of course, there are many esteemed individuals as well. Soon, Bai Xiaochuan's phone chimed again, indicating he had been added to the group chat. As he entered, his phone was inundated with notifications of welcome messages and casual chatter. The messages were a whirlwind, and without hesitation, Bai Xiaochuan activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Wang Yi, while replying to messages, said, Old Bai, after joining the group, be sure to change your group name. If you don't update it by tonight, you'll be kicked out. Bai Xiaochuan replied, understood. He glanced at Wang Yi's group name, which read Wudong, Wang Yi. Others had chosen either their names or their Daoist titles. But Bai Xiaochuan decisively opted for his Daoist title. As a member of the Xuanji lineage of Wudong, he was undoubtedly a second-generation disciple, and the younger members in the group would need to address him as Shi Shu. Not long after, the members of Zixiao Palace were all dismissed by Zhao Yunyu. Those who had yet to establish their foundational cultivation promptly returned to their meditative practices, seizing the residual traces of primal energy in the air to make another attempt. Just as Bai Xiaochuan stepped out of Zixiao Palace, his phone vibrated once more. He retrieved it to find a message from the high-level Daoist group. Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain stated, "All members, tonight's meeting has been moved to 7 o'clock due to important matters to announce." Baiyin Temple, Gui Di Gang acknowledged. Received. Mao Shan, Lin Jie replied. 1. Qingcheng Li Xuanji inquired, "Old Zhang, why the rush? Is it time for us to donate money for the repair of your broken master's residence?" Master Zhang from Longhu Mountain retorted, "Qingcheng Li Xuanji, smiled JPG. If you're interested, I can discuss it with you privately." Li Xuanji responded with silence. Wang Yi had approached unnoticed and peered at the screen. "Wow, old Bai, you're actually in this group? It's filled with the leaders and elders of various sects." Bai Xiaochuan cleared his throat. "My master added me." Wang Yi looked on enviously. "The Xuanji lineage is impressive, but would I be able to join?" Bai Xiaochuan replied, "If I added you, would you dare to join?" Wang Yi chuckled, "Just kidding. But what is the purpose of this group?" Bai Xiaochuan explained, "Didn't my master mention it today? There's a dedicated research team focusing on how to proceed with future cultivation." Wang Yi nodded thoughtfully, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. "Ah, Lao Bai. Ever since completing the foundation establishment, I have felt an abundance of energy coursing through me. How about we spar for a bit?" Bai Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Spar? Sure, let us go." Since achieving foundation establishment, he remained uncertain of his current capabilities, though he was confident he was stronger than his former self. However, in his past life, he possessed supernatural abilities, and if it came to blows, the post-foundation version of himself would likely be defeated within minutes unless he could achieve an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, in a life-or-death struggle, an A-grade healing ability would be utterly ineffective. The two made their way to the martial arts arena on the back mountain of Wudong, surrounded by verdant pines. The stone floor smooth and even. Wang Yi took a deep breath, slightly spreading his feet apart, and positioned his hands in the Tai Chi starting stance. "Come on, Lao Bai." Bai Xiaochuan wasted no time. With a flash, he lunged forward, his right fist aimed directly at Wang Yi's chest. Unfazed, Wang Yi circled his left hand, expertly absorbing the punch, redirecting its force with a smooth motion. "Oh, not bad." Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He anticipated Wang Yi to possess such skill. "Heh, my reflexes have certainly improved since foundation establishment." Wang Yi grinned with pride. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Bai Xiaochuan changed his tactic, his right leg sweeping like a whip toward Wang Yi's abdomen. Wang Yi quickly shifted his weight and turned his hips, pressing down with both hands to mitigate most of the force, but he was still pushed back 2 steps. "Wow, Lao Bai, where does this power come from?" Bai Xiaochuan didn't allow him a moment to recover, advancing with a flurry of punches and kicks. Although Wang Yi maintained a stable Tai Chi stance, his lack of practical experience soon disrupted his rhythm, and his defense began to crumble. "Wait, Lao Bai, your fighting style is too wild," Wang Yi exclaimed, struggling to block, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bai Xiaochuan flashed a grin. "In a fight, it's either you take me down directly, or I'll wear you out." Having been a healing-type awakener in his previous life, his combat style was well-formed, focused on survival tactics. While Wang Yi's Tai Chi was intricate, it was no match for such relentless aggression, and soon, his defenses were breached. With a resounding thud, an elbow strike broke through Wang Yi's guard, and Bai Xiaochuan followed up with a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Stop, stop, stop. I concede." Wang Yi lay on the ground, grinning through gritted teeth, raising his hand in surrender. "Lao Bai, this isn't sparring. You're trying to incapacitate me." Bai Xiaochuan shook his slightly numbed wrist and chuckled. "Who told you to test your strength after foundation establishment? But to be fair, your Tai Chi does look quite impressive." Wang Yi slowly rose to his feet. "Of course. I've trained under my master for a full 3 years." Chapter 10. Reawakening the healing ability at precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in his room when his phone screen suddenly lit up. A jolt of anticipation surged through him. Is it starting? Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the meeting. The 9-square video call interface illuminated sequentially, the figures of 9 eminent Daoist masters gradually coming into focus. Immediately, Bai Xiaochuan was captivated by the figure of Zhang Tianshi in the central square. With hair as white as snow and a youthful visage, his purple-gold Daoist robe accentuated his ethereal presence. He appeared to be in his 80s. yet his eyes sparkled like morning stars, his long white beard cascading down to his chest. Bai Xiaochuan had searched for Zhang Tianshi online before, but the video made him seem even more like an immortal. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the top left corner. Bai Xiaochuan recognized the voice of Li Xuanji from Qingqing Mountain, known for his direct demeanor. The man sported a shiny bald head, thick brows like swords, and a face full of ruggedness. Clad in a faded dark blue Daoist robe, his muscular arms bulged with veins, resembling a butcher rather than a practitioner of Taoism, which aligned perfectly with Bai Xiaochuan's expectations. Let us get started already. Li Xuanji's booming voice caused the phone's speaker to buzz. What's the rush? Bai Yuanguan's Guigang, in the bottom right corner, leisurely stroked his goat beard. This old Daoist was as thin as a bamboo pole, yet he wore an oversized apricot yellow robe, making him resemble clothing hanging on a drying rack. He squinted at the screen, his nose nearly touching the camera. Bai Xiaochuan had no doubt that if it came to a real fight, Li Xuanji could easily take down Guodi Gang 3 times over. Meanwhile, his master, Zhao Yunyu, smiled silently in the top right corner, his snow-white robes making him stand out among the elderly Daoists. Zhang Tianshi gently stroked his beard, smiling. Everyone, please remain calm. Now that we are all foundation established, let us discuss the path of future cultivation. After a brief silence, Zhao Yunyu cleared his throat and spoke first. In my humble opinion, since foundation establishment connects the source energy to the 12 meridians and activates the Dantian, future cultivation should naturally center around the Dantian. Old Zhao, isn't that stating the obvious? Li Xuanji's loud voice rang out again, though Bai Xiaochuan detected a hint of fondness in his tone. Could it be that his master and this Qingqing mountain leader had a close relationship? Li Xuanji retorted. Who here doesn't know that the Dantian is the core? Zhao Yunyu remained unfazed, continuing with a smile. Li Daoist, do not be impatient. What I mean is, since the Dantian stores gaseous source energy, perhaps the next step is to convert the source energy into liquid form at this statement. Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted, a wave of clarity washing over him. His master was indeed extraordinary. For some time, he had been contemplating how to maximize the storage of source energy. Liquidifying the source energy would not only significantly enhance storage capacity, but also increase the purity of the source power. The other elderly Daoists nodded in agreement. Maoshan's Lin Jiu stroked his beard and remarked, Zhao Daoist's words hold merit. But what should we do next? Zhao Yunyu's eyes sparkle with insight. Once the source energy is liquidified, we must focus on tempering the physical body. I believe it can be divided into 3 steps. First, strengthen the skin, then the bones, and finally, refine the internal organs. Brilliant. Laozhang's Chun Mingyang exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. From the outside in, progressing step by step, this aligns perfectly with our Daoist principles of health cultivation. Maoshan's Lin Jiu nodded in agreement, but then slowly shook his head. Indeed, what Zhao Daoist says is reasonable and feasible. However, I have perused ancient texts and found that our predecessors emphasized the importance of the art of spells multiple times. Are we to dismiss their insights as mere fabrications? Once these words were spoken, the video conference fell into an immediate silence. Zhao Yunyu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The other Daoists exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Bai Xiaochuan's mind was racing. In his past life, he had encountered practitioners who wielded supernatural powers. The path of cultivation was certainly not limited to mere physical refinement. In that moment of stillness, Bai Yuanguan's Guodigang suddenly slapped his thigh. Do you all remember the theory of the 5 elements? Human temperament is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Perhaps the answer lies within. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned contemplative. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Bai Xiaochuan murmured softly. In his previous life, the most common awakeners had these 5 powers. His uncle was an S-grade metal awakener, but what about his healing ability? Was it a mutation? Just then, Zhang Tianshi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Everyone, please take a look in a video. Zhang Tianshi slowly raised his right hand, and with a sudden crackling sound from his palm, a slender bolt of lightning danced between his fingers. Astonished, Bai Xiaochuan nearly leaped off the cushion. This was unmistakably a hallmark of a lightning element supernatural being from his previous life. In that era, lightning users were exceedingly rare and highly coveted, renowned as the most formidable among all supernatural abilities. Ah, old Zhang, boomed Li Xuanji, his voice echoing. Learning secret techniques without informing us? How terribly ungracious. Lin Jiu interjected with a chuckle. Zhang Tianshi, why didn't you share this sooner? We've wasted so much time. Zhang Tianshi shook his head with a smile, the lightning flickering in his palm. You all have misunderstood. Since establishing my foundation yesterday, I have been contemplating the theory of the 5 elements. My nature aligns with metal, yet during my insights I discovered. Suddenly, the lightning in his palm surged dramatically, transforming into a writhing little serpent. The metal element has mutated, evolving into the power of thunder. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes widened, a storm of thoughts brewing within him. The lightning element emerged from the mutation of metal. Even after 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, he had never encountered such knowledge. To his astonishment, Zhang Tianshi had unveiled this secret merely through a day of personal reflection. He felt as though all his years in the previous life had been squandered. So, it was thus. Bai Xiaochuan realized with clarity. The most prevalent supernatural abilities in his past life were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the rarer abilities included lightning, healing, ice, flame, and sand. The 2 categories aligned perfectly. Thus, his healing ability must be a variant of the wood element. Yet what are the high-tier abilities like space, time, and spirit he had encountered in his previous life? Bai Xiaochuan fell into contemplation once more. Zhang Tianshi continued to elucidate. The specific method is quite simple. First, sense your own elemental attribute, then guide the source energy to flow along designated meridians. He proceeded to explain how he had grasped the lightning element. Bai Xiaochuan grew increasingly astonished. This Zhang Tianshi was indeed a remarkable figure, akin to a revered ancestor. In his previous life, one could only awaken supernatural abilities through talent and luck, yet now Zhang Tianshi had discerned them through sheer insight. However, to truly comprehend these abilities, one must first complete their foundation. Otherwise, guiding the source energy through the meridians would be utterly impossible. You may all give a try, Zhang Tianshi said, retracting the lightning with a smile. Thank you, Tianshi, for your guidance. The others responded gratefully. In the video, the various Daoists eagerly began their attempts. Bai Xiaochuan immediately entered a meditative state, forming seals with his hands at his dantian, and commenced circulating the source energy according to Zhang Tianshi's method. First, he sensed the 5 elemental attributes. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, feeling the flow of source energy within him. Gradually, a warm vitality rose from his dantian, akin to tender shoots breaking through the earth in spring. Was this the wood element? But what of healing? If healing was a mutation of the wood element, he should re-understand it. Yet why? Bai Xiaochuan dismissed further thoughts and continued guiding the source energy along specific meridians. Suddenly, a familiar warmth surged from his palm, a faint green light swirling at his fingertips. Healing power. Bai Xiaochuan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, what astonished him further was that with a mere thought, the green light transformed into a vine-like energy tendril, extending sinuously in the air. Was this a wood element supernatural ability? He attempted to manipulate the energy vine, discovering it moved as if it were an extension of his own body. Even more astonishingly, when a vine touched the surface of the table, the once dry would seem to rejuvenate with new life. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted slightly. Not only had he regained his healing ability, but he had also unexpectedly mastered wood element supernatural powers. To his knowledge, even in his previous life, no one could wield dual supernatural abilities of metal, lightning, wood, and healing simultaneously. Even if someone could, it would likely require pairing with a high-tier ability. At this moment in the video conference, other Taoists were also experiencing breakthroughs. Li Xuanji's palm ignited with a fierce flame. Guodi Gang was enveloped in a gentle mist of water vapor. Zhao Yunyo's fingertips shimmered with a metallic sheen. Meanwhile, Lin Jiao, much like Bai Xiaochuan, aligned with the wood element. As everyone slowly opened their eyes, gazing at their newfound powers, smiles crept upon their faces. Just as they were about to discuss further, all eyes suddenly turned toward the elderly Taoist from Changchun Temple in the lower right corner. There, he held a swirling orb of deep blue chill in his palm, causing the surrounding air to crystallize into fine ice. Bai Xiaochuan's breath caught. Ice element. This master possessed ice element abilities, which were certainly not inferior to lightning, and in practicality, perhaps even more advantageous. Not only could it freeze foes, but it could also create ice walls for defense. Upon seeing the Changchun Taoist awaken, Zhang Tianshi immediately inquired, Brother Qingyi, it appears you too have a mutated attribute? Brother Qingyi stroked his graying beard, the icy blue aura swirling between his fingers. Indeed, I initially believed it to be water, but during my final insights, it transformed. Water solidified into ice, cold as the depths of winter. Zhao Yunyu pondered. It seems that during the understanding of the 5 elements, a few individuals may undergo mutations. Zhang Tianshi transformed metal into lightning, and Brother Qingyi transformed water into ice. Thus, other attributes may also experience mutations. Zhang Tianshi nodded slightly. Brother Qingyi's discovery indeed corroborates my hypothesis. Zhao Yunyi remarked, if so, the wood, fire, and earth elements should also possess corresponding mutated attributes. The group nodded in agreement. Since metal and water could mutate, it stood to reason that the other elements could do so as well. Bai Xiaochuan opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately refrained from speaking. In moments like these, silence spoke volumes. Very well, my friends, let us conclude for today. Zhang Tianshi surveyed the group. Tomorrow, you may begin instructing your disciples to sense their attributes while attempting to liquefy the source energy. Should any new discoveries arise, we shall discuss them in our group. As the grid of video screens flickered off one by one, Bai Xiaochuan exhaled deeply. He gazed at the faint green glow in his palm, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling within him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his master. Zhao Yunyu, Xiaochuan, what attribute have you awakened? Bai Xiaochuan replied directly, Master, it is wood. He refrained from mentioning the healing ability. Firstly, he had yet to fathom why he possessed both wood and healing simultaneously. Secondly, the individuals who had killed him in his previous life clearly targeted him for his identity as a healer. Zhao Yunyu responded, Excellent. Tonight, take your time to study your attributes. Bai Xiaochuan acknowledged, Understood, Master. Setting down his phone, Bai Xiaochuan approached the window. Beneath the night sky, the small town below was aglow with lights, a stark contrast to the ravaged world of his past memories. In this life, he vowed to reach the pinnacle of his cultivation. Bai Xiaochuan murmured softly to himself, the green light in his palm shining brightly against the darkness. Chapter 11. The Awakening of the Disciples. The following morning, as dawn broke, Bai Xiaochuan arrived early at the temple square to find many foundational disciples already seated and awaiting. Engaged in spirited discussion. Do you think the sect leader has summoned everyone so early for something significant? I wonder if it pertains to our subsequent cultivation path. Amidst the throng, upon spotting Bai Xiaochuan's arrival, Wang Yi was just about to rise and inquire. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front of the square. Zhao Yunyu and the Grand Elder strode forward, shoulder to shoulder, towards the crowd. As they came to a halt, an immediate silence enveloped the area. Esteemed guests, Zhao Yunyu's voice rang clear. Yesterday, I conferred with the leaders of other sects and have preliminarily delineated the path of cultivation following the foundation establishment stage. He raised his right hand, golden light shimmering at his fingertips. Then, with a decisive flourish, he swung it. Clang! A sharp beam of golden light sliced through the air, cleaving a boulder 3 zhang away in twain. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. Was it a spell? Remarkable. As the crowd marveled, Bai Xiaochuan keenly discerned that his master was manipulating a strand of gold thread to achieve the feat. Moreover, it was evident that Zhao Yunyu had taken a deep breath after executing the maneuver. It seemed his prediction was accurate. He had yet to reach the stage of transforming source energy into liquid, and such a spell could only be employed once or twice at most. This is the metal element, Zhao Yunyu stated nonchalantly. The metal element ability allows one to manipulate all metals in existence. Before Zhao Yunyu could gesture further, the Grand Elder stepped forward. With a single stomp of his foot, the ground rippled like waves, and a sturdy earthen wall surged up, firmly shielding the crowd. The earth element, the Grand Elder stated matter-of-factly. It permits the manipulation of the earth. Wow, that's so impressive. Sect leader, Grand Elder, we want to learn too. Zhao Yunyu's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately landing on Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, why don't you give it a try? Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback, not expecting his master to single him out. However, he quickly regained his composure and stepped into the arena. Taking a deep breath, his palm glimmered with a green radiance. An verdant vine sprouted from thin air, coiling around his arm like a mystical serpent. The wood element allows for the manipulation of plants. With a vigorous flick, the vine shattered a fragment of rock into dust. The other disciples exchanged glances. Although Bai Xiaochuan's wood element manifestation lacked the awe-inspiring impact of Zhao Yunyu's and the Grand Elder's displays, it was still commendable. Had Bai Xiaochuan been privy to their thoughts, he would have merely chuckled. Indeed, while his master's and the Grand Elder's abilities appeared far more formidable, they could only execute them once. Meanwhile, as long as he held the vine, he could continue to strike, unfaltering until his opponent was utterly subdued. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. The 5 elements each hold their mysteries. You all must calm your minds and perceive your inherent attributes. Now, all foundation establishment disciples, sit in meditation. I shall impart to you the comprehension of the 5 elements. The disciples complied at once, and the square fell silent. First, introspect your dantian, feel the flow of source energy, and seek its true nature. Metal is sharp. Wood is life-giving, water is gentle, fire is fierce, and earth is stable. There's surely one that resonates with you. If anyone perceives their source energy deviating from the norm, there is no need for alarm. The 5 elements can be unpredictable. For instance, metal can give rise to lightning, and water can manifest as ice. Soon, the disciples in the square gradually grasped their attributes. There were those of metal, water, and fire, dozens of disciples with standard attributes. Meanwhile, his senior brother, Zhou Li, was aligned with earth. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's gaze was suddenly drawn to Wang Yi. He noticed that the flames emanating from Wang Yi's palm did not resemble the typical orange-red hue of other fire element practitioners. Instead, they exhibited a profound golden-red brilliance, with wisps of violet flickering at the edges. Is that the flame element? Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted. In his previous life, fire element practitioners were common, yet the flame and lightning elements were exceedingly rare. Ordinary flames reached a maximum temperature of 1,000 degrees. But the flames of a flame element wielder could effortlessly exceed 3,000 degrees, even melting special metals. Wang Yi's luck is truly astonishing. Bai Xiaochuan marveled inwardly. His wood element was indeed countered by Wang Yi's prowess. At that moment, Wang Yi seemed to sense the anomaly of his flames and looked up with a puzzled expression. Sect leader, master, it seems something is amiss with my fire? Wang Yi asked uncertainly. Bai Xiaochuan was about to respond when Zhao Yunyu approached. His gaze fixed intently on the flames in Wang Yi's palm. So this is how the flames manifest in the flame element. The temperature is higher, and the destructive power is greater. Wang Yi was taken aback. A mutation? Zhao Yunyu nodded. The attributes of the 5 elements are not fixed. Some individuals are innately attuned to certain mutated attributes. For example, metal can mutate into lightning, water can become ice, and your fire. He extended his hand cautiously towards Wang Yi's flames. Yet, before he could make contact, he felt a wave of searing heat that compelled him to retract his hand. The flame element is several times more powerful than the ordinary fire element. The surrounding disciples cast envious glances. Wang Yi, your luck is extraordinary. A flame element. Surely that surpasses the common fire element. Wang Yi scratched his head and chuckled. I'm not sure what is happening. It just feels like this fire is exceptionally fierce. Bai Xiaochuan observed Wang Yi, a twinge of concern stirring within him. While the flame element was powerful, those in his previous life who wielded it often struggled to control such overwhelming force, with some even suffering backlash from their own flames. Wang Yi, Bai Xiaochuan, Seishin softly. The flame element, while potent, requires careful control, otherwise it could harm you. Wang Yi blinked in surprise, initially believing Bai Xiaochuan was attempting to frighten him. However, upon seeing the seriousness in Bai Xiaochuan's expression, he nodded. I understand, Uncle Master. Zhao Yunyu, observing the exchange, smiled with satisfaction. Today, all of you have begun to comprehend your attributes. Next, we shall solidify your training and attempt to transform source energy into liquid. Transforming source energy into liquid is the first threshold following foundation establishment. If successful, not only will your reservoir of source energy increase significantly, but you will also find it easier to execute spells. With that, Zhao Yunyu settled into a meditative posture, signaling the others to do the same. The key to transforming source energy into liquid lies in the concept of compression. You must continuously condense the gaseous source energy within your dantian until it transitions from virtual to tangible, from gas to liquid. There are 3 specific methods. First, circulate your energy through your meridians, gathering all source energy in your dantian. Second, wield your intent as a hammer, repeatedly refining the source energy. Third, maintain a tranquil mind, free from impatience. The disciples responded in unison and began to practice. Bai Xiaochuan, too, earnestly settled into meditation, following his master's guidance. It must be said that having a master like Zhao Yunyu and a revered figure like Zhang Tianshi has saved him from many missteps. He truly felt that coming to Wudong was the right choice. As he activated the technique, the source energy within him began to gather, like rivers converging into the sea, slowly coalescing in his dantian. Under the guidance of his mental focus, this gaseous source energy began to swirl, compressing, gradually forming a minuscule vortex. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Rather than alarm, Bai Xiaochuan felt elated, as this was the harbinger of the source energy beginning to liquefy. He steadied his mind and continued to refine the source energy, employing his intent as a hammer. Consolidate, with a soft exclamation. A drop of crystal-clear liquid source energy finally took shape in his dantian. Though small, this droplet radiated an astonishing wave of energy. purer than the gaseous source energy by tenfold. Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy shining within them. He estimated that at this pace, it would take at least 6 months to fill his entire dantian with liquid source power. A glimmer of insight flickered in Bai Xiaochuan's eyes as he came to a realization. The current slow rate of condensation was primarily due to the sparse source energy present in the heavens and earth. In a few years, when the source energy would erupt, Bai Xiaochuan softly remarked, "It seems I can only proceed methodically with my cultivation for now. However, as my proficiency increases, the speed of condensation will indeed accelerate." He attentively sensed the droplet of liquid source power within his dantian, noticing that it was slowly rotating and autonomously absorbing the surrounding source energy. Although the speed was exceedingly slow, it was continuous, which intrigued Bai Xiaochuan. This droplet of source liquid resembled a miniature gravitational source, capable of attracting source energy on its own. If there were enough liquid source power within the dantian, wouldn't it create an effect of automatic cultivation? In that case, wouldn't the source energy consumed by spells be replenished swiftly, allowing for unlimited release? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. In his previous life, the abilities of awakened beings were not infinite. They required energy crystals from their hearts for sustenance. Once the energy was depleted, it meant the awakened one would revert to an ordinary person, needing several days to fully recover before being able to use their abilities again. Viewed in this light, compared to today as cultivators, the awakened beings seemed utterly inferior. Chapter 12. Division of Realms, Challenging the Sect. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in his room, internally observing the dozens of droplets of liquid source power that slowly rotated within his dantian. These crystalline droplets of source liquid were scattered throughout the dantian like stars, with each droplet containing energy 10 times purer than the previous gaseous source energy. Yet, it was still too slow. At this rate, it would take at least 3 to 4 more months to reach the realm of source power like a lake, as his master had described, and that was with continuous day and night cultivation. Just then his phone vibrated. Bai Xiaochuan opened the group chat and discovered that Master Zhang had just released an official document. Division of Cultivation Realms, Trial Version. Initiate the absorption of source energy into the body, connect the 12 primary meridians, activate the dantian, and achieve foundation establishment. Initiation Realm. Condense source liquid. Reach the state of source power like a lake, and achieve autonomous circulation. Body Refinement Realm. 3-tier body refinement, practice skin, forge bones, refine organs. The document particularly noted that the first 3 realms were a natural progression, and as long as one followed the steps diligently, breakthroughs could be achieved without encountering so-called bottlenecks. After reading it, Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. Truly, he was an esteemed figure, having swiftly delineated the preceding realms. At that moment, his master, Zhao Yunyu, added a message in the group for all members. Dear friends, please be sure to advise your disciples. Before fully achieving the initiation realm, do not casually cast spells. Currently, the recovery of source power is slow, and the energy consumed in casting spells requires several days to replenish. A flurry of replies immediately followed. Qingcheng, Li Xuanji. Indeed, that foolish disciple of mine nearly drained himself with a fireball spell and is still lying in bed. Maoshan, Lin Jiao, 1, Baiyin Temple. Guodi Gang. The youth of today just cannot remain calm. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle. After comprehending their attributes, everyone was eager to try their spells. Although they could only cast them once, the variety was astonishing. For instance, the fireball spell and the fire fist spell, anything they could imagine, as long as there was sufficient energy, could be released. Just a few days ago, disciples from various sects had listed a series of techniques in the group chat. Bai Xiaochuan recalled the discussions from back then, and a smile crept onto his face. The names the disciples had given to their techniques were both delightfully absurd and full of imagination. Long Hushin, Zhang Qingyun. I developed a move called Golden Light Flash. It's just a sudden flash to blind the opponent. Qingcheng, Li Ergo. I created a fire spark technique which can light a cigarette, but sometimes I accidentally singe my eyebrows. Maoshan, Lin Xiaoqi. My water ball technique can only wash hands. My master says I might as well fetch a basin of water. Mount Laozhan, Chen Shua. I concocted a sandstorm, though it's only the size of a palm. What made Bai Xiaochuan chuckle the most was the video Wang Yi had posted. In the video, Wang Yi, with a serious expression, shouted, "Flame Dragon Roar," only for a tiny flame to emerge from his palm, fizzling out with a puff and singeing a tuft of his bangs. That scene nearly had Bai Xiaochuan in stitches, and Wang Yi received a stern reprimand from his master. The group's comments on Wang Yi's technique were equally candid. Baiyin Temple, Guodi Gang. You young one are quite amusing. That is not a flame dragon. That S.A. flame insect. Wudong, Yunlong, Brother Wang Yi. I suggest renaming it to lighter technique. Long Hushan, Zhang Qingyun. Wang Yi, you should call that attempted self-immolation. Regrettably, starting now, it seemed that these individuals would have no means to showcase their abilities until they reached the realm of source power like a lake. However, speaking of techniques, Bai Xiaochuan recalled the anime he had watched during middle and high school. If he could truly manifest the thousand-handed Guanin's tree realm descent, it would surely be enough to frighten someone to death. Of course, at present, he could at most conjure a few vines to whip someone or perhaps nurture a small seedling. But all this thinking surely didn't break any laws, did it? Just as Bai Xiaochuan concluded his morning cultivation, Wang Ye's WeChat call suddenly came through. Upon answering, he heard, "Oh Bai, hurry to the square. There's a spectacle to behold." Wang Ye's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. Bai Xiaochuan, puzzled, asked, "What is going on? Is someone creating a miraculous technique again?" Wang Ye replied, "Alas, the instructors have all been keeping close watch on us. How could we dare to cast spells? Here's the thing. A streamer with 1 million followers has come to challenge us. All the young disciples have gathered around. You must come." Bai Xiaochuan sighed. The flu season would soon erupt. And yet someone chose this moment to stir trouble. Moreover, considering that all the disciples were at the foundation establishment stage, was this not a clear invitation for punishment? After foundation establishment, let alone anything else, taking on 10 opponents would be an effortless task. He tidied up briefly and ambled toward the square. Before he arrived, a booming voice echoed through a loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the legendary Wudong Mountain." A brawny man clad in tight athletic, where muscles bulging, brandished a selfie stick while speaking animatedly to his phone. Beside him were several attractive female assistants. Today I, Li Dali, will unveil just how superficial these so-called traditional martial arts are. Bai Xiaochuan squeezed into the crowd and saw the streamer, Li Dali, gesticulating at the camera. "I am an amateur boxing champion and a black belt in free combat. Today let everyone see what true martial arts really are." Li Dali patted his solid chest. "With these Daoists, I can easily take on 3. The barrage of comments in the live stream went wild. "Brother Li is amazing. Expose these frauds. Traditional martial arts are just for show. Support Brother Li. Wait, these Taoists seem to have some skills. The one in front must be a plant, right? What real skills could a Taoist possess?" The Wudong disciples gathered around, each with a peculiar expression. A few younger disciples were struggling to stifle their laughter, their faces reddening, until they were shot a glare by a senior brother, compelling them to hold back. At this moment, Wang Yi spotted Bai Xiaochuan and immediately squeezed his way to his side. "Hee, old Bai, you're here." Bai Xiaochuan nodded, casting a peculiar glance at Li Dali in the arena. Li Dali, sensing that the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, handed his phone to a nearby female assistant and strode confidently to the center of the stage. He first turned to the camera and declared, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you all what true combat really is." He then addressed the disciples of Wudong. "Esteemed Daoists, I am Li Dali, here to seek a challenge. Who dares to come forth and engage in battle?" Upon hearing this, nearly all the young disciples present simultaneously raised their right hands, clamoring to be chosen. "Me, pick me. Let me do it. I must be the one. I'm not that skilled. Pick me." The scene left Li Dali utterly bewildered. This was entirely outside of his expectations. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with biceps thicker than the average person's thighs, he exuded an imposing presence that would make any ordinary person tremble. According to Li Dali's assumptions, these young Daoists should have been timid and reluctant to accept his challenge, ultimately needing to call upon their master to step in. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. "What the hell? Are these Daoists so brave? Are they actors? Do they really dare to challenge someone with Li Ji's physique? This must be a setup. The script is too obvious. I visited Wudong Mountain. This is indeed Wudong. Li Yi. Just randomly pick one and see if they truly dare to fight." Chapter 13, continually knocked down. Li Dali, having achieved success as a million-level streamer, was no fool. Faced with this unexpected enthusiasm, he momentarily froze before regaining his composure, donning a professional smile. He laughed heartily at the camera and remarked, "The Daoists are truly spirited. However, I have traveled quite a distance to witness genuine skill. How about this?" His gaze swept over the fervent Wudong disciples. "I wish to challenge the strongest among you." At these words, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell notably silent. To challenge the strongest? Was this person out his mind? The hands that had been raised slowly lowered, as the young disciples exchanged glances and muttered their doubts. Moments later, nearly all eyes converged on the 2 individuals standing at the back of the crowd, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan. Among the younger generation, Wang Yi was recognized as the most formidable in practical combat, agile and rarely defeated in sparring. Bai Xiaochuan, though typically low-key and seldom engaging in conflict, held a high status, being the first among them to successfully demonstrate a technique, his strength undoubtedly profound. Wang Yi clenched his fists, a slight grin playing on his lips. He was indeed eager to spar with this streamer. Yet at present, the strongest among them remained this individual beside him, without employing techniques. He would not be able to match Bai Xiaochuan with mere fists. Old Bai, what do you say? Will you go, or shall I? Li Dali, following the gaze of the crowd, quickly focused on these two distinctly different young men. He first cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards them. After all, as a public figure, he had to maintain an image of decorum. It seems you two are the cream of the crop here. Might I inquire which Daoist would be so gracious as to engage in a bout? All eyes were upon them. In a brief silence, Bai Xiaochuan let out a soft sigh. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately pressed his fingers together, cracking them. If you're hesitant, then leave it to me. Old Bai. Just as Wang Yi was about to step forward, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand suddenly stopped him. Wang Yi, old Bai, what are you doing? Bai Xiaochuan ignored Wang Yi and, facing Li Dali and the camera, slightly raised his chin and stepped forward with an air of indifference. I shall take this challenge. At these words, the corner of Wang Yi's mouth twitched. Damn. If you want to go, just say so. No need for the sigh. Li Dali's eyes glimmered upon hearing Bai Xiaochuan's acceptance. He then turned to the camera and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, take note, this Daoist possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Clearly a master. Since this is a friendly contest, we must adhere to certain rules, Li Dali continued, redirecting his focus to Bai Xiaochuan as he flexed his wrists and ankles. Daoist, let us agree to a few stipulations. No strikes of the groin, back of the head, or throat. These vital areas are off limits. All other regions are fair game until one party concedes or is rendered incapacitated. What do you say? No objections, I trust? Li Dali's words not only conveyed professionalism, but also left room for maneuvering. In his view, such restrictions would be more advantageous for someone with his combat training. Given the smaller stature of his opponent, even if martial arts had merit, it would surely not suffice to match him. Bai Xiaochuan listened quietly, his expression inscrutable, before calmly posing a counter-question. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Li Dali was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, then chuckled, shrugging at the camera as if to say, see, he is afraid. Ha, this Daoist is scared. I told you, martial arts are merely for fitness. They're useless in real combat. Li Yi, don't be too hard on him. Let us give our Daoist sanctuary a bit of face. Li Dali glanced at the barrage of comments, noting that he had achieved the desired effect. He then slowly turned back to Bai Xiaochuan, taunting, what is wrong? The Daoist isn't backing down, is he? Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. Wang Yi laughed. Ha, that guy actually dares to suggest old Bai's afraid. Ha ha. Yun Long chimed in. If it weren't for the prohibition against foul language, I would have already expressed my feelings. Junior Master, please don't kill him. After all, he is a million-level streamer. Exactly. Bai Xiaochuan said nothing, merely shaking his head slightly. Had this been before his rebirth, he would have certainly exchanged a few barbs. However, he was now a Daoist, a practitioner, and maintaining an image of dignity was paramount, especially against an ordinary person. Bai Xiaochuan stepped leisurely into the arena, casually adopting a Tai Chi stance, grasping the sparrow's tail. His posture was relaxed and natural, as if he were one with the surrounding environment. Much like he had been when standing still moments earlier, just putting on a show. Li Dali scoffed involubly. He had heard the earlier jeers from the Wudong disciples. Had this been his first time challenging a fake, he might have felt a twinge of nervousness, fearing his opponent possessed genuine skills. However, having faced numerous schools, he knew that even the monks from Shaolin, whom he had challenged a fortnight ago, were no match for him. What chance did a mere Daoist have against him? Yet, the spectacle of a live stream needed to be compelling. Li Dali Belovit Daoist. Here I come. With that, he swiftly moved his feet, launching a powerful right straight punch aimed squarely at Bai Xiaochuan's face. The punch was executed with remarkable speed, slicing through the air and showcasing his amateur champion prowess, which was no mere exaggeration. The live stream chat erupted in a flurry of comments. Li Gu is incredible. Li Gu delivered a punch with 190 kilograms of force. This little Daoist might just shatter. I'm already ready to call for an ambulance. It's over. However, in the next instant, all eyes widened in disbelief as it appeared that Bai Xiaochuan had anticipated the trajectory of the punch. With an unexpected surge of progress, the left hand, seemingly lifted with languid slowness, deftly adhered to Li Dali's formidable wrist, effortlessly guiding him aside. Li Dali felt as though his immense strength had collided with nothingness, his entire being propelled forward in a staggering motion. Before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Xiaochuan's right hand had unknowingly settled upon his elbow joint. With a subtle downward press and an inconspicuous trip at his feet, the movements flowed like water, gentle, as if exerting no effort at all. Yet, Li Dali experienced an irresistible force surging through him, his foundation suddenly compromised. His nearly 200-pound frame tumbled like a discarded doll, unable to maintain its balance. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, dust swirling lightly in the air. Li Dali barely registered the events unfolding before him, finding himself sprawled on the ground in a disheveled heap. Bewilderment enveloped him, his back vibrating with a numbing sensation, the fierce aura he had exuded completely dissipating. Silence blanketed the arena. The live stream chat momentarily suspended in a vacuum before erupting into chaos. What just happened? Am I seeing things? This must be fake. Get up, Li Go. Is this? Tai Ti? Bai Xiaochuan remained unmoved, as if he had never shifted from his position. He brushed off imaginary dust from his robe, gazing down at Li Dali with a nonchalant demeanor. Shall we continue? Li Dali lay there, dazed, staring up at the cerulean sky of Wudong Mountain. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? No, I was just knocked down by that little Daoist. This thought lingered for only a moment before overwhelming embarrassment and professional instinct surged forth, drowning out his confusion. No, I must have been too careless. Did my foot slip? Or did he simply get lucky? Yes, that must be it. How could I possibly be felled by a seemingly fragile Daoist with a single move? If this gets out, my reputation as a fraudbuster will be utterly destroyed. Coughing, Li Dali gradually regained his footing, rubbing his tingling back. A stiff smile formed on his face as he addressed the camera. Family, a mistake. Just a mere misstep. The ground was a bit slippery and I lost my balance. That Daoist indeed possesses some clever skills. He continued, from now on, I assure you, there will be no more blunders. As he spoke, he clambered to his feet, re-establishing a solid boxing stance. His fists guarded his head, feet agilely bouncing as his expression transformed into one of unprecedented seriousness. Daoist, you truly have your methods. Li Dali spoke gravely. However, I underestimated you. Now, I shall take this seriously. Bai Xiaochuan maintained the initial relaxed posture of the grasp, the sparrow's tail. His gaze as calm as a tranquil well, merely responding with a soft, please. Li Gu is serious now. That was definitely an accident. The ground is slippery. The tiles in this square at Wudong Mountain are inadequate. Li Gu, go for it. Reclaim a victory. I feel like Li Gu just kicked a brick this time. Shut up upstairs. Li Gu can easily handle even the Shaolin monks. That little Daoist was definitely Li Ji's miscalculation. The chat resumed its fervent encouragement for Li Dali. This time, however, he refrained from charging in recklessly. Cautiously, he circled Bai Xiaochuan, searching for an opening, occasionally feigning moves to test the waters. Suddenly, he spotted a gap and unleashed a swift sweeping kick aimed at Bai Xiaochuan's supporting leg. The strike carried tremendous force. If it connected, an ordinary person would undoubtedly lose their balance and fall. Yet, at the very moment his kick approached, Bai Xiaochuan's supporting leg seemed to possess oppression awareness, lifting slightly to evade the blow. As he landed, almost inadvertently, the tip of Bai Xiaochuan's foot lightly grazed the side of Li Dali's knee, which had yet to be fully retracted. This seemingly innocuous touch precisely disrupted the axis of Li Dali's balance. He felt a tingling and weakening sensation in his supporting knee, the force dissipating, and his entire base once again became unstable, causing him to stagger sideways. Damn it! Li Dali's heart raced in alarm as he scrambled to adjust his center of gravity, but Bai Xiaochuan's movements followed him like a shadow. Bai Xiaochuan smoothly closed the distance. His left hand, which had previously grasped the sparrow, casually pressing against Li Dali's arm as it rose due to his loss of balance. His right arm coiled around Li Dali's upper arm like a supple vine, his body turning slightly. Thud! Another muffled sound resonated. Li Dali could hardly grasp how he had exerted force and how he had been utilized. All he felt was the world spinning around him as he crash-landed onto the ground for the second time. This time it was a side fall, jarring his insides as if they had shifted positions, stars exploding before his eyes. Once again, silence enveloped the arena. This time, even the chat's excuses dwindled, replaced by a flurry of, and Bai Xiaochuan stood resolutely in place, unfazed, his robe's folds scarcely disturbed. He gazed down at Li Dali, who was now questioning his very existence, and calmly inquired once more, shall we continue? Onlookers like Yunlong exclaimed, wow, Master Bai is so cool. Shall we continue? I have to say that after I went to spar too. It's so classy. Vang Yi snorted dismissive. His voice was soft, but loud enough for the nearby disciples to hear. He believed Bai Xiaochuan's approach was overly gentle. His master had told him that when facing challengers, one should strike with full force, leaving no room for leniency. One should continue until the opponent concedes. In his view, Bai Xiaochuan's technique of using evasion and countering with borrowed strength was unnecessary. If it were him, he would use Xing Yi or Baji to directly overpower his opponent, sending them flying 5 meters away with a single blow. That would be decisive. That would be impressive. Unlike this current sticky, drawn-out affair, it lacked any satisfaction. Li Dali lay on the ground, gazing up at Bai Xiaochuan, who loomed over him. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster even a defiant remark. To stand up and continue fighting Bai Xiaochuan, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lying here was preferable. Li Dali discreetly gestured to his female assistant, who immediately understood and promptly shut off the live stream. Chapter 14. A humiliating exit. The screen of the live stream abruptly turned black, leaving only a message stating, "The broadcaster has ended the live stream." Tens of thousands of viewers stared at the darkened screen in stunned silence, before the chat exploded with fervor. What the hell is happening? Why'd it go dark? Where's Li Go? Did he get knocked out and taken away? He must have turned it off himself. Too embarrassed to continue. Those 2 moves earlier, my goodness, that was real skill. Definitely not staged. I recorded it. I replayed it 3 times in slow motion. That Daoist didn't exert force at all. It was all about using leverage. Is Tai Chi really that powerful? It's nothing like the old men in the park. I've booked my ticket. I'm heading to Wudong Mountain tomorrow. Is anyone forming a group? Count me in. I have to see that handsome Daoist in person. The Wudong Mountain Tourism Bureau may just become the biggest winner here. Li Dali's recent reverse marketing strategy truly leaves one in awe. Standing in Wudong Square, he watched as his assistant ended the live broadcast. With a long, trembling sigh, he finally relaxed. The immense pressure of the live stream, combined with the humiliation of being swiftly defeated twice, left him drenched in cold sweat. Struggling to rise, his movements were markedly slower and more awkward than before, completely devoid of the prowess he had exhibited during the broadcast. He staggered towards the clean-cut and refined Bai Xiaochuan, who had been silently observing. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, nearly lowering his head to his knees. "Daoist, I am indeed blind and have offended Wudong. Your skills are truly remarkable. I am utterly in admiration." Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Regardless of the circumstances, this robust man's attitude of admitting his mistakes was commendable. Li Dali straightened up, his face brimming with sincerity and eagerness. "Daoist, may I stay and learn a few moves from you all? Just a few. Tuition is not an issue." He was genuinely frightened and had truly witnessed what it meant to be outclassed. If he could master even a single technique, wouldn't his future broadcast soar? Techniques like the Black Tiger Prowl, the Giant Bear Embrace, and the Venomous Snake Flick would surely captivate audiences. Bai Xiaochuan slowly shook his head. "Ba, my dear fellow, I must apologize. Wudong no longer accepts ordinary students, and martial arts training sessions have long been discontinued." "What? Why not?" Li Dali was taken aback. "What era is this? Are they not interested in making money?" Bai Xiaochuan did not respond directly, merely stating, "This is the decision of the Daoist sect." Unwilling to accept this, Li Dali pressed on. "Surely there must be some way to learn. I genuinely wish to study." Bai Xiaochuan regarded him calmly and replied, "If you sincerely wish to pursue the Dao, you may first enroll in a formal Daoist academy, diligently study the classics, and cultivate your character. After 2 years, if you succeed in your studies and pass the character assessment, you may come here to seek a master and become a formal disciple. At that time, a master will teach you methods to strengthen your body. A Daoist academy? 2 years? And I must become a formal Daoist?" Upon hearing this, Li Dali's eyes widened, and he shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, no, no. Daoist, that seems out of reach. What a joke. He became a debunker for the sake of fame and fortune, reveling in a carefree life. To send him to a Daoist academy, to chew through scriptures for 2 years, cultivate a heart of simplicity, and become a monk? He might as well be killed. When it came to choosing between making money and learning genuine skills, he unhesitatingly opted for the former. Seeing this, Li Dali awkwardly smiled again and bowed slightly to Bai Xiaochuan and the others. "I apologize for troubling you, esteemed Daoists. I have overstayed my welcome. Farewell." With that, he hurriedly signaled his assistant to pack up. Almost fleeing, he departed down the mountain, covered in dust and with his shattered reputation as a debunker. In the square, watching Li Dali's somewhat flustered figure disappear at the stone steps, the disciples erupted into laughter. Wang Yi crossed his arms and scoffed. "Is that all the sincerity he has? I thought he wanted to learn something significant. Turns out he's just another commoner seeking a thrill." Yunlong approached Bai Xiaochuan, his eyes sparkling. "Little uncle, your moves earlier were so impressive. Are you going to continue?" "Wow. I'll remember that line for a lifetime." Bai Xiaochuan smiled slightly. Haha, is that so? Wang Yi, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiaochuan, surrounded by his fellow disciples, and teased, "Oh dear, our Bai Xiaochuan is now a celebrity. Huh. Are you going to continue? TSK, 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 the way he carries himself. I give him full marks. While he doesn't care about others showing off, he certainly let his brothers get away with it. Oh Bai, those moves were a bit too gentle, like tickling that big guy. If it were me, a single push would teach him what it means to be a wudong master. Ensuring an explosive broadcast effect, I'd embed him right into the square S tiles, and he wouldn't be able to pry himself out. Now that's what it means to rid the world of harm, right?" The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Bai Xiaochuan, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He swept aside the brothers clustered around him and leisurely walked up to Wang Yi. Suddenly, he reached out, naturally draping an arm around Wang Yi's shoulder. Wang Yi's body instinctively stiffened. Bai Xiaochuan leaned in closer. "Oh, it seems Wang Shi's nephew has some opinions about my technique, thinking it was lacking. How fortuitous. I didn't quite warm up earlier, my hands are itching. How about we practice over there now? I could use your guidance to see how to strike more like a wudong master and achieve a more explosive effect." Bai Xiaochuan's grip on Wang Yi's shoulder tightened slightly. Wang Yi's teasing demeanor instantly froze, his mouth twitching. Practice with Bai Xiaochuan? One absurd joke. Memories of being thrown around during sparring flooded back, and his rear and back began to ache at the thought. While it was satisfying to see Bai Xiaochuan toss Li Dali around, to be the one on the receiving end of the technique. "No, thank you." Ahem. Wang Yi cleared his throat several times, attempting to retreat, only to find Bai Xiaochuan's hold surprisingly firm, prompting him to concede. "No, no, no. Oh Bai Xiaochuan, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. Your martial arts are unparalleled. Your techniques are graceful and agile, truly embodying the essence of Tai Chi. It is I who am shallow and vulgar. How could I possibly instruct you?" Wang Yi's rapid turnaround from arrogance to humility elicited even louder laughter from the surrounding disciples. "Ha. Wang Yi Xiang has backed down. I knew it. He talks tough. But when faced with little uncle's seriousness, he softens. Wang Yi Xiang, come on. Weren't you going to demonstrate a technique?" Wang Yi retorted, "Go away. If you think you can, then you go. My bond with old Bai is too deep. How could I possibly fight him? That would ruin our friendship." His clumsy attempts to explain only further amused everyone, causing them to double over with laughter. After this commotion, the disciples suddenly realized that this usually reserved, high-ranking, and somewhat aloof little uncle was not as humorless as they thought. In fact, he had a playful side. The previous sense of distance brought about by rank and strength had diminished significantly. Yunlong was the first to jump forward. "Little uncle, how did you apply force in that move earlier? Teach me, please." Other young disciples crowded around, chattering excitedly. "Yes, little uncle, that was so cool. If it were me, I might only win by sheer brute force." Exactly. Tell us about it. When will you show us another technique?" "Show another technique? Are you out of your mind?" The mountain breeze swept through, carrying the sound of distant pine trees. The square quickly returned to its usual tranquility, with only the excited chatter of the disciples lingering in the air. Meanwhile, the video of the mysterious young wudong master swiftly defeating $1 million streamer was rapidly gaining traction online, spreading like wildfire. Chapter 15. The Forced Closure of the Mountain Gate. 2 days later, Bai Xiaochuan received a shocking piece of news. All officially registered Daoist sects and temples will be closed to the public, effective immediately, with no visitors or believers allowed, and disciples were prohibited from descending the mountains without special permission. This directive did not originate from the Daoist sects, but rather from the authorities. Upon receiving the news, Bai Xiaochuan transitioned from initial astonishment to a sense of understanding and profound gravity. He gazed at the now bustling chat group in his hands and murmured softly, "So it is this way." Having lived a second life, he recalled that in his previous existence around the same time, major sacred mountains and ancient temples had quietly closed their doors under the pretext of internal renovations and religious activities, while the outside world considered it a mere routine. Following the global upheaval, Daoist practitioners had once again emerged from seclusion, and the topic of mountain closures had resurfaced. At that time, the prevailing speculation was that these time-honored Daoist sects and Buddhist temples might have sensed the signs of a global shift in vital energy through some ancient prophecy or secret method. Thus, they chose to close their doors, conserve their strength, and await the right moment. However, it now appeared that the situation was not at all as presumed. It was not a voluntary closure by the Daoist sects, but rather a forceful mandate from the authorities. A flicker of understanding passed through Bai Xiaochuan's eyes. He should have anticipated this. If the Daoist sects could detect the source of this phenomenon, How could the authorities, a far more powerful entity, possibly remain unaware? The state had likely long been privy to the existence of the Dantians and foundational cultivation practices through some clandestine channels, and may even have developed a method for screening and cultivating individuals. This realization suggested that those disciples returning home from various temples might very well have practiced breath control, and their bodies could also harbor the nascent forms of Dantians. During the recent global surge of vital energy, a significant portion of them must have successfully activated their Dantians, crossing the threshold into foundational cultivation, thus becoming extraordinary individuals endowed with remarkable powers. The mere thought of this number sent chills down Bai Xiaochuan's spine. This was by no means a trifling figure. How many ordinary people across the nation would suddenly possess formidable strength? Power has always been a double-edged sword. Not everyone who gains power will adhere to their original principles. Fragments of vague memories from his past life began to crystallize. Reports of several heinous familial massacres, bank heists, and frenzied assaults on law enforcement that had surfaced in the news during that period. At the time, they were dismissed as extreme cases, but now it was evident that they were the consequences wrought by the first wave of uncontrollable foundational practitioners. Some, driven by personal vendettas, had slaughtered entire families overnight, leaving scenes too gruesome to behold. Others, emboldened by their sudden speed and strength, brazenly robbed financial institutions. Moreover, there were those who disregarded the law, resulting in heavy casualties in shootouts with police, ultimately being gunned down by special forces. It became clear that even from the very beginning, undercurrents had been surging. The official closure order was a two-pronged strategy. On one hand, it temporarily froze the most concentrated and potentially systematic power of traditional cultivation sites for observation and management, preventing these mountain sects from forming their own insular systems. On the other hand, it aimed to consolidate efforts to address the scattered practitioners who had abruptly gained power without the corresponding moral constraints or disciplinary oversight. This was indeed the true purpose behind the mountain closures, Bai Xiaochuan mused quietly. Yet the authorities might have gravely underestimated the Daoist sects. Had this closure order been communicated and negotiated with the Daoist factions, it was likely that his master and the elders would have offered the authorities some degree of respect. Perhaps, if relations were amicable, the Daoists could even share some subsequent cultivation realms they had developed. However, the abruptness and severity of this closure order, tantamount to tyranny, left no room for the Daoist sects to save face. Not only was it enforced by official documentation, but there were also tangible actions taken. Uniformed personnel swiftly took control of key access points outside the various temples, erecting barricades. Under the guise of assisting management and ensuring the sanctity of religious practices, they effectively transformed the sacred sites into de facto quarantine zones. Disciples wishing to descend for essential provisions now had to navigate a labyrinth of approvals and be accompanied by official personnel. This was not a closure. It was a form of house arrest. The news spread like ice water splashed upon boiling oil, igniting an uproar within the entire Daoist community. A millennial-old lineage, a sanctuary for ascetic practices. When had they ever been subjected to such constraints and humiliation? The internal communications among the various sects nearly reached a breaking point, overflowing with emotions of anger, confusion, and humiliation. In the Daoist chat group, sentiments ran high. This is intolerable. When did our sacred space become subject to their arbitrary confinement? By the ancestors, this is tantamount to treating us as prisoners. What is the meaning of this? Do they wish to sever ties with our mystical order? Is this reasonable? Do they truly believe we are powerless? Fury surged among the younger disciples, especially among Wang Yi and his peers, whose faces turned ashen with rage, fists clenched and ready to storm down the mountains for a confrontation. Yet, following their outcries, there was a profound silence. Anger alone could not alter reality, even though they had successfully cultivated their foundations, far surpassing ordinary humans in physical prowess, speed, strength, and endurance, and could even evade gunfire through anticipation and agility. What difference did it make? The officers stationed outside were not armed with mere handguns. They bore automatic rifles and sniper rifles capable of forming a lethal barrage, sufficient to reduce them to mere riddled corpses from 100 meters away. Moreover, who could guarantee that there were not even more formidable forces concealed from view? Individual valor paled in comparison to the organized and well-equipped might of the authorities. No matter how ancient and profound the Daoist traditions, they remained tethered to the mundane world in this era, subject to the constraints of societal rules, particularly those governed by violence. Alas, the elders and leaders of various sects could only emit a long, resigned sigh filled with helplessness and frustration. They understood the times far better than the youth and recognized the gravity of the situation. While the authorities' actions were undoubtedly tyrannical, the power and intent they represented were beyond the current Daoist sect's capacity to confront. A head-on clash would be as futile as striking a stone with an egg, inviting catastrophe upon the Daoist community. Soon after, Bai Xiaochuan received orders from his master and the elders. Restrict the disciples. Do not act rashly. Endure for now. In extraordinary times, observe the changes. Do not employ any supernatural methods. Once again, we emphasize, prohibit disciples from using any supernatural powers in any context to prevent more severe consequences. Such directives continue to pour in. The boiling resentment was forcefully suppressed, but the suffocating sense of being choked lingered in every temple. At Taizi Slope, Wudong Mountain was now entirely sealed off, devoid of any outsiders, with only local Daoists remaining. At that moment, a group of disciples gathered in a corridor at Taizi Slope. Wang Yi stood beside Bai Xiaochuan, indignantly exclaiming, "Old Bai, are we simply going to accept this, allowing them to confine us like this?" Bai Xiaochuan stood in the corridor, his gaze deep and contemplative. He is more aware than anyone else that this is merely a temporary state. The resurgence of primal energies will only intensify, and the limits of individual power will continually be shattered, as the true might of mystical arts gradually reveals itself, and as the physical form becomes capable of withstanding or even surpassing conventional weaponry, the current paradigm will inevitably be upended. Yet, for now, one must remain dormant. Otherwise, Bai Xiaochuan's voice was calm and unwavering. Yet it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over Wang Ye's head. Are you going to reason with their automatic rifles? Or will you test the hardness of sniper bullets with your fists? Wang Yi fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment, ultimately slamming his fist against the corridor pillar. At that moment, the entire Daoist sect clenched their teeth, swallowing the humiliation and outrage forcefully back down. Rest assured, they will not be able to control us for long. Wang Yi was taken aback. Lao Bai, what do you mean? Bai Xiaochuan replied coldly. What I mean is, the rules have always been written by the strong. They can seal the mountain today, not because the rules are just, but simply because they can. When we become sufficiently powerful, and we say no, then this mountain gate shall not be sealed. The essence of power is the authority to speak. When you are weak, you must abide by the rules set by others. But when you are strong, you can change the rules or even establish new ones. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan noticed a sudden spark of determination igniting in Wang Ye's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips as he continued. Therefore, instead of being impotently furious here, it would be better to transform this discontent into the motivation for cultivation. When we transcend the mundane and achieve purity of body, when we grasp the profundities of mystical arts, all that they impose upon us today will become mere wisps of smoke, insignificant footnotes in the annals of time. At that point, it will not be a matter of whether we need to request permission to descend the mountain, but rather how they should redefine their relationship with us. As his words fell, the corridor fell into silence. Not only Wang Yi, but also the other disciples, who had been equally indignant, found themselves deep in thought. The flames of anger in their eyes gradually gave way to a deeper, more fervent glow. Indeed, the Daoist sect, with its millennia-long tradition, has always sought to transcend the ordinary through power. Now that the opportunity has arisen, and the path to greatness lies before us, why be trapped by momentary passions? The true response is not impulsive confrontation, but silent accumulation, an unparalleled rise. Wang Yi wiped his face with determination and declared, I understand now, Lao Bai. Train. Train like there's no tomorrow. I want to train until I can withstand missiles. In response, Bai Xiaochuan smiled faintly. When that day truly arrives, what they will face will not be mere missiles, but the formidable demons that rise amidst the apocalypse. For now, there is nothing but relentless cultivation. Only then will they become the strongest bastion protecting humanity. Chapter 16, Resources, Dragon Squad. Several days later, sporadic messages regarding the outbreak of influenza outside the mountain began to appear in the internal communication group of the Daoist sect. Initially, it was merely a disciple mentioning that friends and family back home had fallen ill, but soon, similar reports started to multiply, with the symptoms described being alarmingly consistent. Persistent high fever, severe muscle pain, accompanied by transient confusion or bizarre hallucinations, with a prolonged course that is exceedingly difficult to fully recover from. Late at night, Bai Xiaochuan silently perused this information, his gaze calm and unyielding. The timeline perfectly aligned. The global influenza outbreak period, lasting over 3 years, had officially commenced. Bang, bang, Lao Bai, Lao Bai. At that moment, the door to Bai Xiaochuan's room was suddenly knocked upon by Wang Yi. Crack. Upon opening the door, Bai Xiaochuan cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yi. What brings you here at this late hour? Feeling restless? Wang Yi was taken aback. Flout Bai. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched. It was merely a slip of the tongue. He was not that kind of person. After reflecting on his boss's long legs a few times, Bai Xiaochuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough nonsense. What on earth brings you here at this hour? Wang Yi finally set aside his playful demeanor and, in a hushed voice tinged with excitement, said, My parents came to Wudong to see me. They brought a mountain of supplies. Food and necessities piled up like a small hill. I estimate it could sustain us all at Wudong for an entire year. An entire year? Bai Xiaochuan was genuinely taken aback, examining Wang Yi from head to toe. TSK, as expected of a super-rich second generation. Such magnanimity. Wang Yi chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. It's not that exaggerated. Mainly, it's because the situation outside is unstable, and they are worried. Lao Bai, I'll call a bunch of senior brothers. Let us all pitch in to help move the supplies up. Okay? They're all piled up at that secluded path on the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow. The guards down below would allow so many supplies to come through? Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. My parents pulled some strings. They guarantee that it's just a supply delivery, no trouble, and they're operating under the radar, so not many people have noticed. Goodness, Bai Xiaochuan marveled. Your parents have quite the connections. All right then, let us hurry and make it quick before anyone notices. The two immediately set off, stealthily making their way towards the secluded path Wang Yi mentioned on the back mountain. Before they reached their destination, they could see a group of familiar senior brothers standing in the darkness, around 10 of them, all called by Wang Yi. Wang Yi. Xiao Shu. This way, this way. Yunlong waved at the two. Bai Xiaochuan looked at the mountain of supply boxes and the two unfamiliar figures standing in front of them. Both were plump, middle-aged men sporting beer bellies, clad in brand-name jackets that failed to conceal their rotund frames, their faces displaying the shrewdness characteristic of businessmen, mixed with current concern. Beside the man stood a woman, equally plump and elegantly dressed, with features reminiscent of Wang Yi. It seemed these two were indeed Wang Yi's parents. As expected, upon seeing Wang Yi, the woman immediately teared up, running over and embracing him tightly. My son, you finally made it. Let me see, have you lost weight? Are you eating well on the mountain? Are you suffering? Wang Yi, slightly breathless from the embrace, helplessly replied, Mom, I'm doing great. The food in the Wudong cafeteria is excellent. I've even gained weight. Wang Ma cupped Wang Yi's face with both hands, scrutinizing him closely. My son, what do you mean you've gained weight? You're dark and skinny, just like a bamboo pole, completely unlike the chubby baby I raised. Back then, your dad adamantly opposed you going up the mountain to learn the Dao. Now look where you are, trapped up there and unable to come down. Your father has pulled countless strings, but he can't get you out, so he can only find ways to send you more food and supplies. Wang Yi felt a bit embarrassed, especially with so many senior brothers watching, and hurriedly interrupted. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? My brothers are here. Wudong is doing just fine, really, and I'm not losing weight. I'm just lean. Wang Yi rolled up his sleeve to showcase his bicep. At this moment, Wang Ba sighed, stepping forward to pat his son's shoulder, his tone grave. Xiao Yi, given the current situation, the mountain is surrounded. We don't know what is happening inside. It's as if Wang Yi naturally understood what his father was trying to convey, merely a concern that he might be trapped inside, and if something were to happen, the family would be unable to help him. Wang Yi replied earnestly, Dad, I know you're worried about me, but I'm really fine. Although descending the mountain at will is currently not permissible, I am fortunate to have my master and fellow disciples who look out for one another. Moreover, there are certain matters that are not convenient to discuss with you both at this time. Upon witnessing Wang Yi's resolute demeanor, Wang Mu and Wang Fu found it inappropriate to press further. At that moment, Wang Mu glanced around at the concerned disciples and remarked, with so many items, how do you children plan to transport them up? We secretly hired several porters to assist in bringing everything up, which took multiple trips. Hearing this, the senior brothers exchanged knowing smiles with Wang Mu. Haha, Annie, leave these supplies to us. Indeed, thank you, Andy. Subsequently, a petite disciple from Wudong stepped forward, taking a deep breath before effortlessly hoisting 4 or 5 heavy boxes, striding confidently down the small path towards the back mountain, seemingly without exertion. Following suit, over a dozen other disciples stepped forward, each shouldering or carrying 3 or 4 boxes. Yunlong, in a rather exaggerated manner, lifted a stack of nearly 10 cans, turning back to flash an endearing smile. Fear not, this is but a trifling matter. Wang Fu and Wang Mu were left agape, their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Observing their astonishment, Bai Xiaochuan approached, easily carrying 5 boxes of heavy noodles while nodding at Wang Yi's parents. In mere minutes, The towering pile of supplies had been entirely cleared away by these seemingly frail Daoists. Wang Yi, witnessing his parents still in shock, waved cheerfully, "Dad, Mom, we've taken the supplies. You should head back now, and do take care on the road. Rest assured, I am fine. If anything arises, I'll contact you via WeChat. Goodbye." After bidding farewell to his dazed parents, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan quickly carried the last few items, vanishing into the mountain path shrouded in night. Wang Mu and Wang Fu exchanged glances, still processing the scene. In the capital, within a highly guarded underground facility, a newly established special department, codenamed Dragon Group, was operating with urgency. Its mission was to respond to, research, and manage all extraordinary phenomena and individuals resulting from the anomalies in source energy. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. An elder clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, spirited yet furrowed in concern, listened intently to the report. "Elder Qin, regarding the source of this influenza outbreak, our joint expert group has reached preliminary conclusions," reported a bespectacled recorder clutching a tablet. "It has been confirmed as a subtype of the H1N1 virus. However, during its transmission, unexpected interactions and mutations with the source occurred. This has resulted in the virus's toxicity remaining largely unchanged, yet its infectiousness and tenacity have significantly increased." More critically, the recorder paused, his expression grave. "Infected individuals exhibit a strong affinity for source energy. Symptoms such as high fever and severe muscle pain resemble a forced transformation of the body to facilitate the accommodation of source energy. It has currently been classified as a source-induced severe cold." Elder Qin squinted and inquired, "What countermeasures are in place?" The recorder shook his head, a hint of helplessness on his face. "At present, there are no effective medications or vaccines. Traditional antiviral drugs have limited efficacy. We can only rely on supportive care and the patient's immune response to withstand it. The good news is that the mortality rate is not significantly higher than that of severe influenza. However, nearly no one is spared, and the experience is quite torturous." Elder Qin fell silent for a moment, lightly drumming his fingers on the table, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He then shook his head, opting not to pursue further inquiries and instead posed another question. "Are the right-wing factions still unwilling to relent, lifting the mountain closure orders on various sects?" The recorder's body tensed slightly. "Yes, Elder Qin. The representatives of the right wing insist that the lockdown must remain until those high-risk individuals can be effectively monitored and controlled. They believe that Daoist disciples possess powers that surpass ordinary humans, making them a substantial instability factor that must be kept under absolute control to prevent any contingencies." "Nonsense." Elder Qin slammed his hand against the table, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "A sacred site of 1,000 years, the essence of our nation. How can it be treated thus? What difference does this bear to imprisonment? It severs our connection to the wisdom passed down through millennia. It compels them to the opposing side. Short-sighted. Foolish." Elder Qin's chest rose and fell slightly, clearly incensed. He perceived the right wing's purely fear-based and controlling strategy as not only arrogant, but also exceedingly dangerous, laying the groundwork for future calamity. The recorder dared not interject, merely bowing his head to continue documenting. Elder Qin took a deep breath, repressing his anger, and continued. "What new deductions have emerged from the Research Institute concerning source energy and subsequent cultivation pathways?" The recorder promptly replied, based on existing data and observations from few volunteers. "The Research Institute has initially deduced that after Foundation establishment, the cultivation direction will likely lean towards physical enhancement. However, they also emphasize that the global concentration of source energy remains exceedingly sparse, following this trend, even after decades of cultivation. The degree of physical enhancement may still be quite limited. Furthermore, the theoretical models from the professors at the Research Institute indicate that even if physical enhancement reaches a certain level, it is highly probable that one would still be unable to effectively withstand concentrated fire from modern automated firearms." The recorder swallowed hard, hesitant to proceed. Elder Qin snorted dismissively. "So the right wing believes that Taoist practitioners are worthless now and in the future, that they can be treated as mere pawns?" Slowly, Elder Qin pushed back his chair, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window. "They underestimate the profound heritage of a millennium. The Research Institute's models are based on existing data and the understanding of ordinary individuals. However, for the Taoists, they likely possess knowledge that extends beyond mere absorption of source energy for physical enhancement. I suspect they have methods for utilizing source energy that we cannot comprehend. Perhaps even true magical arts." The recorder gasped, "Magical arts?" Elder Qin did not turn back, affirming indeed. "Lockdowns? Isolation? Huh. Perhaps we are not merely sealing people away, but rather shutting the door to a new world we desperately need to understand. Such mindless actions are tantamount to self-sabotage. Elder Qin's words echoed in the conference room, resonating with deep concern and a sense of unheard indignation. He sensed that the right wing's actions were progressively driving a potentially crucial ally, perhaps even a future dominant force, toward an irretrievable adversarial stance. Elder Gua, have we made contact yet? Elder Qin inquired. The recorder shook his head. Baiyun Temple has stated that they will not meet unless the authorities provide a reasonable explanation to the Daoists. Elder Qin sighed deeply, waving his hand to dismiss the recorder. Alas, Chapter 17. A year later, Wang Yi faces Bai Xiaochuan again, both having awakened once more. 1 year later, in a secluded valley behind Wudong Mountain, several elders had collaborated to establish a rudimentary barrier, effectively containing the intense fluctuations of source energy within, while also somewhat interfering with potential satellite reconnaissance. At this point, the influenza outbreak had persisted for a year, and the outside world was in turmoil. Although the authorities had not lifted their watch over the various sects, their focus had evidently shifted, distracted by the pandemic and the incessant emergence of extraordinary events, resulting in a significant reduction in their vigilance. Almost all of the young disciples and several elders had gathered here, their eyes fixed intently on the two individuals confronting each other in the center. Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan. Throughout this entire year, nearly all disciples have successfully transformed their energy into a lake of source power, thus alleviating much of the burden associated with spellcasting. At this moment, by the open space, a crowd of disciples erupted in excitement. The betting has begun. Those who wager on senior brother Wang Yi stand to the left, while those who back junior uncle stand to the right. Is there any doubt? It's undoubtedly senior brother Wang Yi. His fire-based spells are fierce and domineering, precisely countering junior uncle's wood-based techniques. Don't you understand the concept of elemental suppression? I beg to differ. Junior uncle is rather inscrutable and may have some tricks up his sleeve. In the arena, the sparring commenced. As anticipated by the majority of disciples, Wang Yi launched a ferocious assault, his crimson energy surging with overwhelming force. With a mere flick of his hand, fireballs howled forth, waves of heat bearing down, incinerating the vines and wooden barriers conjured by Bai Xiaochuan, firmly establishing his dominance. Bai Xiaochuan appeared to be forced into a passive role, relying solely on his agile movements and basic wood-based techniques to evade. Old Bai, don't dodge. Let us have a fair fight. Wang Yi grew increasingly exhilarated, flames dancing around him, his aura imposing. Bai Xiaochuan maintained his calm demeanor. In a fleeting moment of evasion, he suddenly clasped his hands and shouted, "Bind!" Several robust, dark green vines erupted from the earth, not as an assault but rather to ensnare his own feet, propelling him towards Wang Yi with tremendous speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Old Bai, have you lost your mind? In close combat, I cannot match you. But my flames are no trifling matter. At this proximity, his words were abruptly cut off. For in the instant, Bai Xiaochuan dashed before him. A wave of palpable energy surged forth. Bai Xiaochuan's exposed skin, his cheeks, neck, and arms, was instantly enveloped in a faint azure layer, shimmering with an otherworldly luster. The texture ancient, resembling dragon scales, as if clad in an invisible armor of condensed source energy. The searing flames licked at it, yet could not penetrate, merely stirring up minute ripples. Is this source armor? The pinnacle of skin refinement? An elder gasped, rising abruptly. All disciples stared in disbelief. The first level of body refinement, the practice of skin, was a strenuous endeavor, with most managing only partial coverage for enhanced defense. Wang Yi, perhaps, could condense a layer on his fists or vital areas. Yet Bai Xiaochuan, with nearly full body coverage, could withstand Wang Yi's raging flames unharmed. This was unequivocally a hallmark of mastery in skin refinement. To withstand weaponry with mere flesh was a trivial matter. What? Wang Yi's pupils dilated, his mind momentarily paralyzed. In that instant of shock, Bai Xiaochuan's fist, enveloped in source armor, pierced through the flames and struck solidly against his chest. Boom! A sound resounded like a thunderous drum. Wang Yi felt an irresistible force crash upon him. His protective source energy shattered in an instant. It was as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, sent hurtling through the air for several meters before he awkwardly tumbled on the ground, his chest heaving as blood surged. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was astounded by this sudden turn of events. The pinnacle of skin refinement. How could this be achieved in mere months? Even the sect leader had not reached such mastery. Junior uncle truly is a monster. Wang Yi grinned through gritted teeth, rubbing his aching chest. He gazed at Bai Xiaochuan, whose faint azure source armor was gradually dissipating, and exclaimed, "Old Bai, you must be cheating. You've absolutely leveled up your skin refinement to its peak in secret. This defies logic." Bai Xiaochuan dispelled the source armor and smiled gently. Diligent practice yields natural results. Wang Yi took a few breaths, his jovial demeanor slowly giving way to seriousness, even excitement. "Excellent. Very well. Old Bai, it seems that if I don't get serious today, I won't be able to defeat you." He straightened his posture, an unusual energy distinct from his fiery aura beginning to coalesce around him. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself, "Here it comes." The transformation into a lake of source power equated to a profound rebirth. Some individuals merely experienced an overall enhancement of physical attributes, while others fortified specific organs, be it hands, feet, eyes, or even the mind. The disciples of Wudong predominantly strengthened certain organs, as did the entire sect. Yet, a rare few with extraordinary talent could awaken a secondary ability, often of a more obscure and advanced nature. Abilities pertaining to the mind, space, and time are what truly dictate the future of powerful beings. Wang Yi was indeed among this select few. His secondary ability was psychic in nature. As for the specific branch of this psychic power, Bai Xiaochuan was uncertain. This was precisely what he aimed to draw out today. Wang Yi inhaled deeply. An invisible vortex swirling within his eyes as he locked his gaze onto Bai Xiaochuan and spoke slowly, "Old Bai, be cautious." With that, Wang Yi's fingers curled as if grasping an invisible hand, the air around him thickening with an immense psychic pressure that surged towards Bai Xiaochuan. The earth to the left was directly upheaved by this terrifying force, resembling a wave of ochre, carrying debris and shattered vegetation, crashing toward Bai Xiaochuan. Telekinesis, the most formidable offensive technique within the psychic realm. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze flickered. He hadn't anticipated Wang Yi would awaken the strongest offensive means within the psychic domain. What a fortunate individual. However, he too had his trump card, yet to be revealed. The heavens are indeed unjust. Senior brother Wang Yi's fire element was already a mutated enhancement, its power far exceeding that of ordinary fire. Now he had even awakened his psychic ability. How could anyone survive this? Disciples murmured in awe, their emotions intertwining with envy and resentment. It was over. Junior uncle was once again at a disadvantage. Wood feared fire, and being in close quarters, he was now hindered by telekinesis, potentially facing counterattacks. Was there any chance for reversal? Boom! The torrent of earth and stone thoroughly engulfed Bai Xiaochuan's original position, producing a deafening roar that sent plumes of dust skyward, obscuring all vision. Wang Yi panted slightly. The intense drain on his psychic energy had paled his complexion, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Got him, right? Defeating old Bai's no easy feat, but, Before he could finish his thought, the smile froze on his face. As the dust began to settle, revealing the scene, Bai Xiaochuan stood unscathed in his original spot. The law of no harm from smoke and dust had activated. What? Impossible! Wang Yi cried out, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He was acutely aware of the strength of his telekinesis. How could it leave him unscathed? At that moment of shock and disbelief, Bai Xiaochuan sprang into action. He propelled himself from the ground with a powerful push, the rock beneath his feet cracking instantaneously. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. His speed was unparalleled. Almost simultaneously, several resilient vines erupted from the earth, akin to agile serpents, swiftly ensnaring Wang Yi's legs and waist, binding his movements. Same old tricks. Wang Yi, though startled, remained composed. Flames erupted around him, scorching tongues of fire ready to reduce the vines to ashes. Yet, the speed at which he incinerated the vines was evidently slower than Bai Xiaochuan's advance. As Bai Xiaochuan drew near, the faint azure hue of the source armor re-emerged on his fist, emanating an unsettling sense of power. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, neglecting to fully eliminate the remnants of vines clinging to his legs, and once more summoned his mental energy with all his might. Halt! The intangible telekinetic force surged forth again, akin to an invisible wall, crashing violently into the oncoming Bai Xiaochuan. Yet, in the face of this formidable mental force capable of distorting steel, Bai Xiaochuan merely raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and gently pressed against the void ahead. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The torrent of unseen yet palpable telekinetic energy vanished without a trace as it approached the palm of Bai Xiaochuan. As if swallowed whole by the sea, there was no collision, no counteraction, no explosion. It was as though it had been consumed by some unseen force. What in the world? Why is this happening? Wang Yi's scalp prickled with anxiety, utterly beyond his comprehension. Where did his mental energy go? Such a vast reservoir of power had to have left some trace. Just a whiff of it should linger. At that fleeting moment of bewilderment, Bai Xiaochuan's fist penetrated the space where the telekinetic barrier had once stood, bearing down upon Wang Ye's face with terrifying force. Even before contact, the fierce wind from the punch stung Wang Ye's skin painfully. I concede. Please don't strike my face. Wang Yi, terrified, nearly screamed, instinctively shutting his eyes tight. The fist halted abruptly, mere inches from his nose, the gust it generated sending his hair flying backward. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the arena. All disciples, including several elders, stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily blank. What had just transpired? How could Wang Yi, with his formidable and relentless telekinetic prowess, simply vanish? How had Junior Uncle achieved this? Bai Xiaochuan slowly retracted his fist, the source armor and that peculiar aura dissipating along with it. Wang Yi, still shaken, opened his eyes, gingerly touching his almost bruised nose, panting as he gazed at Bai Xiaochuan as if he were a monster. Oh, Bai, what was that just now? What have you done with my mental energy? Bai Xiaochuan smiled gently, explaining, oh, it's merely my secondary ability, a branch of spatial manipulation named Devour. It can create miniature spatial singularities that briefly consume and annihilate any energy or matter it comes into contact with. Therefore, regardless of the form of attack, as long as it does not exceed a certain threshold, theoretically, it can be devoured. Devoured. Wang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Spatial manipulation. Devour. You. You're also dual class. And it's the ludicrously powerful spatial class. At this moment, Wang Yi felt as if he were on the brink of insanity. He had believed himself to be an extraordinary talent, awakened to the rare mental class, sufficient to dominate his peers, at least capable of overpowering Bai Xiaochuan. Yet he turned around to discover that Bai Xiaochuan had quietly perfected his physical training to its pinnacle and had awakened a spatial ability that sounded utterly broken. Oh, Bai, did you secretly pay to enhance your abilities? This is absurd. How are we supposed to compete? Wang Yi lamented, feeling as if the entire world conspired against him. He had thought his fire element would counter Bai Xiaochuan's wood element, only to find that the latter's devouring ability countered both of his elements. The surrounding disciples had long since turned to stone, gazing at Bai Xiaochuan with a mixture of awe and profound helplessness. The pinnacle of physical training would element spatial manipulation and devouring. Junior Uncle, you truly are the favored child of destiny. Chapter 18. The Grand Ceremony of Heaven. The reverberations of the duel had yet to fully subside, and the valley in the back mountain was bustling like a marketplace. Wang Yi slumped onto the ground, wailing without dignity, Heavens! Earth! Is there no justice left? I thought my dual class made me the favored one. Yet old Bai, you are as if the heavens themselves have chewed up the food and force-fed it to you. One disciple quipped, come on, Wang Yi, losing to Junior Uncle is only natural. After all, he is of a higher generation. Another chimed in, exactly, and it's you who makes us envious. Don't get me started on dual-class awakenings. After the source energy transformed into a lake, I feel like my sense of smell has sharpened. At least your nose is somewhat useful. Look at me. Another disciple lamented, pointing at his thick hair. I awakened. My hair is growing like crazy. It used to take 3 days without washing for it to get greasy. Now, if I don't cut it for a day, my bangs can poke my eyes. Wang Yi, initially wallowing in self-pity, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Hair awakening. Are you planning to become a monk with curly hair? The aggrieved disciple retorted, what is so funny? You try waking up every morning with your hair plastered all over your face. It's like being possessed by a dark spirit. Now I have to use source energy just to comb my hair, or else it tangles like a wild beast. Yunlong, the simple-minded disciple, gently rubbed his bald head, enviously remarking, actually, having more hair isn't so bad. Look at me. I can't even grow any. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. At that moment, another disciple timidly raised his hand. I think I awakened. Athlete's foot. The entire area fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into uproarious laughter. What? Athlete's foot. You can awaken that. Wang Yi laughed so hard he nearly collapsed. Brother, your ability is incredibly lethal. In battle, you won't even need a strike. Just take off your shoes. Area attack. Indiscriminate mental pollution. Ha ha ha. The disciple who had awakened his sense of smell instinctively covered his nose, fearing an unintended consequence, even though he hadn't smelled anything. The athlete's foot disciple's face turned crimson as he hurriedly defended himself. It's not what you think. It's that my sense of touch on the soles of my feet has become stronger. I can feel the faint flow of source energy beneath the ground. Every time I sense it, my feet get particularly warm, as if I have athlete's foot. The crowd finally understood, but their amusement remained unabated. Got it, heat-sensing athlete's foot. From now on, you'll be our treasure finder. Please keep your distance while sensing. Thank you. Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle, patting the shoulder of the brother with the athlete's foot ability. Abilities come in all forms. When used well, they could be divine skills. Perhaps one day you might uncover something extraordinary. The disciple was instantly moved to tears. Junior uncle, you truly understand me. Just as everyone was laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochuan's senior brother, Zhou Li, approached briskly, observing the chaotic scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to suppress a smile. He cleared his throat and admonished, Ahem, quiet down. What kind of conduct is this? He scanned the crowd, finally settling his gaze on Bai Xiaochuan, Yunlong, and Wang Yi. Xiaochuan, Yunlong, Wang Yi, enough of the antics. The sect leader requests your immediate presence in his chamber. The three exchanged glances, their smiles fading as curiosity set in, and they quickly followed Zhou Li away. Upon reaching the sect leader, Zhao Yunyo's simple abode, the elder was seated cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Master, the three greeted respectfully. Have a seat, Zhao Yunyu nodded. Bai Xiaochuan took the lead, Master. Did you summon us for something specific? Zhao Yunyu first glanced at Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi. Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, please provide a brief account of your awakened secondary abilities. The Daoist sect is preparing a comprehensive report on the capabilities of its members, particularly focusing on advanced abilities. Rest assured, the awakened secondary abilities of disciple from other sects will also be documented in this report, and you will have the opportunity to review it in due course. Bai Xiaochuan, yes, Master. Wang Yi, understood, Master. Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly and continued. In 10 days, the three of you must accompany me down the mountain to Longhu Mountain to participate in the Luotian Grand Ritual. Luotian Grand Ritual? Wang Ye's eyes brightened. Is it the legendary Daoist Grand Assembly? I thought it was already. This Luotian Grand Ritual is not to be confused with the traditional one, Zhao Yunyu interjected, providing clarification. It is not a conventional prayer meeting, but rather an event initiated by Longhu Mountain, jointly convened by various sects, aimed at gathering practitioners like us. It can be considered a demonstration of martial arts and philosophical discourse. Yunlong, intrigued, inquired, a demonstration of martial arts and philosophical discourse? Is it akin to the sparring session between junior uncle and senior brother Wang just now? Zhao Yunyo's expression grew serious. One could interpret it that way, but on a grander scale, with far-reaching implications. Although we have entered the body-refining realm, the path ahead remains uncertain. No one knows how to progress after this stage. This gathering serves two purposes. Firstly, to allow the young disciples of various sects to engage in exchanges and validate their learnings. And secondly, and most importantly, for the sect leaders and elders to convene and deliberate on the realms beyond body refining. It is for our Daoist sect and for all who tread this path to illuminate the way forward. Bai Xiaochuan's heart trembled. It seems the Luotian Grand Ritual may very well be a pivotal juncture for the future. However, Bai Xiaochuan expressed his concerns. Master, while the guards below the mountain may be lax, they have not completely withdrawn, and there are numerous eyes and ears from the authorities and various factions. Our journey to Longhu Mountain, given its prominence, may attract too much attention, and I fear. Vanya Wave dismissivedi. Oh, Lao Bai, you are far too cautious. With our current capabilities, especially yours, with your peak skin training coupled with your spatial manipulation abilities, and with Yunlong and me providing support, we can easily slip down the mountain and evade those watching us. Will they even be able to detect our presence? Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. You are underestimating the situation. The technology available today exceeds your imagination. Not to mention satellites. The main access points to Wudong Mountain and the mountain exits undoubtedly have hidden high-definition cameras and dynamic sensors. Thermal imaging devices can clearly capture human heat sources at night. There may even be specialized equipment capable of detecting fluctuations in energy. We might evade the naked eye. But to completely avoid all these technological monitoring systems and stealthily make our way to Longhu Mountain is nearly impossible. If we are discovered, how will the authorities respond? Will it escalate into a larger conflict? These are all uncertainties. After hearing this, both Wang Yi and Yunlong's expressions grew grave. Zhao Yunyu regarded Bai Xiaochuan with approval. What Xiaochuan says holds merit. The authorities have not relaxed their vigilance. They have merely adopted a more covert approach. A direct assault or stealthy infiltration carries immense risks and could easily provide them with a handle to grasp. Wang Yi, anxious, asked, Then what should we do? Are we not going? Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard, a glimmer of profound insight shining in his eyes. We must go, of course. Moreover, we shall go with integrity. If they regard us as high-risk individuals and monitor us closely, Then we shall approach them as such and formally request permission to travel. Request permission from the authorities? The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Zhao Yunyu affirmed. The Longhu Mountain Tianshi office has officially submitted an application to the relevant departments to hold a traditional religious and cultural exchange event, specifically requesting participation from various allied sections. And we, Wudong, have received this invitation. Will they approve it? Bai Xiaochuan queried, puzzled. The situation outside is chaotic due to the flu. The authorities would surely prefer to keep them locked away in the mountains indefinitely, which would save them considerable manpower. Zhao Yunyu displayed a knowing smile. They have no choice but to consider this carefully. The prestige of Longhu Mountain, combined with our need to exhibit a measure of value and sincerity, may sway their decision. For instance, we might offer unique assistance in matters that trouble them. Moreover, it is better to open channels than to close them off. They might also wish to seize this opportunity to observe just how formidable these high-risk individuals, have become. This Luotian grand ritual, while an internal celebration for the Daoist sect, will likely serve as a vantage point for some observers. Bai Xiaochuan lowered his head in contemplation. Although Master spoke in vague terms, he grasped the essence of the situation. This is a game of strategy, a test. The authorities are observing the Daoist sect, and the Daoist sect, in turn, is leveraging this opportunity to demonstrate its strength and seek dialogue. The disciple comprehends. Bai Xiaochuan spoke solemnly. Zhao Yunyu, then in 10 days, we shall officially descend the mountain. Yes, Master. Yes. Sect leader, Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan rose to leave, only to find Yunlong still remaining in place. Seemingly reluctant to depart, Wang Yi turned back in confusion. What's the matter, Yunlong? Do you have something else to discuss? Yunlong scratched his bald head. Master, senior brother, junior uncle. Actually, I have awakened my second ability. What? You, Yunlong. How could you keep such an important matter hidden? Do you even consider me your brother? Wang Yi seized Yunlong's head, ruffling his hair vigorously. This is outrageous. He thought only he and Lao Bai had awakened advanced abilities within Wudong. He never anticipated there was a sixth brother as well. However, Wang Yi soon ceased his playful antics, realizing they were in Master S chamber, and such behavior was inappropriate. Yunlong, looking downcast, continued, Master, everyone, my awakened second ability is also of the mental type. However, it is not a combat-oriented ability, although I have yet to utilize it. I refer to it as memory editing. Essentially, its effect is to delete or modify another's memories. Upon hearing this, the other three in the room immediately narrowed their eyes in shock. Bai Xiaochuan murmured, modifying memories? The mental branch does possess the capacity to erase memories, but to edit a person's memories? Even prior to my rebirth, I had never heard of such a thing. This is exceedingly formidable. Zhao Yunyu spoke solemnly. Yunlong, is your hesitation due to fears that others may be wary of your ability to alter their memories? Yunlong kept his head bowed. Yes, Master. But the people of Wudong are my family. I would never conceal this from them. Chapter 19, Departing Wudong Mountain. Zhao Yunyu observed Yunlong's anxious demeanor, his gaze softening as he sighed gently. Yunlong, your concerns are understood. The ability to modify memories is indeed significant, and it can easily incite caution or even fear in others. However, remember this, the ability itself is neither good nor evil. The essence lies in the intent of the wielder. As disciples of Wudong, we cultivate our hearts and uphold righteousness. As long as your intentions are pure, this ability can be harnessed to heal wounds and uphold justice, rather than for malevolence. Yunlong nodded earnestly, yes. Master, I will remember. I will only use it for good. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. You're going to alter others' memories, and you think you could do good? Zhao Yunyu continued. As for the matter of reporting your ability, there is no need for excessive concern. This statistical gathering aims merely to ascertain the baseline to navigate potential changes. All recorded abilities will remain anonymous. Outsiders will only know that Wudong possesses individuals with such capabilities, without knowing it is you, Yunlong. Moreover, if my conjecture is correct, the limitations of your abilities must be quite significant. Am I right? Must one's adversary be in a state of mental disarray or stripped of their capacity to resist for your powers to take effect? Yunlong's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know that, Master? Indeed, it is true. If the opponent's consciousness remains clear and their resolve unyielding, success becomes exceedingly elusive for me, and I may even suffer a backlash. And therein lies the crux, Zhao Yunyu said with a smile, stroking his beard. All things in the world exist in a state of balance. Such formidable abilities cannot possibly be devoid of constraints. With these limitations acknowledged, others will harbor less trepidation. Rest assured, should the sky fall, Master and the entire Wudong will stand resolutely before you. Hearing his mentor's unwavering support and understanding, a heavy weight lifted from Yunlong's heart, and a relieved smile graced his face. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, the group slowly exited the room. Not long after leaving the headmaster's quarters, Wang Yi could not resist throwing his arm around Yunlong's neck. You sly dog. You've hidden it well. Memory editing. Sounds utterly impressive. In the future, if someone rubs you the wrong way, just make them believe they're a squirrel. Bai Xiaochuan chuckled. Why a squirrel? Isn't SpongeBob better? Wang Yi replied. Ah? Yunlong alarmed. Hastily waved his hands. Little uncle. Brother Wang. It's not something to be used recklessly. Master has said we must maintain a righteous mindset. Wang Yi sheepishly released his grip. Just kidding. But seriously, Yunlong, your ability may prove to be of great use in the future. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. The trio exchanged a few more casual remarks before parting ways. Upon returning to his tranquil chamber, Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged upon his mat. He did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he quietly reflected upon the day's sparring and the abilities Yunlong had unveiled. Memory editing, a truly rare and formidable skill. It appears that even in my previous life, my understanding of such advanced abilities was woefully inadequate. However, the pressing matter at hand remains the enhancement of my strength. Bai Xiaochuan focused his mind and began to circulate his source energy. His rapid progress in cultivation, far surpassing even the most gifted individuals like Wang Yi, stemmed largely from his unique healing abilities. The first stage of body refinement, which involves skin conditioning, essentially entails using one's source energy akin to wrought iron, repeatedly hammering, penetrating, and tempering the skin to adapt and merge with the source energy, ultimately forming an incredibly resilient source armor. This process is excruciating and time-consuming, as the skin requires time to self-repair and adapt after enduring the rigors of source energy. Thus, the frequency and intensity of daily training are limited. Otherwise, it would only damage the foundation, resulting in adverse effects. Yet Bai Xiaochuan was entirely different. With a mere thought, the gentle healing energy within him flowed quietly. He could unleash his source energy at maximum intensity and frequency, relentlessly assaulting every inch of his skin without concern. Whenever his skin reached its breaking point, exhibiting slight damage and fatigue, his healing powers activated instantaneously, acting like the most sophisticated repair apparatus, restoring his skin to optimal condition in an instant. Then the cycle continued, hammering, healing, hammering. This relentless sequence proceeded with scarcely any respite. While others might effectively train for only 5 or 6 hours a day, he could engage in uninterrupted, high-efficiency training for 24 hours straight. The efficiency of his training escalated exponentially. This, indeed, was the true secret behind his rapid ascension to the pinnacle of skin conditioning. At this moment, a soft azure source energy enveloped his exterior once more, and amidst the subtle vibrations and humming sounds, the cells beneath his skin underwent an ultimate cycle of destruction and rebirth. Pain had long since become a familiar aspect of Bai Xiaochuan's existence after having experienced death. How could he fear such trivial discomfort? In 10 days, he might very well break through to the second stage of body refinement, the bone-tempering phase before their departure. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Xiaochuan scarcely slept, maximizing the advantages of his healing abilities. Through countless cycles of destruction and rebirth, his skin had been honed far beyond the limits of skin conditioning. Source energy naturally began to permeate and temper the deeper bones. At long last, just before their departure, a series of subtle yet dense cracking sounds resonated from within him, akin to jade beads striking a plate. A robust aura erupted from his being, the density of his bones dramatically increasing, faintly radiating with a lustrous jade hue. With each movement, his strength surged, surpassing all prior limits. The second stage of body refinement, bone tempering, was achieved. On a serene morning, at the gates of Wudong Mountain, Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong arrived punctually. Zhao Yunyu had already been waiting, dressed in a more formal deep blue Daoist robe. With silver hair and a demeanor exuding celestial grace, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. All four donned standard Wudong robes, unembellished and at ease. Master, are you the only one leading us on this journey to Longhu Mountain? Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward. Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard and nodded, casting his gaze down the mountain. Indeed, this time the Luotian Grand Rite is of extraordinary significance. The leaders of all sects will attend in person to demonstrate its gravity and facilitate discussions on significant matters. The affairs within the mountain have been entrusted to you, my esteemed disciples. Wang Yi grinned. Master, we must be Wudong's strongest lineup. All 3 of us are dual awakened, and although the headmaster isn't, his prowess is formidable, and his martial arts are astoundingly high. I dare say, Aside from Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu could likely defeat both Wang Yi and Yunlong solely through martial skill. Hearing this, Zhao Yunyu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yi, cautioning him, "There are realms beyond realms and people beyond people. Do not confine your perspective to a well, lest you become the subject of ridicule." Other sects possess numerous dual-awakened individuals as well. Longhu Mountain boasts a legacy of 1,000 years, its depth unfathomable. The current Celestial Master of the Celestial Master's Mansion is steeped in the true teachings of the ancestral home, and their strength is by no means trivial. Shushan, Qingsheng, and Laojun Mountain all have their unique merits. Do not presume there are no prodigies among their ranks. Our journey is for the purpose of exchange and mutual improvement, not for asserting superiority or flaunting martial prowess. Remember the virtue of humility, so as not to lose the dignity of Wudong. Wang Yi, just in it, retracted his neck and sheepishly acknowledged, "Master, you are right. I have erred." Only then did Zhao Yunyu nod slightly, choosing not to elaborate further as he led the way down the mountain. Bai Xiaochuan and the others followed closely behind. The quartet, clad in flowing robes, stood out strikingly against the tranquil mountain path. Upon reaching the entrance of the designated security zone at the mountain's foot, the vigilant armed police personnel, who had been on standby, immediately became alert, their gazes converging with intensity, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Yi scoffed, "Now this truly feels grand." Yunlong chuckled lightly. "These folks, little uncle could handle in mere minutes, right?" Bai Xiaochuan shot them a glance, warning, "Let us keep it to a minimum. Joking among ourselves is one thing, but we're approaching others now. If this is overheard, they might think we're plotting a rebellion." As the four descended, a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit, exuding a competent demeanor, quickly approached the forefront. Unlike the armed police, he displayed no signs of wariness. Instead, he wore a respectful expression, bowing slightly from a distance in a perfectly executed ancient gesture. Li Ming, from the 9th Division of the State Security General Administration, pays his respects to Senior Zhao. His demeanor was neither obsequious nor arrogant, but he exhibited proper courtesy, clearly demonstrating profound respect for Zhao Yunyu, as well as an acute awareness of the latter's stature and significance. Zhao Yunyu halted his steps, offering a slight nod as a gesture of courtesy. His tone measured. "Director Li, I appreciate your patience." Li Ming straightened, donning a professional smile, his gaze swiftly scanning the trio behind Zhao Yunyu. He nodded in acknowledgement at the three individuals, who promptly returned the gesture with a slight bow. The formalities between the Daoist sect and the official representatives had yet to be breached, necessitating a display of mutual respect. Li Ming responded, "You flatter me, Senior Zhao. Upon learning of the esteemed Tianshir's outing today, my superiors have dispatched me to coordinate matters here to prevent any unwarranted misunderstandings. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Director Li." Zhao Yunyu replied with a calm demeanor. Li Ming then stepped aside, gesturing for them to pass. The vehicles were ready, prepared to transport them directly to the airport, where a private plane awaited, destined for Longhushan. Should the Daoists feel any trepidation about their safety, we could arrange for high-speed trains or alternative means of transportation. All logistical concerns would be managed by my department, ensuring a seamless journey for you. His implication was clear. We will handle the route and transportation. Your cooperation will simplify matters for all involved. Zhao Yunyu understood the underlying message. No need for changes. Director Li's arrangements will suffice. With that, he took the lead, confidently traversing the path cleared by the armed police. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong followed closely, maintaining their focus ahead. Wang Yi ilbuit Bai Xiaochuan, Vishipiting, Bai, a dedicated vehicle and a private plane. It seems our status as high-risk personnel is not insignificant. Bai Xiaochuan replied, "Less chatter, more observation." The four of them, accompanied by Director Li and a cadre of plainclothes officers, boarded the sleek black sedan awaiting them at the foot of the mountain, and the convoy began its slow departure from Wudong Mountain. Chapter 20. Extraordinary Beings and Beasts. Before long, they exited the mountain path and found themselves on a concrete road. From this vantage point, Bai Xiaochuan could clearly see the nearby town. The once thriving town, now stifled by Wudong's closure and the flu pandemic, had lost all its former splendor. Bai Xiaochuan murmured, "How cold the world has become." He recalled the 3 years of isolation during the flu, confined to his home, where he spent his days either sleeping or scrolling through short videos, playing mobile games. His only aspiration then had been to attain 50 stars, dreaming of a fair-skinned, beautiful girlfriend beside him as he slept. After walking a few more steps, they soon spotted the specialized vehicle that would take them to the airport. It was a luxuriously modified small bus. Inside, the spacious interior boasted comfortable seating and a fixed table adorned with an array of exquisite snacks, fruits, and beverages. It resembled the lavish treatment often depicted in television dramas featuring tycoons and leaders. As Yunlong boarded, his eyes were immediately drawn to the colorful, delectable confections on the table. Having been confined to the mountains for over a year, their diet had consisted primarily of frozen provisions, courtesy of Wang Ye's parents. With monotonous meals of hard bread and sticky rice, Yunlong gazed longingly at Zhao Yunyu and quietly inquired, "Master, are these safe to eat?" Li Ming, accompanying them in the bus, heard the question and quickly smiled, stepping forward. He picked up a petite mung bean cake and demonstrated by taking a bite, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Absolutely, these have all been specially prepared for you. They're completely safe, so please enjoy." Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yunlong then cheered softly, carefully selecting a piece of cream cake, his eyes narrowing with delight as he savored it. Bai Xiaochuan hesitated, opting not to indulge in the treats just yet, instead choosing a quiet spot by the window to observe the interior ambience and the scenery beyond. Wang Yi, meanwhile, plopped down eagerly and pulled out his phone, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, brows furrowing and relaxing in turn, suggesting he was engaged in a conversation. Li Ming seated himself across from Zhao Yunyu. "Senior Zhao, I must admit, certain actions taken by the authorities over the past year have indeed been somewhat inappropriate and may have caused offense. I hope you and the esteemed ones of Wudong can show some understanding. The circumstances were unexpected and required these measures for stability." Zhao Yunyu maintained an impassive expression, merely responding with a soft awaiting further elaboration. Li Ming continued, "To be candid, since the signs of source energy resurgence were detected, the higher-ups have placed great emphasis on the matter. They promptly assembled a cadre of elite personnel to form a specialized department addressing such incidents, initially codenamed the Dragon Group. However, with the global flu outbreak, the situation grew increasingly complex, leading to rapid adjustments and expansions of the Dragon Group's roles and structure. It has now been integrated into the National Security Administration, becoming a subordinate special operations department. Currently, the primary entities managing affairs related to extraordinary beings are the 6th, 7th, 8th, and my own 9th Bureau. Extraordinary beings? Bai Xiaochuan instinctively repeated the term, furrowing his brow. In his previous life, they merely referred to themselves as awakened ones. Why did this term sound so familiar? Li Ming, noticing Bai Xiaochuan's utterance, turned to him with an awkward smile. "Ah, young Daoist. You've seen that rather popular domestic anime, Haven to you?" During our internal discussions on nomenclature, someone jokingly suggested it, thinking it simple and comprehensible, and it unexpectedly ended up being adopted. Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched slightly, nodding, "I've seen a bit of it." Prompted by Li Ming's comment, memories flooded back of the countless captivating animes he had watched during his isolation. If that were the case, would those tumultuous awakened ones not be referred to as complete beings? The déjà vu was striking. Li Ming cleared his throat. "In summary, the authorities now collectively refer to individuals like you, who have awakened special abilities due to source energy, as extraordinary beings. The previous restrictions and control policies on various sects were primarily instigated by the 6th and 7th Bureaus under the National Security Administration, which preferred a risk-control-first strategy." Bai Xiaochuan detected a hint of resignation in Li Ming's tone, suggesting internal divisions within the official ranks. Zhao Yunyu nodded lightly, inquiring, "And what strategy does the 9th Bureau, which you represent, adhere to?" Li Ming straightened his posture, his tone sincere. "The 9th Bureau leans towards communication, guidance, and cooperation. We believe that ancient sanctuaries like Wudong and Longhushan, with their profound heritage and wisdom, are invaluable forces in confronting future changes, deserving to be partners rather than mere subjects of control. This journey to Longhushan is an excellent opportunity. We hope to open a new chapter." A brief silence enveloped the vehicle until Zhao Yunyu suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Ming. "Zhang Tianshi has already entrusted you with the methods for awakening extraordinary abilities, has he not?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming straightened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it transformed into a bittersweet smile of respect. "Senior Zhao, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, the Tianshi of Longhushan was the first to express goodwill, sharing some methods to guide the awakening of source energy potential. It is precisely for this reason that our superiors have become increasingly aware of the importance of collaborating with the Daoist sections. By demonstrating sincerity first, the authorities must reciprocate with equivalent goodwill. The recent easing of restrictions on various sects to allow participation in the Luotian Grand Ritual is just the first step." Bai Xiaochuan felt a stirring within. In his previous life, he was of such a lowly rank that he could not possibly access such pivotal information. It turns out that the authorities had long since acquired methods for awakening extraordinary abilities from the Daoist sect. No wonder they were later able to establish a relatively orderly management system and even cultivate individuals with official backgrounds possessing these abilities. However, it appears that after the apocalypse erupted, the authorities had only obtained the methods for awakening. As for the realm of physical refinement and subsequent deeper pathways of cultivation, they were likely still firmly in the grasp of the Daoist sect. As for martial arts and formidable skills, that goes without saying. This also elucidates why, in his previous life, although there were numerous official awakeners in the large shelters, the number of top-tier experts was exceedingly scarce, far from being comparable to the disciples of the well-established sections. The absence of a solid foundation and subsequent paths limited their potential. Li Ming paused for a moment, his tone growing more solemn as he voluntarily divulged another piece of information. Furthermore, there's another situation that perhaps you have already noticed. With the continuous rise in the concentration of source energy, it is not only humanity that is undergoing transformation. The flora and fauna of the natural world are also experiencing mutations. Nowadays, in many primordial forests and remote grasslands, there have emerged a plethora of creatures that exceed the norm in size and exhibit highly aggressive behaviors. For instance, in the northeastern forests, giant bears capable of easily tearing through steel have been discovered. In the northwestern grasslands, packs of wolves, each comparable in size to a small automobile, have appeared, with leaders towering as high as 5 to 6 meters. The southern rainforests have seen the emergence of numerous insects and plants possessing deadly toxins or peculiar abilities. These mutated beings are currently referred to as demonic beasts by us. Fortunately, most of the demonic beasts discovered thus far still operate primarily on instinct and physical prowess. Although their destructive capabilities are astonishing, they remain within the range manageable by modern weaponry. Various battle zones have dispatched specialized teams for extermination and control, striving to keep the information contained and prevent societal panic. Yet, over time, the future remains uncertain. Bai Xiaochuan listened quietly, his gaze profound. He had anticipated all of this. Humanity is not the sole beneficiary. This resurgence of source energy sweeping across the globe is a baptism for the entire ecological sphere. Those beings once labeled as demonic beasts in the previous era have begun to reveal their presence. However, as Li Ming stated at this stage, they are still unable to directly contend with the iron tide of human civilization. Yet, this is merely the beginning. As the concentration of source energy continues to rise, and as these demonic beasts begin to harness source energy, potentially even awakening their innate divine abilities and initially developing intelligence, the world's dynamics will undoubtedly undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The bus continued to glide smoothly along the road, the scenery outside the window rapidly retreating. Chapter 21. Vang Yise Fidenziat Hatfrit. Approximately half an hour passed with few vehicles on the road, allowing for unimpeded travel. The sights outside flashed by, occasionally revealing workers in protective gear setting up checkpoints by the roadside. Inside the bus, Zhao Yunyu rested with closed eyes, his breath deep and steady. Yunlong, having eaten his fill, leaned back in his comfortable seat and dozed off. Li Ming, meanwhile, was engrossed in his tablet, occasionally murmuring to himself as he handled official matters. Only Wang Yi remained exuberantly animated, his fingers flying across his phone's screen with a rapidity that nearly left an afterimage, his expression oscillating between grim determination and exuberant delight. Bai Xiaochuan, intrigued by Wang Yi's fervor, cast a sidelong glance. He saw Wang Yi immersed in a chat group titled Daoist Family, engaged in a heated battle of words. Bai Xiaochuan recognized this group. It was merely a renaming of a previous discussion forum. However, he had long since muted notifications. Silently, he pulled out his phone and tapped on the icon buried beneath countless unread red notifications. Indeed, the messages flooded in instantly. Most of them were exchanges between Wang Qingyan of Qingqing Mountain and Wang Yi. Could this be the legendary clash of the Wang factions? Qingqing Mountain. Wang Qingyan, I'm not boasting. In this upcoming Luotian Grand Rite, the leader will undoubtedly be one of my Qingsheng disciples. My senior brother has received the true transmission of the wind and cloud sword technique. With a single strike, the world shall change colors. Just wait and see. Wudong. Wild King. Nonsense. Change colors? I reckon your senior brother has merely received the true transmission of the weather forecast. Wudong, Wild King. Who can't boast? My Wudong Jr. uncle has perfected his skin technique. He can withstand rocket fire without a hitch. His mastery of wood-based techniques is unparalleled. Are you afraid or not? Longhu Mountain, little Taoist, trembling. Jif, please, esteemed masters, cease your quarrel and leave us a way out. Mauname, Jingyi, 1, gathering to watch the masters fight. Qingcheng Mountain. Wang Ganjiang, perfected skin technique. What a load of hot air. Furthermore, even if perfected, what of it? Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan, it would merely serve as a human punching bag for my senior brother. Wood-based. Just a flashy gimmick. My Qingcheng sword technique, paired with metal, specializes in silencing all dissent. One sword to shatter myriad laws. Wudong, Wild King. Punching bag? Your senior brother's so-called wind and cloud sword. Don't come crying if it gets dulled. Wudong, Wild King. And one sword to shatter myriad laws? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Let my junior uncle stand there for you to strike. I assure you, you 1T breach his defense, believe it or not. Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan. Wang Yi, do you only hide behind others to boast? If you have the courage, step up yourself. Wudong, Wild King. Do I need to lift a finger against someone like you? My junior uncle has said it. Dealing with you requires only 3 moves. Bai Xiaochuan observed Wang Yi's statement. My junior uncle has said it. Dealing with you requires only 3 moves. And felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This guy spews bravado without a second thought, and even presumes to speak on his behalf. Almost immediately, the individual with the ID, Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan, erupted. Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan, Wudong, Wild King, nonsense. Who is your junior uncle? Let him come out and speak. Hiding behind others, what kind of hero is that? Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan. 3 moves? What audacity. Let him show himself. I want to see how he can defeat me in 3 moves. Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan, Wudong, Wild King. Are you just making things up? You must be spouting nonsense. The other group members began to rally around. Longhu Mountain, Little Daoist, watching the show. Mauname, Jing, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the junior uncle to clarify things. Maoshan, corpse driver, fight, fight. Bai Xiaochuan expressionlessly put away his phone, stood up, and walked over to where Wang Yi was furiously typing, a grin plastered on his face. Wang Yi remained oblivious, engrossed in preparing for his next output. Suddenly, an arm extended from behind, silently locking around his neck with just the right amount of pressure to momentarily steal his breath, freezing his typing hand in place. A cough. Who is it? What is going on? Wang Yi awkwardly turned his head to meet Bai Xiaochuan's calm, yet menacing gaze. Oh, Bai. Wang Yi se bravado instanti faltered. His confidence waning. What are you doing? Bai Xiaochuan did not loosen his grip. Instead, he leisurely withdrew his phone. The screen illuminated, displaying the latest outburst from a group, along with his own bold proclamation. When did I ever say I could deal with him in 3 moves? Wang Yi. Oh, Bai. I was just trying to hype you up. Look at how arrogant that guy is. We Wudong cannot lose face. Plus, look, there are plenty of girls in the group watching. I'm just helping you build a mighty image. Bai Xiaochuan tightened his grip slightly. Oh, should I express my gratitude to you then? Cough, cough, cough. No need for thanks. It is but a duty. Ouch. Easy there. Wang Yi felt the pressure around his neck intensify, hastily pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Lao Bai. Bai Yi. Bai Xiaochuan. I shall never dare to boast on your behalf again. The commotion finally caught the attention of Zhao Yunyu, who was meditating with his eyes closed, as well as the drowsy Yunlong. Even Li Ming, who was engrossed in official matters, glanced over in curiosity. Zhao Yunyu slightly opened his eyes, cast a glance at the two grappling with each other, shook his head helplessly, and closed his eyes once more, uninterested in the antics of the younger generation. Yunlong rubbed his sleepy eyes and, still in a daze, inquired, Wang Yi Shi Xiang, Shu, what game are you playing? Bai Xiaochuan finally released his grip, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. If you use me as material for boasting again, next time it won't just be a neck squeeze. Wang Yi rubbed his reddened neck, grumbling, I know, truly. Subsequently, he picked up his phone once more, noticing a flurry of messages in the group chat. Particularly, Wang Qingyan had begun to mock him for being cowardly, having had his boasting exposed. Wang Yi's teeth ground in irritation, yet he dared not speak out of turn again, only able to type angrily. Wudong, Wild King, Qingcheng Mountain, Wang Qingyan. What are you shouting for? My Shu is low-key and dislikes squabbling with you. Have a means to show your true worth at the Luotian Dajiao. Let us see if you can still be so brazen then. After sending this message, Wang Yi immediately switched off his phone and tucked it away. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head in resignation and returned to his seat. To be frank, after experiencing the apocalypse, he only wished to rapidly enhance his abilities. The age of boasting was long past. Now, Bai Xiaochuan preferred to act modestly while concealing his true prowess. The most subtle display of strength is often the most lethal. After approximately 3 hours of travel, the bus gradually arrived at a civilian airport. Unlike typical civilian airports, the security checks here were notably stringent. Medical and security personnel clad in full white protective gear, complete with goggles and masks, were visible everywhere. The air was tinged with the faint scent of disinfectant. Ordinary travelers wore various masks, hurrying through the terminal, their expressions marked with vigilance and concern. As Bai Xiaochuan and his companions followed Li Ming off the bus and into the airport hall, their attire immediately stood out, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. The four Daoists, dressed in ancient dark blue robes, starkly contrasted with the heavily armed and anxious atmosphere surrounding them. Most strikingly, none of them wore masks. Look, those individuals. Daoists? Are there still Daoists venturing out these days? Why aren't they wearing masks? Are they not afraid of infection? In these extraordinary times, this is far from proper. Whispers of astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of dissatisfaction began to ripple through the crowd. What further incited the travelers, who were enduring strict security checks, temperature screenings, and potential blood tests, was Li Ming's casual approach to a seemingly authoritative security personnel. After a brief exchange and presenting a document, the security officer immediately saluted and waved them through. The group of Daoists bypassed the long queue entirely, heading straight for the VIP passage, seemingly exempt from any checks. At that moment, the crowd erupted in outrage. Why? Why are they not subjected to checks? A middle-aged man dragging a suitcase could no longer contain his indignation, his face flushed with anger. We've been waiting here for nearly an hour. Temperature checks. Nucleic acid tests. Why can't they just walk in? A mother with a child echoed his sentiment fervently. In these exceptional times, everyone should be treated equally. What privileges do they possess? We demand an explanation. Is there some underlying conspiracy? The murmurs of discontent escalated, threatening to incite a riot. Several ground staff and security personnel immediately grew tense, striving to maintain order. Chapter 22. The People of Shushan. Once aboard the private jet, nothing of note transpired. After a little over an hour, the aircraft landed smoothly at the Tan City civilian airport. Through the window, Bai Xiaochuan observed a variety of fighter jets stationed on the runway, indicating the airport served both military and civilian purposes. Just as they disembarked, Bai Xiaochuan and his companions noticed another aircraft with a different livery had just come to a stop. The cabin door opened, and a group of individuals descended. Leading them was a middle-aged Taoist clad in a blue robe, his visage lean and his gaze as sharp as a sword. He bore an ancient long sword on his back, exuding a calm yet potent presence, his steps steady and imbued with an unspoken intensity. Following him were three others, a man in his early 30s with a somewhat stern demeanor, a similarly youthful man with a more gentle disposition, and a remarkably striking female Taoist. She appeared to be in her 20s, with bright eyes and radiant teeth, her skin fair as snow, and her stature as upright as a pine tree. Dressed in the distinctive blue robes of Shushan, her graceful form was unmistakable. The female Taoist's clear gaze held a glimmer of curiosity. Her every glance radiated a cool, ethereal grace, reminiscent of a rare orchid in a secluded valley. To be honest, when Wang Yi first mentioned the presence of numerous female Taoists within the Daoist sect, he had found it hard to believe. Take Wudong, for example. It was predominantly filled with rugged men. Had it not been for the Wudong disciples being able to indulge in videos during the mountain's closure, there would have surely been many unforeseen changes over time. If the beauty of the Shushan female Taoist were to reach the ears of the Wudong sect, it would undoubtedly incite a cacophony of howls. At this moment, the leading middle-aged Taoist spotted Zhao Yunyu, and his expression instantly transformed into one of reverence as he hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Lucian of Shushan pays his respects to Shi Shu Zhao. Bai Xiaochuan was not well acquainted with Shushan, having primarily focused his choices on Wudong, Longhu, Maoshan, and Qingchen. Since entering Wudong, he had been engaged in solitary cultivation. Wang Yi, standing nearby, seemed to sense his uncertainty and leaned in to whisper an introduction. Old Bai, this is the current head of Shushan, Daoist Lucian. It's quite a poignant tale. His master, the previous head of Shushan, passed away just days before the energy surge. Consequently, the position of headmaster fell to the second-generation disciple, Lu Shibua. By lineage, his master and our Shurya are of the same generation. Hence he must address our Shurya as Shi Shu. At this moment, a young woman dressed in a professional suit, with a striking appearance and a composed demeanor, approached to greet the Shushan group. She was Li Ming's assistant, smiling as she engaged in conversation with Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun, coordinating arrangements. Bai Xiaochuan cast a glance her way. He couldn't help but notice that the two women he had encountered upon descending the mountain were both quite beautiful. Yet, compared to their superior, they lacked a certain gravitas and charm. Speaking of the superior, Bai Xiaochuan planned to visit Su City in the year the apocalypse officially erupted. If his memories served him correctly, that year would see her lose her most cherished kin, a tragedy that would profoundly alter her demeanor, rendering her cold and distant. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu, Zhao Yunyu was joined by Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong, who also offered slight bows. Since Bai Xiaochuan was a direct disciple of Zhao Yunyu and of the same generation as Lu Shan, he merely gestured respectfully without performing a deeper bow. Lu Shan swiftly noticed the extraordinary aura of Bai Xiaochuan, who stood beside Zhao Yunyu. Master Zhao, this must be your newly accepted disciple, Bai Xiaochuan, am I correct? Truly, he possesses a remarkable demeanor. Bai Xiaochuan, neither obsequious nor arrogant, once again clasped his hands in greeting. Bai Xiaochuan, greetings to you, senior brother Lu. Excellent, excellent. Lu Shan responded with a cheerful nod, reciprocating the gesture of his peer. After exchanging pleasantries, the two factions, under the guidance of Assistant Li Ming, boarded an even larger luxury bus en route to Longhu Mountain. Following his disembarkation from the private jet, Li Ming hurriedly bid farewell to Zhao Yunyu, seemingly preoccupied with an urgent matter. Nevertheless, one must commend Li Ming for his meticulous arrangements, which encompassed every conceivable detail, thoroughly expressing the sincerity of collaboration. Even Bai Xiaochuan could perceive the goodwill emanating from the other party. On board, the presence of Wang Yi, the social butterfly, ensured that the atmosphere remained lively. He swiftly approached the three young disciples from Shushan, readily initiating conversation. Greetings, fellow Daoists. I am Wang Yi from Wudong, and this is my junior brother Yunlong. The one over there is my little master uncle, Bai Xiaochuan. Upon hearing Wang Ye's name, the three young disciples from Shushan displayed subtle expressions of surprise and amusement, evidently having encountered Wang Ye's charisma in their shared Daoist community. The poised female Daoist stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. So, you're the famed Wild Wang of Wudong? You seem quite active in the group. Bai Xiaochuan, upon hearing her voice, was slightly taken aback. The charmingly aloof female Daoist possessed a voice that belied her elegant appearance and demeanor. Another male Daoist, possessing a gentle disposition, added, I have long admired your reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I am a disciple of Shushan, known by the Dao, named Qingyuan. He gestured toward the stern male Daoist beside him. This is my senior brother, Qingxiu, he continued, then pointed to the female Daoist. This is my junior sister, Qingyi. Wang Yi, invigorated by the attention of the beautiful Daoist, chuckled. Ah, titles are merely titles. I am simply an enthusiastic individual who enjoys fostering friendly exchanges within our sect. Qingyi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled, clearly skeptical of his claims. Qingyuan, being more straightforward, inquired curiously, Wang Yi, I presume this Bai Shu is the little master uncle you often mention in the group? Wang Yi, upon hearing this, instantly perked up. Just as he was about to launch into a boastful tirade, he felt a calm and unwavering gaze sweep over him from behind, causing a chill to run down his neck, and he abruptly swallowed his words. Bai Xiaochuan, sensing the attention of those around him, merely inclined his head slightly toward the trio from Shushan. A faint smile, neither overly warm nor impolite, graced his lips, and he refrained from elaborating further. An air of appropriate detachment, befitting a senior, naturally emanated from him. The Shushan trio, witnessing this, felt a profound respect within. Truly, such an aura could only belong to a formidable master among the younger generation. Wang Yi, indeed, was not exaggerating. He chuckled lightly, oh, please don't mind. My little master uncle has this temperament. He is a man of few words, but possesses a good heart. Once you get to know him better, you'll find he can converse on a plethora of topics, witty remarks, insightful sayings. After a brief silence, Qingyuan suddenly remarked, speaking of which, during this upcoming Luotian Grand Rite, aside from our desire to engage in exchanges with fellow sects, what we most wish to learn about is the swordsmanship of Qingqing Mountain. Within the Daoist community, when it comes to the legacy of swordsmanship, it is undoubtedly Shushan and Qingcheng that boast the most ancient traditions. This is an excellent opportunity to ascertain whether their Qingqing's Fengyun sword technique is more formidable, or if our Shushan sword control technique prevails. Upon hearing this, Wang Ye's interest was piqued, and he seized the moment to voice a long-held curiosity. Ah, Qingyun, to be honest, are those sword techniques you mentioned, like the sword control technique and Fengyun sword technique, truly genuine? Can they really sever a person's head from 1,000 miles away, just like in novels? Not that I harbor doubts, but before the resurgence of source energy, those traditional martial arts seemed, well, more like performances. This inquiry undeniably sparked Bai Xiaochuan's curiosity as well. Although he had been reborn, his previous life had left him grappling in the middle echelons, with scant knowledge of the Daoist arts. Now, in the wake of the source energy resurgence, various sects had rekindled their interest in traditional martial arts and conducted in-depth research. For instance, Wudong's Ti Yunzong, Tai Chi, and Bagua Palm, when infused with source energy, exhibited extraordinary effects. Yet, what level could sword techniques, particularly the seemingly mystical sword control technique, truly achieve? To Bai Xiaochuan, it seemed that sword control was merely the domain of gold element awakeners wielding flying swords in chaotic dances. Did this imply that even those who were not gold element awakeners could control flying swords? Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan exchanged glances with his expressionless senior brother Qing Xiu. Qing Xiu remained impassive, while Qing Yuan smiled and explained, "It is entirely reasonable for you to harbor such doubts, Wang Yi. Before the resurgence of source energy, many profound sword techniques indeed struggled to demonstrate their might. They were largely methods for refining the body and cultivating the mind, appearing to outsiders as mere performances. However now, a glimmer of confidence flickered in Qing Yuan's eyes. Source energy is the key that has truly unlocked the door to swordsmanship. The so-called sword control is not merely an ethereal concept. Initially, it involves wielding the sword with one's energy, infusing the sword with one's own source energy, guiding it as an extension of oneself. The power, speed, and agility far surpass that of ordinary weapon combat. As one advances deeper, coupled with unique mental techniques, it is indeed feasible to control a sword from a distance, to strike an enemy within 100 steps. As for the realm of 1,000 miles, that may very well belong to the legendary sword immortals, beyond our comprehension. Qingyi chimed in, her distinctive youthful voice adding, "Before we set off, Master Luo." The sect leader demonstrated a sword energy manifestation. With a single swing, the sword energy coalesced and lingered, dissipating only after 3 breaths. It was truly magnificent. Wang Yi was left speechless. Wow, that's so impressive. Had I known, I would have practiced swordsmanship too. How could playing with fire compare to the grandeur of sword control? Though Bai Xiaochuan maintained a calm demeanor, waves of intrigue stirred within him. It seemed that the depths of the Daoist community exceeded his expectations. The arts and techniques were abundant and varied. Consequently, the possibility of talismans being genuine seemed increasingly likely. His anticipation for the Luotian Grand Rite grew ever more fervent. Chapter 23. Arrival at Longhu Mountain an hour later. The bus gradually approached the quaint town at the foot of Longhu Mountain. In contrast to the small city beneath Wudong Mountain, this town was evidently several times larger. The streets were broader, and the shops lining either side were numerous, faint echoes of past prosperity still visible. However, like many places affected by the influenza pandemic, the streets were sparsely populated, and numerous shops had closed, lending an air of desolation. The main road, leading to Longhu Mountain's gate, required traversing this thoroughfare, extending to the town's far end. The late spring sun bore a hint of warmth, yet the air was still tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant and an indescribable stillness. As Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu, Wang Yi, Yunlong, and the 4 disciples from Shushan, clad in various Daoist robes and exuding an aura distinct from the ordinary, appeared on the streets, they instantly captured the curiosity of the town's residents. A little girl attending an online class suddenly peered out of the window. Mom, look, more Daoists have come." The mother, seemingly supervising her child while scrolling through her phone, also gazed curiously outside. "Oh, really? What day is it today?" "Just an hour ago." A group in deep blue robes passed by, and now this group is in different colors? "Mom, behold that venerable elder with a white beard, resembling a celestial being from the tales of yore. Ah, and those spirited young individuals. That female Taoist is truly striking. Why do they not don masks? Are they not concerned? Capture this moment, capture it. Share it on social media." Whispers of excitement emanated from all directions, as numerous onlookers hastily retrieved their phones to snap photos or record videos. For the townsfolk, who had been sealed away for over a year, nearly isolated from the outside world, the simultaneous appearance of so many Taoists was undoubtedly a remarkably novel and noteworthy event. The group traversed the quaint streets of the town and soon arrived at the entrance of the mountain path leading to the summit of Longhu Mountain. At this juncture, the stone steps wound upward, flanked by deserted ticket booths and souvenir shops, all coated in dust. The scene mirrored that beneath Wudong Mountain, exuding a sense of desolation abruptly interrupted by the passage of time. At the base of the stone steps stood 4 men clad in deep blue security uniforms. They stood tall and composed, their gazes sharp as hawks, devoid of the lethargy typical of ordinary guards. To describe them as military personnel would not be an exaggeration. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes swept over these 4 individuals, his pupils narrowing slightly. With his current cultivation at the bone refinement stage and his keen perception, he could distinctly sense a formidable current of power within them. It seemed they had successfully established their foundational cultivation, with the energy in their dantian circulating autonomously. Furthermore, 2 of them emanated a unique energy fluctuation, clearly indicating they had awakened some form of extraordinary ability. Old Bai and Wang Yi also sensed the anomaly and leaned closer to Bai Xiaochuan, whispering, "These guards seem to have already established their foundations. Moreover, there is something unusual about them." Bai Xiaochuan subtly nodded. Establishing a foundation necessitates the activation of the dantian, which in turn requires a prerequisite: the presence of a dantian embryo capable of nurturing energy. Prior to the eruption of energy, one must cultivate this embryo by directing the flow of air within their body through breath control. Bai Xiaochuan had accomplished this feat in about 2 months, thanks to the guidance of his master and others. However, after the eruption of energy, when the world was suffused with energy, the energy inhaled by ordinary individuals would instinctively converge in their lungs for gas exchange. Over time, this would inadvertently strengthen the lungs, rendering it exceedingly challenging to guide energy to the lower dantian to establish a reservoir of qi. In fact, the accumulation of energy in the lungs could obstruct pathways and potentially harm the lung meridians. This was also the reason why, after the apocalyptic events of his previous life, few could still cultivate. The guards before him were evidently not recent initiates in their training. They must have laid their foundations through some means prior, possessing their dantian well before the resurgence of energy. Thus, when the energy revived, their success in establishing their foundations came naturally, and their energy had even transformed into a lake, awakening twice. Clearly, the state had been proactive. Their efficiency was remarkable, swiftly organizing such talent and placing them in critical positions. This indicated that the authorities not only acquired knowledge from the Daoist sects, but also possessed a considerable number of hidden cards with cultivation potential. Upon the arrival of the crowd, one of the security personnel stepped forward. Although clad in a security uniform, his movements were imbued with military precision. He offered a standard salute. "Esteemed Daoists, please present your invitation or identification." Zhao Yunyun maintained a calm demeanor, while Lu Shun, the leader of the Shushan sect, retrieved a gilded document from his sleeve and presented it. After a meticulous inspection, the security officer saluted once more, identity confirmed. "Esteemed Daoists, please ascend the mountain. The Tianchi office has arranged personnel to welcome you above." As the group passed the officer, he added, "The mountain has seen an influx of visitors recently. We kindly ask all Taoists to adhere to the relevant regulations and refrain from wandering into restricted areas." Though his tone was courteous, the underlying message of caution and surveillance was unmistakable. Bai Xiaochuan cast a nonchalant glance back at the officer. The leading guard, upon meeting Bai Xiaochuan's gaze, suddenly felt as if he had been locked onto by a primordial beast lurking in the abyss. A chilling wave of dread surged up his spine, coursing towards the crown of his head. It was only after Bai Xiaochuan and his companions disappeared around a bend in the steps that the head guard gasped for air, his security uniform soaked with a cold sweat. "Old Qian? Team Leader Qian, what is wrong with you?" The other 3 guards quickly surrounded him, having noticed their captain's recent unease. A young guard, with an air of arrogance, gazed towards the mountain path and remarked dismissively, "Team Leader Qian, are you all right?" Those Taoists didn't seem all that impressive. The old one might have deeper skills, but the younger one seemed less formidable than us. Now that we brothers have all transformed our energy into a lake, with the second and third having even awakened mutated abilities, we shouldn't fear these so-called righteous sects. Right? Silence. Old Qian barked sharply, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "You know nothing of the world. Just now, that young man in the dark blue robe, standing beside the elder. Did any of you gauge his depth?" The 3 team members exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. They only sensed that he was calm, with no discernible energy emanating from him. Not realizing it is precisely the point, Old Qian whispered, his voice low and laden with trepidation. "It is because our levels are utterly incapable of perceiving him. I tell you, that individual was exceedingly dangerous, 100 times more perilous than the mercenaries and assassins I encountered abroad. My vision has changed after my second awakening, and you all know that I can see things differently. Yet, just a glance at him nearly sent me into despair. It felt as if an ant were gazing up at the cosmos, utterly unfathomable." The 3 guards, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of disbelief and shock. Old Qian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. "Listen carefully. This mission is for vigilance and observation, not provocation. The higher-ups have repeatedly emphasized that we must maintain absolute respect and caution towards these ancient sects, especially their core disciples. Cast aside your pitiful sense of superiority. Our nascent powers are nothing in the eyes of true masters. That individual could likely eliminate all of us with ease. From now on, when encountering Taoists, show them the utmost respect. Do you understand?" "Yes, team leader." Chapter 24. disciples from various Taoist temples gather. The summit of Longhu Mountain stands approximately several hundred meters high, appearing somewhat diminutive compared to Wudong Mountain. However, for Bai Xiaochuan and his companions, even a mountain several thousand meters high would feel like a mere stroll. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they reach the halfway point. At this elevation, much like most scenic spots, numerous pavilions have been erected. Within these pavilions, the view was expansive, allowing one to overlook the now diminutive town below, as well as the meandering rivers and fields in the distance. Notably, despite the abandoned shops at the base, the mountain path on either side was remarkably clean and tidy, devoid of fallen leaves or rampant weeds. It was evident that the Taoists of Longhu Mountain diligently maintained the area, cleaning and clearing it daily. Having ascended further, a quaint stone archway came into view, inscribed with the vigorous characters Wanfazong Tantan, signifying the official entrance into the core region of Longhu Mountain. Beneath the archway, a young Taoist novice clad in a somewhat oversized blue robe was tiptoeing, diligently sweeping the already pristine stone steps with a broom taller than himself. This novice, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, possessed a round face and a particularly prominent pair of ears. Though not tall, he exuded an air of fortune, his expression focused, yet imbued with the innocence of youth. Upon catching sight of Zhao Yunyu and his companions ascending the steps, his round, bright eyes lit up. He promptly dropped the broom and scampered over with his short legs, first running directly to the white-haired Zhao Yunyu, bowing with the poise of a miniature adult. His voice rang out, crisp and clear, albeit tinged with childlike sweetness. Greetings to the venerable master, Zhao, from Wudong. I am Zhang Yuanling, a disciple of Longhu Mountain's Yi Sect, here to welcome esteemed uncles and senior brothers. My master instructed me to await your arrival, he continued. The name, Zhang Yuanling, fittingly matched his plump visage. Zhao Yunyu, unable to suppress a warm smile at the endearing little novice, replied, Thank you, young friend Yuanling. Upon hearing the compliment, the young novice's face beamed with joy, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. He then turned to Lu Shun, respectfully bowing again. Greetings to Master Lu of Shushan. Lu Shun returned the gesture with a smile. No need for such formalities, young Yuanling. Finally, Zhang Yuanling offered his respects to Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and the other young disciples, uncertain of their respective ranks. Master Zhao, Master Lu, and esteemed uncles and brothers, please follow me. My master and Grandmaster Tianshi are awaiting you at the Tianshi mansion. With that, he began to lead the way with his little legs. At that moment, Li Ming, the assistant who had been quietly trailing at the back of the group, stepped forward briskly. She first bowed slightly to Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun, her face adorned with a professional smile. Elder Zhao, Master Lu, and esteemed Taoist priests, I shall escort you to this point. Inside the Tianshi mansion, other leaders from the headquarters await to discuss pertinent matters, so I shall not accompany you further. Should you require anything during your stay, please feel free to contact me at this number. As she spoke, she handed over a simple card with just a phone number printed on it. Zhao Yunyu accepted the card with a slight nod, his tone calm. Thank you, young lady. You are too kind, Elder Zhao. It is merely my duty, she replied, bowing once more before elegantly turning to descend the stone steps, her figure swiftly disappearing amidst the trees. Thus, the group continued their ascent under the guidance of the little novice. Passing through the archway of Wanfazong Tantan, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. Ancient temples were built against the mountainside, their eaves elegantly curving, shrouded amidst towering pines and cypress trees, enveloped in mist. With the faint sounds of bells and chimes echoing, a veritable celestial ambience. Wang Yi whispered, "Oh Bai, I must say Longhu Mountain is truly on par with Wudong." Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, strictly speaking, Longhu Mountain's scenery might even surpass that of Wudong. The meticulous greenery adorning both sides indicated that Longhu Mountain's tourism bureau had indeed invested considerable effort. Wang Yi remarked, "Oh Bai, doesn't this young novice, Yuanling, remind you of someone from the past?" Bai Xiaochuan inquired. Who? Wang Yi replied, "I can't shake the feeling that he resembles Tu." Bai Xiaochuan shot Wang Yi a disapproving glance. Enough of that. Show some respect to the young brother of Longhu Mountain. Wang Yi chuckled unfazit, and continued to curiously gaze around. Under Zhang Yuanling's guidance, the group traversed a grove of ancient pines, and suddenly, they emerged into a vast square. The square, paved with blue stones, was surrounded by majestic temples, with a towering incense burner at its center, wisps of smoke spiraling skyward. Yunlong exclaimed, "There's so many senior brothers and uncles." Bai Xiaochuan was equally astonished by the multitude of people gathered. A glance revealed over 100 Taoists in various robes congregated here. This was Bai Xiaochuan's first encounter with such a large assembly of Taoists. Among them were local Taoists from Longhu Mountain clad in bright yellow garments, disciples from Maoshan in gray robes, and visitors from Qingcheng in blue robes, along with others in diverse colors representing various sections. The square was alive with murmurs, greetings, and gentle laughter. At the forefront, 7 or 8 distinguished elders, their hair and beards white as snow, were engaged in conversation. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze swept over them, immediately recognizing several familiar faces: Guo Digang, the master of Baiyun Temple; Lin Jiudao, the head of Maoshan; and Li Xuanji, the leader of Qingqing Mountain. At the center of this gathering stood the contemporary Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingyue, clad in a purple Tianshi robe and adorned with a hibiscus crown, his countenance lean and composed. What captured Bai Xiaochuan's attention most was the elder standing beside Zhang Tianshi. Impeccably dressed in a dark suit, his hair meticulously styled. Bai Xiaochuan murmured, "It seems this person is the leader from the headquarters that Assistant Li Ming mentioned." His demeanor unmistakably indicated a man of authority. The arrival of Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun instantly drew the attention of the entire assembly. Particularly, Zhao Yunyu, being of high rank within the Taoist community and a peer of Zhang Tianshi, was met with smiles as Zhang Tianshi halted his conversation to extend a warm greeting. "Elder Zhao, Master Lu, you have traveled far." Bai Xiaochuan was astounded to witness Li Xuanji, the elder he regarded as the king of tongue in online debates, now wearing a genial smile as he bowed respectfully to Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun, his tone exceedingly courteous. "Brother Zhao, it's good to see you. Master Lu, long time no see." His demeanor radiated the grace of a highly esteemed and broad-minded elder, devoid of the combative spirit he often displayed online. Bai Xiaochuan silently pondered. Indeed, even the prominent figures possess dual personas. Online they may be fierce, yet in reality they exhibit utmost politeness. Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun reciprocated the greetings, engaging in friendly banter with their old acquaintances. Zhang Tianxi's gaze then fell upon Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and the other younger disciples, lingering on Bai Xiaochuan for a moment, a flicker of concealed admiration flashing in his eyes. These must be the talented disciples from Wudong and Shushan. Truly, they're the dragons and phoenixes among men. The future of the Taoist community is promising. At that moment, the elder in the suit stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. "Welcome, esteemed Taoists, to Longhu Mountain. I am Qin Yuanshan from the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau." Now that Elder Zhao from Wudong and Master Lu from Shushan have arrived, and with all esteemed friends gathered, let us proceed to the hall to discuss important matters. Zhang Qingyue nodded, stroking his beard as he addressed the gathering. "Very well. Friends, please follow me into the Sanqing Hall for further discussions. As for the younger disciples from various sects, you may wait here or be guided by my disciples of Longhu Mountain to explore and rest around the square." Zhao Yun turned his head and softly instructed Bai Xiaochuan, "Wang Yi and Yun Long, you should wait here and refrain from causing trouble. Coexist peacefully with the friends from other sections." Bai Xiaochuan nodded gently, "Yes, master." Wang Yi and Yun Long quickly echoed their agreement. The leader of Mount Shu, Lu Shun, similarly offered a few words of advice to Qing Su, Qing Yuan, and Qing Yi. Thus, the various sect leaders, observers, and the official representative, Qin Yuanshan, surrounded by the esteemed disciples of Longhu Mountain, proceeded towards the most magnificent and solemn Sanqing Hall at the rear of the square. The young disciples who remained suddenly felt the weight lift, and the atmosphere grew more lively. Having journeyed together, the Wudong and Shu sects had developed a familiarity and naturally congregated in a corner of the square, engaging in hushed conversations and curiously observing the disciples from the other sections. Wang Yi remarked, "Did you see that, old Bai? Junior sister Qing Yi. Our trio is the center of attention. We have mastered the essence of presence." Qing Yi stifled a giggle, her childlike voice particularly melodious. Qing Yuan, being more practical, surveyed their surroundings. It appears that each sect has brought their elite disciples. The competition at this Luo Tian grand ceremony is likely to be quite fierce. However, this brief tranquility was soon shattered. A group of young individuals clad in azure robes, evidently disciples of Qingqing Mountain, marched towards them with an imposing aura. The leader among them, possessing an unremarkable appearance yet exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance and anger, approached Wang Yi directly. "Wang Yi, so you're the one from Wudong? I have finally laid eyes on you." Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but upon glancing at the azure robe of his opponent and recalling their online banter, he swiftly recognized who they were dealing with. Instead of retreating, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, I was wondering who it could be. ISNT, this junior brother Qing Yin? Unable to hold your own online, you've come to challenge me in person?" Qing Yin retorted coldly. "Who is your junior brother? Where's your little master uncle? Bring him out." Before Wang Yi could respond, Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward calmly, positioning himself in front of Wang Yi. I am Wang Ye's little master uncle. What is it that you seek? Upon seeing the principal figure emerge, Qing Yan's fury intensified. You are. Good. Did you not tell Wang Yi that you could defeat me in 3 moves? Did you also claim that our Qing Chung sword techniques are merely for show? Easily defeated? Was it you who said those words? Bai Xiaochuan's eyes twitched slightly at this accusation. Goodness, that Wang Yi, after warning him, must have boasted about countless outrageous claims in the chat. At that moment, Wang Yi was about to leap in to clarify that it was all his exaggeration. But Bai Xiaochuan subtly gestured for him to refrain. Given the current circumstances, with all eyes upon them and the evident intention of the adversary to provoke and assert dominance, it was crucial to uphold Wudong's dignity. To back down or explain would equate to admitting that Wudong feared Qingqing Mountain. Bai Xiaochuan, far from displaying any signs of panic, wore an expression that suggested he had heard an amusing jest. He gently shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken." Qing Yan was momentarily taken aback, thinking he was about to deny the claim, but Bai Xiaochuan continued in a calm tone. I initially thought 3 moves would suffice. However, having seen you now, I believe 1 move will be adequate. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even the other onlookers from various sects were left astounded. How audacious! Though Qing Yan's true strength remained unknown, he was, after all, a true disciple of Qingqing Mountain. His prowess could not be underestimated. 1 move? Such a blatant affront. Qing Yan's complexion shifted from red to green, then to purple, trembling with rage. You are arrogant. Do you dare to compete with me right now? At that moment, a more composed disciple from Qingqing stepped forward, frowning. Junior brother Qing Yan, do not act impulsively. This is the sacred ground of the Heavenly Master's abode. The ground is laid with century-old bluestone. Should a fight ensue and damage occur, it would be a profound disrespect to the host. However, Qing Yan was beyond heeding advice. Shaking off his senior's grasp, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Xiaochuan. I care not. Today I must determine our superiority. Bai Xiaochuan, do you dare to accept? The young attendant Zhang Yuanling, anxious, stomped his feet, his round face reflecting his distress. Sirs, please do not fight. Master has instructed us to maintain harmony. Qing Yan, consumed by his anger, interrupted. Rest assured, young Daoist, we will merely spar, without damaging a blade of grass or a single tree. Here's the deal. From Wudong, we will eschew any supernatural abilities. We shall only compare our martial arts skills. I can even forego my sword, if you can best me solely with your martial prowess. Wang Qing Yan, will promptly apologize. He believed that even without employing supernatural abilities or Qingqing's renowned sword techniques, he could easily overpower this boastful Wudong Taoist. Moreover, if he were to lose, he could always excuse himself by claiming he hadn't used his sword skills. Bai Xiaochuan, however, shook his head. No need. Feel free to use your sword. Employ your Qingqing sword techniques. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. Madness. Truly madness. To forego supernatural abilities while insisting the opponent utilize their strongest sword techniques. Was this Wudong disciple overly confident or simply deranged? Ving Yi, astonishit, remarquit, Wang Yi. Your little master uncle is indeed formidable. Isn't. The sword techniques of Qingqing are not to be trifled with. When our master taught us swordplay, Qingqing was frequently the benchmark. Wang Yi replied with confidence, just watch. My little master uncle is extraordinary. He'll handle him with ease. Qing Yuan and Qing Su exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared gravity and skepticism in each other's eyes. To forego supernatural abilities and engage unarmed against Qingqing's sharp blades? That was a touch too audacious. Qing Yan, furious yet amused, declared, very well. Very well. You said it yourself. Please. He stepped back and unsheathed the long sword from his back with a swift motion, its blade gleaming coldly as he pointed it at Bai Xiaochuan. Assuming the initial stance of Qingqing's sword technique. Observing this, the surrounding spectators retreated, clearing a space in the center. Bai Xiaochuan responded nonchalantly, all right, let us begin. Despite his words, he remained firmly planted in place, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, as if merely standing idly rather than preparing for a duel. Prepare yourself. Witness my sword. Qing Yan no longer hesitated, shouting as he moved with the speed of the wind, his sword twirling to form 3 fierce blossoms of steel, swiftly aimed at Bai Xiaochuan from 3 angles. This was indeed a brilliant maneuver from Qingqing's swordplay, 3 stars aligning with the moon, characterized by its speed and cunning angles, sealing off all avenues for evasion. Gasps echoed around them as onlookers believed Bai Xiaochuan had overstepped, likely to suffer defeat. Yet, just as the sword tip was about to make contact, Bai Xiaochuan moved. His actions appeared unhurried, almost languid, as he merely tilted his body slightly and extended his right hand gently, as if performing a cloud-like motion. With pinpoint precision, he found the single true edge of the sword amid the three blossoms. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Bai Xiaochuan deftly redirected the force of Qing Yan's sword. The power he had channeled into his weapon was instantly deflected, causing Qing Yan to stumble forward uncontrollably, leaving his center wide open. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochuan's left hand had mysteriously descended upon Qing Yan's chest, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Once again, it was as gentle as a mere pat between friends. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming force akin to a surging tide erupted. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Wang Qingyan felt an irresistible might surge towards him. His body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, the sword in his hand slipping free and clattering onto the stone floor. He soared a good 3 to 4 meters before landing unceremoniously, gasping for breath as his chest surged with tumultuous energy, darkness clouding his vision. The entire square fell into a profound silence. All eyes were wide in astonishment, as if they had been ensnared by a spell. From the moment Wang Qingyan drew his sword to the instant he was sent sprawling, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Truly, it was but a single strike. Moreover, Bai Xiaochuan had not even shifted his stance throughout the encounter. With merely his hands, he effortlessly neutralized the exquisite swordplay of Qingqing Mountain and vanquished his opponent in an instant. Wang Yi was the first to regain his senses, leaping up in excitement. Incredible. Little Master Uncle is amazing. Did you see that? Just one strike. I told you, just one strike. The three disciples from Shushan were equally astonished, Qing Yuan murmuring, What? What kind of technique is this? Tai Ti? No, it seems far more intricate. Qingyi gazed at Bai Xiaochuan's composed figure, her large eyes filled with wonder. Wang Qingyan sat on the ground, clutching his heaving chest, his face a canvas of disbelief, humiliation, and a hint of confusion. He had to even managed to withstand a single blow, especially while wielding a sword himself. Bai Xiaochuan slowly retracted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust. His gaze calmly fixed on the fallen Wang Qingyan. The Qingcheng sword technique is commendable, but the swordsman himself lacks finesse. This statement was like the final straw, utterly shattering Wang Qingyan's pride. Wang Qingyan's face turned pale, his lips trembling, rendered speechless. Just as the crowd was captivated, their attention riveted on the disheveled Wang Qingyan and the unperturbed Bai Xiaochuan, an unexpected turn unfolded. A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. A chilling gleam shot forth at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A sword, shimmering with a metallic luster, halted precisely 3 inches from Bai Xiaochuan's brow. Trembling slightly, emitting a disconcerting hum, the gust generated by the sword's tip even tousled a few strands of hair on Bai Xiaochuan's forehead. This sudden attack was swift, precise, and ruthless. Had it advanced even a fraction further, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Little Master Uncle, be careful. Oh Bai, which scoundrel dares to launch a sneak attack? Where's their honor as a man? Wang Yi cursed angrily, instinctively rushing forward, his internal energy surging in an instant. Observing the hovering sword, Qing Yuan remarked gravely, Is this our Shushan sword control technique? Not the sword control technique, Qing Shu from Shushan interjected, his gaze flickering. It is a gold element awakened. At that moment, the crowd parted, making way for a woman striding forward. She, too, donned the azure robes of Qingqing Mountain. Though her figure was somewhat obscured by the garment, she appeared exceptionally tall. She stood at least 175 centimeters, exuding a cold, formidable aura with every step. Her complexion was strikingly pale, bordering on bloodless. Her features beautiful, yet seemingly enshrouded in frost. Upon seeing her, Wang Yi smirked. Oh, so it turns out she isn't a man after all. The woman's gaze first swept over the pallid Wang Qingyan, her brows momentarily knitting together. Then her icy stare locked onto Bai Xiaochuan. Senior sister. It's senior sister. The previously flustered disciples of Qingcheng Mountain found their anchor, excitedly calling out. Wang Qingyan, upon seeing her, bowed his head in shame, stammering, Senior sister I. The woman, referred to as senior sister, paid no heed to Wang Qingyan. Her right hand slightly raised. The sword hovering before Bai Xiaochuan seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, zipping back with a whoosh to precisely slot into the empty sheath on her back. She halted a short distance in front of Bai Xiaochuan. Surveying him from head to toe, her voice as frigid as her demeanor, devoid of warmth. What is your name? Wudong, Bai Xiaochuan. And you, esteemed lady? Qingqing Mountain. Lihani, she responded coldly. You just said that my Qingcheng sword technique is commendable, but the swordsman lacks finesse? Bai Xiaochuan replied flatly. Indeed, That is what I said. Vangye, displeaset, intagistet. Hey, will you Qingsheng disciples never be satisfied? You sneak attack my little master uncle and haven't yet settled that score. Now what? Bringing in the big guns, or rather a woman. Li Hani's icy gaze swept over Wang Yi, who instantly felt as though doused with a bucket of icy water. Goodness, that look is fiercer than my mother S. Li Hani disregarded Wang Yi, continuing to address Bai Xiaochuan. That previous strike was a warning. Had I not held back, you would now be a corpse. To speak disrespectfully of Qingqing Mountain would result in such a fate. However, upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan suddenly chuckled lightly. A warning? Did you truly believe that you could harm me with that previous strike? A glint of menace flickered in Li Hani's icy eyes. Whether I can harm you or not will be revealed at the Luotian grand ceremony. Just then, a round-faced little Taoist named Zhang Yuanling mustered his courage and, with short legs, dashed between the two, arms outstretched, anxiously interjecting, "Fellow Taoists, blessings to the Supreme Celestial. We are all disciples of the Tao. Let's prioritize harmony. Prioritize harmony. Let us not ruin the atmosphere and put our masters in a difficult position. Liani snurta kudli. In these times at Longhu Mountain, we must still give some face, regardless of the circumstances." Li Hani cast one last frigid glance at Bai Xiaochuan. "At the Luotian grand ceremony, I shall await you." With that, she turned her back to everyone, striding towards the gathering of Qingqing disciples. The few Qingqiang disciples, including the recently risen Wang Qingyan, immediately followed her, tails tucked between their legs. Not a single word of pleasantries was uttered, let alone an apology, as they swiftly vanished into the crowd. Wang Yi scratched his head, apologizing. "Sorry, old Bai, I didn't anticipate things would unfold this way. It's normal to banter a bit in the group, right?" Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. "It's fine. We just need to defeat them when the time comes." Wang Yi was taken aback. "Whoa, old Bai, how imposing." Meanwhile, in a corner of the square, only two disciples from Maoshan had arrived. One was a somewhat shorter, younger-looking Taoist, his face still bearing traces of youth. Curiously, he tugged at the sleeve of his elder brother, who was squinting, seemingly perpetually smiling. Brother Lin Shou, if a fight had really broken out just now, who do you think would win? That Qingsheng Mountain senior sister looks formidable. The flying sword was so swift, and that Wudong brother seems rather composed. The Taoist known as Lin Shou squinted his eyes even more, nearly reducing them to slits. He stroked his smooth chin, speaking in a slow, languid tone as if just waking from slumber. Hard to say, hard to say. The younger disciple grew anxious. "Come on, brother, just take a guess." Lin Shou chuckled softly and lowered his voice. "If I had to choose one, I would place my bets on that individual from Wudong, Bai Xiaochuan." The young disciple, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" The golden flying sword of Qingqing's Li Hani appears quite intimidating. Lin Shou, with an enigmatic smile, shook his head and uttered two words. "Character." "Character?" The young disciple echoed, to which Lin Shou's lips curled into a teasing arc. "Observe that Wudong comrade. From beginning to end, he remains utterly composed. Even when a sword is pointed at his brow, he doesn't flinch, speaking in a leisurely manner, exuding an air of sophistication. What do we call this? It is the unyielding demeanor when faced with imminent peril. In contrast, the Qingqing sister, while formidable, emanates a palpable killing intent, clearly lacking in composure. In this era, even in battle, one must uphold a certain elegance. The one who can maintain their poise, who can endure the pressure, is the one who remains unfathomable." The young disciple, momentarily taken aback, nodded in a dazed understanding. "Oh, so it's not merely about strength in combat, but rather who can maintain their facade." Lin Shou, pleased, patted the young disciple's head. "A promising student indeed. Just wait and see. This upcoming Luotian Grand Ceremony will be quite the spectacle." Chapter 26. The Luotian Grand Ceremony commences after approximately an hour. The heavy and solemn doors of the Sanqing Hall slowly swung open once more. Leading figures of the Daoist sects, including Zhang Qingyue, Qin Yuanshan, Zhao Yunyu, and Li Xuanji, emerged from within. Their expressions were even more grave than when they entered, indicating that the discussions held within were of great significance. The esteemed leaders made their way directly to a stone platform at the forefront of the square. Stepping forward, Zhang Qingyue surveyed the eager young disciples below. The previously bustling square fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes fixated upon the contemporary celestial master. "Esteemed friends, I apologize for the wait. I trust you are all eager to begin." A wave of light laughter and anticipatory murmurs resonated from the crowd below. Zhang Qingyue smiled slightly and continued, "The Luotian Grand Ceremony has been a tradition since ancient times. Beyond the customary sacrifices and prayers, There exists a long-standing tradition of utilizing this opportunity for the various Daoist sects to engage in exchanges, validating their learnings, and striving towards the pinnacle of martial arts. However, as the world has changed and martial arts have waned, such grand gatherings have gradually faded from tradition. To my surprise, in my twilight years, I am fortunate enough to witness the revival of such a grand event, seeing the emergence of prodigies within our Daoist sects. It is indeed a great blessing. The elders' words carried a sense of nostalgia and satisfaction, igniting the fervor within the hearts of all young disciples below. I understand the eagerness of you young ones. Since you wish to engage in a friendly contest, let us begin. Excellent. It has finally begun. Celestial Master is magnificent. A fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. Excitement palpable as everyone prepared for the unfolding event. At that moment, a young Daoist priest who had been standing quietly behind Zhang Qingyue stepped forward. This individual, in his early 20s, possessed an extraordinary countenance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and defined lips. Clad in the bright yellow robes of the Celestial Master's residence, he radiated an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Upon his appearance, he instantly captivated the audience, especially the female disciples from various sects, who blushed and stole glances at him. Wang Yi, his eyes widening, elbowed Zhang Yuanling beside him, whispering, "Wow, big ears. You have such a handsome Daoist at Longhu Mountain? His looks are almost a tenth of mine." Zhang Yuanling puffed out her chest proudly. "Senior brother Wang, this is our little master uncle, Zhang Qingyuan. He is the direct disciple of our Celestial Master, and is recognized as the foremost among our younger generation." Foremost? Wang Yi's interest peaked further. He asked that impressive. What kind of affinity does he possess? Quickly tell me. Zhang Yuanling replied. Our master uncle is remarkable. He, like the Celestial Master, has awakened the most powerful lightning affinity. Lightning affinity? Wang Yi gasped in astonishment. My goodness, that's a top-tier offensive ability. What about his second awakening? Just as Zhang Yuanling was about to speak, a slightly stern voice interrupted. Yuanling, what nonsense are you spouting? A tall, slender, middle-aged Daoist with a serious demeanor approached, casting an admonishing glance at Zhang Yuanling. She instinctively recoiled, promptly responding, Master. Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan exchanged startled glances, recognizing a strong sense of déjà vu in the man before them. Wang Yi silently mouthed to Bai Xiaochuan, Is that Tutu's dad? Bai Xiaochuan stifled a chuckle, suppressing the urge to nod in agreement. This Daoist's elongated face, coupled with his prominent nose and large ears, was strikingly reminiscent of a classic character from an animated series, especially when paired with the round-faced, big-eared Zhang Yuanling. What a combination. The trio quickly composed themselves and respectfully bowed to the Daoist. The middle-aged man returned the gesture, maintaining his stern demeanor as he stated in a stiff voice, Esteemed friends, I am Zhang Chongsong, here to guide you to the competition grounds at the back mountain. Please follow me and do not delay. With that, he turned to lead the way. Zhang Yuanling playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan before swiftly dashing to catch up with her master. Wang Yi couldn't help but whisper to Bai Xiaochuan, confirmed, Oh Bai, they are definitely related. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head in exasperation, signaling him to stop chattering and hasten to follow the group. The path to the back mountain was not particularly long, though it required a winding route. After traversing a tranquil path, crossing a crystal-clear stream with gently flowing water, and ascending a steep stone staircase several hundred meters long, a vast mountaintop plaza, seemingly hewn by a colossal axe, unfolded before them. The plaza's ground was covered in yellow earth, with an extraordinarily expansive martial arts arena at its center, nearly equivalent to two standard football fields side by side. Surrounding the arena, stone platforms of varying heights were constructed along the mountainside, adorned with mats and tables, clearly designated for the spectators from various sections. Such a grand endeavor was evidently not accomplished in a day. Longhu Mountain had made ample preparations for this event, leading Bai Xiaochuan to suspect that the authorities might also be involved. Wow, this arena is just too extravagant. The disciples marveled, awestruck by the monumental scene. Atop the platform, Zhang Qingyue addressed them once more. Esteemed friends, this Luotian grand ceremony marks the first gathering of such magnitude in our Daoist sects in decades. It is indeed a rare occurrence. To avoid conflicts among fellow practitioners and maintain harmony, the purpose of this contest is not to vie for rankings. Instead, it will follow a challenger format, allowing talented individuals to take the stage, validate their skills, and exchange insights. Please remember, keep it lighthearted. Do not intentionally harm anyone. Violators will face severe consequences. Upon hearing the rules, many disciples who had originally been eager for a chance to make a name for themselves felt their enthusiasm dampen. The challenger format seemed liberating, but but it would ultimately lead to disputes over who truly triumphed, resulting in inevitable arguments afterward. Bai Xiaochuan remained indifferent, for his aim was not to vie for ephemeral fame, but to seize this opportunity to observe the diverse methods employed by various factions and to validate his own learning. After the esteemed leaders had announced the rules, they descended from the lofty platform, making their way towards the seating areas designated for their respective disciples. Zhao Yunyu and Lu Shun also returned. Lu Shun clasped his hands in respect towards Zhao Yunyu, saying, "Master Zhao, we shall take our leave now. The Shushan seating is on the other side." "Very well." Zhao Yunyu nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging farewells, the Shushan contingent proceeded in the opposite direction towards their designated seats. On their way to the Wudong seats, Bai Xiaochuan succinctly recounted the earlier conflict with the Qingqing disciples and the intervention of the senior sister, Li Hani, to Zhao Yunyu. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Zhao Yunyu's face. He had a fair understanding of his disciple's temperament, typically composed and unassuming. It was unexpected to discover such a bold and decisive side to him. Zhao Yunyu did not express reprimand. Rather, a flicker of barely perceptible satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. "Young man, one must remain low-key when necessary, yet never hesitate to reveal one's brilliance when the moment demands. This is precisely the demeanor befitting my disciple, Zhao Yunyu. There's no cause for concern." Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Since the provocation originated from them, your counterattack is entirely justified. As long as you remain mindful of the limits during the sparring and refrain from causing undue harm, all will be well." Bai Xiaochuan immediately bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, master." Zhao Yunyu continued, "As for matters concerning Qingqing Mountain, you need not worry. I share a long-standing acquaintance with that old fellow Master Li Xuanji." Bai Xiaochuan's curiosity was piqued. "Master, you have a good relationship with Master Li?" He had already noticed the distinctive courtesy displayed by Li Xuanji towards his master in their group discussions, akin to the way Wang Yi spoke with him. Zhao Yunyu chuckled softly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "More than just good. We have known each other since childhood. We were both merely 10 years old when we first entered our respective sections. Our clans had a close relationship, often visiting one another, and we spent many hours together, climbing trees, foraging for birds' nests, and fishing in the rivers, often finding ourselves on the receiving end of our master's scoldings. I remember one summer when we sneaked down to play by the rice fields. That old fellow Li accidentally slipped into deep water and nearly drowned. It was I who reacted swiftly and jumped in to rescue him. In truth, I could be considered a half-savior to him. Although we became engrossed in our own sex and saw little of each other afterward, this bond remains. Such trivial disputes among the younger generation will not trouble him. Perhaps he will even thank me privately for teaching his cocky disciple a lesson." Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong exchanged glances, surprised to learn of their master's profound childhood friendship with the leader of Qingqing Mountain and the amusing anecdotes that accompanied it. With this newfound understanding, their previous apprehensions regarding Qingqing Mountain dissipated entirely. Wang Yi chuckled. "With our master as a safeguard, I fear not the ire of Qingqing disciples." Zhao Yunyu shot him an exasperated glare. "You speak too much. Quickly find our seats. The competition is about to commence." Amidst their banter, they swiftly reached the seating area marked with the characters for Wudong and settled in. As disciples for various sects took their designated seats, the previously desolate plaza quickly filled with a throng of people, the atmosphere thickening with tension and anticipation. After Bai Xiaochuan sat down, he pondered momentarily before leaning toward Zhao Yunyu and quietly inquiring, "Master, in this competition, the rules state to hold back. Are all techniques permissible? Are there any taboos?" Zhao Yunyu, a figure of considerable acumen, readily discerned the deeper implications behind his disciple's words. His inquiry was essentially whether he should conceal his strength, particularly regarding those extraordinary abilities that transcended conventional martial arts, especially with the officials observing closely. Zhao Yunyu's gaze drifted to Qin Yuanshan, who was engaged in hushed conversation with Zhang Tianshi on the platform, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "Do not concern yourself. Since this is an opportunity for exchange and verification, one must give their all. Utilize whatever skills you possess." Although that elder Qin represents the officials, his stance leans more towards collaboration with our Daoist sect rather than mere oversight. Allowing him to witness the true potential of our younger generation is hardly a disadvantage. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in understanding. The disciple comprehends. With his master's encouragement, he felt no need to hold back. This was an opportune moment to gauge the caliber of the elite from various sections. Naturally, he would refrain from employing his healing abilities unless absolutely necessary. As the competition had yet to commence, Bai Xiaochuan, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Wang Yi and asked, Wang Yi, you often boast about being well-informed about the Daoist sects in our group. What formidable figures have come to participate this time? Particularly, were their signature skills? Wang Yi perked up at the question, but scratched his head sheepishly. Oh Bai, you stumped me there. I'm adept at banter in the group. But when it comes to the secret techniques of each sect, my knowledge is rather limited. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Well, from Baiyun Temple, there's a fellow named Yi Ping who is quite formidable. He possesses a mutated sand-based ability. Then there's Changchun Temple, which boasts a genius disciple rumored to have undergone a second awakening with a high-level supernatural ability, though the specifics remain tightly under wraps. As for the rest, most are merely names I recognize without any understanding of their actual capabilities. Bai Xiaochuan raised his chin slightly. What about their martial arts techniques? How much do you know? While he, as a reincarnated individual, possessed far greater knowledge than Wang Yi regarding these supernatural abilities, he was genuinely intrigued by the martial arts legacies that have been passed down for centuries, even millennia. For instance, the swordsmanship of Qingqing Mountain, the sword control techniques of Shushan, the talismans of Maoshan, and the diverse esoteric arts of Laozhan combined with martial skills. Martial arts techniques? Wang Yi furrowed his brow. That is even harder to inquire about. Every sect treats those techniques like treasures, concealing them until it's time to engage in combat. All I know is that Qingqing Mountain swordsmanship is fierce, Shushan's is swift, Maoshan's talismans are cunning, and our Wudong techniques are, well, rather principled, he concluded after much deliberation. Bai Xiaochuan smiled, choosing not to press further. It seemed that to truly discern the real capabilities of each sect, he would need to step onto the stage himself and test them firsthand. At that moment, a highly skilled Daoist from Longhushan ascended to the center of the colossal martial arts arena and proclaimed in a booming voice, the Luo Tian de Jiao. The exchange of martial arts begins now. Which Daoist friend is willing to step onto the stage and take the lead? After the announcement, an awkward silence fell over the crowd. The disciples from various sects exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to be the first to take the stage. The principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down was well understood by all. Yun Long, unable to remain still, leaned over to Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan and whispered, Wang Yi, Junior Master, should we go up? It seems no one dares to take the first step. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head slightly, calmly responding, what is the rush? True experts usually make their appearance last. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi immediately gave Bai Xiaochuan a thumbs up, exclaiming, insightful. Oh Bai, that sounds incredibly sophisticated. Indeed, we shall be the grand finale. As the host, a Daoist priest, observed the audience's prolonged silence. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face, prompting him to scratch his head in helplessness. Atop the high platform, Zhang Qingyuan, who had been silently watching the proceedings, broke into a subtle smile and inclined his head slightly towards his master as a signal. In an instant, he moved, and the spectators barely had time to blink before a vibrant yellow figure gracefully descended to the center of the expansive arena. His agile movements and light landing elicited a chorus of gasps, particularly from the female disciples of various sects, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. With a courteous gesture, Zhang Qingyuan surveyed the crowd and proclaimed in a clear, resonant voice, neither servile nor arrogant, I am Zhang Qingyuan, the 13th disciple of the heavenly master S estate of Longhu Mountain. I am here to cast a stone to attract jade and seek the wisdom of my fellow Daoist friends. Wow, it's Zhang Qingyuan. The foremost of the younger generation from Longhu Mountain has taken the stage so swiftly. How splendid, how ostentatious. The crowd erupted into murmurs of astonishment and admiration. Beside him, Wang Yi sneered disdainfully, Humph, pretty boy, all he knows is to show off. So eager to steal the limelight. With Zhang Qingyuan leading the way, others soon responded. I shall step forward, came a voice from the Baiyun Temple S section. A young Daoist with a spirited crew cut, a sunny disposition, and a robust physique rose, his face alight with eagerness. Wang Yi quickly muttered, oh Bai, look, that crew cut is Yi Ping, the one with the mutated sand ability. Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Ping. Yi Ping bounded into the arena, clasped his fists in greeting to Zhang Qingyuan, and with a bright smile said, I am Yi Ping, disciple of Baiyun Temple. It is an honor to meet Daoist Zhang. To be the first to engage with such a distinguished disciple of Longhu Mountain is indeed a privilege. I hope Daoist Zhang will show mercy and offer me guidance. Zhang Qingyuan returned the smile. You are too kind, Yi Daoist. Let's learn from one another. Please. Without further ado, the two commenced their duel. Initially, their exchange consisted of probing strikes. Yi Ping's punches were fierce and swift, accompanied by a cutting wind, clearly the result of rigorous training. However, Zhang Qingyuan's footwork was even more exquisite, his palm techniques fluid and intricate, consistently neutralizing Yi Ping's assaults and countering effectively. After merely 3 to 5 exchanges, Yi Ping found himself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat repeatedly. Impressive Daoist Zhang. But now I shall reveal some true prowess. Eternal Life Fist. He declared, his voice rising. His fist transformed, becoming more prolonged and enduring, attempting to outlast his opponent. Zhang Qingyuan remained composed, his palms following his movements, his steps firm and unwavering, maintaining his upper hand as he deftly blocked and neutralized Yi Ping's Eternal Life Fist. After several more exchanges, Yi Ping was once again pushed back by a gentle yet forceful palm strike from Zhang Qingyuan. Remarkable. What technique is this, Daoist Zhang? The Heavenly Master's estate employs the steps of the Celestial Road, Zhang Qingyuan explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Ping waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for the guidance. Daoist Zhang, I concede that I am no match for you in martial arts, but now I must employ my extraordinary ability. Wang Yi chuckled, this crew-cut fellow. Using his special ability, yet he politely announces it. Quite courteous indeed. Yi Ping then took a deep breath and suddenly pressed both hands forcefully against the ground. A low rumble resonated as the soil beneath him, extending to the far edges of the arena, began to churn. Countless fine grains of yellow sand surged upwards as if animated, coalescing into several serpentine sandforms that roared towards Zhang Qingyuan from various directions. Wang Yi gasped, what the? The ground is clearly soil. How did it transform into sand? Bai Xiaochuan calmly explained, his extraordinary ability allows him to manipulate sand, essentially demonstrating profound control over earth elements and altering their forms. The transformation of the soil beneath him into sand exemplifies his capability. Such mutated abilities typically represent an enhancement or bestowal of unique properties upon the foundational elements. As the serpentine sand forms lunged to engulf Zhang Qingyuan, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted around him. This radiance was no illusion. It flowed from his body like liquid gold, forming an impenetrable barrier of protective energy. Golden light spell, Zhang Qingyuan shouted, standing firm and unyielding, then struck forth with a palm. The golden gust surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding fiercely with the approaching sand serpents. Boom! The sand serpents were instantly shattered by the unparalleled might of the golden light, disintegrating back into a shower of fine sand that cascaded down around Zhang Qingyuan, who remained unscathed amidst the sandy rain, radiating a divine aura like a golden-armored deity. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed in astonishment. The power of the golden light spell exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Zhao Yunyu interjected, elucidating for the onlookers. This is the secret golden light spell of Longhu Mountain, a profound internal cultivation method that focuses on honing one's innate energy to protect against malevolence. With the resurgence of source energy, this technique has undergone remarkable transformations akin to lightning techniques, yielding incredible results. The golden light cultivated is nearly tangible, combining offense and defense, greatly amplifying its potency. Bai Xiaochuan's pupille constricted, lightning technique? Master, are you implying that the Heavenly Master's estate possesses a method to unleash lightning without relying on lightning-based abilities? Zhao Yunyu nodded slightly. Indeed, that is correct. Wang Yi could not contain his lament. Damn it. Master, why does the martial prowess of Longhu Mountain after the source energy transformation seem so fantastical like immortal techniques? With lightning and golden light. And here we are at Wudong with our Tai Chi and Bagua. While impressive, the aesthetic is utterly different. It feels so inferior. Zhao Yunyu shot Wang Yi a sharp glare, reprimanding him. What nonsense are you spouting? Wudong's ultimate skills are vast and profound. They cannot merely be judged by appearances. Tai Chi harmonizes yin and yang, embodying the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. When mastered to its pinnacle, not a feather can be added, nor a fly can land. It becomes impervious to all methods. Its subtleties cannot be compared to mere golden light. Do not belittle our heritage. Wang Yi shrank back, chastened, and refrained from further comment. Regardless, it was evident that the Heavenly Master's estate now exuded a greater aura of prestige. The first round of sparring concluded with Zhang Qingyuan demonstrating overwhelming prowess. Yi Ping, displaying commendable sportsmanship, clasped his fists in surrender. Daoist Zhang's cultivation is profound, and the golden light spell is formidable. I yield. With the golden light dissipating around him, Zhang Qingyuan once again cupped his fists in return. I am honored. Chapter 28. The Duel of Sword Techniques. As Yi Ping exited the arena, a wave of gasps and admiration erupted from the crowd. Incredible. He managed to suppress Yi Ping's sand abilities solely through martial prowess. The golden light spell of Longhu Mountain is magnificent. Can I learn it? Zhang Qingyun truly lives up to his title as the foremost of Longhu Mountain's younger generation. Wang Yi, shedding his earlier jesting demeanor, turned to Bai Xiaochuan with a serious expression, "Old Bai," although Yi Ping did not unleash his full potential. Zhang Qingyun certainly possesses remarkable skills. The Golden Light spell is both offensive and defensive, nearly flawless, and he hasn't even resorted to lightning techniques or lightning-based abilities yet. Truly, Longhu Mountain is formidable. After waiting for a while on the arena, Zhang Qingyun noticed that no one had stepped forward to challenge him, and thus he cupped his fist to the audience before gracefully returning to his seat at the Heavenly Master S estate, calm and composed. With his high-quality opening act, the enthusiasm among the young disciples in the arena was thoroughly ignited. "I shall step forward." Almost as soon as Zhang Qingyun had vacated the stage, a disciple from Qingqing Mountain could no longer contain himself and shouted, leaping into the arena. He wielded a long sword, his demeanor haughty, casting a provocative glance towards the Xushan section. "I am Lu Feng of Qingqing Mountain. I seek to learn the exquisite sword techniques of Xushan." "Huh, do you think you can intimidate me?" A voice rang out from the Xushan seats as Qingyun stood tall, declaring, "I, Qingyun of Xushan, am here to engage with the Qingqiang sword techniques." As the two individuals simultaneously descended into the arena, they instantly captured the attention of all spectators. Wow, how swift! Qingqiang versus Xushan. The two prominent sword sects were directly pitted against each other. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. The wind and cloud sword technique versus the sword control technique. The atmosphere below surged to a climax. Qingyi, in her excitement, leapt to her feet, waving her little fists, and with her distinctive doll-like voice, loudly cheered, "Senior brother Qingyun, go for it, defeat him." This melodious and charming cheer immediately drew the attention of many disciples from other sects to Xushan's exceptionally beautiful female disciple. "Wow, Xushan has such a stunning junior sister. That voice, simply enchanting. Why is it that Xushan's sword technique is formidable, and yet they have such an adorable junior sister? Our XX sect is filled with rough old men. I refuse to accept this," exclaimed a disciple from a lesser-known sect, thumping his chest in frustration. Before he could finish his lament, a robust arm suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind. A tall, muscular female Daoist with dark skin spoke in a menacing tone beside his ear. "What did you say? Clarify. What's wrong with our sect?" The disciple was instantly terrified, pleading for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong. Our sect is wonderful. You, sister, are as beautiful as a flower, strong enough to lift a cauldron. You are the pride of our sect." This little incident elicited a series of chuckles from those around. But attention quickly returned to the center of the arena. There, Lu Feng of Qingqing Mountain stood opposite Qingyun of Xushan, both having drawn their swords. Lu Feng's sword tip was angled toward the ground, exuding a fierce aura, imbued with the characteristic ruthlessness and transformation of the Qingqiang sword technique. Qingyun, on the other hand, held his sword upright before him, his expression serene, with a faint aura of sword energy circulating around him, embodying the ethereal grace and precision of Xushan's sword control technique. Please. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Feng launched the first attack. His footwork was swift, and with a flick of his wrist, his long sword struck like a venomous serpent emerging from its den, sending forth a flurry of sharp sword light, aimed directly at Qingyun's throat. It was the tempestuous move from the wind and cloud sword technique, fast and dense, making it difficult to comprehend. However, Qingyun seemed to have anticipated this. Rather than meet the attack head-on, he executed a mysterious footwork, his figure gliding backward like willow fluff in the wind, while simultaneously his sword casually thrust forward. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Qingyun's sword tip precisely struck the weakest point of Lu Feng's attack, effortlessly deflecting the fierce strike. Lu Feng felt a tingle in his wrist. His sword momentum abruptly halted, shock coursing through him. Such precise vision. He dared not be careless and immediately changed his tactics, his swordplay becoming increasingly deceptive and varied, at times resembling a raging storm, and at others ethereal as drifting clouds, the sword light flickering, enveloping Qingyun's vital points. Yet, Qingyun remained unflustered. His movements were not fast, yet he consistently evaded the blade's edge with impeccable timing. His sword techniques were few, often consisting of simple thrusts, draws, and points, yet he always managed to strike first, accurately interrupting Lu Feng's momentum and redirecting his force elsewhere. It was as if he had already seen through all the variations in Lu Feng's swordplay. "Is this the breaking sword style of Xushan?" A knowledgeable disciple gasped in awe, using stillness to counter motion, striking first from the rear. specifically designed to break various sword techniques. Senior brother Qing Yuan has actually mastered it. The gasp from the audience made Lu Feng increasingly agitated, though his swordplay remained fierce. It gradually lost its structure. In contrast, Qing Yuan grew more adept with each exchange, just as Lu Feng executed a move that had become stale. With his new strength yet to manifest, Qing Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination, and he finally took action. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword emitted a resonant hum, and a concentrated stream of sword energy shot forth like a white rainbow piercing the sun, instantly penetrating Lu Feng's sword net, targeting the opening at his chest. The speed was unparalleled, and the angle was exceptionally cunning, far surpassing previous strikes. Lu Feng barely had time to retract his sword for a block. Watching in horror as the cold star before him rapidly enlarged, his face paling in fright. Swoosh! The sword energy abruptly halted just an inch from Lu Feng's chest, the fierce sword wind causing his robe to flutter. Qing Yuan withdrew his sword and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I concede. Lu Feng stood frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and after a long moment, he regained his composure, his face alternating between shades of green and white. Finally, he dejectedly sheathed his sword, bowed his head, and silently exited the stage. He had not even been granted the qualification to experience the true sword control technique of his opponent. Merely relying on fundamental swordplay and footwork, he had been effortlessly defeated. As for why he did not use his supernatural abilities, the absolute nature of swordplay dictated that employing such powers would only compromise his dignity. Senior brother Qing Yuan is magnificent. Qing Yi joyfully leapt into the air. Wang Yi chuckled. Not bad. I didn't expect this kid, Qing Yuan, to be quite strong. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. To be honest, swordsmen are indeed impressive. If given the chance, I would love to try my hand at the sword path, at least to see if I possess any talent for it. Chapter Yidimsikis, Lihan Yivese Vangye. Qing Yuan stood in the arena, relishing the attention from all sides and the cheers from his fellow disciples of Shushan, feeling a mix of unease and exhilaration. Should he continue to spar, engage in several exchanges, or gracefully withdraw? Just as Qing Yuan hesitated, a cold yet striking figure appeared like a ghost at the opposite end of the martial arts arena. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled. It's time for the next match. The newcomer was none other than Lihani, the senior sister of Qingqing Mountain. Her arrival instantly froze the previously vibrant atmosphere. All eyes were locked onto her. A beautiful woman. I see you're truly infatuated. Even in this cold weather, you're still interested. You have no idea. It's precisely this kind of cold demeanor that ignites a desire for conquest. In the arena, upon recognizing the newcomer, Qing Yuan's pupils constricted. Lian Yi, although her true strength was yet to be gauged based on her audacious challenge to the young master of Wudong, likely possessed the pinnacle of power at Qingqing Mountain. Li Hani's icy gaze settled on Qing Yuan as she spoke directly. Shushan sword control technique. Li Hani from Qingqing Mountain, I seek your guidance. Wang Yi laughed. Oh Bai, don't you think this ice queen is rather protective? As soon as her own is bullied, she immediately seeks to reclaim her honor. Tell me, if I were bullied, would you do the same? Bai Xiaochuan replied, it depends on my mood. Wang Yi retorted, Uyo. That feels like having my heart shattered into pieces. Bai Xiaochuan straightened his posture, his gaze becoming focused. In the arena, Qing Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Regardless of the outcome, being able to engage with a master was an invaluable opportunity for growth. He solemnly bowed with his sword in hand. I am Qing Yuan of Shushan. Please guide me. Senior Sister Li. The two exchanged no further words, and almost simultaneously launched their attacks. Li Hani's sword was swifter, more precise, and far more ruthless than Lu Feng's. In stark contrast to her frigid demeanor, her swordplay was imbued with aggression, akin to a winter storm, sharp and unparalleled. With a thrust of her sword, the tip quivered, producing several indistinguishable sword shadows that aimed for Qing Yuan's vital points. This was the lethal move from the wind and cloud sword technique, the cloudy and mysterious. Qing Yuan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. His footwork shifted rapidly, and his long sword danced, forming a dense shield of sword light in an attempt to block the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid-fire clashes echoed, akin to rain pounding on banana leaves. Qing Yuan felt his arm rattle. The force from Li Hani's sword not only fierce, but also imbued with tremendous penetrating power, causing his vital energy to surge and his defenses to be torn apart. Perilously exposed. In a mere 3 exchanges, Qing Yuan found himself utterly suppressed, forced to rely solely on his nimble footwork to evade, utterly powerless to counter. How formidable! A sense of dread surged within him. The opponent's swordsmanship was far beyond his own. Their comprehension of sword techniques, timing, and application of force were on an entirely different level. If this continued, within 10 moves, he would undoubtedly be defeated. There was no longer any room for reservation. Gritting his teeth, Qingyan abruptly retreated a step, creating distance, while simultaneously extending his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, and swept across the blade. An intangible mental energy instantaneously surged into the sword. Sword art of the soaring swan, he called out, releasing his long sword, which transformed into a streak of radiant light. Darting with unprecedented speed in a peculiar arc, bypassing Li Hani's frontal defense to pierce directly at her side. This was the true lethal move of the sword cultivators of Shushan, commanding the sword with chi, governing it with spirit. At last, he unleashed it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Faced with this sudden, cunning, and ruthless sword strike, Li Hani's icy visage remained utterly unperturbed. She didn't even turn to glance at the flying sword. With a mere flick of her wrist, her long sword swept backward at an astonishing angle. Timing, angle, force, flawlessly executed. Clang! A crisp and sharp resonance echoed. Li Hani's sword tip precisely struck the spine of the flying sword. The sword, imbued with Qingyuan's mental power and source energy, trembled violently, akin to a venomous serpent struck at its vulnerable spot, its brilliance dimming in an instant as it retreated in a mournful flight. Qingyuan stifled a grunt, his complexion paling, clearly affected by the backlash. And in that fleeting moment when his sword was shattered and his spirit shaken, Li Hani moved. Her figure transformed into a streak of blue lightning, instantly closing the distance before Qingyuan. Her sword, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, lunged straight for Qingyuan's core. The speed far surpassed anything before. Qingyuan could scarcely react, merely watching as the cold sword tip loomed larger within his vision. The tip halted abruptly, mere fractions of an inch from his throat. The chilling sword energy sending goosebumps prickling across his skin. Silence enveloped the arena for a moment before an eruption of admiration broke forth. How powerful! Too powerful! I thought the Shushan disciple might turn the tide with the sword art, but it ended even faster. In light of this, Lu Feng and Wang Qingyan appear utterly inept. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qingyuan's brow, and he bitterly admitted, "I have lost. Thank you, senior sister Li, for your mercy." Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his long sword and dejectedly descended from the platform. Li Hani slowly retracted her sword, not sparing Qingyuan a glance, and turned to face the audience, her frigid gaze once more locking onto the Wudong seats. Wang Yi called out, "Oh, the ice block is looking over here. If you're seeking a challenge, just say so." All eyes instinctively followed Li Hani's gaze towards the Wudong Sect's direction. Was she calling out the Wudong Junior Master? Another clash of experts would unfold. How exhilarating. You're truly eager, yet the Junior Master may not even rise to the occasion. Just as everyone anticipated Bai Xiaochuan to step forth, a figure darted onto the arena with even greater speed, boldly standing opposite Li Hani. It was none other than Wang Yi. On the Qingchang mountain stands, upon recognizing him, Wang Qingyan immediately scoffed, derisively taunting Wang Yi. "What brings you here, you weakling? Hurry and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself. With your meager skills, my senior sister could dispatch you back to Wudong with a single strike." Wang Yi nonchalantly dug at his ears, blowing away non-existent earwax in Wang Qingyan's direction. "What is that buzzing? Oh, it's just you, Qingyan. What? Do you think you're capable now? You bark so loudly from down there. Come up here if you dare. I'll take you on with just one hand, targeting those who can only yap. You." Wang Qingyan's face flushed with rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Yi ignored him, turning instead to the expressionless Li Hani, provocatively beckoning with his finger. "Hey, ice block. You're not going to shy away just because I'm here, are you? Or are you afraid of me?" Chapter 29, Ascending the Clouds, Wang Yi defeats Li Hani. Li Hani's cold gaze swept over Wang Yi, as if regarding a mere clown. "It matters not. I shall dispose of you first, and then see if he dares to come down." Before her words had fully settled, Li Hani's figure surged, the sword's light striking toward Wang Yi like a flash of lightning. The speed was threefold that of her engagement with Qingyuan. Clearly, she intended for a swift resolution. What the heck? No martialesics. A sneak attack. Wang Yi yelped, yet his stance remained unshaken. He moved with an ethereal grace, as though gravity had lost its hold on him, elegantly evading the fierce strike. How peculiar. The spectators marveled. He actually dodged? The three from Shushan were equally astonished. Lu Shan explained, "That should be Wudong's lightness technique, ascending the clouds." Ascending the clouds? The lightness skill that involves stepping on one foot and leaping upward? Qingyuan asked incredulously. Lu Shan chuckled, "Of course not. The true ascending the clouds is not about stepping left foot on right to ascend. That defies logic. It is an intricate technique of control over one's breath, muscles, and even surrounding air currents. When one masters it to a certain level, they can move gracefully within confined spaces. Their form is elusive as clouds, making them difficult to capture, hence the name. Observe Vangie. He is not merely fast in a straight line, but his ability to pivot, redirect, and dissipate force has reached a profound level. He consistently avoids attacks by mere fractions, appearing perilous, yet everything is meticulously calculated. Should one reach the pinnacle, combined with the current source energy. Lucian paused, a glimmer of aspiration in his eyes. Perhaps one could indeed achieve brief moments of stepping through the air like ascending clouds, but it is no trivial matter. It requires an immense reservoir of source energy and flawless bodily control. Qing Yuan remarked, I see now. Wudong's ultimate techniques truly live up to their reputation. Lucian nodded. Every sect has its strengths. Wudong's Tai Chi and ascending the clouds are treasures honed through generations of sages and must not be underestimated. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Everyone had assumed Wang Yi would quickly succumb, but they were astonished at how effortlessly he dodged. Lianese bro furuba. The sword's momentum shifted, unleashing an onslaught upon Wang Yi, the sword light dense, seemingly sealing off all his escape routes. Yunlong exclaimed, what a ferocious assault. Be careful. Senior brother Wang Yi. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sparkled. Rest assured, he'll be fine. Despite Wang Yi's carefree demeanor, he never slacked in his training, particularly in martial arts. Bai Xiaochuan believed Wang Yi's foundation and talent were on par with, or even superior to his own. Such an attack was one he could evade, and naturally, Wang Yi could as well. Indeed, within the arena, Wang Yi's figure flitted like a specter, continually slipping through the gaps in the web of swords, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. As he dodged, he remarked nonchalantly, wow, that was close. Almost got me. He presented a comical facade. On the Qingcheng mountain seats. Vang Vingyan Seitet, Shotin, Vang Yi. Are you just going to run? If you have any guts, don't evade. Fight me directly. From now on, do not refer to yourself as Wild King. Instead, you shall be known as Wang the Runner. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi skillfully twisted his body in an exceedingly unconventional manner to evade a sword strike, simultaneously managing to extend a perfectly executed middle finger towards Wang Qingyan. Ha ha ha. The audience erupted in uproarious laughter. Li Hani, having struggled to gain the upper hand, felt her gaze turn increasingly frigid. She realized that Wang Yi's agility was indeed uncanny. It seemed improbable to subdue him swiftly with mere swordplay. Just as Wang Yi skillfully leapt to her side once more, attempting to counter with Tai Chi cloud hands. Li Hani's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Suddenly, the long sword in her hand emitted a resonant hum, disintegrating into countless slender golden threads, glinting with a metallic sheen. These golden threads, as if imbued with life, surged towards Wang Yi in a relentless wave, moving with astonishing speed. Wang Yi, taken aback, thought, what the hell? Resorting to supernatural abilities when you can't win? This unforeseen transformation, with its vast coverage, made it seem difficult for even his exquisite agility to evade entirely. It's over. Wang Yi is doomed, Yunlong exclaimed. Li Hani scoffed coldly. Umph. The competition rules did not stipulate that supernatural powers are prohibited. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed. That is quite the point. Subsequently, Wang Yi forcefully brought his hands together, his internal energy surging violently. Boom! A blazing crimson flame erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being as if a fire god had descended. The flame dragon roared. Guo Digang, the master of Baiyun Temple, chuckled. Haha, has it appeared? The flame bug roars. Wang Yi thrust his palms forward, and a massive dragon, entirely composed of frenzied flames, surged forth, opening its colossal maw to instantly engulf the encroaching golden threads. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The intense heat of the flames swiftly turned the delicate golden threads a fiery red, softening, and even melting them. Metal conducts heat rapidly. The residual warmth traveled back along the threads, towards Li Hani. Her expression finally changed as she instinctively severed her mental connection with the golden threads and retreated hastily. She had not anticipated that Wang Yi's fiery supernatural ability would possess such extreme heat, capable of instantly melting her threads. In that moment, Wang Yi's fire-covered fist was less than half a meter away from Li Hani. You have lost. Li Hani stood there, her complexion darkened. Indeed, she had lost, even though many of her trump cards remained unplayed. But loss is a loss. If this were a life-and-death battle, that punch would have undoubtedly overpowered her, even if she had covered the impact area with source armor. Standing still, As the flames around him gradually receded, Wang Yi clapped his hands, looking triumphantly at Li Hani. With your level of power, you still dare to challenge my little master uncle? No exaggeration, with my abilities, I wouldn't last even 10 moves against him. You? Save your breath. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, the crowd had been marveling at Wang Yi's victory over Li Hani, but now they were shaken by an even greater revelation. What? Not even 10 moves? Is that for real? Wang Yi's flames are already formidable. Is Bai Xiaochuan truly that powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Zhang Qingyuan, the usually composed disciple of Long Hushan, found his pupils constricting suddenly, casting a serious and inquisitive glance towards Bai Xiaochuan in the stands. Wang Yi's strength was evident. He was indeed formidable, not significantly weaker than himself. He believed he could not defeat Wang Yi within 10 moves. Li Hani, infuriated by Wang Yi's words, turned ashen, her chest heaving violently as she exclaimed in a fit of rage, Wang Yi, you are talking nonsense. Humph. She had lost due to carelessness, but refused to believe Wang Yi's outlandish claims. Not even 10 moves? What kind of monster would that be? Not even her master could defeat her in 10 moves. Chapter 30, Lin Shou of Maoshan. Wang Yi was unfazed by her disbelief, grinning as he replied, believe it or not, I won anyway. So farewell. With that, Wang Yi swaggered off the stage, leaving Li Hani trembling with rage in his wake. Returning to the Wudong seating area, he plopped down and took several hearty gulps from a water flask. Bai Xiaochuan shot him a sidelong glance, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, am I really that strong? When did I become capable of defeating you in 10 moves? Bai Xiaochuan was well aware of his own abilities. He had assessed himself, and, considering his deeper understanding of supernatural powers and the advantage of his bone-forging realm, knew he would have no trouble overpowering Wang Yi. However, to claim he could finish the fight in 10 moves was utterly implausible. Wang Yi scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling. Hee, old Bai, this is merely to establish your invincible reputation. First, we raise your profile, and then you can go up there and clean them up. Confirming my words. This is called a marketing strategy. Bai Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at him. Thanks a lot. I just want to quietly be a handsome man. Can't I be low-key? How can that be? Wang Yi smacked his thigh. Gold will always shine. A handsome man will always stand out. Well. Old Bai, you're like a firefly in the night, a golden beetle in the fields, so bright and outstanding. You want to be low-key? Your strength simply does not allow it. Yunlong, overhearing, looked bewildered and whispered, Wang Yi, is little master uncle really a firefly and a golden beetle? Bai Xiaochuan. Seated in front of the three, Zhao Yunyu could only rub his throbbing temples, unable to suppress the urge to massage his aching forehead. How did he end up bringing these three lively treasures along? He had always thought that his disciple Bai Xiaochuan was like himself, low-key, reserved, and possessing depth. Yet, it turned out he was just as boisterous. Following the high-level duel between Wang Yi and Li Hani, the subsequent matches, though still lively, paled in comparison, lacking that striking allure, while the sparring remained captivating. It lacked the exhilarating sensation that had previously enthralled the audience. The only bout of notable interest was a middle-aged Daoist from Changchun, who showcased a set of techniques known as the Rui Fist. The movements appeared slow and gentle, akin to flowing clouds and water, yet contained a resilient inner strength, blending softness with firmness. The techniques embodied the form of the Rui, fluid and adaptable, excelling in grappling and joint-locking techniques, often allowing the practitioner to capitalize on their opponent's strength in seemingly passive situations. Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, recognizing the value of this combat style, which bore hints of a fusion between Tai Chi and Bajiquan. After several more bouts, disciples from various sects had showcased their skills. At this moment, from the Maoshan seating area, the seemingly drowsy Daoist Lin Shou stretched lazily and rose to his feet. His junior brother beside him eagerly inquired, Lin Shou, are you going to compete now? Lin Shou replied, yes, having watched for so long, my hands are feeling a bit itchy. All the major sects have had their turn to stretch their muscles. Our Maoshan sect must also take the stage to let everyone witness our prowess. Or else what was the point of coming here? Right, master? The head of the Maoshan sect, Daoist Lin Jiudao, merely nodded slightly, emitting a sound of agreement from his nose. With his master's approval, Lin Shou's smile widened, though his eyes remained narrowed into slits. He adjusted his slightly oversized gray robe and stepped forward with a seemingly laid-back demeanor. Each step was inextricably intertwined with a certain rhythm, leisurely making its way toward the central arena. In an instant, all eyes were captivated by this seemingly harmless, squint-eyed Taoist. It was a disciple of Maoshan. Maoshan. How familiar it is. I adored watching the films of mastering for Maoshan when I was a child. Peach with swords, yellow talismans battling zombies. How naive. Those are mere fabrications of cinema. Are there really zombies in this world? Even if they existed, wouldn't they have mutated into source corpses with the resurgence of primordial energy? Perhaps they would possess immense strength and even breathe fire. That actually seems to make some sense. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Shou had already arrived at the center of the arena. Unlike others who awaited challengers, he strode directly toward the seating area of Longhu Mountain, halting before Zhang Qingyuan. Brother Zhang of Longhu Mountain, I am Lin Shou from Maoshan. Lin Shou cupped his hands in greeting. I have long heard that the Tianshi Mansion's arts are unparalleled in the world, and I yearn to learn from them. Might I have the honor to exchange insights in the next round? At this proclamation, an uproar erupted from the crowd. What? Directly challenging Zhang Qingyuan? This squint-eyed Taoist has quite the audacity. Maoshan versus Longhu Mountain? This is getting interesting. Zhang Qingyuan, somewhat taken aback, nevertheless maintained his composure and stood to return the gesture. Lin Daoist, you flatter me. Let us learn from one another, please. Wang Yi, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Impressive, this squint-eyed fellow. He appears so languid, yet here he is, challenging the boss directly? Bai Xiaochuan's gaze lingered on Lin Shou, who was perpetually smiling. Unconsciously, he furrowed his brow. For some reason, he sensed a faint yet ominous air of danger emanating from this seemingly harmless Maoshan Taoist. Bai Xiaochuan leaned closer to Wang Yi and whispered, Wang Yi, are you familiar with the Maoshan folks in the group? Do you know anything about Lin Shou? Wang Yi promptly retrieved his phone and deftly opened a group chat named Taoist Family United, scrolling through to find a specific ID. Here, there's a Maoshan member with the ID Maoshan, corpse driver. He is quite active, and we chat well. But I usually call him the Soul Shepherd, and he often refers to me as Han Xin. Bai Xiaochuan's lips twitched. You two are on completely different wavelengths. Nevertheless, corpse driver, ISNT there a rule in the group to use Taoist names or real names. Wang Yi shrugged. Initially, yes, but as more people joined, it became a mixed bag, and the elders couldn't manage everyone. Look, I even changed my name to Wild King. Quite imposing, right? Bai Xiaochuan replied, Wild King indeed has a certain flair. Just as Bai Xiaochuan intended to urge Wang Yi to privately inquire about the corpse driver's background regarding Lin Shou, the competition had already commenced. Chapter 31, Thunder Method versus Thunder Method. The two participants appear to have agreed to initially engage in a contest of martial arts. This encounter left everyone astounded. Zhang Qingyuan's Tianshi Mansion's Bugang Palm was fierce and formidable, its power indisputable. Yet, Lin Shou's martial prowess was equally impressive. His techniques did not resemble any renowned Maoshan martial art. Instead, they were somewhat chaotic, at times akin to a street brawl without any semblance of order, and at other times astutely vicious, targeting the lower strikes. More intriguingly, his footwork was extraordinarily agile, allowing him to evade Zhang Qingyuan's ferocious assaults in what seemed like a comically awkward manner, yet was in fact remarkably skillful. Occasionally, he would counterattack unexpectedly, forcing Zhang Qingyuan to adopt a defensive stance. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization. Wang Yi exclaimed, Holy smokes, a fellow practitioner. Zhao Yinyu shot a fierce glare at Wang Yi, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. In the arena, the two combatants engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. What kind of technique was this Maoshan Taoist employing? It appeared somewhat unrefined, yet it was undeniably effective. Zhang Qingyuan was struggling to gain a decisive advantage. Unable to secure a clear victory in martial prowess, Zhang Qingyuan's expression sharpened as he called out, Golden Light spell. Brilliant golden light enveloped him once more, enhancing his palm's power in an attempt to overpower with brute strength. However, Lin Shou remained unfazed, a sly grin spreading across his face. He reached into the ample sleeves of his robe and produced a thick stack of yellow talismans. Behold, this is the talisman magic of Maoshan. Lin Shou's fingers moved swiftly, affixing several talismans onto his legs and arms. A flash of spiritual light surged, and Lin Shou's speed dramatically increased, allowing him to effortlessly evade Zhang Qingyuan's onslaught bolstered by the golden light. Simultaneously, he drew several more talismans, muttering incantations, and casually tossed them. The talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into fireballs the size of fists, hurtling toward Zhang Qingyuan, although they were easily deflected by the golden light spell. They successfully hindered Zhang Qingyuan's offensive. With the aid of the elusive talismans, Lin Shou surprisingly turned the tide against Zhang Qingyuan, who had activated the golden light spell. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Talismans could be utilized in such a manner. This was nothing short of a mobile artillery platform. The tactics of Maoshan were indeed enigmatic. Zhang Qingyuan unable to make headway while being suppressed by Lin Shou's talismans, furrowed his brow. He took a deep breath, a flicker of purple energy flashing in his eyes. As the golden light around him gradually receded, he raised his right hand, palm facing the heavens, fingers slightly curled. A sharp crackling sound erupted. A flurry of violent silver electric serpents converged wildly in his palm, compressing and emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Thunder method. The crowd gasped. The most powerful signature technique of Longhu Mountain was finally about to be unleashed. Yet, just as everyone assumed Lin Shou was destined for misfortune, a glimmer of cunning triumph flashed in his squinting eyes. Mimicking Zhang Qingyuan's posture, he raised his own right hand, palm also directed skyward. A similar sharp crackling sound erupted, with silver electric serpents swirling chaotically. Although it appeared slightly less potent than Zhang Qingyuan's, there was no doubt it was indeed a thunder method. Palm thunder. How can you? Zhang Qingyuan exclaimed in disbelief, his expression betraying his incredulity for the first time. How could a Maoshan Daoist wield Longhu Mountain's palm thunder? Despite feeling it was somewhat off, the essence of the thunder method was indisputable. The arena fell into a sudden silence. Why would a disciple of Maoshan utilize the secret technique of Longhu Mountain? Two brilliant and formidable thunder orbs coalesced in the palms of both combatants. From the high platform, Tianshi Zhang Qingyue observed the dazzling display of thunder, his face betraying little astonishment. Instead, he smiled and explained, "There is no need for concern. Esteemed guests, what Qingyuan has demonstrated is indeed the 5 thunder rites passed down through my Tianshi mansion, embodying the essence of the utmost yang and strength, enacting celestial justice." Meanwhile, the thunder method exhibited by this young friend Lin Shou from Aoshan is undoubtedly also a form of thunder method. But if my intuition serves me correctly, it should be the fire thunder of the Maoshan lineage. Tianshi Zhang's gaze shifted to the leader of Maoshan, Daoist Lin Jiudao, who offered a slight nod in acquiescence. Tianshi Zhang continued, "Both Longhu Mountain and Maoshan belong to the Zhengyi lineage, sharing a closely related ancestral heritage. The art of thunder method is, in fact, a crucial means of subduing demons and safeguarding the righteous path, not a secret exclusive to any one sect. However, throughout the generations, each sect has emphasized different aspects, leading to diverse manifestations and applications of thunder method. Our Tianshi Mansion's thunder method emphasizes the resplendent might of celestial authority, embodying righteous vigor, while the Maoshan thunder method may prioritize, well, adaptability and unexpectedness." Zhang Tianxi's words were delivered with subtlety, yet the assembled crowd grasped their true meaning. Essentially, he indicated that both schools employed authentic thunder techniques, with Longhushan's being the official orthodox version, while Maoshan's might be a modified or expedited variant. The disciples below finally came to a realization. They originated from the same source but diverged in their paths, which explained the apparent similarities yet discernible differences. In the arena, upon hearing Zhang Tianxi's clarification, Lin Shou chuckled and turned to Zhang Qingyuan, saying, "Brother Zhang, since the Tianshi has spoken, shall we not remain stagnant? Let's give it a try." Zhang Qingyuan, having recovered from his initial shock, found his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "That is precisely my intention. Please." With that, he unleashed the thunder technique, thunder in the palm, while Lin Shou invoked sudden fire thunder, awakening the insects. Both initiated their attacks almost simultaneously. The thunderball in Zhang Qingyuan's palm resembled a miniature sun, emitting a thick, blinding beam of destructive lightning that surged forth with unyielding force. In contrast, Lin Shou's thunderball suddenly fragmented into several slender, yet agile silver electric serpents, weaving and darting from various angles toward Zhang Qingyuan. The thunderous roar resounded, deafening all present. The formidable, unrelenting beam of lightning clashed violently with the nimble silver serpents, a dazzling flash of electric light engulfing the center of the arena. The violent shockwave radiated outward, causing the nearby disciples' garments to flutter and their faces to tingle with energy. In this clash of pure energy, devoid of any embellishments, Zhang Qingyuan's thunderous beam was evidently more concentrated and overpowering, obliterating the electric serpents one by one. However, Lin Shou's technique possessed its own unique merits. The serpents exhibited remarkable agility, mounting a dispersed assault that successfully drained a significant portion of the beam's energy. By the time the residual lightning reached Lin Shou, its potency had diminished to less than a third of its original strength. With a startled cry, Lin Shou hastily summoned several defensive talismans, layering them upon himself to form an array of protective halos. Just barely, he managed to fend off the remaining lightning power, appearing rather disheveled. with his robe singed in several places. As the electric light dissipated, the scene revealed Zhang Qingyuan standing proudly, a few faint arcs of electricity dancing around him. Although slightly breathless, he evidently held the upper hand. Lin Shou, on the other hand, appeared somewhat tousled, his robe smoking, indicating he had sustained a minor setback. Brushing the charred ash from his robes, Lin Shou's expression turned serious. Brother Zhang, your mastery of thunder techniques is unparalleled. I humbly concede. My admiration is profound. At the sidelines, Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Is this how you concede? What about the dignity of Maoshan? Where's the competitive spirit of youth?" Zhang Qingyan, taken aback, also relaxed his stance and returned the gesture. "Thank you, Lin Daoyu. The thunder techniques of Maoshan have certainly broadened my horizons." Lin Shou chuckled, offering no further words as he turned and sauntered off the stage. The onlookers were left somewhat bewildered. Was this truly the end? They had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet it seemed Maoshan's representative conceded after merely testing the waters. Wang Yi, observing from below, stroked his chin and muttered, "Ah, so this is how it is. Everyone is concealing their strength." Chapter 32. Have you ever been defeated, Tianshi? As soon as Lin Shou stepped off the stage, before he could return to the Maoshan seating area, Wang Ye's phone erupted with notifications, specifically from the Daoist family group chat. Curiously, he opened it and burst into laughter. "Maoshan, corpse driver, fellow Daoists. I, Lin Shou, have just embarrassed myself. The thunder techniques of Long Hushan are indeed impressive. Maoshan, corpse driver, have you all witnessed the practicality of our Maoshan talismans? They can block lightning in critical moments. A true life-saving artifact. Maoshan, corpse driver, presenting the Maoshan talisman special package. Not for 9,998. Not for 1998. Just 998. Take home the 998-piece talisman package. Maoshan, corpse driver. The package includes Exorcism Talisman X3, Protective Talisman X3, Small Fireball Talisman X2, and Swift Travel Talisman X1. Abundant quantities, fair dealings. Maoshan, corpse driver. Private message to place orders. Bulk orders get discounts. Barter is accepted. First come, first served. If you miss today, wait another year." The chat was instantly flooded with a barrage of ellipses and emoticons. Long Hushan, young Taoist. So, corpse driver, you are Lin Shou? Amei Jingyi, dumbfounded JPG. Qing Chung Mountain. Wang Qingyan, no way. It can be done like this. Gudank, Yevvank. Altuzaltmishaltu. Brother, you know how to do business. This advertisement is brilliant, but your prices are a bit steep. How about a discount? Maoshan, corpse driver. Wudong Yuan, you're too kind. Given your unique bone structure, I'll offer you a friendly price of 888. What do you think? Quite generous, right? Wudong Yuan, deal. I'll take 10 sets. I'll come find you later. Baiyun Temple, Yiping. So you folks at Maoshan are diversifying your business? Bai Xiaochuan leaned over to glance at Wang Ye's phone screen, his mouth twitching. This corpse driver is Lin Shou? It's fortunate he didn't ask Wang Yi to inquire about how to get a set of Lin Shou's talismans. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle. Wang Yi grinned. I had a feeling. After all, not everyone possesses that cheeky demeanor. Bai Xiaochuan was speechless. Are you talking about yourself? Bai Xiaochuan then asked, but is this guy really selling talismans in the group? Wang Yi chuckled, quickly typing, this is great. It's called seizing business opportunities. Old Bai, do you want a few sets too? This swift travel talisman sounds convenient for a quick getaway. Bai Xiaochuan replied, I'm fine with my cloud ascension, thanks. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's opinion of Lin Shou elevated another notch. Such a person, with a thick skin and sharp intellect, was no ordinary Taoist. Even in an apocalyptic world, he would be a first-rate talent. As the group reveled in Lin Shou's antics, High Master Zhang Changyue slowly rose from his seat, his gentle voice resonating throughout the venue. The day is drawing to a close. I trust all fellow Daoists have gained valuable insights from today's exchanges. The upcoming ritual performance will span 2 days. We shall conclude for today. Our Long Hushan disciples will now escort each of you to the prepared guest quarters for rest and sustenance. Tomorrow at the hour of the snake, we shall reconvene here. The disciples, though feeling a bit unsated, acknowledged their fatigue and hunger. The day's competitions had provided a wealth of information that required processing. Soon, dozens of Long Hushan disciples arrived, orderly guiding each sect to their respective accommodations. The Wudong sect followed a young Taoist toward the guest quarters in the east. After enjoying a rather sumptuous meal, Wang Yi patted his stomach, his eyes glinting as he turned to Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong. Oh Bai, Yunlong, now that we're all fed, shall we take a stroll around Long Hushan? This is a sacred site with 1,000 years of history. The night view must be splendid. Yunlong hesitated. Is that appropriate? The master said we shouldn't wander around. Bai Xiaochuan felt slightly tempted. He too wished to learn more about the environment of Longhushan. Let us ask the master first. The trio sought out Zhao Yunyu, who was meditating in his room, and explained their intentions. Zhao Yunyu opened his eyes, glanced at the three overly energetic disciples, and waved his hand in resignation. Go ahead, but don't stray too far or stir up trouble, and return early. I know your dispositions well, though somewhat brash. He is never muddled in matters of great importance and would not act outlandishly. Thank you, master. Thank you, elder. The three responded in unison, eagerly slipping out the door. After growing weary of the picturesque scenery of Wudong, the nocturnal beauty of Longhu Mountain indeed offered a unique charm. The ancient temples, illuminated by the moonlight and lanterns, appeared even more solemn and majestic. A faint aroma of sandalwood and the fragrance of flora wafted through the mountain air, occasionally interrupted by the distant, ethereal sound of chanting, which was quite uplifting. The trio strolled aimlessly, unaware that they had wandered close to a secluded courtyard. Just then, they spotted Master Zhang Chengyue approaching with Zhang Qingyuan from another direction, seemingly having just concluded some business. It's Master and Brother Zhang, Yunlong whispered. The three promptly halted, bowing respectfully, Good evening, Master. Upon noticing them, Master Zhang Chengyue smiled warmly. Ah, the three young friend from Wudong. Have you had your evening meal? Is the mountain fare to your liking? Wang Yi immediately replied, Master, it is indeed to my taste. It is splendid. The vegetarian meals at Longhu Mountain are exceptional. Bai Xiaochuan politely added, Thank you for your hospitality, Master. Everything is quite satisfactory. This was the truth, although Bai Xiaochuan understood that as guests, they would not be served subpar food at the Master's abode. It was precisely this contrast that made their experience more poignant. Master Zhang chuckled, clearly pleased. As long as it suits your palate, that is all that matters. Youngsters are growing, so eat well. Are you out for a stroll? Yes, Master. We are just wandering about and will return shortly, Bai Xiaochuan replied. Indeed, the night dew in the mountains can be heavy. It is best to return and rest early. Master Zhang nodded kindly, preparing to depart with Zhang Qingyuan. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Wang Yi suddenly turned back and blurted out to Master Zhang's retreating figure. Master, with your high level of cultivation, you must be invincible, right? But have you ever been defeated? Aye. His words trailed off, abruptly halted. Bai Xiaochuan reacted with astonishing speed. Almost instantaneously as Wang Yi began to speak, he sensed impending disaster. He dashed forward, his right hand shooting out like lightning, firmly covering Wang Yi's mouth, stifling his words. Wang Yi, caught off guard, rolled his eyes in panic, only able to emit helpless whimpers. One more word, and I swear I will end you. Bai Xiaochuan growled darkly. He could feel that if Wang Yi uttered that question, he would be the one to suffer the most. A cold sweat trickled down Bai Xiaochuan's brow as he forcefully covered Wang Yi's mouth, repeatedly bowing an apology to the astonished Master Zhang and Zhang Qingyuan. Em terribly sorry. My apologies, Master. Brother Zhang. He must have overeaten today and is a bit out of sorts. Please do not take it to heart. We'll take him back to sober up. Zhang Qingyuan's expression had grown increasingly frosty, his gaze slicing through Wang Yi like a blade. To pose such a question in front of him and his master was an unspeakable affront. However, to everyone's surprise, Master Zhang Chengyue initially paused, then burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonant and untroubled, showing no signs of anger. He waved his hand, signaling Zhang Qingyuan to remain calm. No worries, no worries. Young man, curiosity is a virtue. He glanced with interest at the nearly asphyxiated Wang Yi, then at the embarrassed Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong, and continued, Indeed, I have been defeated, of course. Among practitioners, who dares claim to be invincible? It is through defeat that one realizes the vastness of the world and acknowledges one's own shortcomings, thus striving for greater heights. With that. He chuckled once more and turned to leave with the still icy Zhang Qingyuan. After walking a short distance, Master Zhang Qingyue looked at his disciple, who remained stern-faced, and shook his head in exasperation. Qingyuan, do not always wear such a serious countenance. Young people should smile more. Look at that young friend Bai Xiaochuan from Wudong. Though he is young and his cultivation is profound, he carries himself with such ease among his fellow disciples. Interacting with others is also a form of cultivation, understand? Zhang Qingyuan remained silent for a moment before bowing respectfully. Yes, Master, I understand. Chapter 33. The Sneaky Lin Show. On the other side, it was only after Master Zhang and his disciples had completely vanished from sight that Bai Xiaochuan released Wang Yi, who was on the verge of suffocation. Cough, cough, cough. Old Bai, are you trying to commit murder? Wang Yi gasped, his face flushed. Bai Xiaochuan glared at him exasperatedly, questioning, enough with the nonsense. Wang Yi, While you may be a bit wild at times, you're not entirely devoid of decorum. That kind of question is not something you would typically blurt out. Once Wang Yi calmed down, a rare seriousness crossed his face as he expressed, "Old Bai, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what happened just now. I was merely observing the Master's retreating figure, and suddenly that thought just popped into my head, intensely strong, and my mouth just blurted it out, as if something compelled me to ask." Bai Xiaochuan and Yunlong exchanged uneasy glances. "What compelled you?" Yunlong asked, scanning the surroundings anxiously. "Brother Wang, please do not frighten me. This is Longhu Mountain, the ancestral ground of Taoism. Could there be something sinister lurking?" Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, his gaze sharply sweeping over the tranquil courtyard, ancient trees, and shadowy corners. Heightening his perception to its peak, he sensed no unusual energy fluctuations or psychological disturbances. "It doesn't seem like an external influence," Bai Xiaochuan mused. "It feels more like your own thoughts were magnified, or he suddenly considered a possibility. Looking at Wang Yi, have you experienced any issues in your cultivation lately, particularly in terms of your mental state?" Wang Yi paused, tried to recall, then uncertainly replied, "I don't think so. But recently I felt my mental energy increasing quite rapidly. Sometimes there are, peculiar thoughts. However, they fade quickly. That one just now was the most intense." Bai Xiaochuan pondered this deeply. Wang Yi's awakening of psychic abilities might lead to such situations if not controlled properly. It was indeed easy to be influenced by one's subconscious or subtle external cues, potentially resulting in chaotic thoughts and a loss of self-control. That reckless question earlier might have emerged from Wang Yi's subconscious curiosity regarding the notion of being the strongest in the world, combined with doubts about the Master's strength, which inadvertently amplified and erupted. "It seems your telekinesis abilities require further grounding and mastery," Bai Xiaochuan said, patting Wang Yi on the shoulder. "Once we return, practice meditation and focus. Steer clear of erratic thoughts. Fortunately, the Master is magnanimous and did not hold it against us today. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome." At this moment, Wang Yi felt completely awakened, recalling the earlier scene with a twinge of fear. He had actually posed such a question before the Master. "Have you ever been defeated?" "I understand now. I will definitely keep my mouth in check next time," he promised. Yunlong interjected quietly, "Brother, I think you should try to keep your brain in check as well." Wang Yi responded with a grunt. The three of them had meandered through the main areas of Longhu Mountain, and by now, the sky had darkened significantly. The mountain breeze carried a chill, and besides the chirping of insects and the distant, faint sounds of chanting, the surroundings felt extraordinarily tranquil. "That should suffice. Let us return," Bai Xiaochuan suggested. To speak candidly, both Longhu Mountain and Wudong are revered sanctuaries of Taoism. When it comes to their scenic allure, one might inevitably perceive a sense of monotony after prolonged observation. What truly holds immeasurable value, however, is the rich cultural heritage and the transmission of Taoist lineage that have been meticulously preserved over millennia. Wang Yi and Yunlong nodded in agreement, preparing to retrace their steps back to the lodgings. At that moment, Wang Yi suddenly halted the two, pointing towards a particular discovery. "Shoo, look over there. Is that not a shadow lurking suspiciously?" Bai Xiaochuan followed his gaze, spotting a tall, slender figure clad in a gray Taoist robe peering cautiously around the corner of a secluded hall. Was it not Lin Shou from Aoshan? "Haha, it's that little rascal Lin Shou," Wang Yi exclaimed with excitement. "What is he doing out here at this hour? Surely, he is up to no good." Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The trio exchanged knowing glances, instinctively holding their breaths. Utilizing the cover of shadows and trees, they stealthily approached. The proficiency of their stealth was akin to that of seasoned professionals. Just ahead, as Lin Shou intended to move forward, he suddenly sensed an unusual sound behind him. Startled, he turned just as a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, a teasing voice echoed in his ear. "Lin Shou, in this dark and windy night, why are you not in your quarters preparing talismans for me? What mischief are you up to here? Could it be that Longhu Mountain has zombies in need of your exorcism?" Lin Shou jumped, nearly letting out a scream. Whirling around, he was relieved to see Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong exhaling in relief. He chuckled awkwardly. It's merely my esteemed Taoist friends from Wudong. What a coincidence. I, just overindulged at dinner and came out for a stroll to aid digestion." "Yes, just a stroll." As he spoke, he attempted to discreetly wriggle free from Wang Yi's grasp. However, the moment he shifted his feet, he found his legs weighed down as if leaden. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that, unbeknownst to him, several resilient, dark blue vines had emerged from the crevices of the stone pavement, silently coiling around his ankles and calves. They were bound securely. The expression on Lin Shou's face finally shifted. Instinctively, He attempted to channel his energy to forcibly break the vines. Yet, as he exerted force, those seemingly slender tendrils remained unyielding, tightening their grip even more, exhibiting an extraordinary resilience and constraining power. What is this? Lin Shou was aghast. He had previously encountered other wood element practitioners. Among his fellow disciples, there were those awakened to wood abilities, but none could achieve such a level. The tenacity of these vines and the density of the energy they contained surpassed anything he could have envisioned. The smile on Lin Shou's face faltered, becoming somewhat stiff as he gazed at Bai Xiaochuan. He was well aware that Bai Xiaochuan was a wood element awakened practitioner. Bai, my friend, what is the meaning of this? We are all fellow Daoists. Must you be so serious in jest? Bai Xiaochuan chuckled lightly. Lin Daoist, we are merely curious. It is rather unsettling to see you wandering in this desolate place at such a late hour. Wang Yi chimed in indeed. Speak honestly. Have you uncovered some treasure of Longhu Mountain? Yin Long nodded innocently beside them. Lin Shou regarded the trio, a hint of bitterness rising within him. It appeared he had stumbled into a den of thieves. If he did not reveal the truth, he feared he might not escape unscathed. As for fighting, just dealing with Wang Yi alone was already a challenge, not to mention Bai Xiaochuan, who was even stronger. As for the bald-headed one, he could likely be disregarded. Alas, it seemed best to share his secrets. Very well, I shall tell you, but you must promise to keep it confidential. Chapter 34. The Mother and Child Tracking Talisman. Lin Shou began. Esteemed Daoists, I must confess, I was not merely wandering about. I observed two suspicious individuals and, out of curiosity, decided to follow them discreetly, acquiring a small token from them for, future observation. Oh, Wang Ye's eyes brightened instantly. A small token? A tracking talisman? Lin Daoist, you are quite resourceful. Name your price. I will buy it all. Lin Shou's eyes widened momentarily. Old Wang, let us keep this between us. Bai Xiaochuan inquired. Lin Daoist, how did you determine they were suspicious? Lin Shou donned an air of seasoned experience. Isn't it obvious? Who in their right mind would wander into such a dark, desolate corner at this hour? They were glancing back frequently, sneaking about. Either they are harboring secrets or up to no good. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yun Long staring at him with a peculiar intensity. Wang Yi cracked his knuckles, stepping closer with a forced smile. Lin Daoist, hearing you say that. We three are out here at this hour blocking your path. Doesn't that seem a bit suspicious? Do we look like thieves to you? Lin Shou. His hair stood on end as he realized his words had inadvertently implicated the trio. He quickly waved his hands, misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. You three have an extraordinary demeanor, conducting yourselves with utmost integrity. Your strides are powerful, exuding an aura of righteousness, akin to guardians of the night. How could one compare you to those furtive rodents? There is a vast chasm between you and them. My admiration for you three flows like an unending river. Wang Yi, flattered by Lin Shou's praise, seemed to float in elation. Indeed, indeed. What else can you say? Do continue. Lin Shou stammered, This wild king is not following the script. Bai Xiaochuan, suppressing his playful demeanor, stated solemnly. All right, enough of this. Lead us to the situation. Under the intense gaze of the three, Lin Shou recognized he was destined to be their guide this evening and sighed in resignation. Very well, I concede. Follow me, but be quiet and do not alarm the snake. As Lin Shou led the way, he lowered his voice to explain the lineage of the dragon. It happened that I had just emerged from the restroom, to freshen up, considering a stroll before returning to the lodgings. At a corner, I encountered two Taoists from Qingwei Temple. Qingwei Temple? Bai Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise. The small temple in Jiangnan? They're here too? I haven't seen their disciples in action today. Indeed, that's them, Lin Shou nodded. I initially paid them no mind, but I overheard them whispering about some imminent action, urging one another not to make mistakes. Think about it. At this hour, in a place like Longhu Mountain, what kind of action could they be planning? My insatiable curiosity was piqued. Consequently, I stealthily placed a talisman on each of them. Lin Shou revealed, producing a yellow talisman inscribed with arcane symbols from his sleeve. The talisman now curled slightly, akin to a compass pointing in a fixed direction. Wang Yi gaped. Is that true? You just stuck it on them? Were they that oblivious? Lin Shou chuckled, retrieving a nearly transparent, fingernail-sized piece of paper as delicate as a cicada's wing. Do not underestimate the talismans of Maoshan. This is the Mother and Child Tracking Talisman. The Mother Talisman here guides the direction. The talisman was diminutive, almost insubstantial. It clung to the hem of clothing like mere dust, imperceptible without a meticulous probing of one's spiritual energy. Once infused with source energy, it activated silently, showcasing unparalleled stealth. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he enveloped Lin Shou's shoulders. Wow, what a remarkable item. Brother Lin. No, President Lin. We must link up. We need a dozen of these. Lin Shou immediately shifted into business mode. Understood, President Wang. Thank you for your support. The advanced invisibility tracking talismans from Maoshan come in sets of 12, shipping included. Bai Xiaochuan also became intrigued by the exquisite talisman and spoke up. Prepare some for me as well. Absolutely, President Bai. No problem at all. Lin Shou beamed, his delight evident. This was a lucrative deal. Amidst their banter, the four followed the guiding talisman deeper into the woods, venturing further away from the guest house and central temples of Longhu Mountain. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, and the light began to fade. Bai Xiaochuan scrutinized their path, his brow furrowing tighter. They are deliberately avoiding the patrolling disciples and main thoroughfares. This furtive behavior cannot bode well. Following the talisman's lead, the group meandered for over an hour, the clock inching closer to 11 at night. Longhu Mountain seemed to have succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the direction indicated by the talisman became fixed, no longer shifting. The four cautiously concealed themselves behind a massive boulder, peering forward. What they beheld made them collectively gasp. Not far ahead, a grand and ancient four-story tower loomed majestically under the moonlight, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an extraordinary presence. The plaque at the entrance bore 3 robust and archaic characters, barely discernible in the moonlight. Kangjing, Scripture Repository. Song Kangjing, Wang Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Yunlong was equally dumbfounded. What were they planning? Bai Xiaochuan's heart sank. As a disciple of Wudong, he knew all too well the significance of the Scripture Repository for any sect. In their Wudong, the first 2 levels were indeed accessible to outsiders. Housing basic martial arts manuals, sword techniques, and Daoist classics, essentially the foundational framework of martial arts. For instance, the postures of Tai Chi and the diagrams for the steps of Tiyunzong. However, these were merely superficial. Without the corresponding internal cultivation techniques, their efficacy was negligible. The true core transmissions of internal cultivation methods, secret techniques, and the most treasured skills were invariably stored in the highest level of the Scripture Repository, guarded by the sect's elite, impervious to outsiders. As one of the ancestral grounds of Taoism, the wealth and value of the collections within Longhu Mountain Scripture Repository were beyond measure. The 2 Taoists from Qingwei Guan stealthily encroaching upon the vicinity of the Scripture Repository under the cover of night made their intentions painfully clear. Do they intend to steal the martial arts of Longhu Mountain? Wang Yi reacted with shock. How audacious! On the territory of Longhu Mountain, attempting to pilfer from the heavenly master's abode. If caught, would they not be subjected to a thunderous punishment? Bai Xiaochuan whispered. I fear that is indeed the case. Such actions, at this hour, can only spell trouble. Chapter 35. The Awakening of the Healing Type Awakened. At that moment, from the shadows opposite the Scripture Repository, the 2 furtive figures stirred. Those 2 have moved, Lin Shou exclaimed. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the figures, akin to nimble cats, effortlessly leaped and silently ascended the eaves of the first floor of the Scripture Repository. Their movements were so adept they resembled seasoned thieves rather than Taoists. One of them directly slipped through a window on the 2nd floor, while the other continued upward. Reaching the 4th floor, there, like a gecko, he clung to the shadows beneath the eaves, utterly still. Whether serving as a lookout or harboring ulterior motives remained unclear. That person has entered. Wang Yi murmured. Bai Xiaochuan decisively commanded, Yunlong, quickly notify the master and the elders of Longhu Mountain. Hurry. Yes, junior uncle. Yunlong responded, turning to dash away. Wait. Bai Xiaochuan abruptly called him back. Yunlong braked sharply, nearly losing his balance, and turned back in confusion. What is it, junior uncle? Bai Xiaochuan replied, exasperated. Just call or send a message. Whichever is faster. What era is this, still running back to deliver news? Yunlong thumped his head, fumbling for his phone. Oh, I forgot. However, just as Yunlong unlocked the screen, a surge of abnormal orange-red flames suddenly erupted within the 2nd floor of the Scripture Repository. Thick smoke swiftly billowed from the window alongside the flames. What the hell? They're setting it on fire? Wang Yi's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. They're not here to steal. They intend to incinerate the Scripture Repository? Lin Shou exclaimed in horror. This was 100 times worse than mere theft. Move, Bai Xiaochuan shouted, no longer able to conceal their presence. The 3 figures surged forth like arrows loose from a bow, racing towards the Scripture Repository. Wang Yi urged old Bai, you handle the one on top. The arsonist inside is mine and Lin Shou's. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan replied, his gaze locking onto the figure clinging to the eaves, employing all his might in Tiyunzong. moving with a ghostly swiftness. Yet, just as they charged out, a formidable and mountain-like presence erupted from the pinnacle of the scripture repository. Who dares to trespass in the forbidden grounds of Longhu Mountain? A voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder, causing the very structure of the scripture repository to tremble. A gray figure, resembling a hawk, descended rapidly from the top floor, arriving at the window where the fire blazed. It was an elderly Daoist, his hair and beard white, his complexion rosy, with eyes wide open in fury, emanating a disquieting aura of authority. The elder didn't even glance at the newly ignited flames, but instead aimed a powerful strike at the arsonist with an outstretched hand. Boom! An invisible force surged through the air. The arsonist inside the window hadn't even the time to scream before being struck as if by a speeding truck, hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing into the interior bookshelf with a sickening thud before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Wang Yi and Lin Xiao, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, both shuddered in unison, instinctively halting in their tracks. Wang Yi swallowed hard. My goodness, this elder is formidable. Lin Xiao wiped away a cold sweat. It feels as though our worries were somewhat unfounded. With this elder present, what need do we have to intervene? After dispatching the arsonist, the elder's piercing gaze swiftly swept towards Wang Yi and Lin Xiao, who had just rushed in. More accomplices? Prepare to meet your end. The elder bellowed, poised to pounce. Wang Yi and Lin Xiao were startled, hurriedly gesturing to indicate their identities. Elder, wait. We're on your side. Wudang Se Wang Yi. Maoshan S. Lin Xiao. We're here to assist. The elder paused, scrutinizing them with suspicion, yet the aura of menace remained unyielding. Lin Xiao quickly pointed at the flames and smoke on the bookshelf. Elder, the fire. We must extinguish it. I possess water attributes. Leave it to me. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and water vapor began to coalesce around him rapidly. Observing this, the elder finally set aside his doubts momentarily, nodding while remaining vigilant. Lin Xiao, not daring to be negligent, skillfully manipulated the gathered water vapor, transforming it into a torrent that accurately struck the flames beginning to spread across the bookshelf. Yet, just as everyone's attention was captivated by the fire, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Daoist, who had previously been struck down by the elder's palm and should have been left with ruptured organs and severe injuries, surprisingly shook himself and rose unsteadily to his feet. He twisted his neck with a series of unsettling cracking sounds. Ah, indeed, one cannot underestimate Longhu Mountain. It is home to many formidable masters. The Daoist gradually straightened his body, and in the moonlight mingled with the remaining glow of the flames. The onlookers finally discerned his features. He possessed an exceedingly ordinary face, one that could easily be lost in a crowd, save for the pair of eyes now glimmering with a near-manic excitement and mockery. Beneath the Daoist's exposed chest, the damaged tissue appeared to writhe and heal at an astonishing pace. Even his previously disordered aura rapidly stabilized. A healing-type supernatural ability. Wang Yi and Lin Xiao exclaimed in unison. A mutation of wood-type ability. It was rumored that only one young Daoist within the entire sect had awakened such a rarity, surpassing even the more common lightning and fire types in its scarcity. The ordinary-faced Daoist twisted his neck, which seemed to be perfectly restored, producing a disconcerting crack, and grinned widely. Ha ha ha. Fortunate for me that I awakened a healing type. I'm sturdy and resilient. Otherwise, that punch you threw earlier would have surely sent me to meet my ancestors. Quite the force indeed. The elder's face turned ashen. And what are your healing type? You think that will save you? The elder's hair stood on end as his aura surged once more, golden light faintly shimmering around him. I shall see whether your healing is faster than my ability to dismantle you. Let us see how many times you can restore yourself. Just as the elder prepared to unleash his wrath again to obliterate this seemingly indestructible cockroach, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something, his face paling as he screamed, Elder, wait, he has an accomplice, one who's been lurking on the fourth floor eaves. I don't know where he is now. Upon hearing this, the elder trembled, his expression changing. The fourth floor of the scripture pavilion. That place houses the true core inheritance of Longhu Mountain. If it falls into the hands of thieves. What? There's another one. Why didn't you say so sooner? Lin Xiao reassured Elder, do not worry. Our companion has already gone to apprehend that individual. The elder could not entrust the safety of Longhu Mountain's core to an outsider. With a swift motion, he dashed back inside. Ha ha ha. Only now do you realize? It's too late. The ordinary-faced Daoist erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. Our people have likely succeeded. We shall gladly accept the treasures and techniques of Longhu Mountain. Ha ha ha. As for what you just mentioned, ha ha. Old Yu is certain to remain undefeated. Before he could finish, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly emanated from the fourth-floor window of the scripture pavilion. "Oh, are you referring to him?" The crowd looked up sharply. There, by the open window on the fourth floor, stood a figure quietly poised. The moonlight outlined his tall silhouette and serene profile. It was Bai Xiaochuan. In his right hand, he held a figure clad in the same Daoist garb, who had completely fainted as if he were lifting a chick. Chapter 36. The Identities of the Two. Bai Xiaochuan leaped from the fourth-floor window with the unconscious thief, landing with a thud that stirred up a cloud of dust. He casually tossed the individual before the ordinary-faced Daoist, and as the dust settled, the onlookers finally recognized the figure on the ground. The triumphant grin on the ordinary-faced Daoist's face abruptly froze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Yu's strength is clearly. Before he could finish, a wave of terrifying pressure descended. A purple figure appeared out of nowhere, like a specter, in the open space outside the scripture pavilion. The sudden appearance of this figure sent a chill up Bai Xiaochuan's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The energy within him instinctively surged, muscles tensing instantaneously. Who is it? This speed is simply unfathomable. Is it spatial teleportation? Even the most skilled lightness technique could not achieve such a feat. As he discerned the purple Daoist robe and the visitor's visage, Bai Xiaochuan quickly retracted his aura and respectfully bowed. Daoist Master. The Daoist Master's expression remained calm, his gaze like lightning sweeping across the crowd. Almost simultaneously, the elder rushed out from the scripture pavilion, his face awash with shame upon seeing the Daoist Master. "Brother, I have failed in my duty. I allowed these miscreants to infiltrate nearly," he continued, expressing gratitude toward Bai Xiaochuan and the others for their timely intervention. The Daoist Master nodded slightly. "I'm already aware, junior brother." At that moment, more sounds of rushing wind filled the air. Zhou, Lushen, Li Xuanji, and other sect leaders, along with official representative Yi Xiaochuan, arrived swiftly with a large contingent of elite disciples and security personnel. Zhao Yinyu, relieved to see Bai Xiaochuan and the others unharmed, narrowed his gaze sharply across the scene. The healing-type, ordinary-faced Daoist, realizing the tide had turned against him, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes as he stealthily reached towards his waist, seemingly intending to create chaos and escape. However, his furtive movements could not escape the watchful gaze of the nearby Daoist Master Zhang. In an instant, the Daoist Master flickered, vanishing as though he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared behind the Daoist. So swift, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted. Even with full concentration, he struggled to catch the Daoist Master's movements. Daoist Master Zhang's right hand lightly rested on the back of the Daoist's neck. With a crackle, a violent surge of silver lightning erupted, coursing through the Daoist's body like a storm. The Daoist let out a short, anguished cry, his body convulsing violently. His exterior rapidly charred and blackened, emitting puffs of smoke as he fell forward, utterly unconscious. The precision with which the lightning obliterated the nervous system made Bai Xiaochuan narrow his eyes. This was indeed an effective method for dealing with a healing-type awakener. However, as the Daoist collapsed, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The ordinary visage on his face began to contort and peel away, as if a layer of disguise were melting away, revealing a completely different countenance beneath. "What is this?" Wang Yi, closest to the scene, exclaimed. "Facial transformation technique." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Bai Xiaochuan promptly reacted, hurrying to the captured thief's side, grabbing his hair to turn his face toward him. Indeed, the skin along the edges of this person's cheeks exhibited unnatural wrinkles. He reached behind the individual's ear and swiftly peeled away a thin, translucent mask, revealing a pale and unfamiliar face underneath. "Both are using facial transformation." Yunlong gasped. All eyes were fixated on the two unfamiliar faces. Just then, as Yi Xiaochuan arrived and caught sight of the two faces, his pupils dilated and his complexion turned ashen. Instinctively taking a half-step back, though he quickly regained his composure, the momentary lapse could not escape the notice of those present. Daoist Master Zhang's gaze fell upon Yi Xiaochuan, his voice low. "Elder Qin, it seems you recognized these two individuals?" Yi Xiaochuan's expression shifted. His lips moved as if struggling to speak. The gaze of every individual present fell upon him like a sharpened sword, particularly that of the venerable guardian, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. A stifling silence enveloped the gathering. After a tense pause of several seconds, Yi Xiaochuan appeared to have exhausted all his strength, laboriously uttering, "They're the awakened ones cultivated in secrecy by the 6th Bureau." At this proclamation, The crowd erupted in an uproar. What? Are you officials behind this? How outrageous! The thief cries, "Stop the thief." What exactly do you intend to achieve? The guardian trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Xiaochuan, vociferating. So this is how you officials operate. Two-faced in your dealings. It is you who have besieged us. It is you who speak of cooperation. And now you send people to steal our techniques and commit arson and violence. What do you truly desire? Do you think our Daoist sect is easy to bully? Observing the crowd's escalating fury, the situation was on the brink of chaos. Junior apprentice, tread carefully with your words. Master Zhang interjected, his voice stern. Though his countenance was darkened with displeasure, he maintained his composure. He first solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude toward Bai Xiaochuan and his companions, stating, "Thank you, young friends, for your righteous intervention tonight. This kindness shall forever be remembered by Longhu Mountain." Subsequently, he cast a complex glance at the pallid Yi Xiaochuan, then surveyed the indignant crowd, and spoke gravely. "This matter is of great significance and far-reaching implications. It requires careful deliberation. The night has grown late. I urge all to return and rest. As for this issue, I, along with the other sect leaders, will seek an explanation from Elder Qin and the officials." Although the crowd simmered with indignation, they recognized the wisdom in the Master's words. Under the constraints imposed by the sect leaders, the assembly gradually dispersed, harboring a mix of doubt and anger. Moonlight poured in like water, casting a serene glow across the quiet room. Bai Xiaochuan sat cross-legged upon a cushion, his eyes gently closed, not in meditation, but replaying the events of the night in his mind. The middle-aged man, lurking on the fourth floor, possessed considerable strength, akin to Wang Yi with a configuration of 09. His ability to dispatch the man in an instant was due to the latter's underestimation of him, coupled with his sudden eruption of power, fully unleashing the devouring force. This enabled him to strike decisively while the opponent was caught off guard. However, the subsequent arrival of the master shattered his previous understanding entirely. The speed that seemed to tear through space, the ferocious yet precise lightning techniques. Never before had he encountered such a terrifying figure, even in his past life. Having sat in contemplation for a span of time, Bai Xiaochuan repeatedly analyzed the situation, arriving at a disheartening conclusion. Should he oppose the master? He feared he would not survive 3 exchanges, and even employing healing techniques would unlikely alter the outcome. It seems I've been overly arrogant. Bai Xiaochuan mused softly as he opened his eyes, a sigh escaping his lips. He had always believed that, armed with the advantage of his rebirth, the surge in power from healing abilities, along with the top-tier capabilities of wood and space devouring, he had ascended to the pinnacle within the Daoist sect, even amidst the hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Though perhaps lacking in understanding of techniques compared to those seasoned for decades, in terms of absolute strength, he was confident he would not be outmatched by anyone. Yet, the mere glimpse of the master's power doused the flickering embers of his unwarranted pride like a cold bucket of water. What exactly is that ability? Time manipulation? Spatial control? Bai Xiaochuan murmured to himself, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he ceased his ruminations and commenced his training for the day. Since he had been reborn, he was determined to become the strongest in the world. To hell with those nostalgic tales of youthful fervor. The following morning, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual. The sect leaders were summoned early to the council hall of the Master's residence, joined by several important elders. Clearly, the Master's residence had likely extracted significant information from the 2 individuals the previous night. Bai Xiaochuan, lacking the standing to partake in such high-level discussions, could nonetheless surmise the core issues at hand. He was not entirely surprised by the officials' actions in pilfering techniques. While cooperation was one thing, the core legacies of the various Daoist sects were the foundation of their establishments and could never be easily surrendered to the authorities. Such conflicts of essential interests were nearly irreconcilable. The officials yearned to harness this power to navigate future upheavals, while the Daoist sects were compelled to safeguard their roots. However, he had not anticipated the officials would act with such desperation and folly, employing the most foolish and disruptive tactic conceivable. At this rate, it will be years before relations can be mended, Bai Xiaochuan mused, shaking his head as he gazed toward the council hall. In his previous life, he had been utterly oblivious to the events transpiring between the Daoist sects and the officials. Yet, even if he had known, it is unlikely he could have altered anything. Chapter 37. A tense standoff among several individuals. By noon, Bai Xiaochuan finally pushed open his door and stepped outside. While training was undoubtedly important, one could not neglect the necessity of sustenance. The saying goes, with a full dantian, the heart remains unperturbed. Just after he emerged, he noticed Wang Yi approaching alongside Yunlong. "Brother Chuan, you're up?" Wang Yi called out. "The elders have returned. Let us grab a meal first. The grand ritual will continue this afternoon. Bai Xiaochuan cast a brief glance. Wang Yi's titles for him were always shifting from brother Bai to brother Chuan. He hoped he wouldn't be called little brother next time. We're continuing? Bai Xiaochuan inquired with confusion, having assumed that such a significant incident would halt the grand ritual. Wang Yi replied, of course. I heard this morning that those two were taken away by the officials. It seems they promised to compensate Longhu Mountain and the Daoist sect in some way. But we don't know the specifics. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. It was indeed challenging for the Daoist sect to handle matters with the officials on their own. Though the nature of the compensation remained unclear, the deterioration of relations was certain. The three then made their way to the dining hall together. Upon entering, they heard a familiar voice calling out enthusiastically, Boss Yi, Boss Bai, Boss Yun, the esteemed leaders have come to dine. Turning around, they indeed saw Lin Shou, accompanied by a young Daoist of modest stature, likely similar in height to that little one from Longhu Mountain. The boy had a delicate appearance, his eyes reflecting a clarity and innocence. Wang Yi immediately waved back, completely unfazed by Lin Shou's address of him as Boss Yi. Boss Lin, quite impressive, bringing his secretary to lunch. Lin Shou chuckled, gently nudging the young Daoist forward. Come, let me introduce my little junior brother. You can call him Little Confused. The young Daoist face flushed instantly. Senior brother. That is not my name. I have a Dharma name. Bai Xiaochuan and the others exchanged amused glances, chuckling. Lin Shou, why are you teasing your own junior brother? Lin Shou embraced the little brother's shoulders, explaining earnestly, you don't understand. My junior brother is great in every way, but he is overly naive. The type who would help someone count money even after being deceived. I need to give him a good dose of societal education. Not to mention, I must help him avoid being tricked in the future. The little brother, exasperated, protested. I'm not foolish. I can recite the scriptures quickly. Oh, is that so? Lin Shou's eyes gleamed mischievously. Let me pose a very practical question to you. Suppose you're playing online and a teammate claims to be a university student, currently short on cash, and asks you to send him 50 for an emergency, promising to return 100 when his allowance arrives next month. What would you do? The young Daoist puffed out his chest, responding without hesitation. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It is my duty to help in times of need. I would definitely send him 50. No, I would send him 100. Helping others is a virtue. Ha ha ha. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi could not contain their laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws. As they chuckled, Wang Yi playfully patted Lin Shou on the shoulder, exclaiming, Boss Lin, your junior brother is truly an uncut gem. At that moment, Yun Long, who had been silent, furrowed his brow and queried with a hint of confusion. Shouldn't we be helping? Assisting someone in overcoming difficulties is a noble act, is it not? Instantly, Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi's laughter ceased. They slowly turned their heads in unison, their expressions a complex tapestry of shock, sympathy, and more. Wang Yi, with heartfelt dismay, wrapped an arm around Yun Long's neck and lamented, oh, my dear Long, how can we even consider that? First of all, the meme is practically ancient. Among 10, there's at least one fraud. How can you ascertain that behind the screen, ISNT, a foot-scratching brute? Secondly, if he were truly a university student in dire straits, wouldn't he seek assistance from a counselor? From classmates? From his parents? Yet he chooses to approach a complete stranger in a gaming team? Finally, and most crucially, in this day and age, even brothers lend money with a promissory note. How could you possibly transfer funds directly to a stranger across the internet? Your kindness truly pains my heart. Yun Long and the junior brother were momentarily taken aback by his words. Soon after, the group was in stitches, with Wang Yi earnestly trying to enlighten Yun Long and the bewildered junior brother about the harsh realities of society. Just then a sharp, mocking laugh pierced through from the entrance of the cafeteria. I wondered who was causing such a ruckus at the cafeteria door. It turns out to be the esteemed disciples of Wudong. What's this? Haven't you had enough of your limelight from yesterday? And now you've come to perform a comedy act? Leading a group of Qingchang Mountain disciples, Li Hani strode in with an air of superiority, her gaze sweeping over by Xiaochuan and the others, her tone dripping with provocation. Wang Yi's smile instantly vanished, his brows knitting together. I thought it was someone of importance. Is that not Li Shiji from Qingchang Mountain? What is this? Did yesterday's sparring leave you unsatisfied, prompting you to seek a rematch today? Or perhaps the cafeteria fare is so enticing that it lured you in? Lin Shou interjected, Li Shiji, your words are misplaced. Fostering camaraderie is a delightful endeavor, is it not? Does Qingchang Mountain impose such strict regulations that your disciples are forbidden from laughter? Li Hani's face darkened further at their banter, her irritation palpable. Smooth-tongued. It seems that both Maoshan and Wudong possess not only unique martial skills, but also a remarkable talent for verbal sparring. Oh, you flatter me. Wang Yi replied exaggeratedly with a bow. But I cannot compare to you, Li Shiji. Your cultivation is so evident on your face and chest. Being ordinary is quite commendable. You. Li Hani's expression soured as she stepped forward, and her fellow Qingchang mountain disciples quickly surrounded them with unfriendly glares. Bai Xiaochuan, Yinlong, and their companions refused to back down, and the atmosphere grew tense. At that critical moment, a resounding, jovial laughter echoed from outside the cafeteria, almost as though old friends were reuniting. Ha, Daoist Li, this exchange has indeed been enlightening. Your Qingchang mountain sword intent has greatly benefited me. You flatter me, Daoist Zhao. The profundity of Wudong's Tai Chi is truly unfathomable. I am in awe. Before the words had fully settled, Zhao Yunyu and Li Xuanji entered side by side, their faces adorned with broad smiles. The atmosphere was so harmonious it resembled that of long-separated brothers. Upon entering, they noticed their disciples engaged in a stark standoff at the entrance, the tension unmistakable. Zhao Yunyu paused for a moment, glancing at Bai Xiaochuan. What is going on here? Almost simultaneously, Li Xuanji frowned, turning to Li Hani and inquired, Hani, what is happening? Bai Xiaochuan reacted swiftly, his face transforming into a smile as he addressed Zhao Yunyu and Li Xuanji with a slight bow. Master, it's nothing. We just happened upon Li Shiji from Qingchang Mountain, and we are engaged in a friendly exchange, sharing insights on social interactions. Bai Xiaochuan placed particular emphasis on the term Shiji. At that moment, the importance of hierarchy became painfully clear. Regardless of right or wrong, arguing with a Shirshu? That is your fault. Li Hani's face darkened immediately, a lump forming in her throat as she struggled to contain her frustration. Yet, in the presence of her master and the esteemed elder from Wudong, she dared not act out, forcing herself to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Yes, master. We are indeed exchanging. Li Xuanji's gaze flitted between his disciple and the Wudong members. Though the atmosphere felt odd, Bai Xiaochuan's words were unassailable, so he nodded in agreement. Zhao Yunyu chuckled heartily, seeking to defuse the tension. Excellent. It is always beneficial for the youth to engage with one another. But do not block the doorway. Let us proceed inside for a meal. That is of utmost importance. Yes, master. Certainly, Shurja. The disciples from both sides promptly responded, the previously charged atmosphere dissipating into thin air. As they parted to make way, the Qingchang mountain disciples passed by with glances that could slice through the air. Chapter 38, The Foggy Dilemma. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone reconvened at the arena. The sun blazed fiercely, yet the atmosphere within the venue felt subtly charged compared to the previous day. Bai Xiaochuan noted that the official representative, Qin Yuanshan, had vacated his position on the high platform. It seemed he had not anticipated such events and must now be hurrying back to address them. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianshi, seated at the main table, maintained an unperturbed demeanor as if the previous night's turmoil had never occurred. As the Daoist from Longhu Mountain called for the sparring match to commence, the disciples below appeared largely unaffected, their spirits high and ready for action. After all, for most young disciples, the sparring at the Luotian Grand Ritual was the most pressing matter at hand. Just then, Yinlong, who had been quietly seated beside Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, suddenly stood up and stepped forward, addressing Zhao Yunyu with respect. Master, I wish to take the stage. Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi were simultaneously taken aback, astonished to see Yinlong, typically reserved, volunteering to compete. Zhao Yunyu stroked his beard, appraising him before nodding. Very well, go ahead. Be mindful, and do not tarnish Wudong's reputation. Yes, master. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi quickly rallied, cheering him on. Yinlong, go for it. Show everyone the might of Wudong. Witnessing Wudong's disciples take the lead, especially with a newcomer who had not fought the day before, the other sects buzzed with excitement. It's Wudong. I never expected them to send someone into the fray first, but it appears their strength may not be formidable. Shall you give a shot? Defeating a Wudong disciple could earn one bragging rights for days. Before long, a robust disciple clad in Huashan attire leaped onto the platform. Cupping his hands in greeting to Yunlong Huashan, Lu Feng, I seek your guidance. Like Qingcheng and Shushan, Huashan belonged to the lineage of sword cultivators. Though its renown seemed to pale in comparison to the other two sects, nonetheless, its foundation remained solid. Wudong, Yunlong. With the clang of the gong, the contest began. Be careful, junior brother. The Huashan disciple Lu Feng launched the first strike, his swordplay swift and fierce, immediately showcasing the unique perilous sword techniques of Huashan. With glimmers of the blade akin to a gentle breeze through the pines, he enveloped Yunlong in a tempest of attacks. However, in the face of this torrential onslaught, Yunlong remained remarkably composed. His footwork was enigmatic, neither retreating nor evading. Yunlong did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he patiently blocked and dodged, resembling a stalwart boulder standing firm against the raging currents. After several rounds, Lu Feng's offensive began to show signs of fatigue. Just at the moment when his old strength had waned and new vigor had yet to arise, a flash of brilliance ignited in Yunlong's eyes, and his right fist, which had been coiled with power, suddenly surged forth. This strike was devoid of embellishment, yet it was imbued with tremendous force, carrying an overwhelming internal energy that pierced through the sword shadows and precisely struck Lu Feng's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Feng staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance, a faint flush appearing on his face, and his sword hand trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, he sheathed his sword and respectfully clasped his hands together, saying, "Brother, your cultivation is profound. I am in awe. I concede." Yunlong responded, "You honor me." In the stands, Li Hani squinted slightly, observing, the cloud-soaring technique of Wudong is indeed troublesome. She had noted this during her match against Wang Yi yesterday. With ordinary sword techniques, as long as the opponent could react and there was space around them, they could evade using the cloud-soaring technique. To counter such agile movements, one must strike decisively or completely seal off the opponent's escape routes. Otherwise, it's unlikely to achieve victory, let alone make contact with them. By the sidelines, Lin Shou suddenly elbowed his bewildered junior. "Junior brother, what do you think of that little bald head from Wudong? How formidable do you reckon he is?" Startled, the junior brother inadvertently gasped, whispering, "Very, very impressive. His punches are heavy, and his footwork is exceptionally stable." Lin Shou chuckled, encouragingly saying, "Then why don't you give him a try?" "Huh? Me?" The junior brother quickly waved his hands. "That would be appropriate, brother. We were just sharing laughter together. We are friends. Besides, I am not strong. I would certainly be no match for him." Lin Shou replied, "Junior, you underestimate yourself. Who says friends can't spar? It's all about mutual improvement. I often spar with you, don't I?" The junior brother, with a pained expression, muttered, "Brother, you just want to beat me up." At that moment, the head of Mao Shan, Lin Jiao, who had been meditating in the front row, suddenly spoke. "Tianxin, if your senior brother asks you to give it a try, then you should do so. Consider it a training opportunity." With the headmaster's words, the junior brother felt he had no choice but to scratch his head in resignation. All right. Observing his junior brother's hesitant gait as he walked up to the stage, Lin Shou maintained a calm demeanor. His junior brother possessed astonishing talent in the realm of talismans, even surpassing him in certain aspects. Otherwise, the elder would not have made an exception to bring him out to see the world. Unfortunately, his junior brother's timid nature was excessively pronounced. This time, forcing him to take the stage would serve to bolster his courage. Wang Yi also noticed the reluctant junior brother stepping onto the platform and could not help but laugh. "Wow, Chuan, look, the little muddlehead is about to challenge the little fool. What's going on? A muddlehead match?" Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened as he discerned the junior's unwillingness. Quickly grasping the situation, it seemed he had been pushed onto the stage by his senior brother. However, the fact that he was compelled to come forward indicated that he was not ordinary. This little Daoist likely had some hidden depths. On stage, Yunlong looked down at the junior brother, who barely reached his chest and was momentarily taken aback. "Little friend, do you wish to spar as well?" Tianxin nervously swallowed, his small face taut with tension, and awkwardly clasped his hands like Lu Feng had done before him. "Mao Shan Lin Tianxin, please guide me, brother Yunlong." With the gong ringing again, the match commenced. Out of consideration for the younger participant, Yunlong did not immediately launch an attack, but instead adopted a defensive stance. Lin Tianxin took a deep breath, seemingly steeling himself. In a swift motion, his small hand delved into his waist pouch, and in the next moment, he had grasped 3 bright yellow talismans between his fingers. "Command!" he shouted, shaking his wrist. The 3 talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into 3 streaks of flowing light that shot forth. They did not target Yunlong directly, but instead landed precisely on the ground beside him, to his left and right, and behind him. Buzz! The points of impact, illuminated with a faint glow, an invisible wall of energy suddenly rose, forming a rudimentary 3 talismans restriction array that significantly constrained Yunlong's movement. "Oh!" Yunlong exclaimed softly, attempting to move, only to find the air around him thickening unnaturally. Just then, the phones of the spectators vibrated almost simultaneously. Wang Yi pulled out his phone to see a message from the group chat, sent by Lin Shou. "Lin Boss, friendly reminder to all members. All the talismans used by my junior brother on stage are drawn by himself, fresh out of the oven, genuine and unadulterated. Not bestowed by any elder." Smirking face, both Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan were taken aback. Lin Shou was informing everyone that their junior brother was relying solely on his own skills in this spar, not external assistance. Bai Xiaochuan remarked. It seems Lin Shou has a great deal of confidence in his junior brother's abilities. Wang Yi grinned. Our little one is no slouch either. On the stage, having successfully executed his first strike, Lin Tianxin did not pause, launching 2 more talismans. Wind Blade Talismans. Command. The first set of talismans unleashed a series of pale green wind blades that howled toward the ensnared Yunlong. The second talisman adhered to himself, enveloping him in a layer of earthy light. Yunlong let out a low growl, gathering his source energy in his fists, forming a faint shield of earth. The force of his punches was fierce and dominant, clashing with the wind blades. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades were shattered by the powerful punch. Seeing this, Lin Tianxin again flung out 2 more talismans. The talismans burrowed into the earth, causing numerous thick green vines to erupt from the ground, writhing like agile serpents as they swiftly coiled around Yunlong's limbs. Yunlong struggled against the vines, which splintered and regenerated, the restriction array persisting. Lin Tianxin's face paled slightly from the exertion. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a talisman that radiated a distinctly different purple hue. Thunder Talisman. Command. A blinding purple lightning serpent erupted with a sharp crack, carrying an overwhelming destructive aura as it struck toward Yunlong's head. The power of this strike far exceeded all previous efforts. Yunlong's pupils constricted as he sensed the genuine threat. There was no way to evade. In a moment of desperation, he let out a fierce roar. With a heavy stomp of his right foot, a thick earthen wall erupted from the ground before him, rising solidly to shield him from the descending purple lightning. Crack! The purple lightning struck the earth wall with a tremendous explosion, charring it black and sending fragments flying. Yet the wall resolutely held against the violent onslaught. Earth-based special ability. The audience erupted into a commotion. Although there were no rules against using special abilities in the spar, employing one first indicated a degree of weakness. However, just as the earth wall rose to block the Thunder Talisman, Yunlong willingly dissipated his ability, allowing the wall to crumble into dust. With a sincere smile directed at the still dazed Lin Tianxin, he clasped his hands and said, Junior Brother Lin, your talisman skills are truly remarkable. Had I not utilized my earth-based ability, I would indeed have been unable to withstand that. I concede, I am impressed. In the stands, Bai Xiaochuan regarded Yunlong with a profound gaze. Has Yunlong become crafty? Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Not bad, this kid. From their perspective, Yunlong's decision to concede was quite astute. Observing the entire scene, it was evident that the little muddlehead Lin Tianxin possessed strength equivalent to T1 to T15 levels, surpassing the majority of disciples present. If they were to engage in a serious contest, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. What if, heaven forbid, he accidentally faced defeat before the eyes of the gathered peers, being bested by a 12 or 13-year-old little Daoist? Is this face even worth keeping? How will one navigate the martial world from here on? Even if one were to win by a stroke of luck, what would that amount to? Is it truly glorious to triumph over a mere child? It would only result in the taint of a hollow victory, a reputation for bullying the young. How splendid it is now, in a crucial moment, revealing a formidable earth-based ability. One has demonstrated hidden strength, then gracefully conceding, which not only showcases the demeanor and elegance of a Wudong senior brother, but also cleverly sidesteps all risks while elevating the opponent to great heights. Astounding. Von Guillaume Marvelous. This maneuver is known as a strategic concession, a tactical display of composure, preserving both face and substance. Yunlong, I previously thought you were merely stubborn. Little did I know you were as shrewd as a cunning coal. Bai Xiaochuan wholeheartedly agrees. It seems he can no longer be called Little Confused, but must be respectfully addressed as Master Long Zhao Yunyu. In the arena, Lin Tianxin stood in a daze, suddenly realizing and hastily waving his hands. No, that is not it, Brother Yunlong. You are even more impressive. He did not anticipate that he could truly compel his opponent to use their powers and ultimately concede. Chapter 39, Lihani versus Bai Xiaochuan. Soon after, Yunlong and Little Confused exited the stage together. As Yunlong stepped down, Wang Yi rushed up to embrace his neck. Well done, Master Long. Who would have thought that beneath those thick brows and bright eyes lies a mind sharper than coal? Yunlong looked utterly bewildered, scratching his head. Huh? Brother? What do you mean? I didn't win before Wang Yi could explain the intricacies of the high-level maneuver. Bai Xiaochuan slowly rose, adjusting his robe, and spoke in a calm tone. All right, it's my turn. Both Wang Yi and Yunlong were taken aback, their faces lighting up with excitement. Xuan Yi. Finally, you're going to take action. Little Master Uncle. Show them who the true NO1 is. Bai Xiaochuan waved his hand dismissively, adopting the demeanor of a recluse. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. From now on, I shall enter the mode of subtle superiority, speaking less. Wang Yi immediately understood, nodding solemnly. Got it. You just act, and we'll handle the cheering. Zhao Yunyu sighed. What a calamity. Under the gaze of all, Bai Xiaochuan stepped into the center of the arena, his demeanor as leisurely as if he were merely taking a stroll. In truth, Bai Xiaochuan had his own considerations for entering the fray. Having glimpsed but a fraction of the inscrutable prowess of the old master, he felt acutely aware that his own strength was far from adequate. He needed more high-intensity battles to hone himself and accelerate his growth. As he settled into position, a cool figure almost simultaneously descended into the arena. It was Li Hani from Qingcheng Mountain. Wow, a defeated opponent dares to challenge my little master uncle? Wang Yi immediately shouted from the sidelines. Li Hani snorted coldly, too disinterested to acknowledge Wang Yi. After her previous defeat to him, she firmly believed it was due to her own carelessness and that she had many hidden cards left unplayed. This was the perfect opportunity to vanquish this Wudong little master uncle, redeeming her pride and proving her strength. She locked her gaze on Bai Xiaochuan, her tone laced with provocation. What's the matter, Wudong little master uncle? Surely you dare not engage? Bai Xiaochuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, uttering not a word, but silently extending his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Wang Yi observed from the sidelines, exclaiming, Did you see that, Yunlong? Now that's what we call subtle superiority. We still have much to learn. Li Hani's gaze sharpened, and she ceased her chatter. With a flick of her wrist, a flying sword unsheathed from her waist. Simultaneously manipulating her metal-based powers, the sword transformed into a golden rainbow, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochuan's face. Bai Xiaochuan remained unperturbed, his feet shifting slightly as his figure floated like willow fluff, effortlessly evading the fierce strike. Li Hani altered her technique, causing the flying sword to disintegrate mid-air into countless golden threads, finer than a strand of hair. They swarmed towards Bai Xiaochuan like a net. This was the same tactic she had employed against Wang Yi. Wang Yi had only managed to forcibly melt and counter it with his fiery abilities. However, Bai Xiaochuan remained calm, his sleeves swirling, tracing graceful arcs that redirected the razor-thin golden threads, entangling and dissipating their force, as if ensnared in an invisible whirlpool. Unable to approach him, even a fraction. Is this the flowing cloud sleeves of Tai Chi? This junior is remarkable. An elder with discerning eyes gasped. Seeing this, Li Hani gritted her teeth and altered her hand gestures. Countless golden threads rapidly retreated, reassembling into a sword in her grasp. Her aura surged dramatically, the sword tip trembled, stirring the surrounding air into a howling gale. Wind cloud sword technique, breaking the clouds. The sword surged forth like a tempest, swift and unstoppable, piercing directly towards Bai Xiaochuan. This strike encapsulated nearly all her energy and spirit. So fast. Wang Yi's pupils constricted. Should he attempt to absorb this blow, he would likely have to resort to psychic powers and telekinesis. Just then, Bai Xiaochuan subtly stamped his foot. Thud, thud, thud. Several resilient green vines erupted from beneath Li Hani's feet, coiling around her ankles. Li Hani reacted with remarkable speed, her movement halting. Yet her sword's momentum remained unwavering, determined to sever the vines and press forward. However, just as the vines were about to tighten, a series of faint yet crisp metallic sounds rang out. Beneath her robe, several wing-like, razor-edged metallic shards sprang forth from her ankles. Under her deft manipulation of metal-based powers, these shards spun rapidly, slicing. Swish, swish, swish. The resilient vines were instantaneously severed. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze sharpened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. How many metallic pieces has she concealed on her person? Once freed from restriction, Li Hani's eyes flashed with determination, channeling her inner force unreservedly into her sword, accelerating the momentum of the breaking the cloud strike, making it even faster and fiercer. The sword tip even emitted a sharp shriek due to its rapid speed. Slicing through the air, swoosh, the keen edge of the sword successfully pierced through Bai Xiaochuan's chest, who appeared momentarily taken aback due to the suddenness of the vines being destroyed. He didn't evade? A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. No one had anticipated the battle would take such a drastic turn. Li Hani felt a chill in her heart, despite her desire to win. She never intended to strike lethally, hastily attempting to retract her sword. But in the next moment, every expression froze. Bai Xiaochuan, pierced through, did not bleed. Instead, his body rapidly shriveled as if devoid of moisture, darkening in color as its texture became pronounced. Ultimately, he transformed into a wooden figure, impaled by the sword. Li Hani's pupils dilated to the size of pinpricks. It's a clone? When did this happen? But her thoughts were abruptly halted. A cold finger, akin to a specter, silently tapped the vulnerable nape of her neck, the fingertip imbued with a faint source energy. The real Bai Xiaochuan had, unbeknownst to her, appeared behind her. You've lost. Chapter 40, Bai Xiaochuan versus Zhang Qingyuan. Li Hani's expression turned frigid, her pearly teeth instinctively biting down on her lip, nearly drawing blood. She had lost again. Once more, she clearly had the potential to perform even better, and a surge of intense resentment and humiliation welled up within her. Yet this time, Li Hani took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions, and turned away. This time I have lost, but next time I shall not be defeated. Bai Xiaochuan, devoid of derision or mockery, merely nodded calmly. Yes, I look forward to our next duel. Upon hearing these words, Li Hani shuddered. She had anticipated that Bai Xiaochuan would ridicule her as Wang Yi had, leaving her utterly humiliated. Li Hani refrained from further comments, but her gaze softened, no longer as frigid as before. She offered a slight bow to Bai Xiaochuan, then abruptly turned and wordlessly returned to her position on Qingqing Mountain. As soon as she sat down, her junior brother Wang, Qingyan, immediately leaned in, indignantly stating, "Sister, this isn't a matter of your strength. It's that Bai Xiaochuan is too cunning, too insidious. He employs all sorts of underhanded tactics." Enough, Li Hani gently admonished him. A loss is a loss. The skills of combat and the ability to adapt on the spot are indeed part of one's strength. I simply lacked the necessary foresight. Seated in front, Li Xuanji slightly nodded upon hearing her words, a flicker of subtle approval crossing his gaze. His niece possessed exceptional talent, cultivation, and skills, all of superior quality. Yet her experience in actual combat and adaptability was, without a doubt, somewhat lacking. In contrast, Bai Xiaochuan, seemingly casual, calculated each move with precision, exuding a terrifying composure as if he had endured countless battles. This disparity could not be bridged in a day. From this battle, Bai Xiaochuan had firmly established his reputation. Subsequently, several disciples, either unwilling to concede or eager to make a name for themselves, stepped up to challenge him. Yet the outcomes were utterly predictable. Regardless of whether they were disciples of Laojun Mountain, skilled in talismans, or those from Songshan, adept in fierce martial arts, none could withstand even 10 exchanges against Bai Xiaochuan. The murmurs from the audience gradually shifted from astonishment to numbness. This Wudong's young master is exceptionally formidable. His prowess seems to surpass that of many from the older generation. He hasn't even exerted himself fully. Just how far can he go? Second brother, why don't you give it a try? Get lost. However, that wooden avatar technique is truly incredible. How is it accomplished? I am also of the wood element. I wish to learn. Wang Yi and Yun Long watched from the sidelines, their spirits soaring with pride. Bai Xiaochuan, through a series of decisive victories, had unequivocally solidified Wudong's status among the younger generation at this Luotian grand ceremony. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan stood in the arena, noticing a prolonged silence from the audience. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on a solitary figure seated at the front of the Longhu Mountain disciples. With a faint smile, he spoke aloud, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. Longhu Mountain, Daoist Zhang Qingyuan, would you honor me with a friendly spar? As these words left his lips, the previously subdued murmurs of the audience erupted once more. Wow, here it comes. He knows what the audience craves to see. Could this be a contest for the title of the best among the younger generation? This is the highlight of the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Wudong's young master versus Longhu Mountain's young master, who is truly the strongest among the Daoist masters. Record this. Brother Zhang, I love you. Love-struck fools, step aside. All eyes instantly focused on Zhang Qingyuan. The pride of Longhu Mountain slowly opened his eyes, not a hint of fear present, but rather a long-suppressed fervor igniting within them. He had been waiting for an opponent who could truly compel him to unleash his full strength, and now his wish had been granted. Zhang Qingyuan rose, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence as he stepped into the center of the arena. Bai Xiaochuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Daoist graduate from 985. I see. The two stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Who do you think will win? Is that even a question? It must be Zhang Qingyuan. Wudong's Taiji is indeed exquisite, but Longhu Mountain's techniques seem to transcend martial arts, approaching true celestial arts. Exactly. Have you seen the Shushan sword technique? It's as stylish as a sniper rifle. And the Maoshan talismans? Comparable to movable artillery. But that's not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous must be Longhu Mountain. Each fighter comes with their own special effects, with the Golden Light spell for protection and the 5 Thunder Assault. How can you possibly outpace Thunder? Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, with almost no one favoring Bai Xiaochuan. after both sides exchanged polite bows. The sound of the gong reverberated sharply. Clang! In an instant, both vanished from their spots. Without employing any mystical powers, they engaged in a purely physical clash. A collision of speed and strength. Bang! Crack! Boom! The shadows of their fists intertwined. The winds from their legs howled. Their speed was such that many disciples present could only catch a fleeting glimpse of their blurred figures. Every collision resonated with a dull, solid sound, as though flesh and blood were striking against bronze and iron. The raw, visceral sensation of each blow ignited the atmosphere, electrifying the crowd. Exciting, so thrilling. Are these two monsters? Yun Long anxiously observed the arena. Brother, do you think our young master can win? It looks like a dead heat out there. Wang Yi, arms crossed, scoffed at dead heat. It's merely Old Bai testing the waters, loosening up. Don't forget, Old Bai is already on the threshold of bone tempering. His source energy begins to permeate and refine his bones, his strength and speed far surpassing the ordinary. Zhang Qingyuan looks like he is barely at the late stage of skin tempering. What can he possibly compare? Chapter 41, Victory. At that moment, as if to validate Wang Ye's assertions, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Bai Xiaochuan seemed to conclude his trial, his fists suddenly transforming into a more ferocious and violent force. Seizing upon a minuscule opening while Zhang Qingyuan was blocking, he unleashed a seemingly straightforward yet powerful punch. Boom! Zhang Qingyuan felt an overwhelming force strike him, propelling him off the ground and sending him flying several meters away. He executed a mid-air flip, barely managing to land on his feet, his arm tingling, eyes wide with astonishment. Such tremendous strength. Zhang Qingyuan shook his arm, his expression grave. Daoist Bai, you're very strong. Bai Xiaochuan withdrew his fist, standing composedly as he replied. Daoist Zhang is no weakling either. Then, I shall not hold back any longer. Zhang Qingyuan shouted, and in an instant, brilliant golden light erupted around him. Golden light spell. In the next moment, he resembled a golden war god, exuding overwhelming majesty as he charged once more at Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan's eyes sharpened. So here it comes. Let us see if this golden light spell is truly as formidable as they claim. The essence of Taiji flowed around him, employing softness to counter hardness. And the two clashed once more. At the moment their fists and palms met, Bai Xiaochuan distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in both Zhang Qingyuan's power and defense. That layer of golden light was not merely impressive in appearance. It truly formed a resilient and elastic energy shield. Indeed remarkable, Bai Xiaochuan thought, as he utilized his Taiji's gentle force to neutralize Zhang Qingyuan's ferocious attacks while calmly analyzing the situation in his mind. The golden light spell integrated offense and defense, drawing upon energy through techniques, emphasizing the application of the law, and allowing for flexible changes. In comparison, if one were to juxtapose it with the source armor, the latter leaned more towards physical enhancement, as the source energy automatically refined the surface of the body post-awakening or manipulated elements to form armor. It functioned more as a passive, instinctual defense, excelling in instantaneous activation, consuming little energy and possessing innate abilities. The golden light incantation is a technique. The higher the cultivation, the more precise the control becomes, with an increase in intensity and variations, revealing immense potential. The source armor, on the other hand, is more direct, seamlessly integrated with extraordinary abilities, making its application considerably more fluid. As thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, Bai Xiaochuan's hands did not falter. The Tai Chi movements flowed with a seamless grace, standing firm like a mountain against the surging waves of golden light and relentless assault from his opponent. With each collision, he could subtly perceive the fluctuations in the golden energy's flow and potency. Though formidable, it was not without its weaknesses. Bai Xiaochuan gradually discerned the underlying principles. However, maintaining such a shield undoubtedly consumed a considerable amount of energy, and its distribution was uneven. At the moment of energy transitions, there were slight delays and vulnerabilities. Leveraging his exceptional perception and combat experience, Bai Xiaochuan seized those fleeting opportunities with precision. His fists and palms penetrated the most potent area of the golden light, striking at its weak points, causing Zhang Qingyuan's vital energy to surge chaotically, the golden light wavering. More importantly, this absolute defense of golden light could not withstand pure force that exceeded its limits. It seemed that sometimes sheer strength was the most effective strategy. With a plan forming in his mind, Bai Xiaochuan's offensive remained fluid, yet the latent power beneath began to subtly intensify. Zhang Qingyuan distinctly sensed that even with the golden light incantation, he could not suppress Bai Xiaochuan. Suddenly, he retreated sharply, raising his right hand high, palm facing the heavens. as lightning erupted around him. The thunderpalm, with a crackling sound, a silver lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm tore through the air, radiating a destructive aura. Aimed directly at Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan executed his cloud-stepping technique to perfection, his figure transforming into a series of elusive afterimages, effortlessly evading the violent lightning strike. With his attack missing its mark, Zhang Qingyuan pressed on, unleashing his extraordinary abilities. A more intense and ferocious lightning energy merged with his technique as he waved his hands, summoning multiple, even thicker bolts of lightning that danced like silver serpents, engulfing a vast area. He intended to end this swiftly. On the sidelines, a disciple from Baiyun Temple remarked in confusion, "Isn't this an overlap of skills, with both thunder technique and lightning abilities? If the thunder technique fails to hit, wouldn't the lightning powers be sufficient?" Coincidentally, that disciple's neighbor was Lin Shou from Maoshan, who explained calmly, "Not quite. It's akin to employing water-based abilities versus using a water ball talisman. While the essence is the same, their power and control differ vastly. At this stage, the strength and control of one's awakened innate abilities far surpass those derived from cultivation techniques. The potency is multiplied several times over. Indeed, having activated his lightning abilities, Zhang Qingyuan's power surged dramatically. The tempestuous lightning net descended, finally suppressing Bai Xiaochuan's elusive movements, forcing him to continuously dart and evade, appearing to be on the brink of peril. Observing this, Bai Xiaochuan's mind stirred. Suddenly, thick green vines erupted from the ground beneath Zhang Qingyuan, spiraling upward, attempting to restrain his movements. However, the ferocity of the surrounding lightning was overwhelming. As the resilient vines neared, they were instantly reduced to charred remnants by the merciless silver serpents of electricity. Quite impressive. The lightning powers evoked feelings of envy and admiration. The audience gasped in awe, captivated by the spectacle of such overwhelming force. Just when everyone believed Bai Xiaochuan was on the verge of defeat, he abruptly ceased all evasive maneuvers. Gradually, he stood upright, exhaling deeply. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful and oppressive aura erupted from within him. Crack, crack. The crowd seemed to hear the faint cracking of his bones, as a lustrous, jade-like sheen emanated from beneath his skin, marking a dramatic transformation in his presence. Each gesture exuded an aura of formidable strength akin to that of a tiger or a leopard. What is this? The leaders and elders of various sects, who had remained seated, suddenly found their pupils constricting in disbelief, rising to their feet. The bone-forging stage, Li Xuanji exclaimed in astonishment. The energy permeated his bones, refining them to a jade-like density, enhancing their strength immensely. This was unmistakably a characteristic of the bone-forging stage. Zhao Yunyu, taken aback, halted his hand that stroked his beard, his eyes filled with shock. His own disciple had managed to break through to the bone-forging stage. How could this be possible? We have labored for decades, guiding the energy within ourselves, yet even then, we barely reach the late or peak stages of skin refinement. How could a young disciple attain the bone-forging stage? The entire arena erupted in uproar. Every elder trembled in disbelief. The resurgence of source energy. Although both generations started from the same line, the older generation overwhelmingly surpassed the younger in terms of energy guidance and comprehension of techniques. Furthermore, the arduous and often painful process of qi cultivation often left many young practitioners unable to complete their daily training tasks. But the elders were different. Their resolve would not allow them to lag behind, especially in comparison to their disciples. Yet now, a junior had emerged with a cultivation level that surpassed theirs. Zhang Qingyuan felt the oppressive force weighing upon him, a gravity he had never experienced before. Bai Xiaochuan cracked his neck, producing a sharp sound, and regarded Zhang Qingyuan with a slight smile. "Be careful, Zhang Daoyu." The moment his words fell, his figure suddenly blurred, vanishing like a phantom. What? Zhang Qingyuan's hair stood on end. With a roar, he dared not hold back any longer. Thunder Prison, activate! Boom! At his core, the raging silver lightning erupted violently, transforming into a devastating web of thunder. This was his self-created ultimate defense, capable of tearing apart any approaching enemy. Yet, in the midst of the tempestuous lightning, a figure broke through the storm. Bai Xiaochuan, suffused in a jade-like radiance, withstood the thunderclaps that resounded against him, sparks flying. Yet he remained unimpeded. In disbelief, Zhang Qingyuan watched as Bai Xiaochuan's hand pierced through the lightning, gently pressing against his chest. A titanic force erupted. Poof! Zhang Qingyuan spat out blood, the surrounding lightning dissipating instantaneously as he was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Bai Xiaochuan's radiant aura gradually receded, and he calmly stated, "Thank you for your guidance." Struggling to rise, Zhang Qingyuan wiped the blood from his lips, still shocked. Yet he solemnly clasped his fists in respect. Heartfelt admiration. The Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, serving as a judge, swallowed hard and called out, "The victor is from Wudong." Bai Xiaochuan. Chapter 42. The grand ceremony of Luotian comes to an official close. After their spar, the two exchanged formal bows and returned to their respective areas. Following his victory over Zhang Qingyuan, Bai Xiaochuan had no desire to continue the fray. As he exited the arena, the audience erupted into a frenzy. "So strong. Wudong's little master is incredible. Ah, Zhang Daolong, don't be disheartened. You are already exceptionally formidable." Many female disciples rushed to comfort the seemingly dejected Zhang Qingyuan. Meanwhile, numerous male disciples wildly waved their arms. "Bai Xiaochuan, I love you. Wudong, Bai Xiaochuan." The fervent declarations left Bai Xiaochuan with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This is unjust, utterly unfair, as this peak confrontation draws to a close. The subsequent contests seem rather lackluster in comparison. Shortly thereafter, the Heavenly Master officially declares the conclusion of this year's Luotian Grand Ceremony. Although the crowd feels a lingering sense of anticipation, they can only rise from their seats, engaging in fervent discussions about the spectacular battle that just transpired. The lightning technique was simply magnificent. "Behold my 3,000 bolts of thunder. What are you moving for? You, being of the earth element. Do you truly comprehend the ground? I have serious doubts that junior uncle Bai hasn't been peeking at the wind and thunder transmission. That wood-based ability. Binding and creating clones. What's next? Summoning 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara." Listening to the discussions around him, Bai Xiaochuan feels a stir of emotions. Though this Luotian Grand Ceremony was brief, it afforded him a glimpse into the exquisite techniques and spells of various sects, yielding abundant insights. His only regret lies in not having found an opportunity to seek guidance from the enigmatic Heavenly Master. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunyu is smiling broadly, exchanging cordial farewells with the other sect leaders as their commercial flattery flows freely. "Daoist Zhao, congratulations, congratulations," Lin Jiu of Maoshan exclaimed. "Your disciple is truly remarkable. Achieving the bone refinement stage so swiftly, such talent puts us old fellows to shame. The legacy of Wudong continues, making others envious." "Oh, Master Lin, you flatter me excessively," Zhao Yunyu replied, waving his hands repeatedly. "The child is merely lucky, merely lucky. It cannot compare to the profound talismans of your esteemed sect." Li Xuanji of Qingchang added with admiration, "There is no need for such modesty, Daoist Zhao. Bai Xiaoyu's temperament and prowess are both exceptional. His future is limitless. I believe the title of the foremost of the younger generation rightly belongs to him." "Ah, Master Li, you speak too highly." Zhao Yunyu quickly adopted a humble demeanor. "The wind and cloud sword technique of your sect's disciple is truly formidable, exuding the grandeur reminiscent of Master Li in his prime. Our Xiaochuan is merely toughened and resilient, hardly worth mentioning." The other sect leaders can't help but twitch slightly at his extreme modesty, akin to a scene where a group of dignitaries observe a proud parent boasting about their child, all while offering enthusiastic praise. "Your child is so clever, so impressive." Meanwhile, the parent responds with feigned modesty, insisting their child is merely average while shoving report cards in their faces. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong initially intended to bid farewell to familiar friends, but upon reaching the vicinity of the Shushan sect, they stumbled upon a rather amusing sight. Surrounding Qingyi were several braver young disciples from other sects, each with flushed faces, fidgeting as if they wished to exchange contact information. Meanwhile, Qingyuan stood before his junior sister like a guardian deity, his expression dark, almost ready to unleash a flurry of gestures. "No, no. What do cultivators need social media for? Move along, move along. Go back and practice diligently." As Bai Xiaochuan and his companions watched this comical scene, Lin Shou approached, leading his junior brother Lin Tianxin. "President Wang, President Bai, President Yun," Lin Shou greeted with a cheerful smile, then produced a small stack of meticulously crafted talismans from his ample sleeves, presenting them to Wang Yi. "Here you go, President Wang. These are the talismans you ordered before, and I have some stock left, so take them all." Wang Yi's eyes brightened as he quickly accepted them. "This is great, Boss Lin. I thought you were just joking. How much do I owe you? I'll be back for more next time." Lin Shou waved his hands nonchalantly. "What talk of money? Consider these a gift." "A gift? That is not acceptable." Wang Yi was taken aback. "You put in all that effort to create these." Lin Shou sighed, lowering his voice slightly. "Really, it's unnecessary. After returning, you might find it challenging to procure more." Given the current flu outbreak, logistics have been severely disrupted, and the authorities will likely impose stricter controls. I just sent some out. They may get confiscated. Keep these. They might prove invaluable in a pinch. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, it will be difficult for sects to send anything without scrutiny. Moreover, Wudong Mountain ISNT currently receiving deliveries. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Shou's words, Wang Yi ceased his objections and solemnly accepted the talismans. Boss Lin, you're truly righteous. I'll shamelessly accept this. Next time I come to Wudong, I'll treat you to the finest vegetarian meal. No, rather, the most extravagant restaurant on the way down. Lin Shou chuckled heartily, then seemed to remember something, carefully retrieving 2 stacked talismans from his sleeve. President Bai, this mother-child tracking talisman is exceedingly difficult to draw with a very low success rate. This is the last complete one I have. As for its effects, I mentioned before that as long as the mother talisman is attached to the target, the child talisman will guide you regardless of distance, unless blocked by techniques of equal or greater power. Here, it's yours. Bai Xiaochuan accepted it without pretense, replying earnestly, Thank you. I'll remember this favor, Lin, and if you ever need my assistance, just say the word. Lin Shou smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude. Well said. With this favor from Junior Uncle, I can navigate the Daoist world with ease. Tianxin, looking bewildered, asked, Senior brother, you're not a crab. Why would you walk sideways? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Xiaochuan regarded Tianxin with newfound surprise, for in this digital age, it is indeed rare to encounter such a pure and innocent child. Unlike his peers who are already savvy with online searches, they exchange bows and farewells. Watching as Lin Shou led the oblivious Tianxin away, turning back multiple times, Bai Xiaochuan remarked, It's truly rare to find a friend as generous and open-minded as Lin Shou. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Yunyu concluded his conversations with the other sect leaders and approached the 3 of them. Wang Yi immediately leaned in and asked, Master, are we heading back now? Zhao Yunyu shot him a glance, replying curtly, What else would we do? Do you intend to remain here at Longhu Mountain for the new year? Wang Yi hesitated. Bai Xiaochuan was more concerned with another issue. Master, once we descend the mountain, will we need to contact the officials? Zhao Yunyu nodded, his expression turning serious once more. Yes, we must. Currently, there are those with opposing views, particularly among the more extreme members of the 6th Bureau. However, the officials represented by Elder Qin still lean towards collaboration. If we descend without proper communication, we risk losing face and creating misunderstandings. Bai Xiaochuan nodded, then produced the note left by Assistant Li Ming, dialing the number written on it. The call was quickly answered by a familiar voice. Hello, who is this? Bai Xiaochuan calmly replied, Hello, this is Wudong, Bai Xiaochuan. The voice on the other end paused for a moment, then promptly responded with respect, Daoist Bai. Greetings. Has the Luotian grand ceremony concluded? Are you all preparing to descend mountain? Yes. All right. Please wait a moment in the designated area at the foot of the mountain. I'll arrange for transportation immediately. Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 43. The disciples of Wudong are not insular or self-absorbed. Upon descending the mountain, Bai Xiaochuan noticed that the guards at the foot of the mountain had vanished. Apart from the staff arriving to receive them, the awakened individuals recruited by the authorities were nowhere to be found, including the armed special police. Wang Yi remarked, Oh, has the policy become more lenient? Bai Xiaochuan shook his head, remarking, I suppose we won't know until we return to Wudong. After waiting at the foot of the mountain for approximately 10 minutes, the various Taoist priests from different sects were escorted away by the staff. Many young acolytes waved fervently at Bai Xiaochuan to bid farewell before departing. Little Shu. Here's my V. Great. Little Shu. Until next time, goodbye. Goodbye. Little Shu. I love you. Just as Bai Xiaochuan mused about the peculiar popularity he seemed to have within the Taoist community, a stately black Hongqi SUV glided silently to a stop beside the street of the small town. The door opened, and a young woman clad in a sharp professional suit, slender in stature, was the first to alight. She was none other than Li Ming's assistant. Adjusting her glasses, she quickly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze swiftly locking onto Bai Xiaochuan and his companions, prompting her to stride purposefully towards them. Esteemed Taoists, thank you for your patience. Zhao Yunyu replied. No trouble at all. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Tan. We are not in a hurry. The assistant's business card bore her name, and even without formal introductions, the group was already aware of her identity. Tan Shui slightly bowed and gestured invitingly. Esteemed Taoists of Wudong, please follow me. For this return to Wudong Mountain, we will be taking a commercial flight, which has been arranged for all of you. The mention of a commercial flight stirred Bai Xiaochuan's interest. This implied they would be returning on the same plane as the general populace. It was indeed a signal indicating a relaxation of the officials' direct control and isolation measures. At that moment, Wang Yi curiously interjected, "Miss Tan, what about the members of the Shushan sect? Were they not meant to accompany us? How will they be traveling?" Tan Shui maintained her professional smile as she responded, "Rest assured, Daoist Wang, the members of the Shushan sect have been assigned other colleagues to handle their arrangements, and their itinerary is proceeding smoothly." The group followed Tan Shui into the Hongqi SUV. Although it was a six-seater vehicle, accommodating all 6 individuals along with the driver. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with no sense of crowding. Bai Xiaochuan instinctively chose a window seat. The vehicle gradually pulled away from the town, and the scenery outside appeared somewhat desolate, with few pedestrians on the streets. Bai Xiaochuan knew from his past memories that it would take at least another month before this state of confinement and isolation would begin to ease and societal order could genuinely resume. The car cruised steadily along the highway. Tan Shui seemed to weigh her words before speaking. "This time, we have arranged for everyone to travel by commercial flight, and I hope you do not feel slighted." Zhao Yunyu smiled gently. "Miss Tan, on the contrary, we are merely humble practitioners of the mountains and fields, ordinary folk. Traveling on a private jet would feel rather uncomfortable. This arrangement is quite fitting." Tan Shui chuckled in agreement, and the vehicle fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Tan Shui seemingly casually resumed the conversation, though her tone had grown slightly more serious. Additionally, regarding the unfortunate incident at Longhu Mountain, on behalf of the authorities, I would like to extend my sincere apologies to all the Taoists present. Currently, the relevant personnel from the 6th Bureau are undergoing internal review, and Elder Qin is personally overseeing the follow-up. Please rest assured that such occurrences will not happen again. Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a sensitive matter would be addressed by Tan Shui in such a direct, yet casual manner in this context. This suggested that the management of affairs related to extraordinary beings was rapidly consolidating within the more moderate faction represented by Elder Qin. The topic received no response from the others. At that moment, Tan Shui's tone shifted suddenly. "There is one more matter that perhaps you are not yet aware of. About a month ago, a research expedition in the original tropical rainforest of Yunzhou encountered an unusually gigantic python. Its estimated length approached 25 meters, and its scales exhibited unknown mutations, rendering ordinary firearms ineffective. Ultimately, heavy artillery was employed to inflict a wound, but the creature managed to escape into the dense forest. In such an environment, subsequent search efforts were immensely challenging." Tan Shui paused before continuing. "Moreover, the sewer system in the Magic City recently experienced a severe rodent infestation. Fortunately, that area was still under quarantine at the time, preventing news of the incident from spreading. The military intervened, and, after suffering nearly 100 casualties, they successfully eradicated the rodent population, killing a nearly 2-meter-long rat believed to be the leader." As Tan Shui recounted these chilling events, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tense. Bai Xiaochuan listened silently, understanding the implications. These discussions were likely part of an official strategy, aimed at gauging the reactions of the various sects and allowing them to grasp the immense pressures the authorities were presently facing, as they contended with an enigmatic global pandemic while also grappling with an array of increasingly severe, anomalous biological disasters. It was no wonder the 6th Bureau resorted to such desperate measures, even employing extreme tactics like the theft of martial arts techniques. They were in dire need of rapid enhancements to their strength to stabilize the situation. If they could obtain advanced heart techniques and martial arts from the Taoist sects, they might indeed cultivate a cadre of formidable warriors capable of effectively confronting these monsters in a short span of time. Alas, they had underestimated the Taoist sect's reverence for their traditions. Should word of their techniques leaking out come to light, it could very well lead to irrevocable consequences. Silence enveloped the vehicle for an indeterminate duration, punctuated only by the soft hum of the engine. Bai Xiaochuan and the others dared not utter a word. Eventually, Zhao Yunyu slowly opened his eyes. He turned to Tan Shui in the passenger seat, his voice low, yet imbued with undeniable gravity. "Miss Tan." Upon hearing his voice, Tan Shui immediately turned slightly, responding respectfully. "Taoist Zhao, please go ahead. What you just mentioned, I understand. Please convey to Elder Qin and the relevant parties upon our return." Zhao Yunyu paused, enunciating each word clearly. "If the authorities require Wudong's assistance in any matter, as long as it is for the safety of the populace, and does not infringe upon the foundational principles of our Taoist heritage, do not hesitate to call upon us. Wudong is not a sect that closes its doors to the world. Alleviating suffering and protecting the lives of the people is our duty. Wudong is willing to contribute its modest strength." At these words, Tan Shui visibly trembled, her eyes flashing with a mix of uncontainable excitement and relief. She nodded emphatically, her tone filled with utmost sincerity. Taoist Zhao embodies profound understanding. On behalf of Elder Qin and all our colleagues working tirelessly on the front lines, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Wudong and to all esteemed Taoists. I will ensure that your words are conveyed verbatim. Chapter 44, Rankings. 3 hours later, the plane touched down steadily on the runway of Xianyang Airport, accompanied by a slight jolt. As it was a commercial flight, to avoid unnecessary complications, Bai Xiaochuan and the others donned masks like the other passengers, gradually disembarking from the aircraft. Even so, they still attracted considerable attention, as encountering 4 Taoists in a public setting was an unusual sight. Exiting the arrival corridor, Tan Shui had already made arrangements, guiding them to a discreet black business vehicle parked away from the main flow of people. Esteemed Taoists, the vehicle is ready. Tan Shui opened the car door, stepping aside. We will take you directly back to the foot of Wudong Mountain. Compared to the spacious SUV from before, the interior of this 7-seater business vehicle was notably more comfortable. 2 hours later, the sleek black van came to a smooth halt at the intersection leading to the entrance of Wudong Mountain. In stark contrast to the stringent security upon their arrival, the area now appeared notably empty and tranquil. The special police and patrol personnel who had previously stood guard had vanished, leaving only 2 staff members adorned with blue work badges, standing idly beside a makeshift registration point. Looking somewhat bored, as the vehicle came to a stop, the passengers disembarked in succession. Zhao Yunyu turned around, expressing his gratitude once more to Tan Shui. Miss Tan, you have worked hard throughout this journey. Would you care to join us up the mountain for a brief respite, perhaps to enjoy a cup of tea before departing? Tan Shui quickly waved her hand. You are too kind, Daoist Zhao. This is merely part of my duties. I can only escort you as far as this point. Glancing around, Tan Shui elaborated. As you can see, according to the latest arrangements from Elder Qin, the regular armed forces surrounding the Daoist sect have been entirely withdrawn to demonstrate our sincerity. However, I hope you can understand that should any disciples need to descend the mountain in the future, they must report their itinerary at this registration point. This is primarily to facilitate coordination and to handle any unforeseen circumstances, and I hope it will not cause too much inconvenience to your esteemed sect. Zhao Yunyi nodded, stroking his beard in understanding. That is only reasonable. Please be sure to convey our gratitude to Elder Qin on behalf of Wudong. Absolutely. Dan Suedi Plaid Salimli. Then nodded in acknowledgement. Then, I shall take my leave. Farewell, esteemed Daoists. As they watched the business vehicle turn around and depart, Bai Xiaochuan and the others turned to ascend the familiar mountain path. After merely a few minutes of climbing, they spotted a platform halfway up the mountain already filled with people. The crowd was a mix of heights, resembling a group of groundhogs gazing into the distance. Master, junior uncle, senior brother, you have returned. Upon seeing their figures, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. However, due to Zhao Yunyu's presence, the disciples, while excited, remained somewhat restrained and composed, hesitant to be overly exuberant. Having experienced such sentiments himself, Zhao Yunyu understood the youthful exuberance of these young men. All right. What is this gathering for? Do not mind this old fellow. You may converse amongst yourselves. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled towards the golden summit, leaving the space open for the younger generation. As they watched the elder's figure disappear at the top of the stone steps, the previous restraint dissipated in an instant. It was unclear who first let out a strange call, but the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, excitedly surrounding Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and Yunlong. Junior uncle, you are finally back. Senior brother Wang, senior brother Yunlong. Quickly tell us, how was the Luotian grand ritual? Was it lively? I heard you, junior uncle, swept through the competition, even defeating the top young master of Longhu Mountain. Is it true? And what about those officials? Did they cause any trouble later? Was Longhu Mountain beautiful? Were there any female Daoists? Why inquire if Longhu Mountain is beautiful? Just ask if there are any pretty female Daoists, you shy fellow. Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the lively barrage of questions from his fellow disciples. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Yi had already waved his hand impatiently. Enough. What is all this noise? Did we not share photos and videos in the group daily? Have you not seen what you needed to see? That is not the same. Watching a video is nothing compared to being there in person. One disciple retorted loudly. And there are so many details that were not mentioned in the group. Exactly. Senior brother Wang, do tell us. Bai Xiaochuan chuckled, attempting to calm the crowd. All right. There will surely be more opportunities in the future. Perhaps next time it will be your turn. At that moment, a disciple named Luo Yang raised his phone excitedly. Quick, look in the group. Someone has posted the rankings of the young disciples from this Luotian grand ritual. This announcement instantly captured everyone's attention, and they hurriedly pulled out their phones. Bai Xiaochuan, Equally intrigued, open the group chat. It is a ranking compiled by Daoist Yi Ping from Bai Xiaochuan Temple. It is the top 10 of this year's young generation at Luo Tian. Luo Yang read aloud as he scrolled through the screen. First place, Wudong by Yi Xiaochuan. Wow. As expected, Daoist Yi Ping has taste. The subsequent rankings were as follows. Second place, Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingyan. Third place, Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping. Fourth place, Maoshan, Lin Shou. Fifth place, Wudong, Wang Yi. Sixth place, Qingqing Mountain, Li Hani. Seventh place, Laozhan, Xiaoyan. Eighth place, Shushan Qingyuan. Ninth place, Yuanmiao Temple, Wang Bei. 10th place, Changchun Temple, Jinghe. Wudong occupies 2 spots in the top 10. Junior uncle is first. Senior brother Wang is fifth. Ha ha ha. Let us see who dares to underestimate Wudong from now on. However, is this ranking credible? Daoist Yi Ping placed himself third. Wang Ye's eyebrows shot up at the rankings, particularly displeased to see Yi Ping ranked above him at third, while he himself was fifth. Wudong, Yi Wang, Bai Xiaochuan Temple. Yi Ping, old Yi, come out. What is the meaning of this ranking? How dare you place yourself third? It seemed that Yi Ping had been awaiting this moment, responding swiftly. Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping, Wudong, Yi Wang. What is wrong? Is it unacceptable? I only lost to Zhang Qingyuan. I have not fought the others. Who knows who is stronger or weaker? What is wrong with my ranking? Picking nose JPG, Wudong. Yi Wang, ha. You have only fought 1 match. By your logic, since I have not lost a single match, should I not be ranked second? Bai Xiaochuan Temple. Yi Ping, Wudong, Yi Wang. Brother Yi Wang, one cannot speak so simplistically. The relationship of victory and defeat is not mere addition and subtraction. My ranking considers cultivation, performance, and potential. Serious analysis JPG, Maoshan, Lin Shou, Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping. Daoist Yi, does your ranking perhaps carry a hint of personal bias? Eager to watch the show JPG, Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping, Maoshan, Lin Shou. Brother Lin, tell me honestly, does placing you fourth feel unjust? Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Provocation JPG, Maoshan, Lin Shou. I cannot say for certain, but it is fine as long as I am neither second nor sixth. Qingcheng, certain disciple, Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping. Daoist Yi, our sister Li Hani is only ranked 6th? Is that a bit low? If it were not for her holding back many trump cards, Wang Yi would not have one. Wudong, Yi Wang, Qingcheng, certain disciple. Holding back trump cards? Even if her underwear were to show, she still wouldn't win, humph. Qinggen, Liani, Wudan. Yi Wang, you, Qingcheng, certain disciple. Be quiet. It's just a ranking, no need to argue. Cold-faced JPG. Laozhan, Xiaoyan, everyone 7th? Interesting. Next time we meet, Daoist Yi, we must have a thorough exchange. Bai Xiaochuan Temple, Yi Ping, Laozhan, Xiaoyan. Daoist Xiao, your fire-based abilities are indeed formidable. I look forward to our next spar. Fist salute JPG. The group was instantly thrown into disarray, with voices of skepticism, incitement, and mere spectatorship mingling together, while individuals like Lin Shou fanned the flames on both sides. Chapter 45, Assisting the Authorities. A year later, within the confines of a room, Bai Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes. A long, ethereal breath escaped him like a white ribbon unfurling, lingering in the air for several moments before dissipating. Turning his gaze inward, he noted a faint glow emanating from his lungs and heart, imbued with a life force and resilience that surpassed what he possessed a year prior by several magnitudes. He had successfully entered the second phase of the body tempering realm, known as the bone forging stage, after a year of rigorous training. Now, he had also made a small but significant advancement in the refining organ stage, having reinforced the 2 most vital organs, his heart and lungs. Bai Xiaochuan could feel the source energy flowing with greater harmony and vigor, while the internal coordination and recovery capabilities of his body reached a new pinnacle. Reflecting on the 3 realms of skin tempering, bone forging, and organ refining, Bai Xiaochuan discerned a tangible enhancement in his strength. Yet, he understood that a realm does not solely define one's power. The sophistication of one's techniques, the depth of understanding of the arts, and the breadth of practical experience all play critical roles, especially in the realm of supernatural abilities, particularly those of higher tiers. They could empower the gifted or fortunate to challenge foes far beyond their level. Over the past year, nothing of note had transpired on Wudong Mountain. The disciples diligently pursued their training, and now, the majority had broken through to the bone forging stage. However, a small faction still hadn't even activated their dantian to establish a foundation. After all, a single misstep leads to a cascade of delays. Nonetheless, even Bai Xiaochuan found himself at a loss regarding the path to take after completing the 3 phases of body tempering. Perhaps it lay in further exploration and refinement of the Dantian, but the specifics remained elusive. Rising slowly, Bai Xiaochuan engaged in some light stretching. Meanwhile, the world below seemed to have regained its order. Society resumed its normal rhythms, with people going about their daily lives and providing for their families. However, the various sects of the Taoist community continued to maintain their seclusion, rejecting outside visitors, which afforded them a tranquil environment. At least the disciples could train and spar without the worry of being observed. He retrieved his phone, with a group chat brimmed with 99 messages. The members had grown familiar with one another, engaging in playful banter, sharing insights on their training, and even arranging duels. Of course, some had been attempting to schedule a match for a year without success, merely indulging in empty boasts. Bai Xiaochuan seldom initiated conversations in the group. He typically replied with brevity. However, if the interlocutor was a female fellow disciple, his responses might extend a bit more. Regaining his focus, Bai Xiaochuan stepped out of the room. Sunlight poured in, and the mountain breeze caressed his face. Glancing at the date on his phone, he murmured softly, "Only 7 months remain. In 7 months, the second eruption of source energy, the most intense one, would arrive. That would mark the true beginning of the upheaval. Those with extraordinary gifts would naturally awaken their supernatural abilities, while some unable to withstand the surge of source energy would transform into mindless zombies." He had contemplated taking action, yet he doubted whether the authorities would believe his seemingly baseless prophecy. Furthermore, the eruption of source energy represented a cosmic shift that could not be halted. At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan's phone rang, revealing a call from his master, Zhao Yunyu. "Xiaochuan, come to me." "Yes, master." Bai Xiaochuan set aside his thoughts and promptly made his way to his master's room, which was only a few minutes' walk away. Upon entering, he discovered not only his master, but also his senior brother, Zhou Li, present. "Master, senior brother," Bai Xiaochuan greeted respectfully. Zhao Yunyu's expression bore a hint of gravity as he spoke. "I just received communication from the authorities. A beast incident has occurred in Han City, and they're finding it quite troublesome to handle. They hope we can assist. This time, I plan to send you both." Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan exchanged glances and nodded in unison, understood. Zhao Yunyu continued. "This is the first formal request from the authorities for Wudong's assistance, though it is not the first time they have sought help from the Taoist community. To facilitate management and coordination, the authorities have roughly designated corresponding defensive areas for each sufficiently powerful Taoist sect. Wudong is primarily responsible for the northwestern region of Hubei province and its surroundings. If there are any extraordinary incidents they cannot handle independently, they will seek our aid. However, it must be said that we have been fortunate this past year. No major incidents requiring our intervention have arisen within our jurisdiction. Yet, given that they have approached us regarding the situation in Han City, it is likely that the matter is significant. You both must exercise caution, prioritizing your safety above all else. If the situation becomes dire, contact the mountain immediately. Do not be reckless." "Understood, master." Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan responded in unison. "Very well," Zhao Yunyu nodded. "The official liaison is already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Prepare yourselves and descend promptly." "Yes, master." The two disciples bowed respectfully before exiting the room to make their simple preparations. Bai Xiaochuan returned to his own room and placed the mother-son tracking talisman gifted by Lin Shou into the inner pocket of his coat, giving it a gentle pat. As for other items, there seemed to be nothing particularly necessary to bring. Before long, the two brothers met at the entrance of the courtyard, exchanging nods of mutual understanding as they descended the stone steps toward the mountain's base. The mountain breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, soothing sound that heightened the tranquility of the surroundings. Their pace, though seemingly unhurried, soon brought them to the foot of the mountain. Upon exiting the mountain gate, Bai Xiaochuan's gaze quickly landed upon a familiar figure. Tan Shui, clad in a fitted dark professional outfit, stood tall beside a black business vehicle. Her head bent as she focused on her phone. The sunlight cast a soft glow upon her meticulous demeanor, adding a touch of warmth. Bai Xiaochuan smiled and raised his hand in greeting Assistant Tan. Hearing her name, Tan Shui looked up, and upon recognizing him, her face broke into a professional yet amiable smile as she hurried toward him. "Daoist Bai, you're coming down this time." Her gaze then shifted to Zhou Li, who appeared older and exuded a more composed aura. "This is my senior brother, Zhou Li," Bai Xiaochuan introduced, stepping aside slightly. "Senior brother, this is Assistant Tan Shui from the authorities. We've interacted a few times before." Zhou Li bowed slightly, his tone calm. "Thank you for your patience, Assistant Tan." Tan Shui quickly returned the gesture. "You are too courteous, Daoist Zhou. It is my duty. Please, both of you get in the car. We can discuss the details on the way." As she spoke, Tan Shui deftly opened the car doors for them. Zhou Li expressed his thanks as he entered first, followed closely by Bai Xiaochuan. Tan Shui gently closed the door and seated herself in the passenger seat. Chapter 46. Arrival in Han City. The vehicle smoothly departed from the Wudong mountain area, merging into the flow of traffic on the highway. Tan Shui turned around to address Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li in the back seat, her demeanor serious. Before we reach Han City, there are some matters regarding the external situation and the structure of the authorities that I need to clarify for you both to facilitate our collaboration. Bai Xiaochuan nodded lightly, aware that he knew little of what had transpired outside over the last year. Zhou Li added, "We appreciate your efforts in enlightening us, Assistant Tan." Tan Shui smiled faintly and nodded indeed. Currently, across the nation, various regions are experiencing disasters triggered by mutated creatures, which we refer to as demonic beasts, to varying extents. In order to effectively respond to anomalous events, the authorities have established specialized teams dedicated to handling such incidents in every significant city, which we refer to as the Awakener Squad. The typical composition of each squad consists of approximately 5 members, although this number may vary depending on the size, importance, and frequency of incidents in the city. In major urban centers, the squad may be larger. Bai Xiaochuan suddenly had a thought and inquired, "So, are all the members of these squads individuals who have completed their foundational training and can cultivate?" "Not entirely," Tan Shui shook her head, elaborating. "The squad members primarily consist of 2 categories. One group comprises practitioners like the 2 Daoists who have acquired their powers through cultivation. The other group consists of innate awakeners." "Innate awakeners?" Bai Xiaochuan raised an eyebrow, realizing the truth of the matter. In his previous life, he had heard that before the widespread eruption of source energy, a fortunate few had naturally awakened their abilities in advance. Those individuals, if they managed to survive the initial chaos and subsequent calamities, would, due to their talents and early adaptation, generally ascend to become top-tier S-class or even higher-level powerhouses. Regrettably, the team he was part of prior to his rebirth was of mediocre strength, ranking in the lower tier among the regional Awakener squads. Aside from the captain and himself, who were both A-class, the rest of his teammates were predominantly B-class and C-class. His A-class healing abilities were notoriously weak in combat, unable to even match some formidable C-class fighters, rendering him the team's primary target for protection and a mobile blood bag. Tan Shui continued, according to current statistics, excluding any potentially hidden and unregistered innate awakeners, we have identified and successfully registered a total of 393 individuals across the country. Bai Xiaochuan nodded silently. Considering the population of over 1 billion, this number of awakened individuals was indeed minimal, marking them as true chosen ones. Tan Sui explained, "These innate awakeners follow a path of cultivation that is distinctly different from ours, which involves guiding source energy to open the dantian through techniques. Our studies have shown that during the first eruption of source energy, a unique energy did not converge in the dantian for them. Instead, it unusually surged toward the heart. There, the source energy gradually accumulated, forming a highly concentrated energy crystal. It is this crystal that grants them supernatural abilities, or what we refer to as powers." Bai Xiaochuan nodded slightly, having already comprehended these matters before his rebirth. The intensity of the first eruption of source energy was relatively mild. For the vast majority, it might only feel like an exceptionally deep sleep or a mild illness, without causing any significant physical changes. Noticing Bai Xiaochuan's lack of surprise, Tan Shui continued, "Even more intriguingly, their method of enhancing strength differs from that of cultivators. They seemingly do not need to engage in deliberate meditation or training like practitioners do. By merely living in an environment rich in source energy and breathing normally, the energy crystal in their hearts will gradually grow and strengthen, leading to a passive enhancement of their powers." Zhou Li, hearing this information systematically for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim, "The wonders of the universe are indeed profound, presenting such a remarkably divergent path of evolution." After a brief silence, Tan Shui stated, "Our next destination, Han City, is the capital of Hubei province and the most populous and economically developed core city. Consequently, the Awakener squad in Han City is relatively well equipped, with a full complement of 8 members, 4 innate awakeners and 4 practitioners who were recruited by the authorities following the first eruption of source energy. The request for assistance from Wudong indicates that the troubles they are facing likely exceed the routine capabilities of this 8-member squad. Specific details will be reported to us by the squad leader upon our arrival." As the scenery outside the car window sped past, the outlines of the city's skyscrapers gradually came into focus. After more than 2 hours of travel on the highway, the black business vehicle finally exited the expressway and headed towards the urban area of Han City. Upon entering the city, The cacophony and congestion hit them immediately. The streets teemed with vehicles and pedestrians, punctuated by the incessant honking of horns. Bai Xiaochuan gazed out the window, marveling at the vitality of Han City as a provincial capital. Despite it not being peak traffic hours, the main thoroughfare was still lined with cars, moving at a snail's pace. Just as they finally began to accelerate, a yellow donkey suddenly darted past, causing the driver to slam on the brakes in shock. The driver nearly blurted out, "Damn it," before quickly apologizing. "My apologies, esteemed Daoists," I spoke out of turn. The business vehicle did not linger long in the congested traffic. At an intersection, it unexpectedly turned and entered a solemn courtyard adorned with the national emblem, the Han City Public Security Bureau. Bai Xiaochuan looked at the police station with a trace of surprise on his face. Tan Shui, keenly observing his expression, immediately smiled and explained, "Esteemed Daoists, we have arrived." "Surprised, are we?" Bai Xiaochuan replied, "I didn't expect the Awakeners squad to be located within the police station." "Indeed," Tan Shui affirmed. Each city's Awakeners squad is typically stationed at locations such as the Municipal Police Bureau or the Fire Department. This arrangement facilitates rapid deployment, as these locations are situated in the city's core hubs, enabling them to cover the entire jurisdiction effectively. Furthermore, it allows for seamless coordination with conventional forces. During the handling of anomalous events, local police are often required for perimeter lockdowns and crowd dispersal, or for special rescues by the fire brigade. Establishing the squad here allows for the most efficient collaboration. Bai Xiaochuan nodded in understanding. "I see. This arrangement is indeed rational." The vehicle came to a steady stop in the designated parking area. Tan Shui was the first to exit, opening the door for the two men. "Esteemed Daoists, please. The squad leader should be waiting for us inside." Chapter 47. The Rodent Plague. As Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li stepped out of the vehicle, Tan Shui turned to them. "Esteemed Daoists, please follow me." Instead of leading them to the main office building, she guided them to a relatively discreet three-story administrative building. It was evident that this entrance had been specially arranged. Although there was a guard, he only checked Tan Shui's credentials, not theirs. As they approached the entrance of the administrative building, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, with a square face and a tall stature, dressed impeccably in a Zhongshan suit, rushed out almost a jog. "Tan Shui, you've arrived." The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the group and immediately fixed upon Zhou Li and Bai Xiaochuan, his expression transforming into one of incredulous excitement. Especially upon seeing Zhou Li. "Junior brother?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Li, recognizing the person, was equally taken aback. "Senior brother Han? What brings you here after all these years?" The man, known as Han Jia, stepped forward and enthusiastically patted Zhou Li's arm, his emotions surging. "It's me. Junior brother, I can hardly believe it's really you. I knew that Wudong would send someone for assistance today, but I never imagined it would be you." Han Jia spoke with palpable excitement, his gaze curiously shifting towards the distinguished Bai Xiaochuan standing nearby, and, with a hint of perplexity, he inquired, "Junior brother, who might this be?" Bai Xiaochuan promptly stepped forward and performed a respectful greeting customary among peers in their sect, addressing him as senior brother. Although he was uncertain of Han Jia's identity, he felt confident that following his senior brother's lead was undoubtedly the right course of action. A flicker of surprise danced in Han Jia's eyes. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan's youthful appearance, he initially assumed he was a disciple brought by Zhou Li. Observing the situation, Zhou Li quickly interjected with a smile. "Allow me to make a formal introduction. This is Bai Xiaochuan, a new disciple of our master, who has inherited his teachings profoundly, and his cultivation has even surpassed mine." He then turned to Bai Xiaochuan and continued, "Xiaochuan, this is Han Jia, your senior brother. He joined our master's fold several years before me, and is one of the early disciples, though he left Wudong a decade ago due to some family changes and personal choices." Upon hearing Zhou Li's high praise, particularly the remark about Bai Xiaochuan's superior cultivation, Han Jia's demeanor towards Bai Xiaochuan shifted significantly. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting and expressed with admiration, "So it is you, junior brother Bai? My apologies. Clearly, our master possesses an exceptional discernment. I never imagined that in my absence of 10 years, Wudong would produce such a remarkable junior." At this moment, Han Jia leaned closer to Zhou Li, whispering with a hand raised, "Did not our master say you were a closed-door disciple when he accepted you?" Zhou Li, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile, but refrained from responding. Following this, Han Jia enthusiastically led Bai Xiaochuan, Zhou Li, and Tan Shui through the corridors of the administrative building, ascending towards the third floor. In stark contrast to the conventional office atmosphere of the first and second floors, the environment on the third floor exuded a distinctly more relaxed vibe. The entire hall had been transformed into an expansive workspace, neatly arranged with approximately 10 workstations. Though not all were occupied, the air was imbued with a subtle aroma of coffee. Most striking was a workstation near the corridor where a youthful girl, seemingly around 18 or 19, casually reclined in an esports chair, her legs nonchalantly propped up on the desk, adorned in sports socks and sneakers. Her vibrant red hair, styled in twin ponytails, caught Bai Xiaochuan's attention. Upon hearing footsteps and conversation, the girl abruptly lifted her head like a startled deer. Upon spotting Han Jie accompanied by two unfamiliar men, she gasped, hurriedly placing her legs down from the desk and springing to her feet. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she instinctively tugged at the hem of her denim shorts, appearing somewhat flustered. Standing upright, Bai Xiaochuan could now fully appreciate her beauty. She possessed a delicate oval face with skin so fair it seemed nearly translucent, large, sparkling eyes that conveyed a sense of youthful innocence and vivacity, with pupils of a rare light brown hue. Her petite nose and full, rosy lips were slightly pursed from her earlier embarrassment. "Team leader," the girl exclaimed, her voice bright, yet tinged with nervousness. Han Jie appeared accustomed to her exuberance, shaking his head with a resigned smile before introducing, "Two junior brothers, do not be alarmed. This is our team's treasure, Su Xiaoxiao, codenamed Spark. She is an innate awakener of the fire element." He then turned to Su Xiaoxiao and added, "Xiaoxiao, stop dawdling. These two are Taoist priests from Wudong Mountain, here to assist us with tomorrow night's mission. This is Zhou Li, and this is Bai Xiaochuan." Su Xiaoxiao regarded the two with curiosity, her eyes sparkling even brighter upon noticing Bai Xiaochuan's calm demeanor despite their similar ages. "Hello, Zhou Daoist by Daoist. Welcome." Yi Su Yo. Bai Xiaochuan offered a gentle smile in response. "Hello." Han Jie continued, "Currently, our small team consists of 8 members. But only Xiaoxiao and I are present. The others are out on patrol. They should gradually return in a few hours. Given the urgency of the situation, junior brothers, please follow me to the conference room, where I will elaborate on the mission details." Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li had no objections. The group entered a small conference room nearby, with Tan Shui accompanying them. Her role primarily involved coordinating communications between the sect and official awakened teams. Once seated, Han Jie immediately activated the projection equipment in the room. A complex map illustrating the underground drainage system of Han City was clearly displayed on the screen. It was evident that large areas of the map were marked in green or blue, indicating normal or inspected zones. Yet a vast section in the eastern part of the city was alarmingly illuminated in red, sending a chill down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Han Jie pointed at the map and began his briefing. "First and foremost, it is crucial for both of you to understand that among the urban beast incidents reported nationwide, the most frequent and destructive is the rat disaster. At the heart of this calamity often lies one or several mutated giant rat kings. The urban environment, particularly the extensive sewage systems, provides an unparalleled breeding ground and hidden pathways for rats. Their numbers are staggering, especially after the outbreak of qi sources, which has exponentially accelerated their reproductive rate." Han Jie continued earnestly. Following the initial nationwide outbreak of the rat disaster, the authorities organized a large-scale cleansing operation, mandating that every city conduct thorough inspections and cleanings of their sewage systems to prevent any potential resurgence of the rat calamity. Han City was no exception. I personally led that operation. He displayed some archival photos from that time, showing team members fully armed as they ventured into the dark sewers. Our team nearly traversed every main and secondary pipeline in Han City, eliminating any rats on site and deploying a significant amount of specialized agents. It was akin to a carpet bombing of eradication. Following the operation, the rat population in Han City's sewer network plummeted, leaving only a few scattered, inconsequential rat groups. As Han Jie recounted this, his brow furrowed deeply. At that time, I truly believed that Han City would not face the threat of a rat disaster for at least a few years. He paused dramatically, then pointed emphatically at the red-covered area on the projection map. "However, we overlooked one area. This here, the Eastern District. Due to urban renovations and the construction of new areas over the past few years, several old, abandoned sewage pipes were left forgotten beneath the city, not even marked on some of the latest municipal blueprints. We neglected this area during our inspections." Han Jie expressed his regret and seriousness, and just a week ago, Calamity emerged from that very spot. Above that abandoned network lies Han City's largest central hospital. Chapter 49, proceeding to the Eastern District. As Han Jie continued, he operated the computer, and soon a segment of surveillance footage was projected onto the large screen. The footage originated from a corner of the first-floor lobby of Han City's central hospital. The timestamp indicated the dead of night. The typically serene lobby was abruptly disturbed by a cacophony of unsettling noises. The next moment, a spine-chilling sight unfolded. A black tide, not merely the small northern rats, but countless rodents, each the size of a water bottle, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they surged forth from every drainage outlet, ventilation shaft, and even the floor drains of the restrooms, their numbers overwhelmingly terrifying. In an instant, the ground and walls were enveloped, as if the entire space had been coated with a layer of writhing, screaming black paint. What is that? Rats. So many rats. Help. In the surveillance footage, the nurse on duty, the hurried doctors, and the immobile patients were all swiftly engulfed by this terrifying tide of rodents. The rats frantically gnawed at every visible living creature, their screams and cries merging into a cacophony of despair. In a heartbeat, the once pristine hospital, a sanctuary for healing, transformed into a hellish landscape of blood and flesh. The footage trembled violently before succumbing to darkness. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Tan Shui's complexion paled as she instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with horror. Zhou Li frowned deeply, his hands resting on the table, unconsciously tightening into fists, his knuckles turning white. Bai Xiaochuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his gaze turned icy. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him from his past life. Yet each resurgence still evoked an unsettling chill deep within. Han Jie solemnly closed the video, his voice heavy. This is merely the beginning. The rat infestation is not confined to the hospital. They simultaneously attacked several large supermarkets and warehouses surrounding the facility, drawn by the irresistible allure of food reserves. Bai Xiaochuan spoke gravely. Senior brother, please elaborate on this mission. Han Jie nodded slightly. For a disaster of this magnitude, the authorities have established a standard protocol: containment, extermination, and targeted strikes. However, Han Jie's finger pressed heavily on the map of the Eastern District, his tone grave. The location of the Eastern District of Hanxiang is particularly unique. It is a confluence of the old city and the burgeoning commercial area, characterized by high population density and a labyrinthine underground network. Moreover, and most critically, the abandoned sewer system likely intersects with subway tunnels, extensive underground shopping streets, and the foundations of numerous upscale residential complexes and office buildings. We cannot conduct large-scale demolitions, drug injections, or aggressive assaults as we would in open spaces or simple networks. Any rash action could precipitate widespread ground collapses or cause the rat horde to scatter, invading more critical areas. The consequences would be unimaginable. Our current predicament is one of restraint. Conventional methods are difficult to implement, and the rat swarm possesses a perfect fortress within the abandoned network and complex underground spaces, effectively combining offense and defense. Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, his gaze once again drawn to the glaring red area on the map. In his previous life, he had encountered mutated rat swarms, but they were mostly in the ruins or wilderness during demon hunting missions. Those swarms were relatively small, typically manageable by a single person. He recalled a report circulating within the Federation that specifically emphasized rodents are among the most troublesome of mutated creatures in the apocalypse. They possess terrifying reproductive capabilities and adaptability. Provided they have sufficient food sources, their numbers can exponentially swell, creating a wave of despair. The report clearly indicated that for large-scale rat infestations, elemental attacks, particularly fire and ice abilities, are the most effective. Fire can efficiently exterminate and purify, while ice can restrict their terrifying mobility. Yet, embarrassingly, he wielded wood abilities, while his senior brother commanded earth. Han Jie's gaze shifted to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, filled with earnestness and hope. Thus, we urgently require experts like the two of you. What we need are precise strikes and concentrated extermination. We require individuals who can delve into that underground maze, locate the source of the rat tide, the rat king or kings, and eradicate them completely. Only in this way can we fundamentally dismantle this infestation. Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li exchanged glances. Zhou Li was the first to speak. Senior brother, we understand the situation. So, what is the specific operational plan? Han Jie shook his head. There is no need to rush into a plan. Currently, our team still has 6 members patrolling the disaster-stricken Eastern District and gathering real-time intelligence. They're the most informed about the latest developments on the scene. Subsequently, Han Jie pulled up the latest urban surveillance maps and containment area diagrams, pointing to the extensive red markings. Look here, the core disaster area in the Eastern District, particularly around the hospital and several large supermarkets. It has been entirely sealed off, with multiple defensive lines established by the armed police and local law enforcement, prohibiting any entry or exit to prevent the rat swarm's spread and civilians from inadvertently wandering in. Han Jie sighed. Yet, The rat swarm is underground. Our defenses only block the surface, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. We require a plan that delves underground to resolve the issue. At this juncture, Bai Xiaochuan inquired, Senior Brother Han, since the plan needs to adapt to real-time conditions, why don't we go to the scene first? Merely observing maps and videos here creates a disconnect. Han Jie paused. Then a look of appreciation crossed his face. And he promptly agreed. Indeed, Bai Shidi is right. Experiencing the site firsthand is far superior to mere idle discussion here. Soon, the group rose to their feet. Han Jie declared, There is no time to waste. We must depart immediately. Xiao, you stay here and maintain communication with the other team members, reporting any updates. Huh? I want to go too, Su Xiao instinctively murmured. But under Han Jie's serious gaze, she obediently nodded. All right, understood. Captain, I'll ensure the task is completed. Han Jie turned to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, his tone resolute. You two Shidi, follow me. We will head directly to the frontline command point at the edge of the containment zone. Assistant Tan, I appreciate your help. Tan Shui immediately understood. Rest assured, Captain Han. I will coordinate the vehicles and passage permissions, ensuring your journey is smooth. Minutes later, an off-road vehicle bearing a special pass exited the police compound, speeding toward the Eastern District. Chapter 50. The Strength of the First Batch of Innate Awakeners. The off-road vehicle drove along the wide, bus-exclusive lane, flashing its special warning lights. All vehicles illegally using the bus lane, upon seeing the flashing lights, scattered to the left like rats fleeing from a cat. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was his first direct experience of the privileges that came with rebirth within the city. Although his mindset had long since transformed, the sense of unimpeded movement still left him slightly dazed. The memory of obediently waiting in line from his past life lingered vividly. Inside the vehicle, after a brief silence, Bai Xiaochuan suddenly spoke. Senior Brother Han, may I ask you something? Han Jie, focused on the road ahead, replied. Oh, what is it, Bai Shidi? Bai Xiaochuan, I would like to understand the current strength of these innate awakeners. How do they compare to practitioners? He was still uncertain whether the ranks of awakeners had been established and what the capabilities of this first batch of innate awakeners were. Judging by his own strength, while his abilities may not rival those of the S-tier elites from his past life, his overall prowess was comparable, if not superior, to them. Han Yi, taken aback by the question, seemed to have not anticipated it. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly responded. To a certain extent, the innate awakeners possess abilities that exceed those we cultivate through practice in terms of explosive power, range, and special effects. However, yet, one is inherently feeble. Is that not so? Bai Xiaochuan interjected. Han Jie cast a surprised glance at Bai Xiaochuan through the rearview mirror and nodded emphatically. Indeed, Junior Brother, the awakened possess formidable supernatural abilities, with energy crystals at their hearts substituting for the dantian in storing and transforming source energy. However, they lack a systematic approach to cultivation that would hone their own strength. As practitioners, we pursue the dual cultivation of life and spirit, the harmonious enhancement of both essence and corporeal form. For instance, the 3 stages of body refinement serve to solidify one's foundation, enabling the body to bear greater power. In contrast, the awakened are akin to wielding powerful weapons without the robust physique to wield them effectively. Should they find themselves confronted by practitioners of equal rank, or if their abilities fail to manifest swiftly, their situation becomes perilous. Their overall physical prowess, reaction speed, and endurance are simply inadequate to contend with their peers. As for your inquiry regarding the current strength of these innate awakened beings, one can only surmise that, at present, they do not appear overwhelmingly powerful. While driving, Han Jie provided an example. Take our 4 innate awakened teammates, for instance. Their talents and abilities are commendable, and their potential is considerable. However, should we engage in earnest sparring, I do not mean to boast, but even in optimal coordination, they would struggle to present a genuine challenge to me. At this juncture, Han Jie straightened his posture slightly. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself to you 2 junior brothers. I am a practitioner of the earth element and have now reached the bone refinement stage. How about that? My progress in cultivation is not too shabby among our peers in the Daoist sect, is it? Zhou Li nodded in agreement. Impressive, senior brother. Most practitioners in the Daoist sect are only just beginning to reach the bone refinement stage. Bai Xiaochuan nodded thoughtfully. This indicated that the current strength of the innate awakened was approximately at the B or C grade level. Han Jie's remarks aligned perfectly with his previous understanding and current assessment. However, he was still troubled by a significant question that lingered in his mind. Why? In his past life, Did he only hear of the Daoist sect's existence 4 years after the onset of the apocalypse? In the preceding years, all he encountered and heard about were the awakened who dominated the federal system. Logically, just as in present-day Seoul, there were officially 4 practitioners under the government's purview. Across the nation, numerous practitioners like Han Jie who had returned to secular life to join the government surely existed, and the major orthodox sects had not gone into hiding. In fact, the government actively collaborated with them. Thus, what monumental events transpired during the period between the outbreak of the apocalypse and his rebirth that caused so many official practitioners to vanish from mainstream visibility? What could have prompted the Daoist sect, with its formidable legacy, to delay its emergence for a full 4 years? Approximately 15 minutes later, the off-road vehicle entered the eastern district of the city. As they approached the perimeter of the quarantine zone, they encountered a large throng of people gathered ahead. Most wore masks, their emotions heightened as they engaged in heated arguments with police and staff stationed behind the barricade. "Listen, my son is still inside. He was hospitalized yesterday. What on earth is happening?" One voice cried out. "And my wife? She works at the supermarket inside. I can't get through to her on the phone. You must give me an explanation." Another added, "Exactly. My grandparents live in the old neighborhood inside, and no one answers their calls. How long will this quarantine last? Are you hiding something from us?" The crowd surged, attempting to break through the barricade, only to be met with the firm resistance of riot police armed with shields. Han Jie observed the scene outside, his expression grave, and whispered to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, "This is precisely the most troublesome aspect. According to incomplete statistics, the death toll from this rodent disaster in the Eastern District has already surpassed 1,000, with nearly 3,000 more injured to varying degrees. Had we not acted swiftly and contained the information to prevent panic from spreading, the entire city of Seoul might have descended into chaos." The official narrative currently disseminated was that a new, highly pathogenic strain of influenza had erupted in the area, necessitating enforced quarantine and disinfection efforts. This was the only means available to temporarily stabilize the situation. Bai Xiaochuan gazed at the anxious relatives outside, his brow furrowed. "But, senior brother, this cannot be a long-term solution. With so many casualties, many families." "Indeed," Han Jie interjected, "but the aftermath and reassurance efforts are not our concern. Dedicated departments and personnel will manage that. Our sole mission is to eliminate those wretched creatures below with utmost urgency. We must address the problem at its root." The vehicle did not linger, maneuvering around the crowd and turning onto a temporarily restricted side road. Nearly every entrance to the Eastern District was closely guarded by police and personnel clad in protective gear. Han Jie rolled down the window and presented a special identification to the personnel on duty. After a meticulous verification, the officer saluted and signaled for them to proceed. The barrier blocking the road was slowly moved aside. As the vehicle crossed into the quarantine zone, it felt as though they had entered another realm. The previous clamor and congestion outside vanished in an instant, replaced by an eerie silence. The wide streets lay deserted. Traffic lights continued their mechanical cycles. Yet no vehicles traversed the roads. Shops lining the streets were shuttered, many windows shattered, with debris and uncollected refuse strewn about. "This area was once home to tens of thousands," Han Jie remarked. After the rodent disaster erupted, the authorities deployed considerable manpower to swiftly evacuate survivors and unaffected residents to temporary shelters. Now, aside from those executing missions, there are no ordinary citizens left here. The off-road vehicle finally arrived at a yard marked by a sign indicating it was the Eastern District Fire Brigade of Han City. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the yard was bustling with various specialized vehicles, fire trucks, bomb disposal units, military trucks, and even several engineering vehicles equipped with specialized instruments. Armed SWAT officers patrolled the vicinity, while personnel dressed in sealed protective suits, carrying sampling equipment and technical tools, gathered to discuss preparations for entering the sewer system. Directly across the street from the yard lay the epicenter of this catastrophe, the Han City Central Hospital. The hospital building loomed large, a massive rectangular structure rising approximately 10 stories high, with all its windows shrouded in darkness and a more stringent security line drawn at the entrance. Han Jie parked the vehicle and took a deep breath. "We've arrived. The temporary command point for the front lines is established here." Chapter 51. Undertaking the Decapitation Mission. As Han Jie led by Xiaochuan and Zhou Li into the temporary command center set up at the precinct, a figure hurriedly approached them. The newcomer, sporting a buzz cut and black frame glasses, had a slightly plump physique and an earnest demeanor, appearing to be in his 20s. The young man reached Han Jie, addressing him respectfully. "Captain, you've arrived." Then, his curious gaze shifted to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. "Are these two the Daoist priests from Wudong?" Upon seeing this person, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was none other than Lu Xingyu, the sixth-ranked powerhouse among the awakened in his previous life, known as the Sand Emperor, an SS-grade sand elemental ability user. In a world ravaged by sandstorms, one individual wielding the formidable power of sandstorm manipulation stands as a pillar of the Federation's might. Bai Xiaochuan had only glimpsed him a few times through the Federation's news reports and combat footage in his previous life. This was a figure of calm demeanor and piercing gaze, capable of conjuring a tempest of sand that could devour all in its wake. To his astonishment, their first encounter in this new life would occur in this very moment. Han Jie, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaochuan's fleeting astonishment, jovially patted Lu Xingyu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Xingyu, indeed, these two are my junior disciples. This is Bai Xiaochuan, and this is Zhou Li, Jr. This is our team's innate awakener, Lu Xingyu, known colloquially as Sand Sculpture. His ability lies in controlling sand and stone, and he possesses considerable potential." Upon hearing Han Jie mention that nickname once more, Lu Xingyu's face flushed with embarrassment and mild reproach as he murmured, "Captain, we agreed not to mention that nickname in front of outsiders." Han Yi Luo Get, drawing Lu Xingyu closer with an affectionate embrace. "Outsiders? They're my true disciples. They're one of us, right, Junior?" Bai Xiaochuan quickly reined in his inner astonishment, offering Lu Xingyu a gentle smile and nodding. The moniker Sand Sculpture struck Bai Xiaochuan as peculiarly amusing, an unexpected contrast to the formidable sand monarch he had known before his rebirth. Lu Xingyu, in both demeanor and appearance, appeared far more bashful than the austere sand monarch depicted in the videos from Bai Xiaochuan's past life. The roundness of his face, accentuated by his black-framed glasses, lent him an almost endearing quality. No, not that kind of endearing. Rather, he exuded an aura of vulnerability, seemingly devoid of any threat. Bai Xiaochuan hastily corrected his thoughts. Feeling somewhat awkward from Han Jie's remarks, Lu Xingyu nonetheless greeted Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li with a polite bow. "Greetings, esteemed Daoists." Returning to the matter at hand, Han Jie inquired, "Xingyu, are you the only one at the command point now? Where are the others?" Adjusting his glasses, Lu Xingyu promptly reported, "Yes, Captain. Uncle Li and the others are stationed near the underground entrance, monitoring the situation. Liao Lei and Wu Gu are up top, assisting." Just as Han Jie was about to delve deeper into the specifics of the situation below, Lu Xingyu's expression shifted to one of tension and seriousness. He interjected, "Captain, your timing is impeccable. The situation below seems rather alarming." Han Jie's expression hardened as he directed Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, junior disciples, "Follow me. Xingyu, you come along too." The group swiftly traversed the bustling corridor, entering a monitoring room imbued with an atmosphere of heightened urgency. The room was adorned with screens, and a massive city map alongside a sewer network diagram loomed on the wall. Dozens of technicians and combat personnel were fixated on their respective displays, while sounds of ringing phones, urgent reports, and rapid keyboard strokes filled the air. At that moment, a middle-aged officer, whose insignia indicated a significant rank, approached Han Jie with a grave expression. "Old Han, you finally made it. I was just about to contact you. What's the situation, Old Chen?" Han Jie quickly closed the distance. Old Chen's gaze briefly lingered on the unfamiliar Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li before returning to the main screen. "Gesturing foran yitu leon closer." "Old Han, there has been a change. Initially, based on the speed and volume of food being transported by the rodent horde a week ago, we estimated that their food stores would last at least 3 days. However, it seems we were overly optimistic. We underestimated their numbers and consumption rate." According to the latest monitoring by Deputy Li Yuan, the activity frequency and direction of the rodents indicate that they may consume all of their food reserves by tonight. Han Jie's eyes turned icy. "Are you suggesting that these starved rodents might surge from the ground en masse tonight?" "Precisely." Old Chen nodded gravely. "They are likely to do so. We attempted to deploy equipment, but it was utterly destroyed upon entering the periphery. We also tried to bait them with food laced with potent rodenticide. But the rodent king is too clever. If even one rodent dies from the poison, the others will avoid the bait entirely, even dragging it far from their nests." Old Chen's finger jabbed at a crucial area on the large sewer network map, marked by a red circle. "However, there is some good news. Based on all available clues and limited detection results, we can now ascertain that the core layer of the rodent horde, along with the rodent king or kings, is most likely located here, in the deep adjustment pools of the eastern sewage treatment plant and the associated abandoned main pipeline area. The space is vast, the structure intricate, and it is dark and damp, an ideal breeding ground for the rodents." Silence fell over the monitoring room, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. Everyone understood that locating the lair was merely the first step. The true challenge lay in how to eliminate the rodent king without inciting catastrophic consequences. Conventional methods seemed futile. And just then, Bai Xiaochuan's calm voice pierced the silence. So, you're saying that as long as we enter there and find a way to kill the rodent king, we should be fine? Han Jie instinctively nodded. Yes, in theory, that's correct, but before he could finish, he suddenly grasped the implication, staring at Bai Xiaochuan in astonishment. Junior, are you suggesting? Bai Xiaochuan replied matter-of-factly. Since the goal is clear, allow me to handle it. Han Jie's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, Junior, that is far too perilous. We can still discuss the plan in greater detail. We must proceed with caution. After all, that is deep in the rodent nest lair. And once surrounded by countless rodents, the situation could become exceedingly dire. Bai Xiaochuan shook his head, meeting Han Jie's gaze as he spoke slowly, brother. There is no need for concern. I am now at the refining organ stage. Those rodents cannot breach my defenses. Refining organ stage? Han Jie's pupils dilated in shock. Having personally experienced the arduous journey of the bone-forging stage, he understood that each advancement required immense time and extraordinary talent. His daily routine consisted of relentless labor and rigorous training, barely achieving the bone-forging stage. Yet, here was this junior disciple, seemingly much younger than him, who had already reached the refining organ stage. Junior, you're not jesting, are you? Beside him, Zhou nodded affirmatively, corroborating Bai Xiaochuan's claim. With this confirmation, Han Jie's shock morphed into exuberance and an overwhelming sense of confidence. Excellent. Marvelous. Ha. Heaven bless Wudong. Heaven bless Han City. This mission is entrusted to you, Junior. Chapter 52, Wu Xian, Liao Lei, Wang Yi on the phone. In the aftermath of his elation, Han Jie swiftly regained the decisiveness of captain. He turned to Chun and spoke rapidly. Team Chun, there is no time to waste. Please immediately notify Li Yuan to cease patrols and have everyone return to the command center at the fastest speed. We must immediately formulate the final battle plan. Team leader Chun promptly responded, understood. I will notify everyone at once. With that, he seized the communicator and began to make calls. Han Jie turned to Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, saying, You two junior brothers, let's head to the operations conference room to await their arrival. All right, Chun, I'll take them over now. Good. The operations conference room was considerably larger than the previous monitoring room, with a large screen clearly simulating the structure of the underground pipeline network in the eastern part of the city. Approximately 10 minutes later, a flurry of hurried yet synchronized footsteps echoed from the corridor. The door to the conference room swung open, and 4 men and 1 woman entered in succession. Among them were 3 middle-aged men who exuded an aura of experience, their demeanor calm and capable. The other 2 were exceedingly youthful, appearing to be of similar age to Lu Xingyu. The young man stood tall, his features chiseled, with brows as sharp as if carved from stone. The young woman sported a neat bob cut, her delicate features displaying a hint of elusive pride in her lively eyes. These 2 must be the other 2 innate awakeners in the team. Upon their entrance, their gazes first landed on Han Jie, and they chorused Captain. Han Yi nodded, his expression serious, bypassing pleasantries to swiftly introduce Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. Junior brothers, these 5 are the final members of our team. He gestured towards the 3 middle-aged men, Li Yuan, Lao Huang, and Lao Sheng, all former disciples of the Daoist sect who have since returned to secular life. Then, Han Jie indicated the young duo. This is Wu Xian, and that is Liao Lei. Like Su Xiao and Lu Xingyu, they are also innate awakeners. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze lingered briefly on Wu Xian and Liao Lei, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He had never heard their names in his previous life. This left only 2 possibilities. Either they had perished during the apocalypse, or they had later changed their names, code names, or gone into hiding. However, from the aura he sensed, both Wu Xian and Liao Lei possessed energy that seemed even stronger than Lu Xingyu's. Han Jie then introduced Li Yuan and the others, stating, These 2 are my junior brothers, Bai Xiaochuan, Daoist Bai, and Zhou Li, Daoist Zhou. They are esteemed disciples of Wudong and have come specifically to assist us in dealing with the Rat King. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan and his companions displayed an immediate change in demeanor, nodding respectfully towards Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li, their eyes reflecting admiration, even a hint of veiled envy. There was no trace of the typical skepticism or provocation often found in novels regarding strength. They were acutely aware of the Daoist sect's prowess, as their own cultivation methods originated from it, enriched by deeper techniques and combat skills. Moreover, being former disciples of the Daoist sect, their abilities were evident. In their minds, disciples of the Daoist sect were synonymous with strength. Even the youthful and proud Wu Xian and Liao Lei exhibited more curiosity and admiration than anything else. Within the team, they often engaged in sparring sessions, yet they had never triumphed over Han Jie and his fellow practitioners. Their yearning for a more systematic training method, rather than merely relying on instinctual growth of their abilities, was palpable. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Han Jie promptly began outlining the battle plan. He pointed to several key junctions in the pipeline displayed on the screen. The Rat King is cunning. As soon as its lair is attacked, it will undoubtedly attempt to escape in multiple directions. Thus, every crucial intersection and fork must be guarded to prevent the Rat King from slipping away. He then indicated the largest main pipeline. This is the primary channel through which the rat swarm is most likely to flee en masse and must be defended by skilled fighters. Zhou Li spoke in a steady tone. Leave this to me. Han Jie nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, junior brother Zhou. Wu Xian, you and Lao Huang will guard the B district exit. Liao Lei, you and Lao Shan will be responsible for the C district pipeline. Xing Yu, you will provide mobile support and use your abilities to block some of the secondary pipelines as much as possible to reduce the rat swarm's dispersal. The primary task of penetrating the rat's lair and slaying the Rat King will fall to junior brother Bai Xiaochuan. At that moment, Deputy Team Leader Li Yuan furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Old Han, it's not that I doubt Daoist Bai's strength, but is it too risky to send him alone into the rat's lair? The internal situation remains uncertain. What if he is besieged by a horde of rats? How about I assist him from the side? I am quite familiar with the sewer routes I've explored over the past few days and could serve as a guide. Moreover, my fire abilities should also inflict considerable damage on the rat swarm, alleviating some of Daoist Bai's pressure. Han Jie considered this and found it reasonable. Casting a questioning glance at Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, what do you think? Li Yuan's strength is commendable, and his familiarity with the routes could make the operation more secure. Bai Xiaochuan contemplated for a moment. He held absolute confidence in his abilities at the refining stage. Yet this was indeed his first experience in such a complex underground combat environment. Having a knowledgeable guide with commendable capabilities would undoubtedly save him considerable trouble, avoiding unnecessary setbacks and enhancing the efficiency of the assassination mission. To ensure a more secure operation, Bai Xiaochuan nodded. All right then. I would appreciate your assistance, Daoist Li Yuan. Han Jie subsequently elaborated on the operational details, including retreat signals, emergency responses, and communication coordination between various points. He also displayed data, showing Bai Xiaochuan photographs of the Rat King taken after successful extermination operations in other cities. These images depicted grotesque creatures of enormous size, with exposed fangs and fur that exhibited an eerie metallic or rocky sheen. Finally, Han Jie solemnly declared, the battle plan is set to commence in 2 hours. Everyone, please check your equipment, adjust your conditions, and prepare yourselves. Understood. The group responded in unison, rising with solemn yet resolute expressions as they made their way out of the conference room. As Bai Xiaochuan exited the room, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out to see that the caller ID displayed Wang Ye's name. He turned to Zhou Li and Han Jie, saying, Senior brother, I need to take this call. Zhou Li nodded, while Han Jie remarked, All right, I will wait for you downstairs with Zhou. Bai Xiaochuan walked to a relatively quiet corner of the corridor and answered the phone. Hello, Wang Yi, what is the matter? Immediately, Wang Ye's lowered voice came through. Old Bai, I hope I'm not interrupting your important business. Not at all, I just happen to have a bit of free time, Bai Xiaochuan replied. He intended to store his phone away once the operation began. It was fortunate to receive a call now. That's good, that's good. Wang Yi sighed in relief, before suddenly shifting to a mournful tone. Old Bai, why didn't you inform me before heading down to undertake a mission? Are we not still good brothers who share everything? Am I no longer your wild king? Bai Xiaochuan replied helplessly. The task was assigned by Master on short notice. Time is of the essence. If all goes well, I should be able to return to the mountain in a day or two. Don't rush back just yet. Wang Ye's voice suddenly became excited. I heard you and senior brother Zhou are going to Han City, right? Yes. Hee. Old Bai, once you finish your mission, don't hurry back. Coincidentally, I'll be heading to Han City tomorrow too. Bai Xiaochuan replied, Oh, are you planning to return to secular life? Vang, ye exclaim it. How could that be? I aspire to become the leader of Wudong. It's not me returning to secular life. It's my parents. They happen to be conducting business in Han City during this period, and it has been quite a while since I last saw them. I find myself missing them dearly. Coincidentally, my parents had generously donated a substantial amount of supplies to Wudong, and the master granted me a few days off, allowing me to return to Han City to visit my parents and bring back some local specialties from Wudong to express my gratitude to them. So Old Bai, once your mission concludes, take a few days to enjoy Han City. Don't rush back to the mountains. When I arrive, you can come over to my home. Then we can return to Wudong together. What does that sound? Bai Xiaochuan hesitated slightly, saying, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wouldn't my parents misunderstand if I come to your house? Nonsense. What is inappropriate about it? The master has already agreed. He specifically mentioned that you should represent Wudong and convey our gratitude to my parents. He also advised that young people shouldn't bury themselves in cultivation all day, but should explore the world, enjoy a good foot massage. Experience the world and find a balance between work and rest. Bai Xiaochuan pondered for a moment. The latter part of that statement could not possibly have come from his master. Moreover, he didn't have the luxury of time for such leisurely pursuits. With so many mysteries weighing on his mind, his priority was to continuously enhance his strength. However, expressing Wudong's gratitude to Wang Ye's parents was indeed a commendable idea. All right then, I'll contact you once my mission is completed. OJBK. Chapter 53. Cutting Through Like Butter. Bai Xiaochuan descended to the lobby, casting his gaze around and noticing Lu Xingyu, Liao Lei, and Wu Xian donning protective suits that appeared quite heavy, woven from special fibers. It made sense, after all. Innate awakeners, unless they possessed healing abilities, were generally quite vulnerable. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan, Han Jie handed him a miniature earpiece and a button-sized positioning device. Junior brother, here you go. This is a communication earpiece and a locator. Once the operation begins, Team Leader Chun will provide real-time route guidance and alerts from the command center above through monitoring and positioning. Thank you, senior brother, Bai Xiaochuan replied, taking the equipment and putting it on. Once everything was prepared, Bai Xiaochuan and Li Yuan, guided by several staff members, arrived at a highly concealed entrance to an abandoned sewer. The rusted iron cover was pried open, revealing a dark abyss below, emanating a foul odor of decay. As they descended the ladder, a heavy, musty smell and a pungent stench assaulted their senses. How describe this odor? It was no less offensive than canned herring. The interior of the pipeline was pitch black, having long been abandoned, with the lighting fixtures on both sides damaged and inoperative. However, upon entering, the two had already donned night vision goggles. Although their surroundings appeared entirely green, it was still preferable to utter darkness. Li Yuan closely followed by Xiaochuan, lowering his voice to say, Daoist Bai, this abandoned pipe is one of the auxiliary conduits from the early construction. It isn't even clearly marked on the map and can lead directly to what we believe to be the core area of the rat nest. Because it's not a main thoroughfare, the patrol density of the rat horde is relatively low, making it the optimal infiltration route we could find. However, once we begin to advance rapidly, we want to be able to hide our movements. The information transmission speed among the rat horde is incredibly swift. We must strike decisively, or the Rat King may receive an alert and flee. If it retreats deeper into the more complex network of pipes, capturing it will be immensely challenging. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Understood. The two proceeded silently for a distance, with only the sounds of dripping water and their footsteps echoing in the darkness. Soon, they reached a corner. Li Yuan abruptly whispered, Daoist Bai, be cautious. Just around the bend is the outer area where the rat horde is active. In truth, even without his warning, Bai Xiaochuan could clearly hear the unsettling, dense rustling sounds emanating from beyond the corner. It was the sound of countless claws scraping against the ground and pressing against one another, as if an endless mass of creatures was writhing in the darkness. Bai Xiaochuan adjusted his earpiece and calmly spoke. Team Leader Chun, we have arrived at the designated location and are prepared to breach. I'll leave the specific route guidance to you. A clear and steady response from Team Leader Chun came through the earpiece. Received. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan. I wish you a successful operation. We will monitor the entire process and guide you along the shortest path. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan acknowledged, then turned to Li Yuan. Li Gu, stay close to me. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not fully processing the command. Okay. Before he could finish, Bai Xiaochuan had already darted around the corner like an arrow released from its bow. The speed was so astonishing that it created a gust of wind. Startled, Li Yuan dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately surged forward with all his might to keep up. As they turned the corner, even with prior mental preparation, the sight before Li Yuan still made him gasp in shock. Although this was a carefully chosen, secluded pipe, the floor and walls were still crawling with a dense mass of mutated rats. Their eyes glowed red, their sharp fangs glistening, and their numbers nearly blocked the passageway. However, Bai Xiaochuan was moving too swiftly. The moment those rats sensed the light and the intruder before they could sound an alarm or rush forward, Bai Xiaochuan had already plunged into their midst like a specter. Observing Bai Xiaochuan's method of advance, Li Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Bai Xiaochuan was not relying on brute force. Rather, with each step he took, his footfalls emanated a peculiar power. Each time his foot landed, all the rats within a 1-meter radius seemed to be instantaneously crushed by an invisible force, bursting into a haze of blood and flesh before they could even let out a cry. With each step he took, he created a small, circular vacuum in the throng of rats. Was this martial prowess? Or some kind of extraordinary ability? Li Yuan was horrified. He had never witnessed such an efficient and fearsome method of clearing a path. He dared not dwell on it, and could only desperately channel his energy. Closely following Bai Xiaochuan, precisely stepping into the fleeting safe zones that had just been cleared, painstakingly advancing forward, Bai Xiaochuan led the charge, slicing through the stagnant oil with the swiftness of a searing blade, penetrating deeper into the rat nest at an astonishing pace. Wherever he passed, the tide of rats parted as if divided by an unseen force, only to swiftly close in behind him. In the monitoring room, Team Leader Chun watched the rapidly moving red, his eyes filled with astonishment. The speed was too incredible. Were it not for the cameras mounted on by Xiaochuan, he would have doubted whether a single rat remained in the tunnel. At that moment, Team Leader Chun seemed to sense something amiss. Oh no! He immediately pressed the communicator. Daoist Bai, Li Yuan, beware. Thermal imaging shows that directly ahead of you is a massive underground space. Life signs. Oh heavens, there are too many. The area below is swarming with rats. There are several unusually large heat sources at the center, suspected to be rat kings, and there's more than one. Repeat, there's more than one rat king. Bai Xiaochuan's expression hardened, and he accelerated once more, like a ghost in the night. He shot out the narrow pipe in an instant. Before him lay a vast expanse, a deserted giant regulating pool, the depths of which were shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Now, roiling with movement, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the light. A dense swarm of mutated rats piled up, writhing and producing an unbearable rustling sound, forming a terrifying sea of black flesh. In the heart of the rodent horde, several creatures, their size akin to that of young calves and their fur exhibiting an eerie, rock-like sheen, revealed the menacing presence of the colossal rat king. They seemed to sense the intruders, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks. In an instant, the entire nest erupted into chaos. Like a black tsunami, countless rats surged along the walls and pipes, frantically charging toward Bai Xiaochuan and Li Yuan. Bai Daozhang, Li Yuan exclaimed, flames instantly igniting as he prepared to engage. Yet, Bai Xiaochuan moved with even greater swiftness. Unfazed by the oncoming tide of rodents, he slowly raised both hands. A tremendous surge of source energy flowed into the corroded metal and concrete crevices beneath his feet. In that fleeting moment, an innumerable array of robust, spiky, emerald-green vines erupted from the ground, akin to lifelike giant serpents, deftly wrapping around the rat kings. The rat kings roared in furious defiance, their claws tearing and fangs gnawing. Yet the vines snapped back, growing at a pace that far exceeded their destructive efforts. One after another, they ensnared the rat kings, binding them firmly in place and severely restricting their movements. Simultaneously, the tide of rodents that charged toward Bai Xiaochuan encountered an invisible, warped barrier. As though they had collided with an unseen wall, the space quivered slightly, and a minuscule, barely perceptible vortex resembling a black hole materialized around Bai Xiaochuan. The frenzied rats, upon contact with this distorted space, were instantaneously devoured, vanishing into thin air. What is this? Li Yuan watched instant disbelief, yet quickly summoned his fire-based abilities to incinerate the rats that approached Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Daozhang, I'm here to assist you. However, Bai Xiaochuan was even faster. Like a cannonball, he propelled himself across several dozen meters, appearing before one of the rat kings ensnared by the vines. Sensing the imminent threat, the rat king let out a desperate howl, thrashing wildly. Bai Xiaochuan's gaze was cold, his blood and energy resonating with thunderous power. The terrifying strength of the refinement stage coalescing at his fist. Without flourish, he unleashed a single punch. Bang! A deux d'explosion échouée. The rat king's head, as resilient as stone, burst apart like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, spraying crimson and white matter everywhere. Bai Xiaochuan did not pause for even a heartbeat. His footwork shifted with ethereal grace, appearing next to the second rat king in a ghostly manner, followed by another punch. Bang! The third one. Bang! Within mere seconds, Bai Xiaochuan flickered across the battlefield as if teleporting, each appearance accompanied by a punch that shattered a rat king's head. Efficient, decisive, violent. As the last beheaded rat king's massive body collapsed to the ground, the entire subterranean space fell into a profound silence. Li Yuan stood frozen, his body rigid, his pupils trembling violently. He had completely forgotten the flames surrounding him, his entire being resembling a miniature sun. This is not combat. It is akin to slicing through vegetables. Have the disciples of the Daoist sect reached such an extraordinary level? Was he merely a spectator in this battle alongside Bai Xiaochuan? Very well, so this is how we play, is it? By Dao Zhang. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Li Yuan's flames surged once more. A scoundrel? I could never be a scoundrel in this lifetime. Chapter 54. Task completed. The blazing light instantaneously illuminated the entire underground space, as if it were broad daylight. Li Yuan prepared to unleash a widespread fire surge, incinerating the fleeing rats. Bai Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, just as he intended to speak. Suddenly, a terrified shout from team leader Chen erupted through his earpiece. Wait, Lao Li! Stop! No fire. It was too late. The flames, having reached a fever pitch, seemingly ignited an invisible, high-concentration methane gas generated by countless rat droppings and decaying corpses that permeated the air, as well as some unknown chemical waste piled in the corner. Boom! An explosion, surpassing everyone's expectations and akin to a missile strike, erupted violently around Li Yuan. The terrifying shockwave and flames consumed everything in an instant. What the hell? Bai Xiaochuan's pupils constricted, his reflexes honed to perfection. Almost at the moment of the explosion, he activated his space-devouring ability to its maximum capacity. An invisible, distorted vortex materialized, voraciously pulling and engulfing the oncoming explosive energy and flames. A terrifying force capable of collapsing the entire underground space and vaporizing everything was forcibly devoured to a great extent. However, even with Bai Xiaochuan's full effort, a considerable portion of the shockwave and flames still escaped. Boom! The entire underground space trembled violently, debris raining down like a storm. Once the dust settled slightly, Bai Xiaochuan rushed toward the spot where Li Yuan had stood moments before. There, he found Li Yuan. His body charred black as though he had emerged from a coal heap, his once decent hair completely singed away, leaving only a glistening scalp. His specially made combat outfit had been reduced to mere charred remnants barely clinging to his body, presenting a truly dismal sight. Li Yi, are you all right? Bai Xiaochuan inquired with concern, fearing that his comrade had been obliterated by the explosion. How would this sacrifice report be written? Self-immolation? Li Yuan coughed twice, expelling a puff of black smoke, his voice weak but still holding some strength. And no, I'm fine by Dao Zhang, just a bit hot on the head. As he spoke, Li Yuan's gaze kept darting toward the law enforcement recording device on Bai Xiaochuan. Bai Xiaochuan immediately understood, and with great consideration, he reached out to silently turn off the recording device's camera. Some black history is best left unrecorded. Just then, team leader Chen's voice crackled in Li Yuan's earpiece. A mix of anger and urgency. Lao Li, you reckless fool. Are you all right? I forgot to mention. The depths of that rat nest are filled with flammable and explosive gases generated from rat droppings and decaying garbage. The concentration is extremely high. Plus, there were leftover chemical barrels. Your fire nearly sent us all to the skies. Bai Xiaochuan, overhearing, could only offer an awkward smile and pat Li Yuan on the shoulder. Well, at least there's a silver lining. The majority of the remaining rats in the nest should have been wiped out by this explosion and the ensuing flames. Team leader Chen expressed his relief. Fortunately, thanks to Bai Dao Zhang, otherwise, we can't imagine the consequences. Bai Dao Zhang, Li Yuan, you have exceeded your mission. The rat kings have been eliminated, and the nest has been, physically purified. You are to return to the surface immediately. The remaining rats and cleanup will be handled by the other team members and the firefighting brothers. Understood, Bai Xiaochuan replied. Then, glancing at the soot-covered, still smoldering Li Yuan, he asked Li Ge, can you still walk? Do you need me to help you out? Li Yuan, on the verge of tears, glanced at his completely exposed lower half and could only nod silently. How humiliating. He had even lost his trousers. Upon returning to the surface, the medical personnel who had been waiting immediately rushed over. Everyone gasped at the sight of Li Yuan, who was charred black and still emitting smoke, with only a few strips of fabric covering him, and quickly helped him onto a stretcher, whisking him into an ambulance for a thorough examination. After Bai Xiaochuan waved away the suggestion to go to the hospital, he cast a glance around and observed a multitude of firefighters clad in heavy protective gear, methodically entering various sewer entrances while carrying specialized equipment. Without the unifying command of the Rat King, the remaining rat swarm, although still vast in number, had devolved into a disorganized mass, scurrying about aimlessly on instinct, thus significantly diminishing the danger they posed. Although the cleanup operation was tedious, it no longer required confronting a coordinated and frenzied counterattack. Bai Xiaochuan was escorted by a staff member to a relatively comfortable lounge within a nearby temporary command center to rest. He felt no concern regarding the cleanup situation with his senior brothers Han Jie and Zhou Li, given their capabilities. Dealing with the fleeing rats and sealing off the passages should pose no problem. After approximately 3 hours had elapsed, The commotion outside appeared to gradually subside, and the sky began to darken. Bai Xiaochuan, hearing footsteps outside the lounge, slowly withdrew from his shallow meditative state and opened his eyes. Han Jie and Zhou Li entered the room, their faces bearing a hint of fatigue, but predominantly reflecting the ease that comes after a task well completed. Is it all done, senior brother? Bai Xiaochuan inquired as he rose to his feet. Indeed, it is. Han Jie exhaled a long breath, a smile breaking across his face as he clapped Bai Xiaochuan on the shoulder. We owe a great deal to you this time, Xiaochuan. Honestly, I find myself at a loss for words. Upon his return, he immediately reviewed the footage transmitted from Bai Xiaochuan's body camera. Naturally, the segment of Li Yuan's self-detonation was technically overlooked. When he witnessed Bai Xiaochuan navigating through the sea of rats as if it were an uninhabited realm, effortlessly dispatching several rat kings, he was left speechless for quite some time. That power, that efficiency, that composure, truly extraordinary. Han Jie marveled. To be frank, junior brother, after watching the recording, I am utterly speechless. It was astounding. Had I been in the center of that rat nest, not only would I have struggled to confront multiple rat kings simultaneously, but merely escaping the onslaught of so many rats would have been a monumental challenge. Having expressed his awe, Han Jie could no longer contain his curiosity and tentatively asked, Junior brother, may I inquire about something? Please do, senior brother, Bai Xiaochuan nodded. It's about that phenomenon surrounding your body during combat, the one resembling a black hole that devoured the rats, even absorbing the energy of the final explosion. What is that? Bai Xiaochuan replied calmly, Senior brother, that is my awakened second ability, a branch of the space system known as devouring. Han Yi, though having suspected as much, could not help but gasp in astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy. Space system devouring, indeed. Only such a legendary high-tier ability could possess such terrifying prowess. He shook his head, suppressing his shock, and donned a bright smile as he threw an arm around the shoulders of Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li. All right, enough of that. Let us go. Xiaochuan Zhou Shitty, after a long day of hard work, you must be exhausted. I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. We must properly reward our great benefactor. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Bai Xiaochuan nodded with a smile. All right, then I shall accept your generosity, senior brother. Zhou Li also smiled and nodded in agreement. As they exited the command center, they discovered that Lu Xingyu, Su Xiaoxiao, Wu Xian, and Liao Lei, for young individuals, were already waiting outside. Upon seeing them, Su Xiaoxiao immediately waved her hand in excitement, calling out, Captain, 2 Daoists. Over here. Han Jie glanced at Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li with a smile, explaining, Junior brother, I've invited these youngsters from our team to join us, if that's all right. They've worked hard too, so let us allow them some relaxation. Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li had no objections and nodded in acquiescence. Han Jie added, Initially, I intended to invite Lao Huang and Lao Sheng as well, but they all have families now. At this hour, they're likely eager to return home to their wives and children, so they won't be joining us. Zhou Li, taken aback by this, looked at Han Jie, senior brother Yu. 8 years prior, he had specifically come down the mountain with their master to attend Han Jie's banquet. How had he become a solitary man? Han Yi fuklid helplessly. We parted ways long ago. My decision to leave the sect was partly due to the need to care for my ailing parents, and partly because the elders at home have always hoped I would settle down and pursue a conventional path. But let us not dwell on that. It's rather dreary. Come on, today is a day of celebration. I'll treat you all to a grand feast. He waved his hand grandly, looking at everyone. All right, let us hear it. What do you all want to eat? Today, let us indulge. It's on me. Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou Li exchanged glances, and Zhou Li spoke up. Senior brother, there is no need for extravagance. Simple fare will suffice. How can that be? Han Jie shot Zhou Li a disapproving look. You've come down the mountain so rarely and have been such a tremendous help. You must enjoy a delightful meal. Besides, my current salary is quite generous. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Captain, let us go to Haishan Lao, the biggest one in the city center. I've heard their service is exceptional, and they even have face-changing performances. Plus, their tomato broth is to die for. Haishan Lao it is. Let us go experience the legendary 5-star service. At the dining table, the hot pot was bubbling, and the atmosphere became lively. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Xingyu were particularly curious about Bai Xiaochuan, peppering him with questions. Daoist Bai, you are so young and handsome. What made you decide to become a Daoist at Wudong Mountain? Daoist Bai, is it really boring and monotonous to cultivate on the mountain? Can't you use your phone? Daoist Bai, does Wudong really have many powerful martial arts like in the TV dramas? Can you really leap from roof to roof with lightness skills? Daoist Bai, can Daoists marry? In response to these inquiries, Bai Xiaochuan simply smiled and provided brief, straightforward answers. It's all about personal affinity. The quietude of cultivation brings its own joys, and there are indeed martial arts, though not as exaggerated as depicted in dramas. After Bai Xiaochuan had answered, his image in their minds instantly elevated to that of a transcendent figure, aloof from worldly matters, possessing formidable strength. Through their conversation, Bai Xiaochuan also learned that Liao Lei, Lu Xingyu, and Wu Xian were all current students at Han City University, having been specially recruited into the team after awakening their powers, all while balancing their academic pursuits. As for Su Xiaoxiao, despite her seemingly naive demeanor, she had not returned to school after graduating high school and had drifted about in society for a time before being discovered after her own awakening. After the meal, the others took a taxi back to school, while Han Jie first dropped off Su Xiaoxiao. He then prepared to take Bai Xiaochuan and Zhou back to their arranged hotel for rest. After dropping Su Xiaoxiao off, Han Jie remarked in the car, "Junior brothers, make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for a special vehicle to take you back to Wudong Mountain." At that moment, Bai Xiaochuan spoke up, "Senior brother, I'm afraid I cannot return just yet." He then relayed Wang Yi's call and the elder's request for him to represent Wudong in expressing gratitude to the Wang family, along with the arrangement to stay in Han City for a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded. "Since it is the master's arrangement, then you should stay. I will return to the mountain first to report to the master." Han Jie's eyes brightened. "Xiaochuan, you'll be staying in Han City for a while? Perfect. No need to stay in a hotel. It's a waste of money. Just stay at my place. Though my home isn't large, I do have spare rooms, and it will certainly be more comfortable than a hotel." Bai Xiaochuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, residing at his senior brother's home would prove to be more convenient and would spare him considerable trouble. He nodded in agreement, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, senior brother. Why should one be so formal with their own senior? However, I do have a request that I hope you could assist me with, though I'm uncertain if it is convenient for you." "Please do tell, as long as it is within my capabilities," Bai Xiaochuan replied. Han Jie said, "I was wondering if, during your stay in Han City, you could spare some time to serve as a temporary coach for our team members, particularly for the 4 awakened ones. They possess considerable potential but lack systematic guidance and genuine practical training. With your formidable strength and keen insight, even a slight nudge from you would undoubtedly benefit them immensely." Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "Me? A coach? Senior brother? That might not be appropriate, and I lack experience in that regard." You are being overly modest. Han Yi interjected. "Given the prowess you demonstrated in the underground rat nest and your control over the battlefield, you are more than qualified to coach us. Rest assured, it will only involve some basic guidance and practical drills. It certainly won't consume too much of your time. What do you say? Could you lend your assistance to your senior brother?" Bai Xiaochuan remained silent for a moment. He had initially intended to spend a few quiet days, awaiting Wang Yi's arrival for a gathering before returning to the mountains. Yet, upon observing Han Jie's eager gaze and considering the myriad dangers this team might face in the future, it indeed seemed necessary to enhance their strength. Finally, he relented. "Very well. Since you have faith in me, I shall give it a try." "Splendid," Han Jie exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel in delight. "The lads will be fortunate to have you. I shall extend my gratitude on their behalf." Chapter 56, Training Guidance. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaochuan bid farewell to his senior brother, Zhou, watching him board the arranged vehicle back to Wudong Mountain. Since Wang Yi would not arrive in Han City until the afternoon, returning to the hotel to cultivate or wandering alone seemed rather pointless. Bai Xiaochuan suggested to Han Jie, "Senior brother, since we have some free time, why don't we commence training now?" Han Jie's eyes lit up at the suggestion, immediately responding, "Absolutely. I will notify them to assemble right away." He had been pondering how to broach the subject, and he hadn't anticipated his junior brother to be so proactive. Han Jie swiftly retrieved his phone and sent an urgent notification to the team chat for an emergency assembly for training. "Junior brother, our practical training base is not located in the city, but rather in the suburbs. Come, I shall drive you there." Approximately 40 minutes later, the vehicle exited the bustling city and entered a heavily guarded military camp. After undergoing stringent checkpoint inspections and identity verifications, they were permitted entry. The military camp was spacious and solemn, with soldiers engaged in physical training or tactical drills visible throughout. Han Jie parked the car next to a vast, segregated, comprehensive training ground. The perimeter of the training ground featured a standard track, while the interior simulated various complex terrains, complete with obstacles and target positions, where numerous soldiers were conducting routine training. Han Jie explained while parking, "Our squad's practical confrontations and ability training are primarily conducted here. The space is ample, the facilities comprehensive, and most importantly, It maintains a high level of confidentiality, minimizing the chances of being seen by the general populace and preventing unnecessary panic and complications. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Indeed, the military camp was an ideal location for such specialized training. Shortly thereafter, a business vehicle entered the training ground, and the remaining 7 members of the team arrived. When Li Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, Bai Xiaochuan couldn't help but linger his gaze on him for a few seconds, nearly suppressing a chuckle. Li Yuan was adorned with several white bandages, and patches were visibly plastered on his face, evidently bearing the brunt of the previous day's explosion. Most striking was his head, which boasted an unusually thick, lustrous mane of hair that seemed somewhat unnatural. Bai Xiaochuan instantly recognized that it was undoubtedly a wig. Perhaps it was a result of his insistence after being taken to the hospital, where the medical staff had thoughtfully prepared it for him. Li Yuan himself appeared quite uncomfortable, his gaze evasive, especially upon encountering Bai Xiaochuan, where a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed his face. He instinctively reached for his head, but restrained himself. Han Jie cleared his throat. Assemble. He stepped forward, addressing the lined-up 7 individuals with gravity. This is Bai Xiaochuan, by Dao Zhang. You all are already acquainted with him, and he shall be your temporary coach for the time being. His strength, as some of you witnessed yesterday, is formidable. For those who have yet to see, you will soon understand. In any case, Bai Coach is here specifically to provide you with specialized training. Bai Coach's instructions. Pay close attention and learn diligently. Understood? Understood. The 7 responded in unison, their voices resonating. Bai Xiaochuan's prowess was beyond question. After all, even someone with Li Yuan's temperament had been singing his praises in the group chat yesterday, indicating that his strength was indeed fearsome. Subsequently, Han Jie turned to Bai Xiaochuan. Junior brother, shall we begin? Bai Xiaochuan nodded yes. As he stepped forward, Lu Xingyu eagerly inquired by Dao Zhang, shall we dive directly into practical combat training? I wish to be the first. Wu Xian scoffed. Xingyu, are you so eager to get beaten? You need not rely on the Dao Zhang. I can handle it myself. Laughter erupted among the group, the atmosphere contrasting sharply with the rigidity of the military next door. Bai Xiaochuan was unperturbed. An overly solemn ambience could be counterproductive. All right, everyone, for our first lesson, we will not engage in practical combat. Instead, I wish to discuss the utilization of abilities. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Even Han Jie cast a curious glance. The utilization of abilities? Hadn't they all relied on instinct and trial and error to manifest their powers after awakening? Bai Xiaochuan remained silent for a moment, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Drawing upon the invaluable experiences he had amassed from fighting alongside countless awakened individuals in his past life, he began his explanation. I suspect many of you share a common issue when employing your abilities, an over-reliance on instinct and emotional drive. When elated, your powers may surge uncontrollably. When enraged, your strength may be overwhelming yet lacking precision. In moments of tension, you might even fail to cast your abilities or see a significant reduction in effectiveness. True mastery arises from understanding and technique, rather than mere emotion and brute force. Bai Xiaochuan turned his gaze towards Lu Xingyu, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wu Xian. For instance, Lu Xingyu's and Su Xiaoxiao's fire, and Wu Xian's. Wu Xian interjected, his tone steady, reporting, Coach, I wield metal abilities. Bai Xiaochuan acknowledged, very well, metal abilities. When you manipulate your powers, do you think, I want to summon a mound of sand, ignite a flame, or transform into Iron Man? Or do you perceive and guide the innate force of your abilities, constructing its form, controlling its intensity, range, and duration? The group fell into contemplation. It was evident that they often leaned towards the former. A mere thought would unleash their power, while the finer details of control remained coarse. For instance, you Lu Xingyu, when you conjure a sand shield, are you envisioning a wall, or are you attuned to the movement of each grain of sand, arranging them in the most compact and robust manner possible? When you command a sandstorm, do you seek vast expanses, or aim for each grain of sand to possess the piercing power of a bullet? Lu Xingyu's pupils constricted, as if awakened to a profound realization. Furthermore, consider you, Su Xiaoxiao. What is the maximum temperature your flames can reach? What is the minimum you can sustain? Can you compress your flames into a slender, high-temperature beam rather than a scattered mass? Is it possible to ignite a target while ensuring that nearby objects, which you wish to preserve, remain unscathed? Su Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape. These inquiries had never crossed her mind with such depth. Subsequently, Bai Xiaochuan turned his gaze towards Li Yuan, who was wearing a wig. Li Yuan's aged face flushed, and he instinctively reached for the wig, only to retract his hand in chagrin. Ultimately, Bai Xiaochuan chose to overlook it. In summary, the strength of supernatural abilities does not solely reside in the quantity of energy, but rather in the precision of control and the finesse of application. Mastering the art of achieving optimal outcomes with minimal energy and learning to respond with utmost accuracy and timeliness in complex battles constitutes the essence of your upcoming training. Once he concluded, silence enveloped the venue as each individual absorbed the information he had imparted. These concepts were nearly novel to them, yet they struck at the heart of the matter. Presently, Bai Xiaochuan's voice resonated again. I will closely observe each of you as you manifest your abilities. Do not pursue sheer power. Simply demonstrate your most conventional and habitual methods. I will provide individual guidance based on your circumstances. Lu Xingyu, you shall commence. Condense a sand shield, one that you use most frequently. Lu Xingyu inhaled deeply, clearing his mind of distractions, and nodded earnestly as he stepped forward. He extended his hand, and yellow sand began to coalesce from the ground. Bai Xiaochuan meticulously scrutinized every detail of the energy flow. As memories of techniques and optimization strategies pertaining to earth and sand manipulators from his previous life flashed rapidly in his mind. Under Bai Xiaochuan's meticulous and core-focused guidance, everyone in the training ground became immersed in a novel exploration and experimentation of their own abilities. Even Han Jie, a practitioner in the bone-refining stage, found himself greatly enlightened after observing and listening, having developed new insights regarding the application of supernatural powers. Time flew swiftly amid their concentrated training. After the few resolved a simple lunch at the military canteen, they seized the opportunity to train for a while longer. Chapter 57. Wang Yi arrived in Hanshan. In the afternoon, as the time approached, Bai Xiaochuan followed Han Jie to bid farewell to the still diligently training team members. Just as he settled into Han Jie's vehicle, a VX message from Wang Yi pinged on his phone. Old Wang, old Bai, I'm almost there. I should arrive at Hanxing South Bus Station in about 30 minutes. Be ready to pick me up. Bai Xiaochuan acknowledged with a simple reply. Observing this, Han Jie immediately turned the vehicle towards the bus station. Upon reaching the South Station, Bai Xiaochuan stood at the exit for a while, yet Wang Ye's figure remained elusive. As he pondered this, his phone vibrated again. Old Wang. Oh no, old Bai, there's a bit of traffic. It'll be another 10 minutes. Really? Just 10 minutes. Bai Xiaochuan furrowed his brow and replied, For some reason, he was plagued by an ominous premonition. It felt akin to the time before his rebirth when a friend asked him to log in, only for him to wait endlessly without any sign of arrival. 10 minutes swiftly passed, with the flow of people at the exit coming and going, yet still no sign of Wang Yi's boisterous presence. His phone vibrated once more. Old Wang, almost there. Just the final 10 minutes. I promise. I can see the South Station sign. A vein throbbed subtly on by Xiaochuan's temple. He forced himself to respond. You'd better be telling the truth. Another 10 minutes slipped away in the interminable wait, still without word. Bai Xiaochuan gazed at his phone, his expression impassive, but the pressure around him began to wane. Fine, Wang Yi, it seems you haven't been pampered in a while. At this moment, Bai Xiaochuan began to contemplate how he would greet Wang Yi upon meeting, whether to use Tai Chi to toss him around like a sandbag or to whip him with vines. Just as he rehearsed various methods of delivering a thorough thrashing in his mind, a familiar voice cautiously emerged from behind him. Old Bai, I'm here. Bai Xiaochuan slowly turned around to find Wang Yi standing a few meters behind him, his face adorned with a sheepish grin. One hand dragging a suitcase while the other awkwardly scratched the back of his head. With his disheveled appearance, he truly looked as if he had just rushed in from a long journey. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochuan's expressionless face, which was tinged with a hint of green, Wang Yi instinctively shrank back. I'm so sorry. Old Bai, I didn't mean to. Please, let me explain. It was that wretched car. It had a flat tire halfway through. I swear, the driver took ages to change it, and then we hit a massive traffic jam after getting off the highway. I promise I didn't mean to mess with you. I was wrong. Feel free to punish me. I'll treat you to supper tonight. No, I'll cover supper for a whole week. Bai Xiaochuan regarded his familiar and comical display of remorse, and his irritation inexplicably dissipated by a significant margin as he huffed softly. A flat tire? Traffic jam? Could your excuses be any lamer? Wang Yi exclaimed, by the heavens. Old Bai, if I'm lying, may I, Bai Xiaochuan, observing Wang Yi's mischievous expression, knew that the fellow was most likely spinning a tall tale and shot him an exasperated glance. Enough with the chatter. Get in the car. Senior Han is waiting inside. Wang Yi, as if granted a reprieve, immediately grabbed his suitcase and bounded after him. All right. Thank you, Brother Bai. You are the best. I knew you'd have my back. Wait, Senior Han? Which Senior Han? Bai Xiaochuan clarified. Senior Han Jie, the eldest disciple my master took in years ago. He is my senior brother and also your master uncle. However, due to some family changes a decade ago, he chose to leave Wudong. Now, he has been recruited by the authorities and is the captain of the Awakener team in Hansheng. Oh, so he is the master uncle who left the sect. Bai Xiaochuan nodded. Your parents are aware of your exact arrival time, right? Didn't they say they would come and pick you up? Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. They know, but I told them I wouldn't arrive until tonight. I plan to sneak off and buy a few things first. Even though my master told me to bring Wudong's specialties, I still need to buy something myself. Otherwise, my mom will definitely nag me. Bai Xiaochuan, upon hearing this, fellow was reasonable. In that case, I should prepare some gifts as well. It wouldn't be proper to arrive empty-handed. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at Han Jie's vehicle. Han Jie had long since exited and was waiting, his face breaking into a warm smile as he looked at Wang Yi beside Bai Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan, this must be your nephew Wang Yi, right? Indeed, a fine-looking young man. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Master Uncle, you truly have a keen eye. I am Wang Yi. Pleased to meet you. Master Uncle Han. Han Jie chuckled. Ha, good. Let us go. Get in the car. Where would you like to go? I'll take you there. Vank, ye goodinut. Pointing at the robes worn by both himself and Bai Xiaochuan. Master Uncle, now that we're in the big city, the first thing we must do is buy some casual clothes to change our attire. Otherwise, we'll stand out everywhere we go. Let us go, old Bai. I know a great shopping mall. Let us pick out a few pieces together. Bai Xiaochuan glanced at the robe adorning his figure, its striking appearance eliciting a nod of approval. Very well. Just at that moment, Han Jie's phone unexpectedly rang. He cast a fleeting glance at the caller ID, offering an apologetic look to the two before stepping aside to answer the call. The conversation on the other end seemed urgent, as Han Jie's brow furrowed and his expression grew serious. After a brief moment, he hung up, hastening back to them with an air of regret. Xiaochuan, Wang Shizhi, I sincerely apologize, but there's an emergency meeting in the team, and I must return immediately. I cannot accompany you. Bai Xiaochuan, concerned, inquired, Is everything all right, senior brother? Is the situation grave? Han Jie waved his hand dismissively, though the worry lingered in his brow. It's not an issue concerning Han City. It's an unforeseen circumstance elsewhere, and Xiao may need to mobilize personnel. Don't let it trouble you. Enjoy your outing. By the way, the expenses for your clothing purchases are on me. Consider it a welcoming gift. Bai Xiaochuan quickly declined. No, senior brother, that is not appropriate. Vank, Yi Xiaochuan. Indeed, Master Uncle, we can manage on our own. However, Han Jie insisted, pushing several bills into Bai Xiaochuan's hands. What are you being so polite for? Just take it. I'm off to a meeting. Have fun. Contact me anytime if you need anything. With that, Han Jie hurriedly got into his car and sped away, leaving Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi standing by the roadside, bewildered, clutching the money Han Jie had thrust upon them. Chapter 58. As guests, the two hailed a taxi and arrived at a large shopping center, as suggested by Wang Yi. Entering the dazzling array of clothing stores was somewhat overwhelming for them, who were accustomed to wearing robes. With the enthusiastic guidance of the sales staff, they each selected several suits of casual and athletic attire. A small incident occurred during the changing of clothes. As Bai Xiaochuan stepped into the fitting room and removed his robe, he inadvertently revealed his well-defined 8-pack abs and robust physique. At that moment, a middle-aged female store manager happened to pass by and caught sight of this scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my, this young man has quite the physique. After donning modern attire, the two stood before the mirror, nearly failing to recognize themselves. Bai Xiaochuan sported a simple white t-shirt paired with black casual pants, his tall frame exuding a calm, yet somewhat aloof aura. With his handsome features, he bore the striking resemblance of a brooding campus heartthrob. Wang Yi's transformation was even more pronounced. He wore a trendy graphic hoodie and ripped jeans, the sense of lethargy and weakness obscured by his robe now replaced with a nonchalant swagger, his cleverness shining through his gaze, rendering him both dashing and mischievous. Wow, look at me. Wang Yi preened in front of the mirror. Old Bai, didn't he expect this, did you? A little grooming, and I'm quite the looker. Bai Xiaochuan shot him a sidelong glance, offering a dry assessment. People are judged by their attire. Huh, you're just jealous of my charm. The anticipated moment of exchanging contact information, often depicted in novels, failed to materialize. In today's society, how many people are truly so entranced by handsome men and beautiful women that they find themselves unable to move? After purchasing their clothes, the two proceeded to a boutique to carefully select gifts suitable for their elders. Wang Yi chose a pair of high-end tees and a silk scarf for his parents, while Bai Xiaochuan opted for an exquisite Yixing teapot set and a precious medicinal herb gift box from Wudong. Burdened with their purchases, they took a taxi to Wang Yi's home. As they drove into a serene neighborhood that appeared far from a luxurious estate, Bai Xiaochuan felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed that, given Wang Yi's family's immense wealth, they would reside in an expansive, heavily guarded villa. Wang Yi seemed to sense his confusion and explained, Are you thinking this place doesn't match my family's billionaire status? Firstly, our main base isn't in Han City. This is just the location of a branch office where my parents are temporarily staying. Secondly, my parents aren't fond of those vast coal mansions. They believe a smaller, cozier home feels more like a family, more inviting. Bai Xiaochuan nodded thoughtfully at this revelation. It seemed Wang Ye's parents were indeed rather unique. The car halted in front of an elegantly designed multi-story garden apartment. Wang Yi paid the fare, took a deep breath, and his face illuminated with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Let us go, old Bai. I'll introduce you to my parents. They're very kind, though my mother might be a bit overly enthusiastic. The doorbell rang, and shortly after, the door swung open to reveal Wang Ye's mother. Bai Xiaochuan recognized her from their encounter at Wudong Mountain. The moment she spotted Wang Yi, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she dramatically opened her arms, exclaiming, "Son, why are you back alone? I just told your father to head to the station to wait for you. Come here, give your mother a hug. I missed you so much." Wang Yi immediately played along, dropping his luggage and rushing forward. "Mom, I'm back. I missed you too." The mother and son shared a touching reunion at the doorstep. After their embrace, Wang Ye's mother finally noticed Bai Xiaochuan standing beside them, her eyes lighting up once more. Oh, and who might this handsome young man be? Perhaps due to her age or because her attention had been solely on Wang Yi during their previous encounter. She failed to recognize Bai Xiaochuan. Wang Yi quickly introduced, "Mom, this is my best brother from Wudong, Bai Xiaochuan. The master specially sent him to express gratitude to you and Dad." Bai Xiaochuan stepped forward, offering a respectful bow as a younger generation. "Hello, Annie, I am Bai Xiaochuan, and I apologize for the intrusion." "Not all. Oh my, you're exceptionally handsome. Please come in, come in." Wang Yi's mother warmly ushered them inside. Upon entering the living room, a teasing voice emerged from the sofa. Well, I thought who it was, but it turns out our Daoist master has returned. How is it? The mundane world hasn't distracted you from your cultivation, has it?" A 30-something young man, quite rotund and bearing some resemblance to Wang Yi, sat on the sofa, grinning as he munched on a bag of chips. "Wang Yi skofut, himepe. My resolve remains steadfast. Unlike you, Wang Yu. How long was I gone? Your foundation seems to have deepened even further. Clearly, the company's meals are nourishing." Wang Yu, unperturbed, patted his stomach. "What do you know? This is called stability, prosperity. Unlike you, who looks like a scrawny chick. I imagine you've gone hungry on the mountain." Wang Yu then turned to Bai Xiaochuan, standing up with a more amiable smile. "You must be Daoist, Bai. I've heard so much about you from Xiaoyi. He claims he has got quite the formidable ally. Indeed, you are quite the handsome figure. I'm his brother, Wang Yu. You can call me to you or Yuga." Bai Xiaochuan was amused by the playful banter between the brothers and politely responded, "Hello, Yuga." At that moment, Wang's father emerged from his study. He appeared much the same as Bai Xiaochuan remembered, with the only notable change being the frames of his glasses now adorned with gold. "Xiaoyi is back, and this is Daoist Bai. Welcome, welcome. No need for formality. Treat this as your own home." The family shared laughter and conversation, creating a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Wang mu egerli engage Wang Ye in conversation. Inquiring about the weather in Wudong and the rigors of his training, her eyes brimming with concern. Meanwhile, Wang Fu and Wang Yu were engrossed in amiable chatter with Bai Xiaochuan. The predominant topic of discussion revolved around the fact that he had never intended for Wang Yi to pursue the path of a Taoist priest, as there were indeed far better opportunities available. Bai Xiaochuan nodded with a smile. But one could only imagine the spectacle if Wang Fu were to learn that Wang Yi had transcended to a superhuman level. Dinner was a sumptuous affair, laden with Wang Ye's favorite dishes, as Wang Mu tirelessly served both Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, anxious that they might not be satiated. The table buzzed with familial warmth and joviality, which momentarily stirred a sense of melancholy within Bai Xiaochuan. This was the essence of home, a sensation he could no longer experience. After the meal, Bai Xiaochuan solemnly presented the gifts from Wudong, along with his own purchases, expressing gratitude on behalf of his sect and himself. Wang Fu and Wang Mu were greatly pleased, showering him with thanks. Subsequently, Wang Yu warmly invited Bai Xiaochuan to stay overnight at their residence. "Old Bai, we have plenty of guest rooms. It would be more convenient than troubling Brother Han." Bai Xiaochuan shook his head. "No, I've already made arrangements with my senior brother. It would be impolite not to go. Moreover, I may need to visit the team early tomorrow, and staying with my senior brother would be more convenient. As a single man, it's better to be with another single man. It's more comforting that way." Seeing that his persuasion was futile, Wang Yi relented. After a short while, Bai Xiaochuan rose to take his leave. Despite the Wang family's repeated attempts to keep him, Wang Yi escorted him to the door, reminding him to visit often. Bai Xiaochuan took a taxi back to Han Jie's apartment. Using the key that Han Jie had given him, he opened the door to find the living room lights still on. Han Jie was seated on the sofa, His brow furrowed as he stared intently at the computer screen on the coffee table, his fingers drumming absent-mindedly on the surface, an expression of worry etched upon his face. So engrossed that he didn't immediately notice Bai Xiaochuan's entrance. "Senior brother, I'm back," Bai Xiaochuan greeted. Han Jie snapped back to reality, lifting his head and forcing a smile. "Oh, Xiaochuan, you're back. How are things with Wang Shiji's family?" "They're all well and quite hospitable," Bai Xiaochuan nodded. But upon observing the worry etched on Han Jie's face, he inquired, "Senior brother, was the situation at this afternoon's meeting particularly dire?" Chapter 59, The Beast Tide Emerges. Han Jie fell silent for a moment, the smile fading from his face. With a heavy sigh, he spoke in a somber tone. "There has been a grave incident in Qian province." Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback. "Qian province? Is it the demon beasts?" After the resurgence of source energy, humanity's primary adversaries are indeed the demons and the monsters, with the latter being mindless creatures that grow stronger by consuming life. However, their emergence has already occurred post the second resurgence of source energy. Currently, the sole threat to humanity is the demons. And Qian province is one of the regions with the most extensive coverage of primitive forests. Han Jie stated gravely, "Indeed, in the southeastern region of Qian province, deep within a primitive forest, an extremely terrifying wave of demon beasts has erupted without warning. This marks the first occurrence of such an event since the resurgence of source energy in Daxia. Following the outbreak of the beast tide, a town near the forest's edge was nearly wiped out with no survivors." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan's pupils dilated. These were matters unknown to him from his previous life. After the apocalypse in Qian province, the entirety of Qian and Yun provinces, along with the southwestern part of Daxia, was engulfed by demon beasts, effectively becoming a paradise for them. Han Jie added, "A team of awakened individuals stationed in a nearby city was the first to respond and establish a defensive line, but they, along with several local practitioners, hastily summoned. Totaling over a dozen individuals, all perished, unable to even fully transmit a distress signal." Bai Xiaochuan's brow instantly furrowed. How can this be? Did the authorities not dispatch military forces? No matter how formidable the demon beasts are, they shouldn't have evolved to the point of directly contending with modern heavy weaponry. Should they? In my view, prior to the second resurgence, the demon beasts lacked the strength to rival the military. Logically, they shouldn't have posed a significant threat. If there truly is an insurmountable beast tide, wouldn't deploying a nuclear weapon suffice? Wait, hold on. As the words escaped his lips, Bai Xiaochuan abruptly halted. Could it be that a gifted type of demon beast had emerged? "Senior brother, is it possible that within the horde of demon beasts, there exists a special type of beast capable of interfering with signals?" Han Jie, taken aback by Xiaochuan's insight, regarded him with surprise. "Junior brother, how did you know? This is classified information just received from the front lines." Indeed, the military was dispatched long ago. However, every time aircraft approach that area, all electronic devices malfunction instantaneously, nearly resulting in crashes. Long-range missiles cannot lock onto the beast tide, and even if launched, they veer off course. Ground forces' heavy equipment quickly becomes ineffective, communication is severed, navigation fails, and due to the sheer size of the targets, the casualties are devastating. The preliminary assessment indicates that the beast horde likely contains a new type of demon beast, evolved from bats through unknown mutations. They seem capable of emitting a unique biological wave, creating a vast area of powerful electromagnetic interference. We're currently referring to them as interferers. The current situation is such that high-end weapons are rendered useless, and sending ordinary military forces into the fray is tantamount to suicide. The awakened and practitioner teams have suffered heavy losses, and the beast tide continues to push outward. Thus, the upper echelons have been compelled to urgently summon elite forces from across the nation to form a special eradication team, prepared to sacrifice lives to execute decapitation missions, prioritizing the extermination of those interferers. Upon hearing his senior brother's explanation, Bai Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly. So was indeed the shadow frenzy bat. He anticipated such demon beasts to appear so soon. Though these creatures are not particularly strong, they possess an extreme counter against modern weaponry. In his previous life, many weapons were rendered ineffective due to the presence of shadow frenzy bats. The rapid emergence of the beast tide suggested that a demon king had likely been born since the first resurgence of source energy. A demon king is an existence that rivals an SS-level awakened individual. At that moment, Han Jie's gaze became resolute. "Junior brother, I intend to," Bai Xiaochuan, observing his serious expression, instantly deduced his thoughts. "Senior brother, are you planning to go yourself?" "Ha ha, indeed. Han Jie suddenly erupted into a laugh that seemed hearty, yet was tinged with a hint of tragic resolve, clapping Bai Xiaochuan on the shoulder. Each city's awakened teams must send one member to assist. As the captain, it is my duty. I have decided to temporarily pass the captaincy of the Han City team to that old rascally Yuan while I personally venture into Qian province. After all, I am a lone wolf with no family ties, no responsibilities. I am best suited for such a mission. What do you think? Are you not moved by my spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good? Do you not feel that my image has suddenly grown grand and awe-inspiring? Bai Xiaochuan remained silent, mutely gazing at Yi. Behind that seemingly gallant smile, he clearly perceived the undertone of determination and the resolve to face death lurking in his senior brother's eyes. It appeared that the peril of this mission was far more terrifying than he had described. And even Han Jie himself sensed that this undertaking bore a high risk of calamity. No, Bai Xiaochuan replied in a flat tone. Han Jie's smile instantly froze on his face, nearly choking on his words. A cough. After such an emotional declaration, why is this kid not playing along? How rude. Bai Xiaochuan chose to overlook his awkwardness and inquired, Senior brother, what about the situation on this side of the gate? Has the government notified the various sects? What is the stance of Longhu Mountain, Maoshan, and Qingsheng, as well as Master? Upon mentioning this, Han Jie's expression grew slightly more solemn. He sighed and replied, the government has certainly briefed the major sects on the situation. The higher-ups in the Taoist community are undoubtedly aware of this matter. However, thus far, all the sects have remained silent, not publicly stating whether they will dispatch disciples for support. Han Jie paused, his tone tinged with a mix of understanding and resignation. This reaction was somewhat expected. After all, everyone has been entrenched in a civilized society for far too long. Whether sects or aristocratic families, their primary consideration is the preservation of their lineage and the safety of their disciples. Given that this mission is evidently akin to throwing oneself into a meat grinder, who would willingly send their painstakingly nurtured disciples without sufficient incentive or compelling moral imperative? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochuan did not contest Han Jie's analysis of the current state of the Taoist community. After a moment of silence, he asked, Senior brother, when do you depart? Time is of the essence. Bai Xiaochuan regarded Han Jie earnestly and said, Senior brother, take care on your journey. I will inform Master immediately and keep a close eye on the Taoist community's stance. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual. I believe the Taoist community will never and cannot isolate itself. Han Jie was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Bai Xiaochuan's calm yet powerful eyes, which sparkled with a hint of intensity. Ultimately, he nodded firmly. All right, I await your news. With that, Han Jie turned to check his gear once more. As Bai Xiaochuan watched him prepare to leave, he suddenly called out, Senior brother, wait. Han Jie halted, turning back in confusion. Bai Xiaochuan's expression turned grave. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. Based on some scattered records and my deductions, the formation of such a large-scale, organized beast tide likely indicates the emergence of a remarkably powerful beast leader, or perhaps a beast king. Han Jie's pupils constricted slightly. A beast king? Junior brother, why do you hold such a view? This notion was audacious, yet profoundly unsettling. Bai Xiaochuan carefully composed his thoughts, striving to avoid sounding like a prophet. Consider this. Senior brother, the recent rodent plague we dealt with was fundamentally due to the emergence of a mutated rodent king, which enabled it to command a vast horde in organized action. In a vast primordial forest, where countless formidable mutated creatures exist, why would they suddenly unite to unleash such a terrifying onslaught against human settlements? There must be one or more highly intelligent and powerful leaders guiding them. Their intentions may extend beyond mere sustenance. Perhaps they seek expansion, revenge, or even the eradication of us humans as competitors. Han Jie's expression shifted dramatically. Bai Xiaochuan's analysis was clear and incisive, instantly elevating his vague understanding of responding to a natural disaster to the level of preparing for a premeditated war. If there truly exists such a terrifying beast king orchestrating the beast tide, the danger and complexity of this mission would escalate exponentially. Junior brother, are you suggesting that we may be facing an army of beasts commanded by a formidable beast king? Indeed. Therefore, senior brother, you must not regard this as a mere beast uprising. You must urge those in higher authority to evaluate and respond to this threat as if facing a war against highly intelligent beings. Intelligence reconnaissance, decapitation tactics, and advanced combat configurations must all be reassessed. Han Jie inhaled sharply, clapping Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder with palpable gratitude. Junior brother, your words are of paramount importance. They are akin to a wake-up call. Otherwise, we may pay an unimaginable price due to misjudgment. Rest assured, I will report this situation to my superiors without alteration. At that moment, Han Jie regarded Bai Xiaochuan with even more complexity. This young disciple of his not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also exhibited astonishing insight and foresight. Wudong has truly produced an extraordinary individual. Chapter 60. The True Genius, The Path Ahead. The following morning, Han Jie packed a few essentials and bid farewell to Bai Xiaochuan. He patted Bai Xiaochuan's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, I'm leaving. Feel free to stay at home for as long as you wish. There's food in the fridge. Help yourself. When I return, if you haven't left, let us have a proper drink together." "Certainly, senior brother." Bai Xiaochuan accompanied him to the door, watching the military vehicle that had come to fetch him drive away, his heart heavy with emotion. Returning indoors, Bai Xiaochuan had just picked up his phone, preparing to call Master Zhao Yunyu to inquire about the sect's stance on the Qian province incident and subsequent arrangements when his phone suddenly vibrated, an alert from the internal high-level communication group of the Taoist community, marked by a special notification from all members. Instinctively, Bai Xiaochuan opened the group chat, and to his astonishment, the message was from Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. The content of the message caused Bai Xiaochuan's pupils to constrict, and his heart raced, momentarily causing him to forget the phone call. Zhang Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. To all members, esteemed fellow Daoists, I have recently gleaned some insights from ancient scrolls, correlating with the current resurgence of source energy. I have attained a slight understanding of the path beyond the body refinement stage, and would like to share my humble thoughts for your consideration. The subsequent realms are tentatively proposed as follows. Dao Gang Realm. Source energy externalization forms a protective Gang Qi, with defensive capabilities far exceeding that of source armor. Blades and spears cannot penetrate, and neither fire nor water can harm. The skin as source armor evolves into Dao pattern skin, revealing subtle mystical patterns on the surface, imbued with a hint of the rhythm of heaven and earth. This skin is not only extraordinarily resilient, but also possesses the ability to autonomously absorb minute quantities of source energy from the environment to replenish itself. Daoxian Realm. Source energy begins to fuse with the spirit, significantly enhancing mental power, enabling telekinesis, and allowing one to achieve flight through the power of their own source energy. This preliminary understanding invokes the laws of heaven and earth, exponentially increasing the power of spells, with each gesture infused with the might of the cosmos, far surpassing mere manipulation of one's source energy. This realm signifies the true departure from the mundane. Realm. The physical body and source energy are completely fused, no longer distinguishable. The level of life undergoes a significant transformation, greatly extending lifespan. Every gesture can invoke phenomena of heaven and earth, summoning winds and rains, and controlling thunder and lightning with but a thought, akin to a divine being walking among mortals. Note, this realm is largely speculative, and the ancient texts are somewhat vague. I hope future practitioners can verify it. These three realms are merely preliminary concepts. The names of the realms, detailed standards, and cultivation methods must be collectively refined and verified by all fellow practitioners. The road ahead is long. Let's strive together. Silence. A deathly stillness. Bai Xiaochuan gazed at the sparse yet profound words on his phone screen. Words that seemed to encapsulate the very principles of the universe. And he was engulfed in immense shock. Dougong. Daoxian. Daoyi. Source energy externalization. Protective Gongqi. Flight. Comprehension of the cosmos. Invoking phenomena with every gesture. Is this truly the path beyond the body refinement stage? The impact of this message momentarily overshadowed his concerns regarding the Qian province incident. This is not merely a collection of realm names. It serves as a beacon, illuminating the path for countless practitioners who find themselves in a state of confusion, igniting a lighthouse that guides them toward higher echelons. Particularly striking is the description of the Dao Gang realm, which instantaneously enlightened Bai Xiaochuan on how to continue refining his path after the refining of his organs. At this moment, the group remained enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all who had glimpsed this message were rendered speechless, much like Bai Xiaochuan. By the shock of this unexpected information, taking a deep breath, Bai Xiaochuan forcibly quelled the tumultuous waves within his heart. Subsequently, Master Zhang's messages continued unabated, as he swiftly shared the detailed methods and critical insights for breaking through from the refinement stage to the Dao Gang realm, selflessly offering his wisdom. Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain. The breakthrough is no easy feat, yet the path must be pursued collectively. Below are the specific methods for transitioning from the refinement stage to the Dao Gang realm. It is essential to achieve completion in the 3 stages of body refinement: skin, bones, and organs, ensuring the physical body is flawless. The source energy brims within the energy sea, and the spirit is refined. The breakthrough process unfolds as follows. Breaking through. In a state of profound stillness, one must immerse their consciousness in the energy sea. Rather than directing the source energy into internal circulation, all source energy must be mobilized, akin to unleashing a torrent, violently impacting every bone and sinew, especially the final barrier of the skin. This process resembles the tearing of the physical body and is excruciatingly painful, requiring immense willpower to endure. The intent is to dismantle the last barrier between the body and the heavens. Condensing the gang. When the source energy successfully breaches the barrier and spills forth, one must maintain clarity of mind. At this moment, the formless Dao rhythm of heaven and earth will naturally converge, forcibly binding the overflowing source energy with the external spiritual energy of the world, compressing and merging it to form a tangible, stable energy wall outside the body. This is the embryonic form of the protective gang energy. Initially, its range may be minuscule and unstable. Emergence of Dao patterns. At the instant the protective gang energy successfully coalesces, the Dao rhythm of heaven and earth will resonate deeply with the practitioner's most primal powers, such as wood, fire, or metal elements. This resonant force will reflect back upon the self, etching profound patterns imbued with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth beneath the skin and even on the surface. This is known as the Dao pattern skin. The appearance of these patterns not only significantly enhances defense, but also signifies that the physical body has officially established communication with the cosmos, marking a thorough advancement of the source armor. Remember, the opportunity is of utmost importance. Forcing it may result in backlash. It is essential that the physical body, source energy, and spirit all reach perfection. Only then will it be the optimal strategy. Bai Xiaochuan meticulously absorbed each word, his breath involuntarily held. This was not merely guidance. It was a comprehensive manual for breakthrough. While there are undoubtedly countless dangers and nuances requiring personal insights, the overarching direction, core steps, and potential phenomena were described with utmost clarity. In this moment, Bai Xiaochuan was devoid of doubt. Master Zhang was undoubtedly the chosen one amidst the resurgence of source energy, the savior of humanity. He even harbored a strong suspicion that Master Zhang had likely already succeeded in breaking through to the Dao Gang realm himself. Otherwise, how could he articulate the process with such precision? This could not have been derived solely from ancient texts. It must have included personal experience. Reflecting on his own journey, endowed with a seemingly overpowered healing ability, he could train relentlessly day and night, yet had barely completed a third of the refining period. Meanwhile, Master Zhang not only appeared to be far ahead in cultivation, but had also paved the way for practitioners worldwide. This disparity Bai Xiaochuan recalled the slight superiority he had felt since his rebirth, now feeling a pang of shame and immense pressure. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him, prompting an involuntary expletive to escape his lips. Damn it, I want to truly become someone beneath others, will I? Chapter 61. Return to the mountain together. In the group chat, after a brief silence that rendered all who had seen the message momentarily stunned, the atmosphere erupted. The leaders and elders of various sects, usually composed and dignified, were now unable to maintain their calm, expressing their astonishment with the most straightforward language. Di gang from Baiyun Temple. Holy crap. Old Zhang, you're something else. Seemingly realizing this was inappropriate, he retracted a message. Di gang from Baiyun Temple. Infinite respect. Master Zhang is truly a divine being. Li Xuanji from Qingqing Mountain. In my lifetime, I have never bowed to anyone. Master Zhang, you are the exception. Impressive. Zhao Yunyu from Wudong. Master Zhang is a great talent, with immeasurable virtue. Truly a blessing for our Daoist community and for all living beings. Lu Shun from Shushan. Master Zhang is formidable. Incredible. Voice cracking. The fervent atmosphere persisted for quite some time before gradually settling. At this juncture, Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain spoke again, this time with a tone of gravity. Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain, fellow Daoists, there's one more matter. I presume you're all aware of the emergency situation reported in Guizhou province yesterday? Upon seeing this message, Bai Xiaochuan's heart tightened. The main topic was about to be addressed. The previously vibrant atmosphere in the group chat instantly cooled, with the leaders falling silent, evidently weighing their options. Master Zhang continued, the scale of this beast tide, particularly with the presence of bizarre creatures capable of interfering with modern weaponry, poses an unprecedented threat. Though we practitioners engage in solitary cultivation, how can we truly stand idly by in the face of such calamity? I believe that each of you must have arrived at a decision in your hearts by now. After a brief silence, Zhao Yinyu from Wudong, let us go. Slaying demons and dispelling evil is our duty. I will personally lead the disciples of the sect to Guizhou province to confront those vile creatures. With Zhao Yunyu taking the lead, the other sect leaders no longer hesitated and voiced their agreement. Li Xuanji from Qingqing Mountain. Qingqing Mountain will not shirk from this duty. Lu Shun from Shushan. Disciples of Shushan are willing to go. Guidi Gang from Baiyun Temple. Baiyun Temple will join. Lao Mountain, Maoshan, Yumiao Temple, 1. We shall go together. Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain. Excellent. Splendid. The Daoist community stands united. In this time of crisis, we must step forth to avert disaster and support the crumbling edifices of society. This is not only to protect the common people, but also serves as a trial and validation of our cultivation achievements. The path ahead is clear, and it is time to advance with courage. Everyone, please coordinate with the authorities regarding the specifics. We shall meet in Guizhou province. Master Zhang's words sent shivers down Bai Xiaochuan's spine. To safeguard the common people, after his rebirth, he was no longer just a minor soldier clearing out nearby monstrous beasts. He would protect his homeland. He would protect the great Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaochuan exited the group chat, swiftly locating Master Zhao Yunyu's private chat window and hurriedly sent message. Bai Xiaochuan, Master, count me in for the trip to Guizhou province. Zhao Yunyu replied almost instantly. Zhao Yunyu, good. He then sent another message. Zhao Yunyu, is everything in Han City resolved? Bai Xiaochuan understood that his master was inquiring about the rodent problem and the Wang family matters, and promptly replied. Bai Xiaochuan, all resolved. The Rat King has been eliminated, and the Wang family has expressed their gratitude. Zhao Yunyu, excellent. Then set out immediately and return to the mountain as soon as possible. We need to discuss the specifics of our journey and the selection of personnel. Bai Xiaochuan, yes. Master. Concluding his conversation with Master Zhao, Bai Xiaochuan promptly began to pack his belongings. With remarkable speed, he completed the packing of all items within mere minutes. Subsequently, Bai Xiaochuan retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Wang Ye's number. The call was swiftly answered, and a languid yet somewhat excited voice emanated from the other end. What's up, old Bai? I was just about to call you. Today, I'm taking you out in Han City for a grand time. Bai Xiaochuan promptly interrupted him. Not now. I need to return to Wudong Mountain immediately. Wang Ye's voice heightened in disbelief. What? Were you up to? You're heading back so soon. I just got back yesterday. We have plans to show off and have fun. Bai Xiaochuan had no time for idle chatter. He swiftly conveyed the grave situation of the beast tide occurring in Xian province, the imminent joint efforts of the Daoist sects to provide assistance, and his master's urgent summons for him to return to the mountain. You finally returned home. Spend more time with your uncle and aunt. This mission is perilous, and I can manage on my own. However, after listening to Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi fell silent for a couple of seconds before his tone shifted to an unprecedented seriousness and urgency, exclaiming, wait. Oh, Bai, don't even think about leaving me behind. I'm going back too. Bai Xiaochuan was taken aback by Wang Ye's words, instinctively questioning you. You're also going back. You just got home for a day. Guang jiri plaiv. No worries. My parents already know I came back. It's the thought that counts. Besides, once the task in Xian province is over, I can return and stay longer. He spoke rapidly, fearing Bai Xiaochuan would leave without him. Just wait. Don't you dare sneak off. I'll be there shortly. With that, without waiting for Bai Xiaochuan's response, Wang Yi hung up the phone. Bai Xiaochuan glanced at his phone, shaking his head in resignation. Yet a warm feeling surged within him. This guy, Wang Yi, though often appearing carefree and disorganized, was undeniably reliable when it mattered most. To Bai Xiaochuan's astonishment, merely half an hour later, an urgent honking sound echoed from downstairs. He approached the window and saw Wang Yi, clad in a sharp athletic outfit and carrying a bulging backpack, standing beside a luxurious black sedan, waving up at him. Bai Xiaochuan descended with his luggage, exclaiming, wow, you really are quick. Wang Yi proudly lifted his chin, patting the car beside him, of course. I had my dad driver take a detour, legally avoid a few red lights to get here. Let us go, old Bai. This car will get us to Wudong Mountain faster than the high-speed train. He opened the car door, urging Bai Xiaochuan to get in. The driver, a composed middle-aged man, nodded politely at Bai Xiaochuan. As they settled into the spacious and comfortable back seat, the vehicle swiftly exited the neighborhood and merged into the flow of traffic, racing toward the expressway. Wang Yi leaned back against the leather seat, letting out a deep breath as the playful grin on his face subsided, gazing at the rapidly retreating urban landscape outside. Softly murmuring, Qian province sounds thrilling. Oh, by this time, Let us make a significant impact together. Bai Xiaochuan also gazed outside, his expression contemplative, nodding in agreement. Chapter 62, Arrival in Xian Province. In Xian Province, Yang City. As the largest and most developed city in Xian Province, Yang City boasts a population exceeding 1 million. There is an adage in the Great Xia that states, "The mountains and waters of Qian are unparalleled in the world. Guiyang's scenery is picturesque." This refers specifically to Qian Province and Yang City. In the southwestern corner of the city, on a heavily guarded vast expanse, a military helicopter descended steadily. As the cabin door opened, a staff member called out, "Captain Han, we have arrived." Han Jian nodded, grabbed his military backpack, and nimbly jumped off the aircraft. Upon landing, he was immediately surrounded by several staff members clad in combat uniforms, their expressions serious. The leader confirmed, awakened team leader from Han City. Han Jie? Correct. Han Jie replied in a deep voice, presenting his identification. "Captain Han, please follow me." The leaders of the arriving teams have already proceeded to the command center meeting room. Understood. Following the staff member, Han Jie swiftly entered a large military tent that had been temporarily constructed, revealing a spacious conference room capable of accommodating hundreds. At that moment, several dozen individuals were scattered throughout the room, each exuding a vigorous aura and a somber demeanor. Han Jie's entrance immediately garnered numerous glances. "Han Yi, Captain, you're here too?" An excited voice called from his side. Han Jie turned to see a robust, middle-aged man with a crew cut enthusiastically waving at him. Han Jie's face instantly lit up with surprise. "Zhou, Mo? You're here too?" He strode over with purpose. As he approached, he noticed several familiar faces seated nearby. "Oh, and there's Director Chun. See ye. Old Wu." Han Jie scanned the room, realizing that more than half of those present were acquaintances, primarily the core figures holding the rank of team leaders or deputy leaders from various provinces and cities. "I never expected all of you to be summoned," Han Jie remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Zhou Mo playfully punched Han Jie on the shoulder. Good. It's just us old-timers, right? That suits me just fine, less to worry about." Beside him, a man referred to as Xie Qinkong, sighed and added, "We all understand the danger level of this mission. How could I bear to send my young team members in their 20s to take the risks?" Chun Lin from Chongshang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the current innate awakened individuals are mostly aged between 16 to 22. While their talents are exceptional, they are still too young. For this tough battle, we must take the lead. The group exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding flowing among them. Most of them were part of the earliest cohort, officially recognized and recruited by the authorities, having participated in a month-long intensive training together 2 years prior. Akin to a reunion of old classmates with deep camaraderie. After exchanging pleasantries about their recent circumstances, Han Jie turned to Zhou Mo, asking with concern, "Old Zhou, things haven't been peaceful in Sioux City recently, have they? I heard there was a tiger that had mutated in the zoo. It caused quite a stir." Zhou Mo nodded gravely. It wasn't just a stir. That beast grew tremendously in size, with immense strength, and its hide was as tough as armor. Ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. It resulted in significant casualties. Our team nearly faced total annihilation. Fortunately, Daoist Lin Judao from Maoshan happened to be visiting friends in Sioux City at the time. Upon hearing the news, he rushed over to intervene. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even so, we paid a hefty price to subdue that tiger demon. Sigh, once these creatures mutate, their power can easily rival that of a bone-forging practitioner. It's quite troublesome. Han Jie mused. I heard this beast tide involves at least several thousand demon beasts. After a moment of silence, Han Jie asked, "Do you think the Daoist sects will intervene this time?" Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed and wore a grim expression, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of sharpness and unabashed scorn. If Bai Xiaochuan were present, he would instantly recognize this man as Yi Yanwei, the thief who had attempted to steal the cultivation techniques at the Tianshi mansion in Longhu Mountain, only to be subdued by him. Yi Yanwei let out a disdainful snort, his voice rough and sharp, laced with bitterness. "Oof, the Daoist sect? A bunch of self-righteous, insular relics. In their eyes, they're solely concerned with the preservation of their own meager legacies, never truly caring for the lives of the people at large. They hoard their precious secrets, as if they long to carry them into the grave. Do you still expect them to come to our aid? It is quite possible that upon hearing news of the beast tide, they have already locked their gates, cowering in fear within." Such words were harsh and instantly caused many brows in the vicinity to furrow. Numerous individuals present were disciples who had once returned to secular life from the Daoist sect, still holding affection and respect for their former teachings. Zhou Mo retorted, "Old you, your words are excessively extreme. You cannot condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few. Take our Sioux city, for instance, during the last tiger plague. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Daoist Lin Jiudao from Maoshan, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I believe the Daoists must have their own considerations and rules. Yu Yanwei scoffed. Considerations? What considerations could there possibly be? Nowadays, with the rampant beasts, humanity stands on the brink of annihilation. They possess powerful legacies, yet only think of their own self-preservation. Would it not be better to share their knowledge? To cultivate more strong warriors for humanity, to weather this storm together? Ultimately, they are nothing but a bunch of selfish and hypocritical individuals. This rhetoric was even more extreme, nearly an outright insult. Even some leaders from non-Daoist backgrounds felt that his words were excessive. The preservation of a sect's legacy is fundamental to its existence, not something to be easily shared. Xie Chenkong tugged at Zhou Mo, lowering his voice to speak to Han Jie. Ignore him. This guy's mind is twisted. I heard that previously, when the higher-ups sent him to Longhu Mountain to borrow techniques, he was thoroughly humiliated, likely harboring immense resentment. Chen Lin, nearby, chimed in with quiet gossip. Not just humiliated. I heard he was taken down by a very young Daoist disciple in just a few moves, utterly embarrassing him. How could he not harbor hatred? Han Jie, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. No way. Is that true? He was well aware of Yu Yanwei's strength. They had sparred during training 2 years prior, and he had been no match for him then. Could a young Daoist disciple truly have dealt with him so easily? Surely not everyone possesses the prowess of his junior, Bai Xiaochuan. Chen Lin nodded emphatically. Absolutely true. Many witnessed it. The scene was quite something. Although they kept their voices low, the meeting room was already quiet, and Yu Yanwei, being a practitioner, heard their conversation distinctly. In an instant, his face turned a furious shade of blue, veins bulging on his forehead as he slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Chen Lin, shouting, Chen Lin, are you looking for death? Keep talking nonsense, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart right now. Shall we step outside and settle this? Chen Lin, also hot-tempered, stood his ground, retorting, come on then. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I've been wanting to take you down for ages. As the two men bristled with animosity, ready to clash in the conference room, others hurried to intervene. Hey. Old Chun, let's cool a bit. Old you, calm down. This is not the place. Everyone please. We have a mission to focus on. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a commanding voice resonated from the doorway of the conference room. What is all this ruckus? Are you all planning a rebellion? Qin Yuanshan strode in with a grim expression, his piercing gaze sweeping over both parties in conflict, finally settling on Yu Yanwei and Chen Lin. What time is it? With a great enemy looming, you choose to bicker amongst yourselves? What kind of behavior is this? Sit down at once. Yu Yanwei's chest heaved with anger, casting a fierce glare at Chen Lin, but ultimately dared not act out in front of Qin Yuanshan, begrudgingly returning to his seat. Chen Lin huffed, also sitting down. Chapter 63, The Beast Tide Conference. Seeing that the two had temporarily quelled their tempers, Qin Yuanshan paid them no further mind, turning to converse quietly with his assistant as he prepared the meeting materials. Meanwhile, the conference room door swung open repeatedly, and individuals exuding a dense aura and sharp gazes entered one after another. They donned various outfits, some in training gear, others in casual wear, but all radiated a palpable power. These practitioners, representing the highest combat strength from various regions, took their seats in an orderly manner, quickly filling the once spacious conference room. Qin Yuanshan took his place at the head of the table, beside him an elderly man bearing the weight of authority and a solemn demeanor. Qin Yuanshan surveyed the room, slightly furrowing his brow, and leaned toward his assistant, whispering, Is everyone here? The assistant quickly glanced at his tablet and replied quietly, Elder Qin, we are still missing one representative from Magic City. Qin Yuanshan inquired, Magic City? Who did they send? That old rascal Lu Feng? The assistant shook his head. Not Team Lu. This time, Magic City has sent a young, innate awakener. An awakener? Qin Yuanshan appeared surprised. Is it that young man who awakened spatial abilities? Indeed. That's him. Just as the assistant finished speaking, a voice filled with apology echoed from the entrance. Saw thee. I got caught in traffic, something came up, I'm late. A young man in his 20s, clad in ordinary athletic wear with stylish brown hair, stood at the door looking somewhat sheepish, akin to a college student who had wandered into the wrong room. He scratched his head awkwardly, then bowed slightly toward the head table, not waiting for a response. He crouched and scurried into the conference room. Without hesitation, he took a seat in the last row in the far corner. He then pulled out his phone, opened VX, and whispered, Luga, I'm here. Almost instantly, a message pinged back, damn it. Xiaochuan, You made me lose face in front of all these commanders. Just wait until you get back. I'll make you regret it. Xiaochuan completely disregarded Lu Jiyi's threat, swiftly shutting his phone. After a moment, Qin Yuanshan picked up the microphone and lightly tapped it. Once satisfied with the volume and clarity, he forwent any pleasantries and, with a gaze sharp as a hawk, scanned the entire room, which fell into an immediate hush. Ladies and gentlemen, those seated here are the top-tier practitioners, having endured trials from all corners of the nation. They represent the sharpest blade and the most steadfast shield of our great Xia. Without further ado, Qin Yuanshan laid the situation before them. I trust you have all heard the news. In the southeast of Qian province, an unprecedented beast tide has erupted. Everyone, look at the screen. With a swift motion, Qin Yuanshan gestured, and a massive electronic screen behind him flickered to life, displaying a detailed satellite map. A vast, continuously writhing red area was prominently marked, resembling a festering wound upon the earth. Here, Qin Yuanshan stood, firmly pressing his finger against the edge of the red zone on the screen. This is our Yang city, and the beast tide is less than 100 kilometers away from us. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Given the speed of the beast tide, it could reach Yang city in mere hours. The consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. Qin Yuanshan paused momentarily before continuing. At present, for reasons unknown, the beast tide has halted, showing no signs of further advancement. However, this does not signify safety. We must not place our hopes on the mercy or hesitation of our adversaries. Regardless of why they have ceased their onslaught, or what their next intentions may be, we shall never remain idle. Suddenly, the image on the screen shifted dramatically. A gruesome and harrowing tableau, reminiscent of hell itself, assaulted the visual senses of every individual present. It was footage captured by drones after the beast tide, depicting the previously obliterated town, amidst the rubble and ruins. Scattered remnants of gnawed limbs and severed arms were strewn about, while the congealed blood had stained the ground a nightmarish shade of dark brown. Several grotesquely mutated wolves, as robust as bulls and with fur bristling like steel needles, leisurely prowled through the desolation. One of these colossal wolves was seen with a half-eaten child's body clenched in its jaws. A low, suppressed roar, mingled with fury and anguish, erupted from an unknown source within the assembly. Instantly, everyone's eyes glistened with tears of rage, fists clenched tightly, producing a cacophony of cracking knuckles. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent permeated the entire conference room. Han Jie struck the armrest with a fierce blow, causing the solid alloy material to cave in instantly. Chun Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging with unrestrained fury. Even the languid demeanor of Xiaochuan in the last row vanished, replaced by a chilling sharpness. Qin Yuanshan's voice trembled slightly with wrath. This is the handiwork of those brutes. According to incomplete statistics, this beast tide has already claimed the lives of over 100,000 individuals, 100,000 innocent compatriots. With a resounding clap, Qin Yuanshan struck the podium, the sound reverberating and snapping the crowd from their enraged stupor. No matter the cost, we must ensure that these monstrous beasts remain within Qian province. Not a single one shall be permitted to escape. Kill, to the last breath. Slaughter these vile creatures. Avenge our compatriots. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their roars nearly threatening to lift the roof off. Qin Yuanshan raised his hand slightly, silencing the uproar. Everyone must have gleaned some insight into the peculiarity of this beast tide. The screen transitioned to display several somewhat blurry, yet distinctly recognizable images of the beasts. These were 8 extraordinarily bizarre creatures. They retained a semblance of bat-like contours, yet their size had expanded to over 2 meters in height, with an astonishing wingspan. Their heads had grown disproportionately large, their mouths agape, revealing a dense array of fangs. Curiously, their bodies seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar force field capable of distorting light. This footage was captured at great peril by a practitioner who fell in the town. These 8 were suspected to be a peculiar breed of beast mutated from fruit bats. We provisionally named them interferers. Their abilities are uniquely lethal, capable of emitting a powerful biological interference field. The screen shifted once more, showcasing images of fighter jet instrument panels malfunctioning, missile trajectories spiraling erratically, and ground troop communications severed. Within the range of this magnetic field, all electronic signals and precision-guided systems would fail or become distorted. Our modern weapon systems, in the face of these creatures, are rendered nearly obsolete. This explains why, despite possessing a formidable military, we find ourselves gathered here today. We require your strength, your courage, to undertake the most perilous yet pivotal mission. Qin Yuanshan's gaze swept across every resolute or enraged face in the audience. Break through the beast tide. Prioritize the annihilation of these interferers. Open the path for our conventional weapons of destruction. At that moment, Yu Yanwei suddenly raised his hand. Qin Yuanshan's gaze fell upon him, and he inclined his head slightly. Speak. Yu Yanwei stood, questioning. Elder Qin, while we are fortunate to have several hundred practitioners of considerable strength present, you have also witnessed the scale of the beast tide and the savagery of those beasts. To attempt a frontal breakthrough through the layers of the beast tide and accurately locate and eliminate those 8 interferers hiding in the depths is an utterly impossible task. If we charge in, we would be overwhelmed by the sea of beasts before we even catch a glimpse of them. As he attempted to elaborate on the risks, Qin Yuanshan raised his hand to halt him. Of course, I would not have you charge in recklessly like headless flies. At that moment, the veteran general seated silently beside Qin Yuanshan slowly stood, instantly captivating everyone's attention. I am the commander of the 15th Army of the Daxia Central Group Army. His voice, though soft, resonated like a hammer, striking each heart. My unit will serve as the vanguard for this operation. The general surveyed the room, stating resolutely, we shall take responsibility for creating a path for you, drawing the main force of the beast tide, and providing you with the opportunity to approach the interferers. The declaration reverberated like thunder in the conference room. Everyone was left astounded, scarcely able to believe their ears. To deploy an entire restructured army. This implied at least 10,000 soldiers. The authorities were prepared to utilize a military force of such magnitude to confront the beast tide head-on, paving the way with flesh and blood. This was tantamount to laying down their lives for others. One must understand that if bullets and artillery could vanquish the beasts, the army would have long since taken action. The reality is that the current defenses of the beasts render conventional artillery nearly ineffective. If the beast horde were to close in, how many soldiers would remain? No one dared to contemplate further. An oppressive silence enveloped the meeting room, with every face etched with shock and profound respect. Even Yu Yanwei's pupils constricted, trembling as he returned to his seat. Qin Yuanshan seized the moment, his tone heavy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our resolve. The people's army will never let the people down. Now, cast aside all your doubts and fears. Subsequently, Qin Yuanshan shifted the screen to display 8 marked locations, evenly distributed across the beast tide as territory. Based on our monitoring and analysis, these 8 interferers will instinctively disperse to these key nodes during the beast tide's large-scale assault, maximizing their biological interference field to shield the tide from large-scale weapon strikes. Our primary strategic objective is for the vanguard to launch a full-scale assault, while your teams of practitioners will split into 4 groups at all costs and with utmost speed. Eliminate the interferers in the eastern, southern, western, and northern directions. Zhou and Mo raised his hand to inquire. Elder Qin, what about the other 4? Who will handle the interferers in the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest? If they're not simultaneously neutralized, the interference field will persist. Qin Yuanshan's gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke slowly and clearly. The other 4 will be entrusted to the Daoist sect. What? The Daoists are coming. Is that true? Splendid. I knew there wasn't a coward among my sect. Will I finally get to see my master? A chorus of gasps, discussions. An uncontainable excitement erupted from the audience. Even Yu Yanwei, who had long harbored resentment towards the Daoists, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flickering with a complex astonishment. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, a private plane en route to Qian province glided smoothly through the air. Within the cabin, led by Zhao Yunyu, Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and 5 other highly skilled disciples of Wudong, a total of 8 individuals were meticulously attired, eyes closed in meditation, fully prepared for the impending ordeal. Even Wang Yi, typically the most exuberant, bore a serious expression, lips pressed tightly together, fingers unconsciously drumming rapidly on his knees. This mission was fraught with peril. Disciples of lesser cultivation, such as Yunlong, were not permitted to accompany them. The contingent dispatched by Wudong comprised only the most elite warriors. In a corner, Assistant Tan Shui grasped a tablet and swiftly approached Zhao Yunyu, whispering, Daoist Zhao, we have just received the final collaborative operation plan from headquarters. This outlines the specific tasks and objectives assigned to Wudong. Zhao Yunyu opened his eyes, accepted the tablet, and began to read with a tranquil demeanor. The surrounding disciples also opened their eyes, their gazes fixated on him. The core area of the beast tide was thick with a pungent scent of blood, surrounded by a variety of mutated creatures that stood guard like loyal sentinels. There was a monstrous porcupine, its body bristling with bone spikes and as large as a sedan. There was also a gigantic wild boar, its limbs splayed wide, exceeding 4 meters in length, with tusks resembling curved blades. Additionally, a feline creature, over 5 meters long, yet remarkably agile, prowled the area. Countless bizarre beasts roamed, growling and gnashing their teeth, yet none dared to cross an invisible boundary, lingering instead at the periphery of the core, as if in reverence of some unseen force. At the heart of their assembly were 3 figures whose mere presence could render the air inert. The first was a towering creature, standing several dozen meters tall. A fearsome black bear with fur that glistened like steel needles and muscles that rippled like mountain ridges. The second was a serpentine entity, coiling like a mountain, nearly 40 meters long, its scales gleaming with a chilling sheen. The third, though relatively diminutive at just over 2 meters, was a pangolin with a dark golden exoskeleton, its edges sharp as blades, and a gem on its forehead radiating a faint luminescence, exuding an extraordinary psychic aura. The presence of these 3 beasts exuded a force akin to 3 erupting volcanoes, wild and vast. If Bai Xiaochuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as terrifying entities that transcended ordinary beasts, truly reaching the level of beast kings. Their communication appeared to occur through a psychic link. The black bear proclaimed, "Third brother, speak for yourself. Do we continue our assault? Let us vanquish those bipedal creatures." The pangolin, devoid of hesitation, was filled with a tempestuous desire for destruction within its psychic waves. Kill. Why refrain? I want the humans in that city ahead to drown in their own blood. For the vengeance of my kin. The white snake flicked its forked tongue, a glint of calculation flashing in its cold vertical pupils, its psychic waves maintaining a semblance of calm. Third brother, your hatred blinds your judgment. Humans are not so easily vanquished. Though their weapons may currently be ineffective, cornered rabbits can bite. I propose we consolidate our existing territory instead. It is a more prudent approach. Prudent, retorted the pangolin. Sister, you know my family. How many of my kin have been skinned or serve as a meal on their tables? This blood feud is unbearable. How can I remain calm? Moreover, did you not suffer an injury at the hands of humans 2 years ago? At this, the black bear rose abruptly, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding mutated beasts to tremble in fear. Since third brother insists, let us kill. Annihilate them. Devour them. The white snake observed its 2 brothers, one consumed by vengeance, the other with the intellect of a mere child, sighing in resignation within their psychic link. Though they had attained considerable intelligence through the source energy, their time was still short, and their temperaments were easily swayed by instinct and emotion. Discussing strategy with them proved exhausting. Likely, the only creature in this primordial forest capable of rationally weighing pros and cons was the ancient golden-haired monkey hidden deep within. Unfortunately, that monkey had outright refused the notion of attacking human territory, warning that it would invite catastrophe. Thus, the white snake transmitted its chilling psychic waves. If you are resolute, then so be it. However, the humans will undoubtedly be prepared. A daylight assault would incur massive losses. We shall advance under the cover of night. Agreed, exclaimed the pangolin. Kill, kill, bellowed the black bear. Chapter 65. The final assault begins. As the aircraft experienced a slight jolt, Bai Xiaochuan gradually opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. He looked out the window to see the plane descending toward a vast military airfield below. We have arrived, Bai Xiaochuan murmured, lightly tapping Wang Yi beside him. Have we, O Bai? Wang Yi repeated. Almost simultaneously, Tan Shui stood up and addressed everyone in the cabin. Esteemed Daoist, we have landed. Nods of affirmation spread among the group. During their flight, they had been briefed on the specific mission assigned to Wudong, to obliterate the disruptors located in the southeast of the Beast Tide at all costs. With a click, the plane's door swung open, and as they descended the gangway, anxious personnel, who had been waiting, rushed toward them. Daoist Zhao, esteemed Daoists, time is of the essence, and we apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please follow us immediately to the designated combat zone. The lead officer spoke rapidly, barely pausing for pleasantries. Wang Yi nudged Bai Xiaochuan with his elbow, whispering, Old Bai, this situation seems dire, even worse than anticipated. Bai Xiaochuan nodded gravely. The authorities had not even afforded them a moment to catch their breath or acclimate to their surroundings before thrusting them into battle, underscoring the severity of the situation. A fleet of military SUVs roared to a halt before them, their engines rumbling. The staff swiftly opened the doors. Esteemed Daoists, please. As Bai Xiaochuan prepared to enter the vehicle, he caught sight of another transport plane that had just landed not far away. He saw Master Li Xuanji leading a dozen elite disciples as they hurriedly disembarked, similarly ushered by several officers, swiftly boarding another convoy, heading in a different direction. They had no time to exchange greetings or offer encouragement. Upon disembarking, the various sects were immediately dispersed to different combat locations. The military SUVs jostled along a makeshift dirt road, kicking up clouds of dust. A liaison officer in the passenger seat turned around and spoke solemnly to Zhao Yunyu in the back. Daoist Zhao, we have just received the latest orders from the command center. Minister Qin has decided to launch a full-scale offensive against the beast tide in 2 hours. 2 hours. Zhao Yunyu's brow furrowed deeply at this news. So soon? The liaison officer nodded gravely. Yes. Intelligence indicates that the beast tide shows signs of nocturnal activity. Minister Qin fears that if we delay until nightfall, the tide may launch an offensive against Yang City. Engaging in close combat at night would exponentially increase both our casualties and the difficulty of our mission. We must crush them in this current area while it's still daylight. Understood. We will be in position on time, Zhao Yunyu affirmed. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the vehicles finally halted at a makeshift forward observation post. The proximity to the edge of the beast tide was palpable, with the distant, relentless roars of terrifying creatures echoing like the ceaseless ebb and flow of the ocean. Numerous armed soldiers stood guard outside the observation post. As Bai Xiaochuan, Zhao Yunyu, and their companions hastily entered, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene within. Nearly 40 practitioners, their auras dense and profound, had gathered inside the observation post. Most donned standardized combat uniforms, clearly part of an official faction's practitioner team, while a segment wore Daoist robes, most of whom Bai Xiaochuan did not recognize, likely belonging to smaller sections. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Master, junior brothers, you've arrived? Han Jie squeezed through the throng, greeting them with palpable excitement. Zhao Yunyu's eyes glimmered with pride and joy upon seeing his longtime disciple, who had long since renounced his monastic vows. Han Yi, you're here too. Splendid. Bai Xiaochuan, Wang Yi, and others promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Senior brother, master uncle, Han Jie, brimming with enthusiasm, patted Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi on the shoulders before quickly turning to Zhao Yunyu. Master, this is fantastic. Is Wudong responsible for disrupting the southeastern region? Zhao Yunyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What a coincidence. Our official practitioner team has received orders to eliminate the one in the eastern area. Our target zones are adjacent. When the time comes, we might be able to support each other. Zhao Yunyu replied, excellent. In a corner of the observation post, Xiaochuan quietly observed the Wudong practitioners. Wudong, the orthodox Daoist sect, left him pondering the extent of the disparity in power between himself and these Daoists. Just as their conversation was beginning to unfold, a stern-looking chief operations officer, identifiable by his insignia, strode in briskly with a tablet in hand, his expression grave. The atmosphere within the observation post fell silent. Han Jie immediately leaned toward Zhao Yunyu and whispered, Master, fellow junior brothers, the mission is of utmost importance. We shall catch up properly afterward. Zhao Yunyu and Bai Xiaochuan nodded in understanding. The chief operations officer approached a makeshift podium, casting his gaze over all the practitioners present. Everyone, the general offensive is about to commence. Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. The official practitioner team will be commanded by Captain Han Jie. Your objective is to eliminate the disruptor in the eastern region. At all costs, locate and eradicate it. We must buy time for our heavy artillery to restore communication and guidance. Understood? Understood. The official practitioners, led by Han Jie, roared in unison. The chief operations officer then turned his attention to Zhao Yunyu and the Daoist contingent, first bowing slightly in respect before continuing with a serious tone. Esteemed Daoists, we entrust the disruptor in the southeastern region to you. The success or failure of this decapitation will directly influence the course of the entire battle. Zhao Yunyu stepped forward, representing all the Daoist practitioners present, and replied resolutely, no problem. The chief operations officer nodded firmly. Good. All units, proceed to your designated attack positions. Once the signal for the general offensive is given, act immediately. With that, everyone dispersed rapidly. Han Jie waved to the group before leading his team to their assigned location, while Bai Xiaochuan and the others were escorted by the chief operations officer himself. Just as Bai Xiaochuan and his companions arrived at their designated position, the general offensive began. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed from a distance. A steel tide composed of tens of thousands of soldiers, supported by antiquated artillery, armored vehicles, and tanks, launched a tragic frontal assault against the ominous, surging beast tide. Shells rained down upon the tide, erupting into clouds of blood and dismembered limbs. In the heart of the beast tide, 3 demon kings were abruptly roused by the ferocity of the unexpected onslaught. The black bear rose up on its hind legs, letting out a deafening roar that nearly drowned out the distant cannon fire. How dare these despicable bipedal beasts come seeking death? Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive. The icy vertical pupils of the white serpent narrowed, flicking its tongue, as an ominous premonition washed over it. Something is amiss, third brother. Immediately dispatch more elite beasts to protect those fruit bats. The human's assault is far from simple. The pangolin promptly responded, yes. Elder sister. Its forehead gem shimmered as powerful mental commands were swiftly relayed. Meanwhile, the enraged black bear demon king charged to the forefront of the beast tide. Its terrifying 10-meter-tall frame resembled a descending demon, emitting a furious roar that tore through the sky toward the human army. Roar, accompanied by this earth-shattering bellow. Imbued with boundless demonic energy and fury, the seemingly endless beast tide surged forward as if injected with the most potent stimulant, descending into a frenzy. Illo, roar, hiss. Countless large, varied, mutated beasts, with blood-red eyes and drooling maws, surged forth like a black tsunami, launching a countercharge against the human artillery with even more ferocity and madness. The ground trembled, the air screamed. At the position occupied by the Wudong practitioners, the deafening sounds of explosions, gunfire, and the chilling roars of beasts reached their ears with clarity. The operations officer abruptly set down his binoculars, his expression grave as he turned to Zhao Yunyu. Daoist Xiao. The general offensive has begun. The vanguard has engaged the beast tide. We must set off. Almost simultaneously, the practitioner teams stationed in the other 7 directions, comprised of Daoist masters, surged forth like arrows released from their bows, unwaveringly charging toward the impending wave of death. The Wudong practitioners also hastened toward the beast tide. However, when they finally beheld the surging, boundless tide of beasts, akin to a black tsunami, their pupils involuntarily contracted. It was simply too exaggerated. Almost all of them found themselves momentarily rooted to the spot. The beasts before them were all imposing, none smaller than a meter. Massive wolves as strong as oxen, ferocious boars clad in bone armor, and lightning-fast leopard-like creatures converged into a torrent of destruction, relentlessly crashing against the fragile line of defense formed by tens of thousands of soldiers. The formidable firepower of humanity was unable to fully suppress the advance of the beast tide. The corpses of the beasts piled high, yet those behind them relentlessly trod upon their fallen kin, surging forward with even greater speed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the beast tide completely tore through the defenses, devouring the army of thousands. Bai Xiaochuan was profoundly shaken by this apocalyptic scene. Although he possessed memories and knowledge from a past life, facing such an immense onslaught of beasts was a first for him. Had it been his former self, he would have likely been shredded to pieces upon entry. Even maximizing his abilities would only delay his demise by a few seconds. Wang Yi swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he forced a smile at Bai Xiaochuan. "Oh Bai, you're not scared, are you?" Bai Xiaochuan paused, turning to see that although Wang Yi feigned bravado, his entire body trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. Seeing Wang Yi in such a state, Bai Xiaochuan found his composure returning, offering a calm smile. "Of course I'm not afraid. If you are, just hide behind me. I'll protect you without a doubt." Wang Yi's lips curled into a smirk, as if I would be scared. "Watch me kill more than you do later." At that moment, the officer in charge of observation, holding a telescope, suddenly exclaimed with fervent excitement, "Found it!" At 11 o'clock, approximately 800 meters within the beast tide. "The interferer is right there." Zhao Yunyu's eyes sparkled with determination, and without hesitation, he resolutely commanded, "Disciples of Wudong, heed my call. Follow me and slay." Slay. Instantly, hundreds of elite special forces, already prepared, surged forth, unleashing a formidable barrage to carve a path for the Wudong disciples. Bai Xiaochuan, like a wraith, swiftly infiltrated the beast tide from the flank. The monstrous creatures on the side immediately detected this swarm of tiny intruders, roaring and lunging forward. A mutated wild boar, its size comparable to a small elephant and its tusks menacingly protruding, charged with the intent to crush a special forces soldier. In that critical moment, Bai Xiaochuan's figure arrived in an instant, his surging vitality erupting with overwhelming force as he delivered a simple yet devastating punch. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the giant boar's head exploded like a watermelon. The soldier, who had narrowly escaped death, gazed at Bai Xiaochuan, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist," Bai Xiaochuan replied. "You shall remain on the periphery to provide support and eliminate any stragglers. Leave the interior to us." "Yes, yes, Daoist." The Wudong disciples, along with a few practitioners from smaller sects assisting in the operation, seized the opportunity, plunging forward like a finely honed dagger toward the direction indicated by the officer. Bai Xiaochuan led the charge, manipulating myriad vines with his wood-based abilities. binding and restraining the oncoming beasts from all directions. Simultaneously, his terrifying physical strength was fully revealed. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees became lethal weapons, each strike delivering crushing force, achieving the feat of dispatching one beast with each punch. The practitioners from the smaller sects following the charge were left in awe, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Incredible! Is this the might of the Wudong disciples? Zhao Yunyu, exhibiting astonishing prowess, manipulated shards of metal that swirled around him like a tempest, mowing down the beasts in his path as if they were mere stalks of wheat. However, as they pressed deeper, the onslaught of beasts intensified, and the pressure mounted dramatically. Zhao Yunyu cleaved through a charging leopard-like beast with a single stroke of his sword and shouted, "Xiaochuan, Wang Ye, do not linger. Move swiftly. Eliminate that damn bat for me. We shall handle the other beasts." "Yes, master." Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi exchanged glances, nodding in unison. The energy within them surged explosively, their speed amplifying as they transformed into two streaks of light, breaking away from the main battle line and darting toward the shadowy bat, which lurked deep within the beast tide, emitting disruptive waves. In mere minutes, they closed the distance to a mere 100 meters from the shadow bat. Wang Yi thrust his hands forward, unleashing the full force of his telekinetic powers. A powerful, invisible force erupted from him, sweeping across a fan-shaped area ahead. The beasts that had been frantically charging toward them collided with an unseen barrier, sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, toppling a large cluster of their kind and clearing a small space. "Old Bai, that foul bat is yours." Wang Ye's forehead was beaded with effort, maintaining the expansive telekinetic field as he shouted, "None of these wretches shall approach you." "Understood." Bai Xiaochuan responded succinctly, his gaze fixed on the shadow bat, which was frantically flapping its wings and emitting disruptive ripples. Wang Yi made a tearing motion with his hands. "All of you get lost." Boom! The densely packed horde of beasts indeed parted before an unseen force, creating a narrow passage that led directly to the shadow bat, akin to Moses parting the sea. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaochuan executed his movement technique to its utmost, transforming into a streak of azure light and racing down the corridor. The shadow bat, evidently in a state of panic, instinctively attempted to evade or cease its disruptive waves for defense. Yet the dire orders from the Beast King shackled it to its task. It could only emit sharp, frantic cries, summoning surrounding guardians. Just as Bai Xiaochuan was about to reach it, two colossal figures plummeted from the sky, bearing an overwhelming presence that absorbed the residual force of Wang Ye's telekinesis, crashing down directly in Bai Xiaochuan's path. They were two massive black bears, towering over 7 or 8 meters, muscles rippling and fangs bared. Their eyes glinted with frenzied red light, blocking his way. Unfazed, Bai Xiaochuan swiftly activated his earth manipulation technique. Countless thick, dark green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the bear's legs and bodies like agile serpents. Roar! The two bears let out furious roars, thrashing wildly. One of them, seeing Bai Xiaochuan poised to slip through their midst, opened its massive jaws, gathering a torrent of violent energy, and unleashed it towards Bai Xiaochuan's back. The other bear emanated an astonishing chill that instantly froze the vines entangled around it into crystalline shards, which it then shattered with a mighty heave. Bai Xiaochuan sensed the terrifying energy approaching from behind and felt a moment of surprise. Had it already awakened elemental abilities? However, he remained composed, abruptly turning mid-run and raising his right hand. Devour. Buzz. A distorted, light-absorbing black hole materialized before his palm. The ferocious energy wave, capable of shattering tanks, met the black hole and was swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the shadow bat, witnessing Bai Xiaochuan's ferocity, could no longer heed the Beast King's orders, screeching as it attempted to halt its disruptive waves and flee. Trying to escape? Too late. Bai Xiaochuan acted swiftly, his thoughts directing countless vines to surge from the ground beneath the shadow bat, ensnaring it in a web that held it firmly aloft. Though the shadow bat had awakened its disruptive powers, its combat capability was woefully inadequate, rendering it incapable of breaking free. Bai Xiaochuan flashed forward, arriving before the ensnared shadow bat, the terrifying strength of his refined body coalescing in his fist as he delivered a simple yet direct blow. The bat's head, along with a portion of its body, was obliterated in an instant. The disruptive waves ceased abruptly from the moment he struck to the kill. Only a few fleeting seconds had passed. The two black bears, having just freed themselves from confinement, were consumed by unbridled fury. The target that the Beast King had commanded them to protect had been slain right before their eyes. This was an unbearable humiliation. Roar! The two bears went completely berserk, their energies surging as they lunged at Bai Xiaochuan, intent on tearing him to shreds. Bai Xiaochuan, however, had no intention of lingering in battle. While he was confident in overcoming these two bears in open terrain, he found himself deep within the beast tide. And Wang Ye's massive telekinetic maintenance was draining his energy significantly. He needed to retreat swiftly. His feet shifted with intricate finesse, allowing him to glide through the chaotic assaults of the bears with ghost-like agility, effortlessly toying with the powerful yet less agile beasts. In just a few deft movements, he swiftly extricated himself from the fray and returned to Wang Ye's side. Retreat. Bai Xiaochuan spoke in a hushed tone. As Wang Yi witnessed Bai Xiaochuan successfully return, he let out a sigh of relief and promptly reined in his telekinetic energy. The immense expenditure of his source energy from such an intense and widespread release was colossal, and he could only sustain it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Impressive, old Bai. You resolved it so swiftly. Wang Yi exclaimed excitedly while retreating alongside Bai Xiaochuan. Surely, we are the fastest within the Daoist sect. Just at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the southwest. Countless bolts of terrifying heavenly lightning, akin to the wrath of the heavens, suddenly descended from the distant sky. The bolts were as thick as dragons, blazing and resplendent, striking fiercely into the depths of the monstrous horde with overwhelming celestial might, as if the deities themselves were incensed. Both Wang Yi and Bai Xiaochuan's pupils contracted sharply. Wang Yi gasped in astonishment. What on earth is that? A lightning-based ability? Bai Xiaochuan instantly thought of one person. It could only be that individual capable of summoning such a fearsome display of natural power. Stop looking. We must retreat quickly, Bai Xiaochuan urged, suppressing the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, Zhao Yunyun's feet were already piled high with the corpses of demon beasts, his sword stained with blood. The disciples of Wudong and other cultivators were desperately holding back the onslaught of monstrous creatures from all directions, clearing a path for Bai Xiaochuan and Wang Yi to escape. Upon seeing the safe return of the two, Zhao Yunyun felt a surge of joy and hurriedly inquired, Xiaochuan, did you resolve it? Indeed, master. The disruptor has been eliminated, Bai Xiaochuan replied swiftly, his gaze sweeping over the still fierce battlefield. Next, let us go support senior brother Han Jia. Zhao Yunyun, very well. Let's proceed. Within the command center, the atmosphere was tense, as if solidified like asphalt. Qin Yuanshan stood before the observation window, gripping a high-powered telescope, his fingers turning pale from the pressure as he intently focused on the battlefield that resembled a meat grinder in the distance. How is the evacuation situation in Yang City? Qin Yuanshan's voice was hoarse, not turning around. His assistant immediately reported, Report, Elder Qin, in the southwestern area of the city, citing the upgraded influenza prevention measures. All civilians have been forcibly evacuated. The area is now essentially cleared. Qin Yuanshan slowly lowered the telescope, taking a deep breath. Prepare for the worst. Command the troops that once the front line is breached by the monstrous horde, there is no need for further instructions. Immediately guide all citizens to the designated shelters. Evacuate as many as possible. The assistant's face turned pale at these words, hesitating for a moment before solemnly stating, Elder Qin, there is one more matter. The military engineers have installed a tactical nuclear bomb directly beneath our command center, with calculations indicating that its yield is sufficient to completely purify the uncontrolled area. Do you wish to evacuate to a safe zone first? Evacuate. Qin Yuanshan abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the assistant with intensity. This nuclear bomb is manually detonated. Once it explodes, it means that the tens of thousands of soldiers outside, along with anyone who cannot escape, will perish. Do you think I would leave at this moment? Huh. The assistant, intimidated by Elder Qin's aura, retreated repeatedly, cold sweat soaking his back. Yes, I apologize. Elder Qin. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted outside the window, as countless bolts of thunder crashed unexpectedly from the horizon. These thundering strikes resembled the divine spears of punishment hurled by celestial beings, precisely and violently striking deep into the monstrous horde. The tremendous sound and light even penetrated the soundproof glass of the command center, startling Qin Yuanshan and everyone present. What is happening? Where is that thunder coming from? Qin Yuanshan questioned, bewildered. At that moment, a staff member who had been fixated on the screen abruptly raised their head. Report, Elder Qin. It is from the southwestern region. It is the area overseen by the Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain. It is either Master Zhang or his esteemed disciples who have summoned the thunder. Almost simultaneously, another monitor's voice trembled with excitement. Elder Qin. Energy monitoring indicates that the interference signal from the southeast has disappeared. The interference signal from the southwest has also vanished. It is Wudong. and the Tianshi mansion. They have succeeded. They have eliminated the disruptor. What? Yi Xiaochuan dashed to the monitoring screen, observing the previously stable high-intensity interference signals dimming, with two extinguished. A wave of immense joy instantly swept away the gloom on his face. Splendid. Well done. The typically composed elder could not help but slam the control panel, exclaiming in exhilaration. Truly worthy of the Daoist lineage spanning millennia. It appears our great Xia has swiftly removed two thorns. Yi Xiaochuan immediately seized the communicator, shouting, "Relay my orders. Notify the Air Force. Armed helicopter squadrons are to ascend immediately. The southeast and southwest interference has been cleared. Target the densest area of the monstrous horde. Strike with all might. Drive these wretched beasts back to their lair. Yes,